Well, buckle your seatbelt, folks. It's going to be a very educational night. Very revealing. Information-packed. Shout out to Mr. Sean Ross. That's Sean, S-E-A-N, Ross, H-R-O-S-S, for this great material. If you're not familiar with this channel, I will leave it in the description. Much love.
A couple of months back, I saw the Netflix documentary, The King Who Never Was, about the killing of Dirk Hammer on August the 8th, 1978, by the son of the last king of Italy, the Prince Vittorio Emanuele of Savoy, who was 41 at the time, and he murdered the young German Dirk Hammer in his sleep, and was only 19 at the time, because the entire House of Savoy, and especially the last Italian king of Italy, collaborated with the Duke of Mussolini and his fascists during the Second World War. The King of Italy got extradited from Italy. Persona non grata, as they say. So here again, it's the internal war sort of in between the old world order, the king, which is a vertical rule, and the Republicans, the parliamentary system, which is a horizontal rule, and they kicked him out. It was not the people. Where's the people? They're just dumb slaves. Yeah. So the king here is the father of the killer prince. So here we see Adolf. I mean, it's all aristocracy. Right? This one, Il Duce, which means the duke. He was living in a castle, and his wife was an aristocrat. Adolf Hitler, he was always walking around with the statue of Nefertiti, Queen Nefertiti of Pharaohs, and a painting of Frederick the Great. So it must be clear he's of the higher nobility, as his grandfather in Vienna, whom he never knew, Frankenberger. He was, of course, a part of the upper nobility, and the real name of his family was Schicklgruber, and they gave him the name Hitler. Also, this guy, Rudolf Hess, he flew to the Scottish nobility, the Duke of Hamilton, and the Duke of Hamilton, he was part of the Scottish equivalent of the Order of the Garter. And I don't think he spent the rest of his life in prison. Of course he didn't. These guys never do. And then Himmler, he also had his castle called the Wewelsburg next to Paderborn in Germany, where they have this occult symbol of the black sun on the because the Nazi Templars, and the Templars, they were occultists, what they have from Pharaoh. So his son killed the young German Dirk Hammer. So here it says the killer prince. So he's the son of the last king of Italy, whom you just saw with Mussolini and Hitler. And therefore, the killer prince of Pharaoh's House of Savoy was living in Corsica, France, where I have been filming for you 10 years ago, helping the Corsican Liberation Front. The videos can still be seen on my channel Gatsenfrats here. So here's the title, and this is 10 years ago. And on my channel Gatsenfrats, there's several videos I did in Corsica, together with the Corsican Liberation Front. So here it says Swiss neutrality is for the elite only and not for you dumb slaves. And as always, to understand the actual situation and what really happened, we must dig deep into history and how Swissyland, as usual, is deeply involved in it all. So here is the Wikipedia about the Duchy of Savoy, and also Geneva was part of the Duchy of Savoy, as you can see here. Look, and in their coat of arms they even have a Swiss cross here. Or here, their flag. It's definitely a Swiss cross. Well, I mean, if you look at the map here, I mean, it's Switzerland is here, you know, and it's like glued onto Switzerland, eh? And so there are parts like here. It has a I mean, here you can see Nice is in it, and it was also a part of the Holy Roman Empire, as you can read here. So I'll let you read the rest. Yeah, or you can find it yourself. So the Duchy of Savoy lasted 450 years, from 1416 till 1860, and was part of the Holy Roman Empire, which was in fact a German empire. I hope you remember my video on the Holy Roman Empire and where the 7 end times hills have to be simultaneously 7 kings, and which happens to be the case in Swissyland, die 7 Kurfürsten. So you can see that in this video here on my channel Homeland Security, the title Helvetic Horror Heidi, 1 year ago, which will teach you a lot more on the Holy Roman Empire, because it's very important, because it has so much in common with the Duchy of Savoy and its killer princes. And we can all see the Swiss cross in the coat of arms of the Duchy of Savoy. So here's Switzerland, a white cross on a red underground, and here it says Savoy, written in French, Savoie, which is the same area as the Duchy of Savoy, a white cross on a red underground. And, well, part of Switzerland used to be the Duchy of Savoy, and it's right next to, glued next to Switzerland. It's the same, you know. So here's a map of Europe. Here's England, Ireland, France, Spain, Germany, Belgium. Here's Switzerland, and here is in the southeast of France and the northwest of Italy, and a part of Switzerland, was the Duchy of Savoy. You can read it here. And you see here also Nice, Monaco, you know, all the ELiTE, it's all part of Savoy. And Also, Geneva was part of the Duchy of Savoy, and also Nice in France, next to Monaco. All these favorite places for the elite of our pharaonic masters of the nobility. Therefore, the killer prince of Savoy got acquitted in several French courts, while the young German expired in the hospital of Nice of the Duchy of Savoy, murdered by its descendant. And here it says Dirk Hammer while dying in Nice, 1978. This is an original picture. The French police in Corsica had all the proofs disappear. And by the way, the Corsican people themselves consider the French police as their enemy who occupy their island. So here you see the French police in Corsica. And here it says the killer prince of Savoy. There he is. And here his victim, only 19 years old. From the picture in the Netflix video, the prince's murder weapon was a US Army World War II M1 carbine, caliber 30, 7.62 times 33 millimeters, with a very high stopping power, far greater than an M16 or M4. The M1 is a real one-shot, one-kill weapon, which the killer prince must have known, as each and every member of the nobility loves hunting. So here it says, the father of the killer prince hunting elephants. So here we see the same guy we just saw standing with Mussolini and Hitler and Himmler and Rudolf Hess, the King Victor Emmanuel III of Italy. They know all about rifles, stopping powers, and the M1 carbine, with which they hunted a human. And yes, they love hunting humans too, like this young German in his sleep. Pharaoh's nobility stand above all laws and always get acquitted. Like the rapist Prince Andrew, who you can see here, and many others, like his pal Jeffrey Epstein, whom you can see here. For which, therefore, when the nobility created the horizontal New World Order by their Knights Templars, it needed a neutral base where they could escape to in case of danger. Just as it says here, Swiss neutrality is for the elite only, and not for you, you dumb slaves. Which is exactly what the killer prince Victor Emmanuel IV did, and flew to Gstaad in Swissyland, where he got full protection by the Swissies, just like Roman Pedolansky, who also fled to Gstaad, just like the Sackler family, the OxyContin manufacturers, also in Gstaad, and whose opiates murdered 2 million young Americans. And many Russian oligarchs like Dmitry Rybolovlev, a mutual friend of both Mr. Putin and Donald Trump. And Donald Trump sold him a $95 million palace in Palm Beach, Florida. And they're all hiding in Stad and many, many more pharaonic criminals. So here it says the killer prince in Gstaad, Swissyland. So this is a picture where he was a lot younger, apparently. I mean, look at the hair. And this looks like him just right after the murder, or at the same time, you know. So he went permanently to Gstaad in Switzerland, you know. So here he is after the murder. He's got nothing to fear, you know, because Switzerland is Pharaoh's base, and they all seem to be in the nest of Stad, you know, with Podolansky, Russian oligarchs, the Sackler family, and the rest of them. Eh? Nothing to worry about, eh? This is the typical Swiss neutrality, which is only for Pharaoh's elite, and not for you, you know, the dumb slaves. It's like the American humorist once said, "It's a big club, and you ain't in it." So I went to Gstaad, here you see it, Gstaad, 10 years ago, and here's the title, Roman Podolansky. So I went filming, I filmed his house and, you know, and some other stuff there. So it's on my channel, Gatsevrats, so if you want to see that. And here is my video on the Sackler family from the US, who manufactured OxyContin and who also went to Stad. It seems they're all in Stad in Switzerland. So here's the title and here's the channel. And here's the Russian oligarch Dmitry Rybolovlev here to the left, and his good friend Donald Trump. And this guy here, Trump, sold him this palace in Palm Beach, Florida for almost $100 million to this guy. And this guy is also living in Gstaad in Switzerland. And he's also a good friend of Mr. Putin. So he's big time in the Kremlin report, considering the Trump's business with the Ruskies. So Dmitry here, who's living in Gstaad, here you can see his badge. He's also the owner of the most important French soccer club. I think Monaco is #1 in the major league in France. Or I'm not into soccer. Maybe it's #2 or 3. Here it says AS Monaco and a crown, of course. And this guy is in Gstaad, and Monaco was a part or next to the Duchy of Savoy. And there's the Swiss connection again with Monaco and Gstaad, Switzerland. And of course it's all nobility. This one too. I've proven that to you from his mother's side. He's from a line of Scandinavian kings and monarchs. He's related to the Queen of Denmark and the King of Norway, Trump is. And he's the Russian church and all this. I never understood why he's a hero for the American workers, you know, as apparently this guy, he's playing in a completely different league than in the workers' league, eh? So I really don't get it. And here you can see Trump's pal Dmitry Rybolovlev on the left, standing together with Prince Albert of the Principality of Monaco, that used to have a Swiss guard in former times. So here you can see the ASMFC, that's the soccer club, FC, it means football club. M is for Monaco. And I think AS could be Association Sportive in French. And it's all red and white, Templars colors, and it has a crown, of course. You know, all pharaohs. This is a pharaoh, this is a pharaoh. And here it says Monaco. Yeah. And it's all, they all hide their money in Swissyland. He's living in Stad. So here you can read about Dmitry Rybolovlev. I didn't read the whole thing, but you know. So I'm going down here. Here it's about AS Monaco. Yeah, that's what it says. Association de Football in France. And this guy is extremely rich. And here it talks about the Panama paper scandal. And he's also in the Swiss Sickurity, which the scandal started in 2022. Also, this German newspaper, Süddeutsche Zeitung, or I think it was Deutsche Südwestzeitung, which triggered the Ukraine war. I already told you about it in my videos. Here, the United States. He owns apartments in the Central Park. And in 2008, Ekaterina Rybolovlev's trust bought the 18-bedroom Maison de l'Amitié in Palm Beach, Florida from the American businessman Donald Trump. So 2008, that's in the middle of the economic crisis, eh? Where Americans, they lost their houses. This guy is just buying houses for $100 million. He also bought a house from in Hawaii from the actor Will Smith. Oh, I don't want to see you, go away. And everywhere. And he's in Switzerland. He has a house, $135 million in Gstaad. He also has a house in Geneva. I know, the guy has houses all over the planet. Philanthropy, yes, of course, yes, that's what Freemasons always do, yeah. I suppose there's some things for children as usual. Probably, I hear Princess Grace Hospital Center, a lot of kiddies there. It's always the same. So here you can see again how Gstaad is being written. G-S-T-A-A-D. I put just a hyphen here, so normally in the word there's no hyphen, okay? So just to make you know that how it's been written, like, you know, and why they're all hiding, like the Killer Prince here. So even when speaking German, you'll break your tongue over the pronouncing of Gstaad, which is not really German, and with no less than 3 consonants following each other up, a G, an S, and a T. Gst. More sounding like the neighbor's wife calling her cat in the evening. Kss, 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 kss. Come kitty, kitty, kitty. Kss, 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 kss. Kss, kss, kss. So here it says, kss, 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 kss. Oh, there you are. Gstaad. You naughty cat. You were hiding in Gstaad again. After you killed the bird, didn't you? Gstaad. You naughty bastard. Hiding in Gstaad, Swissyland's neutral base for Pharaoh only. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Gstaad. And written in nice lapis lazuli color, as it should be. Here it says, busted in Gstaad, Pharaoh's base in the Alps, out of where they rule over humanity, and where all the assassins hide and get full protection by the Swiss Nazi Templars of Octagon. Gstaad. Come, kitty, kitty. We know where you are. So I propose to make it easier on us to call it G-Stadt, meaning G-Town, where G stands for Freemasons, as in their square and compass logo with the G in the middle, and Stadt for town in German, written slightly different, but phonetically absolutely the same. G-Stadt or G-Town, the Freemason town protecting all their big-time hotshot pharaonic criminals. So here is the name of the town again, where they're all hiding. Gstaad, you remember, kitty kitty, Gstaad, which means actually in German, because they're all towns, you know, and over the time it's being written differently, like in the Middle Ages, or, you know. So Stadt, it's definitely Stadt. You know, that's why they had to pull this difficult thing, you know, like 3 consonants, GST, which is, you never find this in German, you know, it's not German. So it definitely means G-Stadt, G-Stadt, which means G-Town in English. And that makes perfectly sense, doesn't it now? So this is the Swiss neutrality, which is not for us, the slaves, but for our pharaonic masters only, to provide them a place of security where they can hide or have peace talks amongst each other in Geneva or Davos, when 2 ruling pharaohs or 2 nations have a dispute which they would like to settle. So here it says Swiss neutrality swindle, and here you can see the Killer Prince again, right after he murdered a young man. For us, the normal people, there's nothing whatsoever where Swissyland is an absolute dictatorship, where they can do with you whatever they want, without any law protecting you, and in a country where the local Swiss population are trained to protect their masters, to protect the Swiss banks, and to protect all Geneva's NGOs, like the Red Cross, the WEF, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, and the rest of Pharaoh's world governing organizations. This is the true essence of Swiss neutrality, which is for the masters only. And here it says Swiss neutrality is for the elite only, and not for you dumb slaves. So in the picture it says here Templar Safe House 1291 in Octagon in the Swiss mountains. And as they were forbidden in France, they changed their Templar flag into this here, which is also the cross of the Hospitallers, which is a white cross on a red underground, because the Hospitallers, they took all the belongings of the Knights Templars legally. So, and when the Knights Templars set up the new system in 1291, which they called the New World Order. They needed a secure place for all of Pharaoh's nobility to feel secure, like a safe house for the royal house or per-a of Pharaoh, where they can go skiing in winter, do some tax evasion, or put their pharaonic offspring in a super rich boarding school in Pharaoh's utopia, the Swiss beast, home of the devil. Here, of course, you see Prince Andrew. Here it says, Prince Andrew owns a £17 million sterling chalet, skiing chalet in Swissyland. Here you can see it. So apparently there are a lot of elite sexual predators roaming around in Swissyland, like Prince Andrew, Pedolansky in Stad. This one here is in Verbier, which is also in Swissyland. And I suppose among the Russian oligarchs, there are quite a few sexual predators as well. I suppose it might be honest to say that we might assume that, eh? The Swiss beast, home of the devil, where Pharaoh's nobility have their perfect slaves, called the Swissies, who are trained like a German shepherd police dog, ready to kill and murder for their pharaonic masters, where the Germanic Alemannic tribe was the first Germanic tribe to collaborate with the Roman Empire, whereas other Germanic tribes, like the Frisians or the Saxons, never collaborated with Rome. And here it says, Swiss watchdogs for the elite, and how they are protecting Davos and the WEF World Economic Forum. And one of those Germanic Frisians who never collaborated with the new Rome was the father of that young German Dirk Hammer, murdered by the Prince of Savoy in 1978. His name was Reiki Geert Hammer, which is a Frisian name, although he was born in another part of Germany. So I suppose by his name that he was of Frisian origin. Reiki Geert Hammer was a medical doctor, a physician, who practiced over 25 years, owning several clinics. But when his son Dirk Hammer got murdered by the Killer Prince, he developed testicular cancer because of the trauma of a father losing his child. He then developed cancer studies based upon trauma triggering cancer and a new form of healing, which he called the New Germanic Medicine. So here's the man. Here it says, Dr. Reiki Geert Hammer of the New Germanic Medicine. Then the Swiss said that his cancer treatment was no good, which brought him the Swiss terror upon him and his family, culminating into years and years into various European prisons until he finally died in 2017. So here you can read about Dr. Hammer. And here it says, the Swiss Cancer League described Hammer's approach as dangerous, especially as it lulls the patients into a false sense of security, so that they are deprived of other effective treatments. So here you can read about him, about his life here. And about the Germanic new medicine, it says he died, I know this is about his son Dirk, who died in 1978 by the Prince of Savoy. There he is. I might show you here the about him as well at the same time, so you can read about it. He was also a member of the P2, Propaganda 2, very dangerous Freemason organization. There it says Masonic Charter. I might want to go down a little bit here. There it is. Propaganda 2 was a Masonic lodge founded in 1877. The Grand Orient of Italy. Why the Orient? I mean, we are in Europe. I mean, what's the Orient got to do here? You know, we're being governed completely by the Orient, completely invaded, you know. So here it says he was the son of the last king of Italy and the Duke of Savoy, well, etc., etc. Here you can see again, it's really a royal house, eh? Oh, there's more. Yeah, there he is. And they were exiled, you know, they couldn't stay in Italy because of the and I'd already told you about this, the House of Bourbon, 2 Sicilies. When I made that video about the mafia in Sicily. Yeah, it's about Dirk Hammer's death. He never spent a day in prison, you know. And here he got imprisoned again in 2006 because of corruption and being with the mafia. And there was a microphone in the prison where he admitted to have murdered Dirk Hammer. But yet, he never went a day in prison, eh? Well, how is this possible? Hey, Swissy. So here we're back at the Dr. Hammer Wikipedia. We were here, the Germanic new medicine. Here it says somewhere how he went to prison. Oh yeah, here. Hammer's license to practice medicine was revoked in 1986 by a court judgment, which was reconfirmed in 2003. As he continued to practice, Hammer was investigated several times over allegations of malpractice. This guy was a doctor, a physician, you know, doctor in medicine. He had several clinics. He also did some inventions here, which you can read here somewhere. He was jailed for 12 months in Germany from 1997 to 98 and served a prison term from September 2004 to February 2016 in Fleury-Mérogis in France on counts of fraud and unlicensed practice of medicine. Yeah. Well, of course he didn't fraud, just had a new way of healing people what the lobby in Swissyland of the pharmaceutical lobby didn't really like. And this is why the Swissies, you know, response by medical authorities, the Swiss Cancer League of the Swiss Society for Oncology, Swiss Society for Medical Oncology and Swiss Institute for Applied Cancer Research say that no case of a cancer cure by Hammer has been published in the medical literature, nor any studies in specialized journals. Reports in his book lack the additional data that are essential for medical assessment, and the presentations of his investigations at medical conferences are scientifically unconvincing. Well, why did the Swissies do that? And later on I come back to this here, what happened here. But first, why did the Swissies do this? Why did Swissy do this? Well, remember that the 2 biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world are the Swiss Roche in Basel and the Swiss Novartis, also in Basel, Switzerland, who of course saw their sales diminishing because of Dr. Hammer's natural Germanic medicine to treat cancer. And here it says Novartis is number 2, Roche number 1. And right after the pandemic, Novartis could buy back 52 billion euros or dollars, which is almost the same, to Roche. And they actually are one and the same company. So they made billions of dollars through the corona pandemic, Pharaoh's poison pandemic. And they got very, very, very rich because of it. And right after the pandemic, Novartis could buy back $52 billion to Roche of the shares. So they're in the same town, it's one and the same company. Only Novartis takes all the risks, and Roche is the head company, which is very strategically. So here it says, the world's 2 biggest pharmaceutical companies are both in Switzerland. Well, this is technically impossible. How is it possible? This tiny, tiny country, that the 2 biggest pharmaceutical companies are both in Switzerland. Technically, this is impossible, you know. So there's something fishy going on, yeah? I already told you about it, what's really going on. So here you can see it, Novartis. This is the one, it's one company, Novartis and Roche, you know. Officially there are 2, but and this is the one taking all the risks. So here you can see this. Bloomberg, Novartis to pay 390 million to settle US kickback case. Novartis hit by scandal over Japanese drug studies, probes uncover altered research data. Swiss giant stand by heart medicine DiVE. Financial Times, Novartis faces potential South Korea sales ban. Prosecutors seek suspension of some medicines sold by Swiss group amid illegal rebates probe. Reuters, Business News. I mean, this is old. Look to 2015. You know, it's still going on. US seeks up to 3.35 billion in Novartis kickback suit. And I showed you in a video how they did medical experiments on Polish homeless. I think there were 23 who died, really. They died, you know. But I mean, a Polish homeless is not an elite in Staat, you know, so it's just collateral damage, yeah. They are highly criminal, you know. And they did the same thing with their banks. It was Credit Suisse taking all the risk, and the UBS, you know, that's the big bank. And we saw it this year, the Credit Suisse, the CS, they fell, they don't exist anymore, and it went over into UBS, which means the United Banksters of Switzerland. Yeah, they always do the same. They're so sly. And of course, you should go and see this video here, Corona Gate. It's not mine, but it's very good. Big Pharma, Switzerland, and organized crime. And I made a couple of a few hour videos about the Swiss pharmaceutical industries and how they killed Polish homeless, you know, for their experiments. And they're probably in one of my channels, and so you go and look them up yourself. You know, I made more than 1,000 videos, and it's all a bit hard to find. So you go and look at that. And remember that the same Swissies protected the killer of Hammer's son in Gstaad, the G-town, while at the same time discrediting his father and even put him in prison. So the father of the victim went to prison. The killer prince never went to prison. And the father went to prison because of the Swiss Cancer Organization. And this guy never went to prison because he went to Swissyland in Gstaad. So the Swissies are all behind it, you know, as always. And as Hammer was a physician and not an historian, he blamed the usual scapegoat for it all, the jaywalkers, where in fact his real tormentors were Swissy and Pharaoh's nobility, the usual suspects. So here it says in Wikipedia, what I've shown you before, here was about the Swiss Cancer League and all that, remember? So here it says, the Jaywalker conspiracy theory. Hammer purported that his method is a Germanic alternative to mainstream clinical medicine, which he claimed as part of a Jaywalker conspiracy to decimate the non-Jaywalkers. In this, Hammer repeated the anti-Jaywalker claims of Nazi physician Gerhard Wagner, another Wagner, like the Wagner Group. More precisely, Hammer asserted that chemotherapy and morphine are used to mass murder Western civilization. Well, they got other tools as well, While such treatment is not used in the Jaywalker base, or how did they call it, the JJ base. Hammer promoted the idea that most German oncologists are Jaywalkers and that no Jaywalker is treated with chemotherapy in Germany, which is probably because of religious reasons, and well, etc., etc. You can read it yourself. And of course, you know, if I have to use the word Jaywalker, I've got nothing against these people, not at all. But because of the censorship, as soon as you use the other name or the JJ base or whatever, you know, they take off your video by the machines. We are in a technocratic era and it's full of censorship, so I'm forced to do this. And there's a lot of Jaywalkers who visit my videos and who understand this. And so, of course, the ones who give the Jaywalkers a bad name are the Jaywalker nobility, you know, just like Herman the German. He grew up in a castle of a Jaywalker aristocrat. You know, I'll show you the picture right after. So, but these are the usual suspects, you know, Swissyland and Pharaoh's nobility. And of course, there also is a Jaywalker nobility who always give a bad name to the rest of the Jaywalkers, which the Jaywalkers call the Erev Rav. So this is the sad thing about it all. So here's that picture again of Herman the German. And he grew up in a castle of the Jaywalker nobility. His name was also Herman. I forgot his last name, but I made a video about it somewhere. And he grew up in the castle of, I think was Weldenstein, and he was the owner. He lived there as well. So it's all nobility. This is nobility, this is nobility. I shouldn't say Herman the German because he wasn't really. You know, look, it's all Templar stuff here Templars. It's all over. And this is the seal of Solomon. It's also of Pharaoh. And the nobility has nothing to do with the normal Jaywalkers. The Jaywalkers don't understand. They don't even understand their own history. They really don't. Not even their priests. Well, they, in the least, you know. I feel that Dr. Hammer was a good man who wanted to do good to humanity, and that we should help those sidetracked Germans and others, so they won't lose their time and energy on the usual scapegoat, and in the future will direct their energy and good intentions on the real enemy of mankind, because there are good people who are unfortunately sidetracked through disinformation, who need our help to pierce through the veil. Swissy is always in it somehow, and the Swiss neutrality is only for the elite of Pharaoh's nobility and not for us, their slaves. And their G-town, Gstad, seems to be a nest for the biggest criminals of Pharaoh's organized crime. Swissyland is the base of Pharaoh. Ain't that so, Swissy? For those who haven't seen my previous videos, here I explain in 2 Brighton films all the code words I use to avoid censorship. So here is part 1 entitled Censorship Vocabulary, and here part 2, Forbidden Words. On my channel on Brighton, which you can see here, brighton.com, my channel is this one, G.I.U.R.E.H, and then the second one, G.I.U.R.E.H. And for those new to my channel who don't understand how I got to the Pharaoh connection and the Templar connection to Switzerland. So in the Swiss B series, which you can see here, I explain how we're being ruled by Pharaoh. Here you can see part 1, and there are 11 parts. So this is part 1 here. Here's the title on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H here, the same channel. And if you watch here, in the description underneath the video, it says more. And here you got part 2, part 3, with the URL, and part 9, part 10. Only part 11 I haven't put it in it yet, but 11 is also on the same channel here. So it says the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes, I should write it with an S, boys, not with a Z, a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. It's not a conspiracy theory, as I explained to you. It's a very old thing by the Knights Templars when they founded Switzerland in 1291. They made the horizontal rule and called it the New World Order. And the Old World Order is the old vertical feudal rule by the king. So, and this was, it's in German, about how I got arrested again and again by an anti-terrorist court. And finally, I wish to express my sincere condolences to the Hammer family.
So shout out to Mr. Sean Ross, that's HROSS, at Homeland Sickurity. Homeland Sickurity. We're gonna watch part 2 of a 3 video series. That was part 1, obviously. So let me see here. Shout out to the chat. 4K video downloader. So that was called, let me see. Let me put this in the back chamber. This next video is called Hamas in Swiss Parliament and Hamas financed by, or hummus is what I meant to say. Whoa, my apologies there. Hummus in Swiss Parliament and hummus financed by Swissyland.
I hear.
Oh, but first, let me see what the name of that first video was. See here. G.I.U.R.E.H. He's got a few channels. G.I.U.R.E.H, and the G-Town and the essence of Swiss neutrality. Just posted about a week ago. The video before that is him talking a little bit about stuff, but also just filming some of his travels, I think.
This here is the wake up tree. Look, there's a lot of alarms everywhere. Wakey, wakey, people. Wakey, wakey.
Moitié de Suisse, moitié en France, mais c'est tout le cerveau du monde qui travaillait dedans. Alors on a demandé, comment il travaillait, on a demandé pour pouvoir visiter. Il nous a fait visiter.
Nou, schön geschlafen. Let's go on laser. So this is one of the 10,000 Templar commanderies that were in France, and there's still thousands to see. You know, they're everywhere, just like McDonald's, as I always say, everywhere. It's not a rare phenomenon, not at all. It's in the south of France. The Templars were everywhere. The French king had no chance at all. Oh, this was apparently also a former Templar commandery. Probably not much to see. They made a hotel out of it. Oh, it's big. You see the coat of arms is away. Just before the revolution, they took it away. And as usual, they made a whole thing about it. You know, the Templars looking like the nice dudes. It's complete nonsense. They were very bad, and they still are. That's why we have all the Satanism and the sodomites all over because of these dudes. And the king had absolutely no chance at all against this Templar conspiracy of these second, third, fourth noble sons of the nobility who wanted a different political system called the New World Order, which is a horizontal rule. Yeah, so this is one of the 10,000 Templar commanderies that were in France, and there's still 1,000.
All right, so we could watch. I might as well just play that. This is the video before the one we just watched. I didn't realize it was worth watching, but it does look like it's worth watching. So, let me see. Let me.
Thousands to see. You know, they're everywhere, just like McDonald's, as I always say, everywhere. It's not a rare phenomenon, not at all. This is here from the other side. Probably not much to see. It's all history, but the history is still alive because we have to deal with it every day. You know, this dictatorship. So look at the doors open. Oh, it is actually. Oh, what's that look like? Quite big, eh? We're thousands of men in these days here. You know, those trying to
Good to see you.
All second, third, and fourth sons of the nobility without any heritage or any castle or nothing, you know. So they made their own kingdom, with which we have to deal with now, which is called the Republic. Public again, Republic. That's what it means. But it's not public at all. It's not. It's just another nobility system. So this is France. You know, beautiful here. Well, it's probably one of the most beautiful countries in the world. But don't go to Paris or Marseille or Nice. Hello. Hallo Alvina. Na, schön geschlafen? Jetzt schon am Laser? So I'm here in an area called La Vaucluse. It's somewhere in the middle, south middle of France. See a mountain there on the other side as well. A little village on the top. Soccer field down there. Somewhere. Can't even see it. France is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, actually.
Yo, JG, why you fucking with Ginger Ridge, man? What's going on, man? JG, man, you're corny, man. You can't do that.
But also because most of the people, they prefer to heap all together, like in Paris, Lyon, Marseille, and all that. So it leaves a lot of space on the countryside. It makes it really gorgeous. Like I was in Poland, you know, it was all built up, you know. No free space. I didn't see any, really. Everywhere a house, everywhere something. It's like, you know, all nature and some farms. So France is really beautiful, as you can see, as long as you avoid Paris and the Mediterranean and like Nice. Paris is a real hellhole. So is Nice, Lyon, all the big cities. There's a lot of space on the countryside. 24% of the country is forest. Probably 60% is green. I mean, this is not forest here, like the grass here, but it's green. Or maybe it's 70, 80% is green. Yeah? I guess it's more like 80% is green in France. And just don't go to Paris, you know, don't go to the Mediterranean. You know? Bad mentality, and it sucks. So I visited a fan of my videos here, but I couldn't even stay there. So, in spite of the fact that he invited me. There's more hospitality, like in a lot of people inviting me in America, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, a lot in Germany, but England, I can't go there. Scandinavia, I just can't go to all these places. I'm stuck. I just can't travel anywhere, you know, really. Crossing borders, you know, because Pharaoh won't give me any of their dog tags called passport, you know. They only give it to Nubians and whatever, half of Africa, because that's their agenda. You know, we white South Africans, you know, they don't make it easy on us.
Voilà, bon bah, comme je vous dis, moi je travaillais sur le CERN. C'était le projet dans les années 98, voire 2000. On faisait des puits pour que les savants puissent travailler, au fait, pour faire la géolocalisation, toute l'Internet qui était fait, bah, ça a été fait d'abord moitié de Suisse, moitié en France, mais c'est tous les savants du monde qui travaillaient dedans. Alors on a demandé, comme on était travailleurs, on a demandé pour pouvoir le visiter. Il nous a fait visiter. On a pris un ascenseur rapide. Je crois que ça a pris un quart d'heure à 20 minutes de descente sous terre.
So he's explaining he was working for CERN in Geneva, and he had to take an elevator to go down where the CERN is, under the earth. And he said it was a very fast elevator, and it took 20 minutes to go deep in the earth.
Alors, quand on a posé la question à ces savants qui nous faisaient visiter, on a posé la question pourquoi c'est aussi long que ça la descente. Il nous a dit on descend où c'est qu'il n'y a plus d'ondes. Il n'y a plus qu'un onde négatif ni d'onde positif. On est sous terre vraiment où c'est qu'il peut travailler les fusions nucléaires. C'est là qu'il faisait des fusions nucléaires pour exploser tout.
Phoenix. Oui.
Et c'est comme ça d'ailleurs, bon, bah, il nous a dit que d'ici 2 ou 3 ans, vous allez avoir le GPS et tout, on va concurrencer l'Amérique. Bah, 2 ou 3 ans exactement, on a eu le GPS, on a eu toutes les navigations, le téléphone moins cher et tout, ça a explosé d'un coup. Mais maintenant, voilà le monde, c'est qu'on en est.
So he asked the scientific guys down there, he asked them, why is it so deep? 20 minutes with an elevator, which is going really fast. So it was really very deep. And they answered him, because we need to be in a place where there's no more electromagnetic waves, no more radiation or waves. Alors raconte, donc les camions, ils sont construits sur place?
Voilà, ben, pour emmener ces engins dans les puits, comme ils sont tellement énormes et les puits sont tellement profonds, alors vraiment surdimensionnés, les camions, ils sont construits sur place. Dès que c'est fini, dès qu'ils ont déplacé les engins, ils redémontent les camions, ils transforment les camions. Mais c'est des trucs surdimensionnés.
So he said that the trucks down there, they are being constructed down there in the earth because they're so big and everything is so big, and they all are being put together, new lorries and trucks. probably hundreds of meters or a kilometer under the earth. I mean, if a fast elevator takes 20 minutes, I mean, that's really deep in the earth. Wait.
Voilà, enfin,
So this one here, it's the same, you see. There are 3 V's of the Knights Templars. It's a concept of 3, and they are in a square. So here it's again, you can see the concept of 3. There are the 3 V's of the Knights Templars, and the whole thing is the whole thing is in a square, a little yellow square, which is a concept of 4. So it's a square and compass. And the name Malongo, it's in red and white, the Knights Templars colors. So it says it all. It says square and compass. Of course, everything belongs to them. So here's a nice church here of Pharaoh's nobility. Look, here's some needles from England. Look at the Templars V here. The same thing they put on all the tanks and helicopters. Even the Russians do it, you know, like in the Ukraine war now. Here it is. It's like a pyramid in here as well. Well, why not take the M or the I or the L or the W or the R or the D? Why the A like this, you know? It all has a meaning. It's so clear, you know. It's the Templars V, which is also part of their secret alphabet. Look, they're all giving messages, you know, secret messages. And here it says on the other side, this is the company here, it says Eastern Bypass, you know, the Orient. You know, like the French Freemason Lodge, Le Grand Orient, the big Orient. That's where they went to. And, you know, it's also a Freemason code, you know, when they ask you, like, where are you going to? Well, you have to answer, I'm going into the Orient. Or what are you looking for? I'm looking for wisdom, you know, that's the secret code, you know, Eastern Bypass. I mean, what's this, you know? We're being invaded by the Orient, you know. Even all their so-called holy books, it's all about the Orient, the Bible and all this, and the Quran and whatever. We are not even Europeans, we're not even in it, you know, in the Bible. The Bible stops at the Mediterranean. We're not even in it. We don't even exist. We're inexistent for God and whatever they call it, or Allah or whatever. It's an Oriental book for the Orientals only, you know. We are more like, you know, I rather like this sort of, you know, like Valhalla stuff, you know, only the warriors, they go into paradise, you know, not the ones who get slapped on the one cheek and the other cheek, and he's obedient and never defends himself. I don't like the idea, man. I really don't get it, you know. So this is Templars V, or sometimes they turn it around. In the first Iraq war, you know, they had it on all the tanks. The Israeli army, they still have it on all their tanks, you know. And there's some Israeli fans of mine, they told me Israel is being ruled by the Nazis, you know. Even the Israelis themselves, they say this, right? So more and more, I just like this idea here, you know. This is Mjolnir, which is the hammer. I'm not into Nazism, as you know, but I just like the idea that only a warrior fighting for justice, he gets into paradise or Valhalla or whatever, you know. I just like the idea, and it goes together with heavy metal, which I like as well, you know. The heavy metal dudes, they have this sort of things. And yeah, it's more convenient to me than this Oriental sort of stuff, behavior, be obedient and have yourself slapped in the one face and the other face, don't defend yourselves. Just as the jaywalkers, they had the same thing, you know, they didn't even defend themselves, you know. I like defending myself, you know, like, you know, come on, what do you want, you know? Fight for our lives, fight for justice, you know. So for me, this is what it means, you know, fight, be courageous. Only the courageous ones, they go into paradise, you know. The other ones, they stay behind, you know, it's just collateral damage. This here is the wake up tree. Look, there's a lot of alarms everywhere. Wakey, wakey, people. Wakey, wakey. Yeah, more. Full of it. The wake up tree. So wake up, people, and stand up. It's now or never, I tell you. It's now or never. And it's 5 to 12, eh? Wakey, wakey. The wake up tree. So that's Pharaoh. Pharaoh, us. Wakey, wakey, people. It's the time to wake up.
Yeah. The chin thing's very big, dude. It's cutting edge. You know what I mean? All right, so let me go over here and just all right, send everyone over here. There's too many people here. Just out of here. All right, send everyone over here. People out of here. Too many people here. Just send you in a loop, and then everyone's out here. Can't get out of it. Just send you in a loop, and then everyone's unsubscribe, dislike. Send you in a loop, and then everyone's unsubscribe, dislike. Send you in a loop, the dislike. Unsubscribe, go hit the dislike. Send you in a loop, the dislike. Unsubscribe, go hit the dislike. If I hit the dislike on my own video, it says feedback shared with the creator. So that's me. I dislike my own video. How are you gonna? Do you email me? Someone disliked your video. If I hit the dislike on my own video, it says feedback shared with the creator. So that's me, right? I dislike my own video. How are you gonna? Do you email me? Right? Dislike your video. But yeah, there's too many people. You guys gotta get out of here. So that's me, right? I dislike my video. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Let me see. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Let me see. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. Let me see. Hit the dislike, the unsubscribe. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Stop. So that was part 2. Well, that was part 1, actually. We watched part 2 first. This would be part 3. So the optics are chin high, people.
In the Hamas is Mushir al-Masri.
He means
and
hummus.
He was in Swiss Parliament in February 2012. And here it says terribly annoying. And everybody here in Europe I talk to is tired of hearing about the Middle East for the last 70 years, as if Europeans and our problems don't exist in the media, which is just as in the Bible, which is an Oriental book for the Orientals only, and which stops at the Mediterranean, because the God of the Orientals didn't see any Europeans. Here it says Celtic tribes, one of the European tribes, like the Celts and the Germanic tribes. So, in this respect, the Bible is like today's media. Quite logical, of course, as both come out of Pharaoh's nobility in the background, and who already had a writing long before anyone else, in order to manipulate the minds and hearts of the people and the slaves, both in the Bible as well as in its prolongation called the media. Yes, Pharaoh's media are modern day's extension of the Bible, and both only talk about the Orient. So on the left side it says Salam Alaikum, which means peace be upon you, and the Philistines sending Qassam-A rockets with a peace message. And on the right side it says Shalom Aleichem, which also means peace be upon you, with bombs in Gaza as the ultimate peace message. And we can see that these words share the same origin in both languages, salam or shalom, and alaikum or alaihim.
Salami.
Due to the global censorship, I'm forced to call them Philistines on the left side and jaywalkers on the right side, which are not at all derogatory expressions, with no offense to either one. Okay, am I safe? Got it. And in the Orient, they all talk about peace.
I downloaded part 3 of this, but I might just play it on YouTube because it seemed to be fine, not downloaded, and most of it's just moving picture. So, I mean, not moving picture. Most of it's still frames. So yeah. I mean, even that one that was moving picture was decent. I rewatched it on the browser side. So,
where the jaywalkers say Shalom or Shalom Aleichem, meaning peace, and the Arabs say Salam Alaikum, also meaning peace. which seems to be only out
Yeah.
of strategical reasons. Because as soon as everyone believes the peace deal, the actual killings can start.
All I do is chin, 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 no matter what. Got chinning on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I walk up in the building, everybody's chins go up. And they stay chinning.
Which for the Philistines comes out of the takia, for dissimulation or hiding one's true intentions. And I guess the jaywalkers on the right side have similar words for it, as they both come
Oh
out
my
of the
God.
same Abrahamic source. Remember, Salam Alaikum or Shalom Aleichem, it's the same. So they probably have a word like, so here it says takia, for the hiding the
Tequila.
Qasam A rockets.
So what you say right before you're about to blow the shofar on what is it, Yom Kippur? Well, they do it a lot actually. It's not just, but during the high holidays when they blow the shofar, that's one of the chants. Tequila, and they go, ah! And then they go Tehai or some shit like that. You go 1, 2, 3, and then on the third one, I think I forget what they say, but that's the one where you blow it until you're out of breath. Literally, you just go for a straight, however long you can go, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I can go for about probably 15, 20 seconds, I think. But I'm not even practicing. I'm not religious, but we do kind of celebrate sort of the holidays still. But yeah, he's not even talking about Israel though. So
On the
anyway.
Salam Alaikum. And here, probably something similar like takia. So I wrote down here similar. I don't know.
Yeah, JG, I haven't checked out any of your links except the first one, the one that you dropped in the back chat, but I'll check them out later probably. Unless do you want me to play them at the end? If you do, then yeah, I guess just let me know.
The word of it, and for the bombs on Gaza here. Takia. Very important. Very important. So here you can read about the takia in Wikipedia. In the Philistine religion, I say it like this because I'm not even sure anymore if I can, due to the censorship, if I can pronounce this word. They all need help. Help us, please. And you can't say anything anymore. So in the Philistine religion, takia is a precautionary dissimulation or denial of religious belief and practice. Generally, takia is the action of committing a sinful act, such as feigning unbelief, for a pious goal, like war, like saying Salam Alaikum and at the same time, sending a lot of missiles. This is takia. Hiding one's beliefs, there's no more belief, you say, it's war. Hiding one's beliefs has been a feature of the Philistine religion since its earliest days and is acknowledged by the religious ones of virtually all persuasions. However, the use of takia varies, especially between Sunni and Shia religious people, and Sunni religious gain political supremacy over time and therefore, etc., etc. So it's a dissimulation or a denial of religious beliefs like Salam Alaikum, and in order to make war and to conquer. I don't want to pronounce the harder word for it, which you all understand, because then my video might be taken off, yeah? Despite of the fact they're all crying for help, but you can't talk about it. The same for the jaywalkers, can't say anything anymore. which is really a shame, you know. It's really so.
Right.
Well, that was the whole thing, and you can look it up yourself. Takia. Yeah, very important. So these are very refined communities, you know, a very
Right.
refined civilizations in the Middle East. As Westerners, we have no idea how refined they are, you know, like the takia, the dissimulation or the denial of the belief and other things, you know, very refined.
God.
Eh? Also, the food is very refined. It's not like a Western, you know, potatoes, carrots, and a meatball. No, no, no. Very refined. Everything is refined there. You know. Takia. Then, after the initial peace simulations of the takia, the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth butcheries can start, whereafter both cry to the world, "Please, someone help us," which you can see here with the blooded doll here on a Philistine demonstration in Switzerland with a Swiss senator standing aside them, and here as well. So here it says, here you see the Philistine flags all over. This must be in Swissyland because of the thick jackets. And here it says, the Swiss senator with Hamas. And here it says, bloody takia doll. This is also part of the takia, the dissimulation, you know, on the one hand side, you know, really looking for troubles and shooting missiles, and on the other side afterwards crying with a blooded doll, and you know, to make us cry and all that. So here's the Swiss senator and the Hamas here. They even made it into the Swiss parliament here. Here you see the wood, the alpine wood of the Swiss parliament, of the inside. And here you see the Philistine church, the big one in the JJ base. Yeah. Here it says madness and a lot of dead bodies of soldiers in an airplane. And all this 1001 nights of nightmare implies that America or Europe needs to help them, literally demanding young Americans and young Europeans to die for this utter madness. While these Orientals continue with their "my God is bigger than your God," or "we are bigger victims than you are." So here it says, "my God is bigger than your God." So on the left side the Philistines and on the right side the jaywalkers. In France, though, I met a lot of helpful Muslims who picked me up hitchhiking, always using the occasion to ask them if they had ever read the Quran, and they all said no, every single one of them. So when I see how in Sweden they burn the Quran, I don't really see the commotion when burning a book that even the Muslims themselves don't want to read. I, by the way, read the entire Quran from beginning to end for expanding my knowledge on the whole commotion around it. So here it says most Muslims never even read the Quran themselves. And here you see them burning the Quran in Sweden. Here it says stram koers. Well, I suppose as in German, Kurs, it means the course, the direction. And the rest I don't understand. Probably means like steady course or something, you know, like sailing a Viking ship or something. The Drakkar.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Sabbatean. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. Jaywalkers. It's a good question. I actually, funny enough, learned about the Sab Frank. Can you not say that? I don't know. Ike says it, and Ike's got fucking how many views? David Dyke. Anyway, all right.
And here you
Topics,
see
okay.
the burning of the Quran. So I don't understand the commotion around it. I mean, if they don't even, the Muslims themselves want to read the book, what's it all about? Consequently, and due to all this madness, last month on Monday, October the 17th, 2023, 3 Swedish soccer fans were randomly gunned down, leaving 2 Swedes dead by a Muslim in Belgium because of the Quran burnings in Sweden. And I seriously fear that the Muslim assassin here never even read the Quran himself either, looking at the statistics, you know. So here it says, Muslim murders 2 random Swedes. And here it says something, I suppose it's Swedish, I don't understand it. And here you see the guy. Well, definitely doesn't look like a book reader. Not in my eyes. It's more like a worker. And a worker, you know, disillusioned of being in Europe. And here you see 2 pharaohs putting flowers,
That's pretty cool.
you know, 2 politicians of pharaoh's
Pretty
nobility,
technical, man.
who are in fact the ones who set it all up,
Mert,
you
like
know, who
Yurt.
set everything in place.
Yurt is
You
pretty
know,
smart.
like importing masses of these ones here. So these ones here are responding with burning a book. And
Oh,
in the end,
fuck, I
you
left that
know,
shit in the
they set it
fucking
all up.
toaster.
You know, having
Damn.
peoples fight each other like divide and rule, you know,
I'll be right back.
remember. That's what the nobility ever always did.
You guys will be
And
alright,
then
right?
at the end, you know, seeing their result, putting some flowers, you know,
Oh,
and
nice.
making some new laws against everyone, including us. Here it says the
Yeah, usually when I step away for a minute, I go back to the browser side and I watch it in double speed and mute the StreamYard browser. I just wondered, when I mute the StreamYard browser, let me know in the chat if the video is muted, because then I'll unmute the StreamYard tab. Because I don't think it does that. I think it still plays on the YouTube side. But let me know. But I'll be right back.
usual J runners, and on October 7th, 2023, we could also see the Jaywalkers do another runner.
No, not even, Jen. I just I left a slice of pizza, veggie pizza, in the fucking toaster oven, and yeah, I'll be right back.
As usual, just as they ran away from Egypt, then ran away from the Romans in Jerusalem, then ran away from the Spanish Inquisition, then ran away from Swissyland
And
in
then
1776, didn't defend themselves
fuck.
in World War II from the Nazi Templars.
I'm gonna put it in the best corner that
And
doesn't like
contemplating this all, I must admit that it is very likely that soon you will run away again from the promised land, because apparently it is too tempting to do a runner all the time. Listen, jaywalkers or jayrunners, if you have a rave party going on, only 5 clicks from the border, separating yourselves from the ones who want to annihilate you out of existence, you would definitely want at least to have some goodies on you or in your car so you can protect yourselves. So don't make it a global affair that you yourselves categorically refuse to defend yourselves and refuse to take responsibility for your own lives, and instead believing that some God or your government or your own army will help you. You should be knowing by now that no God will help you, that your Erev Rav priests lie, that all these Freemason politicians lie, and just as in World War II, governments betray you, just as the Nazi Templar government did and lulled you asleep with a false sense of security. Your Israeli Freemason government did exactly the same in order to make you feel safe, using the same Arabic taqiyya against you. It says, J-runners, Jerusalem, the massacre of July the 14th, 1099. And this is why the French Republic, they took it as a national holiday, July 14th, because the revolution was also a huge massacre. July the 14th is always a massacre. Now, listen carefully, jaywalkers. Stop crying immediately and stop asking others to send their sons to the God-forsaken Middle East and die for you. Because it is not our fault that you don't defend yourselves. Neither was it the responsibility of the German people to save you from the Nazis, as the vast majority of the Germans were too afraid of the Nazis themselves in order to stand up, and the rest of them were entirely brainwashed during the preparation period of the Hitler Youth, where those Nazi Templars raped the minds of defenseless 10-year-olds through vicious propaganda. And this, well, it's not even 10-year-old, it's a 6 or 5-year-old.
You see that, Snafu Snaps? Some people can say those words without yelling them. Isn't that fascinating? Optics High.
These kids had no chance at all, to avoid being raped in the mind. It says here, raped in the mind by nobilities Baldur von Schirach of
Yeah, no, Jen, I haven't even left yet. So
Pharaoh's nobility, and he was a pink list killer and a pedophile. He hardly did any prison time at all after the war, or maybe none at all. This is Pharaoh's nobility and the Nazi Templars. So, dear J-runners, my advice to you is don't trust your government, don't trust your army nor police, and don't trust your priests with gods that are always absent anyway. Here it says, don't trust your government. And this here was George Carlin, or is George Carlin, who says, governments don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking that is against their interests. They want obedient workers, people who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept it.
And what's crazy is, well, he might say that here, and I might beat him to it, but George Carlin was very much in the club, was he not? Do I have to look up the pictures of him throwing out the symbolism? So, yeah. Yep. So even he was in the club. Right. Maybe he was really in the club. Like deep in there. Like Bloodline. Who knows?
Jaywalkers, do as those great Bielski brothers did. during World War II, who were secular jaywalkers and believed in nothing, believed no one except themselves and common sense, without all the religious hocus pocus, and therefore they survived. Watch this great video, Defiance, to see their story, and then do the same. So here it says the Gaza Metro, which is the tunnel system underneath Gaza with a beer at the end of the tunnel. And here it says stop tunnel vision. And tunnel vision means that you don't see things clear anymore with a limited view, as you're so stressed out, focusing on one thing only, which happens a lot to soldiers in war. And when you get chronically stuck in that tunnel vision, it's called PTSD, for post-traumatic stress disorder. And here, a couple of beers might help you see the end of the tunnel. So my advice, though, to the Philistines is use your tunnels to get some beer over and just chill out. Then disconnect from your murderous obsessions and shove some electrical guitars through your Gaza Metro and make some music, preferably heavy metal. We do this in our part of the world, and it works really well. So why can't you do as anybody else, grow up and make something out of your lives instead of constantly trying to make everyone else's life a misery? Okay, got it, boys. Let's rock and roll and at least pretend to be happy. And this is my tunnel vision for you. You see, there's tunnel vision and there are tunnel visions. So here you can see the Gaza Metro. Here you can see the Philistine heavy metal. Here it says stop tunnel vision. So there is tunnel vision and there are tunnel visions. So here it says in every war there are three parties. So in this case there are the Philistines, there are the Jaywalkers, and there's Pharaoh. So I myself choose no party in this affair, neither for the Jaywalkers nor for the Philistines, because there is a third party who are the real enemy, Pharaoh. Just as in the Ukraine war, there are not just two parties, Russians and Ukrainians. No, there are three parties, Russians, Ukrainians, and Pharaoh's nobility, who the latter have their base in Swissyland. So here, of course, these two, Mr. Putin and Mr. Zelensky, they are pharaohs, but it's just a good image to show Russia, you know, and Ukraine and Pharaoh. So here you can see Mr. Putin with his worthless tanks, with the barrel of the tank, you know, being bent down. And here you see Zelensky, Ukrainian flag, and getting all the goodies from NATO in the Ukrainian bag, eh? And here, of course, Pharaoh. All the generals, all the politicians, all the presidents, all pharaonic Freemasons. And here it says again, in every war there are three parties. So it was therefore in 2007 that the Swiss government decided to collaborate with the Philistines and their Hamas, which you can read here in this official announcement of the Swiss 7 heads of the beast, which directly led to 5 years later for the Swiss to invite the Hamas into Swiss parliament, about which I already made some videos about it 10 years ago, and which you can find on my channel, Gatsefrats. So this is official. Here it says the Swiss Confederation, here with the inversed template flag. Here it says the Federal Council portal of the Swiss government. It's official. You can find it all, you know, in the internet. Here, Near East, an agreement signed between Hamas and Fatah. Here again, an agreement signed between Hamas and Fatah. And here you can put it on any language you want, like here's German, French, Italian, and English. So I put it in English for you. And just scroll down a little bit. There we go. That's better. Now it's blue. So here it says, Switzerland is willing to cooperate with the Palestinian government. Now, what is the Palestinian government? Here it says, Hamas and Fatah on forming a national unity government. So instead of writing down here, Switzerland is willing to cooperate with the Palestinian government, we can at the same time, just as well, we can read Switzerland is cooperating with the Hamas. I mean, that's what it says, people. And again, they call themselves a neutral state. Well, now I told you in my last video, that's only for pharaohs nobility, for the elite. For us, the people, there's no neutrality. And then the Swissies, they even financed this so-called Palestinian government. I mean, write down Hamas, you know. They send money to Hamas. And with the money, what did they do with it? You know, they built tunnels and they bought all the things they needed for the missiles and the guns and also America the European Communion, the European the EC, European Community. They also sent loads of money. So here we can see exactly what's going on, you know. I told you, there are always 3 parties, and the third party is Pharaoh, and this is Pharaoh's base of the beast. And, you know, they just make 2 peoples fight each other. You know, they give all the guns, all the money. The same thing in the Gaza war, as in the Ukraine war. You know, with the NATO giving all the weapons and Iran giving weapons to the Ruskies and missiles and here also apparently Iran supplying weapons to the Gaza. I don't know if it's true, by the way, but I do know it's true that the US, European Community, and the Swissies, they give money to the Hamas, which was the government from February the 9th, 2007 onwards. You know, and this is still valid for the Swissies. You know, they still have this agreement until today. You know, nothing changed. So the Swiss Parliament, they call it Bundeshaus. Bund, it means an alliance. Well, I told you, it's an alliance with the Knights Templars. It's not alliance with the people. Here are the phone numbers. Here's the email. So if you want to have some fun, you know, here's some more about it, which you can read.
I was holding down the
You know,
fucking pause button.
well, there was a little bit more, but it doesn't really matter.
That sounds fire, Salty.
Here's what it says, eh?
I'm gonna need some of that. You're gonna need to send me some of that.
Swissies are financing the Hamas. They're financing the war. They're financing the murders of October the 7th. And of course, in conjunction.
Hey, you heard me though, for real. I'm gonna need some of that hummus, salty. All right. So yeah, 6969 Southwest 33rd Street. All right.
the
Appreciate it.
Israeli government, because they're the same pharaohs, eh? So
That's red light district.
wakey wakey
Sorry.
everybody, eh? Philistines wakey wakey, Europeans, the white race wakey wakey, the jaywalkers wakey wakey, everybody wake up, eh? The Asians, the Nubians.
Hey, seriously though, their cookies, man, Panera's cookies, fuck, dude. One time I walked into a Panera and all right, you know what, never mind. No, you know what, never mind. All right, so there's a tray and there's just no one sitting around and there's just a rack with just multiple trays with just cookies like all over them, like hundreds of cookies. So you know I had to take a couple cookies because there's no one there. I just walked into the store, I'm waiting, no one's coming. And yeah, so got some free cookies.
The Ukrainians, the Ruskies, everybody wake up.
Super bomb! All right, I need to go get this
So
fucking
here
slice.
you can see the Swiss Senator G.I.R.E.H Müller again, whom I showed you just before, with the blooded doll, the Philistine doll. Poor child. Poor doll. So, and here it says, Bern, Switzerland, February 2012, in Swiss Parliament. So he invited the Hamas into Swiss Parliament. Like this one here, Sayed Abu Musameh, Mushir al-Masri, and Kamis al-Najjar. And here the Swissies use the same technique.
You serious, Harley? Come on, man. Read the title of the video, the stream, the thumbnail. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're not this slow, Air. Are you? Are you, pal? No, I don't think so. But yeah, Swissyland, man. Swissyland.
As with their banks, sacrificing the Credit Suisse, taking all the risk.
Yeah, we got into the Finders cult in the last stream. I don't know if you caught that or not, but pretty spooky optics. Very disturbing. But yeah, if you want to watch it, just fast forward to the last few hours of my last stream.
Then taken over by the UBS, or the pharmaceutical company Novartis, doing all the criminal activities with Roche right next door as the ever-standing pillar. The very same in Swiss Parliament, with Swiss Senator G.I.R.E.H Müller taking all the flack for inviting the Hamas headship into the Swiss Parliament, thus boosting Hamas's morale, making them more bold with the support of another country, thus augmenting the probability of another terrorist attack. But not in Switzerland, as they are friends now. Get it, folks? This is very intelligent, eh? So here in February 2012, you can see the Swiss senator with the spectacles and Mushir al-Masri together holding a backgammon case with a gold mask popping out. Fancy a game of backgammon? Do you know? Mushir al-Masri, a top Hamas spokesman, is saying things like, "We shall uproot the jaywalkers with our axes, knives, guns. We will chop off their leaders' heads." Fancy another game of backgammon, Mr. Mushir al-Masri? So it is the guy whom we just saw in the Swiss Parliament, smiling next to the Swiss senator, who really boosted his morale. So he started saying things like this, you know. Here it says, senior Hamas official Mushir al-Masri praises recent attacks in the JJ base and declares, "We will uproot the jaywalkers with their axes, knives, guns, we will chop off their leaders' heads. And this is by the Philistines saying it themselves here again. This is on Memory TV. So here in May 7, 2022, rally in support of Hamas Gaza leader Yahya Sinwar that aired on Al-Aqsa TV, Hamas Gaza. Hamas MP Mushir Al-Masri, you know, the guy who was in Swiss parliament, yeah, saluted the perpetrators of the recent deadly terrorist attack in the JJ-based cities of ELiTE, Tel Aviv and Hadera. He said that the Philistines will uproot the jaywalkers' thorns with their axes, cleavers, knives, guns, and nails, adding that the Philistine sword will not be sheathed until JJ-based leaders are beheaded. Al-Masri declared, "We love martyrdom. It's noteworthy that Hamas Gaza leader Yahya Sinwar, who is actually the most sought after guy at the moment, recently encouraged the Philistines to carry out attacks against jaywalkers with guns, cleavers and axes." Well, the rest, you're gonna look at it yourself. So this is a pal of the Swissies, eh? They really boosted their morale, like, you know, inviting them into the Swiss parliament, you know, and then, you know, they really got really very bold after that, you know. So yeah, it's like a game of backgammon, you know. It's like with the takia, dissimulation, you know. You just pretend to do something else and just smile in the Swiss parliament, and then here, you know, he wants to kill everyone, like, you know. And don't think, you know, that the white race, we are not part of the ones he wants to be killed, eh? They just want to kill everyone, you know. We're also into the in the crosshairs by these guys. Well, I tell you that, eh? So the picture inside the Swiss parliament again with the alpine wood here. The Swiss senator and Mushir Al-Masri, you know, he is nicely smiling, you know, that's takia, you know, dissimulation, eh? And here you got the backgammon gaze, you know, it's like a chess game around the big mosque here. So, and to the left, we can see Dr. Sayed Salim Abu Musameh, one of the founders of Hamas and PhD in Islamic religion. In 1989, Hamas leader Abu Marzouk made Abu Musameh general commander of the Gaza Strip. And to the right, Dr. Kamiz Yavdat al-Najjar, a physician, probably taken into the delegation to Switzerland to beg for money for the poor children of Philistine, considering the medical status of the operation by these Hamas hotshots. Huh. Very smart move for this backgammon game and its obvious takia. So here it says the victim contest with a blooded doll here in a Swiss protest for the Hamas by the Swiss senator Geri Müller, whom we can see here as well, together with Mushir Al-Masri, with the backgammon case. So they're using a lot of dolls, a lot of toys to make a point, you know, backgammon case, a blooded doll, you know, takia, yeah. Well, the whole thing seems to be a victim contest, where all parties want to portray themselves as the biggest victim, where the UN and the international community function as a mother with two spoiled children saying, "He started! She hit me first!" And even the whole thing sounds serious and intelligent on TV. But really, do we need this infantile behavior in the 21st century? Be aware of Swissy here, showing a blooded doll in order to spark more wars, so the Swiss Nazi banks and the Swiss pharmaceutical industries can make more money. Remember how Swissy did the same in 1923 and inviting Adolf Hitler to Zurich, Switzerland, and finance him, just as today inviting the Hamas to Swissyland. I've shown you this in many of my videos. It's just history repeating itself, and always the Swiss have their dirty little fingers in it. Therefore, 2 months ago, on August 30th, 2023, many Swiss celebrated the centennial of Adolf Hitler being in Swissyland 100 years ago on August 30th, 1923. I guess after World War III, Swissy will do the same and celebrate the Hamas centennial in Swissyland 100 years from now. So here you see Adolf, here a guy with a gun in his pocket. And here it says 2023 100-year centennial. Hitler in Zurich, August 30th, 1923. So 2 months ago, it was exactly 100 years ago that this event happened. Altogether, in conjunction with the Swiss grey eminences François Genoux and Hans Huber al-Swisri, the latter in 2002 coming to our house in Swissyland and threatened me and my very young children, about which I made these videos here 10 years ago on my channel Gatzefratz. François Genoux was a friend of Amin al-Husseini, the uncle of Yasser Arafat. And this Swiss grey eminence was also a personal friend of Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler. So here it says, channel Gatzefratz 10 years ago. So you go to my channel, Gatzefratz, and then you scroll down until you see the one-eyed Odin. And then watch these 4 videos here. So you can also write down the title, so I don't have to do it all again. You know, it's a lot of work. So this guy here is the Swiss grey eminence François Genoux. Extremely dangerous. Personal friend of Adolf Hitler. And also a friend of Amin al-Husseini, this one here, who was at the head of 2 Muslim divisions, SS divisions. The SS division Handschar and the SS division Skanderbeg of Albanians, the other one of Bosnians and Palestinians, who did a real jihad in the Balkans, in Europe, killing 400,000 people and transporting them to the horrific concentration camp of Jasenovac, about which people say it was even worse than Auschwitz. Well, it's a bit hard to imagine, but I mean, the way they were killed was very bloody in Jasenovac. You know, it's all one circle, you know. And here is this video I made 10 years ago about the Swiss senator. It says Gary Müller, Swiss senator, how he invited the Hamas in the Swiss parliament with more pictures. And here you can see here the Swiss president Herbert Hoover, and here J. Edgar Hoover. And they all come out of Swiss descent of the name Huber. And I was with my children. I got threatened by this guy here, Hans Huber als Swissyry, who has also the same head. His name is also Huber, just like the President Herbert Huber and J. Edgar Hoover. You know, these people are extremely dangerous people, and we must stop them now before it's too late. And if we don't do anything, it will be too late very soon, because they're working towards the World War III. So you better watch these 4 videos, because I'm not going to do it again. I'm tired. I've been working 13 years on all this, and as being a homeless, it's not easy at all. You know, so you watch this. So I don't put it in this video here. On my channel Gatsenfrats 10 years ago. You got all the information there. So this is the very same picture here in my channel before I took a screenshot so I could write down the names and everything in it. But the names are here, you know, François Genoux, here's no name, well, here's a name, and here's Senator Gary Muller. So, you know, so you just scroll down in the channel. So now I'll be going up here in my channel, and here it is in the section videos on my channel Gatsenfrats. So you can all look it up yourself. Yes, Swissyland always has its dirty fingers in it somehow, as it is the so-called neutral base of Faroe, and for their pharaonic nobility only. For those who haven't seen my previous videos, here I explain in 2 Brightian films all the code words I use to avoid censorship. So here is part 1 entitled Censorship Vocabulary, and here part 2, Forbidden Words. On my channel on Brightian, which you can see here, brightion.com, my channel is this one, G.I.U.R.E.H, and then the second one, G.I.U.R.E.H. And for those new to my channel who don't understand how I got to the Faroe connection and the Templar connection to Switzerland. So in the Swiss B series, which you can see here, I explain how we're being ruled by Pharaoh. Here you can see part 1, and there are 11 parts. So this is part 1 here. Here's the title on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H here, the same channel. And if you watch here, in the description underneath the video, it says more. And here you got part 2, part 3, with the URL, and part 9, part 10. Only part 11 I haven't put it in it yet, but 11 is also on the same channel here. So it says the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes, I should write it with an S, boys, not with a Z, a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. It's not a conspiracy theory, as I explained to you. It's a very old thing by the Knights Templars when they founded Switzerland in 1291. They made the horizontal rule and called it the New World Order. And the Old World Order is the old vertical feudal rule by the king. So, and this was, it's in German, about how I got arrested again and again by an anti-terrorist squad.
Wait, what? It ends right there? That's bizarre. Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. That's weird as
them to the horrific concentration camp of Jasenovac, about which people say it was even worse than Auschwitz. Well, it's a bit hard to imagine, but I mean, the way they were killed was very bloody in Jasenovac. It's all one circle, And here is this video I made 10 years ago about the Swiss senator. Here it says Geert Müller, Swiss senator, how he invited the Hamas in the Swiss parliament, with more pictures. And here you can see here the Swiss president Herbert Hoover, and here J. Edgar Hoover, and they all come out of Swiss descent of the name Huber. And I was with my children. I got threatened by this guy here, Hans Huber aus Swissyland, who has also the same head. His name is also Huber, just like the president Herbert Hoover and J. Edgar Hoover. These people are extremely dangerous people, and we must stop them now before it's too late. And if we don't do anything, it will be too late very soon, because they're working towards the World War III. So you better watch these 4 videos, because I'm not going to do it again. I'm tired. I've been working 13 years on all this, and as being homeless, it's not easy at all. So you watch this. So I don't put in this video here on my channel, Gatsenfats, 10 years ago. You've got all the information there. So this is the very same picture here in my channel. Before I took a screenshot so I could write down the names and everything in it. But the names are here. François Genoux. Here's no name. Here's a name. And here's Senator Geert Müller. So so you just scroll down in the channel. So now I'll be going up here in my channel, and here it is in the section videos on my channel, Gatsenfats. So you can all look it up yourself. Yes, Switzerland always has its dirty fingers in it somehow, as it is the so-called neutral base of Pharaoh, and for their pharaonic nobility only. For those who haven't seen my previous videos, here I explain in 2 Brightian films all the code words I use to avoid censorship. So here is part 1, entitled Censorship Vocabulary, and here part 2, Forbidden Words. On my channel on Brightian, which you can see at brightian.com, my channel is this one, G.I.U.R.E.H, and then the second one, G.I.U.R.E.H. And for those new to my channel who don't understand how I got to the Pharaoh connection and the Templar connection to Switzerland. So in the Swiss B series, which you can see here, I explain how we're being ruled by Pharaoh. Here you can see part 1, and there are 11 parts. So this is part 1 here. Here's the title on my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H here, the same channel. And if you watch here, in the description, underneath the video, it says more. And here you got part 2, part 3, with the URL, part 9, part 10. Only part 11 I haven't put it in it yet. But 11 is also on the same channel here. So here it says, the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes, I should write it with an S, boys, not with a Z, a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. It's not a conspiracy theory, as I explained to you. It's a very old thing by the Knights Templars when they founded Switzerland in 1291. They made the horizontal rule and called it the New World Order. And the Old World Order is the old vertical feudal rule by the king. So, and this was, it's in German, about how I got arrested again and again by an anti-terrorist squad.
Wait, what? It ends right there? That's bizarre. Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. That's weird.
Them to the horrific concentration camp of Jasenovac, about which people say it was even worse than Auschwitz. Well, it's hard to imagine, but I mean, the way they were killed was very bloody in Jasenovac. It's all one circle. And here's the video I made 10 years ago about the Swiss senator. It says Geert Müller, Swiss senator, how he invited the Hamas in the Swiss parliament, with more pictures. And here you can see here the Swiss president Herbert Hoover, and here J. Edgar Hoover, and they all come out of Swiss descent of Huber. And I was with my children, I got threatened by this guy here, Hans Huber aus Swissyland, who was also the same. Don't do anything, it will be too late very soon, because they're working towards the World War III. So you better watch these 4 videos. We're not going to do it again. I'm tired of working 13 years on all this, and as being homeless, it's not easy at all. So you watch this. So I haven't put in this video here on my channel, Gatsenfats, 10 years ago. You got all the information there. So this is the very same picture here in my channel. Before I took a screenshot so I could write down the names and everything. But the names are here. François Genoux, here's no name, here's a name, and here's Senator Geert Müller. So so you just scroll down in the channel. So now I'll be going up here in my channel, and here it is in the section videos on my channel, Gatsenfats. So you can all look up yourself. Yes, Switzerland always has its dirty fingers in it somehow, as it is the so-called neutral base of Pharaoh, and for their pharaonic nobility only. For those who haven't seen my previous videos, here I explain in 2 Brightian films all the code words I use to avoid censorship. So here is part 1, entitled Censorship Vocabulary, and here part 2, Forbidden Words. On my channel on Brightian, you can see Brightian.com, and my channel is this one, G.I.U.R.E.H, and then the second one, G.I.U.R.E.H. And for those new to my channel who don't understand how I got to the Pharaoh connection and the Temple connection to Switzerland. So in the Swiss B series, you can see here, I explain how we've been ruled by Pharaoh. Here you can see part 1, and there are 11 parts. So this is part 1 here. Here's the title on my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, same channel. And if you watch here, in the description underneath the video, it says more. And here part 2, part 3, with the URL, part 9, part 10, only part 11, but in it yet. But 11 is also on the same channel here. So here it says, the New World Order is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes, which is by the network, or Z, a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. It's not a conspiracy theory, as I explained to you. It's a very old thing by the Knights Templars when they founded Switzerland in 1291. They made the horizontal rule and called it the New World Order. And the Old World Order is the old vertical feudal rule by the king. So this was, it's in German, about how I got arrested again and again by an anti-terrorist squad.
Wait, what? Ends right there? That's bizarre. Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. That's weird.
The horrific concentration camp of Jasenovac, about which people say it was worse than
That's fucking serious.
That's fucking serious. This loop is getting fucked. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you guys. I do apologize. It's almost over, I promise. That's fucking serious. This loop is getting fucked. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you guys. I do apologize. It's almost over, I promise. This loop is getting fucked. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you guys. I do apologize. It's almost over, I promise. I don't get it. It's supposed to stop making noise. All right, whatever. Anyway, I think that's enough. Where are my headphones? All right, give me a second.
Look, this is a church here. This guy, this Belgian guy here, he showed it to me. Incredible. There's a swastika on it. That's what I told you. The swastika is from a pyramid and it's from a Templar's cross. Well, you see the Templar's cross here, red and white, and here too. This must be a Templar's church. And the Templars, it says, you know, the Templars, they became the Nazi Templar. Here it says in the church. This is what I've been telling you, folks. Here in Besançon. Incredible, incredible. How can they do this, you know? Even the little bird here, it's like a hieroglyph here. Zo komt de hieroglyph lang. Even the little bird has got a Templar's cross on his head, eh? And it's red and white, the United Kingdom of Pharaoh. It's incredible. It's a cathedral. This man here, this good man here, he showed me this. There's his backpack. He's traveling. He's been traveling for 3 months, the Belgian guy. He's like me. This has been here for ages. Nazis, Templars, Nazi Templars, you know. Oh, look, there's a Templar's cross on it. So this is probably the commandery. Oh, what's that? And this is this church. It looks like a castle. Oh shit. Ouais. Ça c'est levé à l'envers, c'est typiquement symbole de Templier. Là-bas il y a
la rose croix dedans, la fleuve de l'If.
Right, so here's the Templars V. Et de l'autre côté, il y a there's 3 Templars crosses in there. T'as vu le croix des Templiers là?
Ah ouais, dans le blason.
Dans le blason.
Avec les 2 pyramides à côté.
And there's, right, so this is a cathedral. And the S, you know, there's 2 times the S here. And the pharaohs, they wrote only the consonants like the Jews. So SS, it stands for Isis. There's no doubt about it. Ça veut dire Isis, il y a 2 fois le S. C'est ça le truc que tu as toujours dessiné. Voilà. Okay, it says, in honorum SS. SS is not the German SS. Yeah, it is. It's Isis. You know, to honor Isis. It's all to honor Isis, the goddess. And the SS, the Germans, it was not German. That was bloody pharaonic. The aristocracy. Yeah. There's a bloody cathedral here in Besançon. There's nobody here. You know, it's quite deserted there. And this must be a... Here you can see the sun hieroglyph with this cross in it. So here's the entrance of the cathedral. And there's not much to see at the entrance, though, except for the Templar's cross on top of it. And we saw even a swastika on the church. Can you imagine? They're the ones. That's why the bloody Pope, protected the Nazis. And let's go and kill the Jews. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll have a look at it later. I can't see it now. You're seeing eye. This here's full of Swiss crosses here. Look at that. Hey, Swissy, you're here again, eh? Swissies all over. So tomorrow I'm going to have a look at the cemetery, which is this here. The Swastika Cathedral. And I slept there. So here we get to the Brotherhood of the Snake here on the graveyard. Look at that. Oh. For the ones who want to know, it's a basilic. It's a Catholic church or a cathedral. It's not a cathedral, it's a basilic. Yeah, there's even some pharaohs here. What is it? An obelisk. There's another obelisk here. Catholic church. Of course it's Catholic. Templars, swastika. Yeah, so this is inside the basilisks. See this? This is an octagon with some hieroglyphs on it. This looks like the all-seeing eye, like on the dollar in the pyramid. There are octagons all over in this church. This is Catholic, yeah, Fleur-de-Lis. There's an octagon there, you can just see it there. This guy here is an octagon. There's an octagon here on the floor. Yeah. I just showed you all the Templar symbols, or Templar crosses, well, there are probably more of them. There's the octagon gallery. Oh, yeah. It's a weird place here. Really weird and strange down here. I suppose the door's closed. It's quite big. Never seen a church like this. And they even have a memory on Katyn, where they killed all the Polish flag. Here it says Katyn, if you can see that. All the officers were killed by Stalin, the Polish officers. That's what Pharaoh does. He always killed the intelligentsia, the officers, right? So there's the Templar's cross again. It's all over. And there are another 8. Of course, there are 8. That's octagon. You see, there are 4 here. And there's another 4 here. 8. I'll show you. It says Katyn, Polish colors. Well, the army is octagon, So I don't think they are in favor of really respecting this Katyn thing. No, they're rather on the opposite. And there's a Templar's cross on the coffin. There's a lot of Templar's crosses on it. It looks like there's sort of sealed with it. Even here, there's a Templar's cross just hanging in the middle of it. I didn't see it at first. You see? Why would they do this? The Jerry's had it all over their tanks and airplanes, and at the same time, they're like honoring the victims of Stalin. So this is like what beginning of March in France looks like. We had a whole week of Siberian winter. Hundreds of people died homeless in the streets of Europe. They just ended up like fish sticks. They just froze to death. There's a woodpecker here. I hear it every morning. Did you hear it? Hey mate, we're on the fire. More up north, though, there was even a lot more snow. And of course, the big parts in the middle of France, Le Massif Central, and in the east, it's all mountains, all a 1,000-meter high plateau, and even higher, of course. And winter starts in November. So France is not like the Eiffel Tower or in the Mediterranean. Most of the country is it's a lot of highland plateau and a lot of forest. 24% of it. It's really a beautiful country. Mistletoe. No, and actually the reason for which they let you die as a homeless, a lot of ex-soldiers, there are lots of here where I'm here at now, waging war for the empire. I wanted to say the Imperium, Latin. I see another tent there. What is it? Something. No. And if you don't work, they can't take like 50% of your income, by taxes. So Pharaoh, they can't. The aristocracy, They can't parasite on you, so there's no reason, to keep you alive. You have no purpose anymore. They can't milk the cow, yeah? So if you want to survive, you have to work, so they can take half of what you earned. And at the end of the month, you don't have anything left. And at the end of your life, you got nothing left. It's all calculated. Even if you have property, you can't even inherit it to your children. Like, we are. But of course, what makes out a good soldier is your mind. That makes out a human being. Your mind. Be strong, and you have to function under severe conditions. This is how I was selected in the army, to function under severe conditions, under all conditions. So it's not really, having a lot of muscles, and well, it's handy, of course, a little bit. Don't overdo it, You can't scratch your back anymore. Then you're really a cow, not a milking cow, yeah. And it makes out the difference. Function under all conditions, yeah. The mind is the weapon. They're the biggest muscles, and you can develop it, train it, exercise, and do things like this. Develop your mind and survive. It makes it stronger, right? Okay. So I'm getting up through there here. So rolling up my tent so it fits in my Bergen. So you see, here is where I slept. It's all melted because the temperature in your tent, it cuts the wind. It's your body temperature stays a lot inside, so the snow will all melt. So you see, here's more snow, and here I took it away. If you sleep in the snow, you must take it away. I would have a spade, but that's an extra 800 grams, almost a kilo. So I do it like this with my foot. Takes 10 minutes, but you'll appreciate it because look, it's not really that wet. If I wouldn't have done it, all this snow, what's there, it will be in my tent now, water, and I have to put it into my burger, and it will make a mess. Yeah. So always take the snow away as much as you can, just with your foot, and get the sausage in, eh? I'm not showing you difficult Bear Grylls things, like in the middle of snakes, and you have to take 3 airplanes to get to your favorite jungle first, spend a lot of money. Who can do it? No, this is just easy things. You can do the survival stuff really easy with some good equipment here in Europe or in this America, Canada, Australia, and do it yourself, without nothing really. And it's about the feeling. I get the same feeling as Bear Grylls in the jungle, I suppose. Well, almost. Can always go to the McDonald's, and get some infertile hamburgers and a sandwich with some infertile stuff in it that you can keep for the next 3 months and still bite it. Yeah, so just do it yourself. Feeling is the same. If you can do this, you don't have to take 3 or 4 airplanes and some taxis, and you can just do it in your backyard. And then go use your own toilet. I'm pretty snowed in. Look, there was a blizzard yesterday. I should have filmed it actually. I forgot about it. It was quite impressive. So I'm not even at the heights here in France. So this is what France looks like in the mid-March. Yeah. And I'm not even at the plateau, at the heights. There are several plateaus, really big area. One is called the Massif Central, the Massive Centrals. It's all over the middle of France, and it's like, I think it's 1,000 meters high or something. And the other one is in the east. It's the plateau of the Jura. And then in the north, I'm quite north here, like in the Lotring. It's quite cold as well. And in the French Ardennes, like the Battle of the Bulge, the Ardennes. So this is like the climate, like you get there. So France is not like sunshine, beaches, the Eiffel Tower. Well, in the south, at this moment in the south, the Mediterranean, they're sitting in the sun. Look at the happy climate there. While most of France is more like this, beautiful actually. And in the middle of the night, I heard a tree falling down, or some branches. So that's why I'm here in the middle, especially if it snows. The branches get heavy with all the snow on it. The temperature is working on the wood, so you better not put it in the woods. And there's a river next to it, so the soil is quite, it's not hard. It's not hard enough. And so I put it in the middle of a meadow, whatever it is. Yeah. So I have to get the snow away. Already, you can see this. I took some away with my boots, because it all melts. So that's why there's not snow here. It would be a lot wetter if I wouldn't have taken away with my shoes. Well, your shoes get a bit wet, but it's a good thing to do. And I'll take it away around it now and put it all in the good old Bergen, eh? Fantastic material, the Bergen. Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. It's the best. British Army bag. Yeah. Okay. Nice mistletoe all over. Like Christmas. Time to get pissed, eh? So this is an ancient Roman bridge and people living on it. I heard it's like the oldest in Europe, or the oldest place where the bridge is 2,000 years old. I think this is going up here, so you can. It says it was built under Emperor Tiber. in the 1st century. And this part of the bridge here, 2,000 years old. Well, there it is, 2,000 years old in Sommières. It's next to Montpellier. A nice little river, I forgot the name of it. It's really nice and rural there. And it's going to the sea. The French state, so the guy who invited me yesterday was living on the other side. This kid doing the beatbox. Nice people, really. And actually, I was looking for the Templars castle here. So, bloody Romans, eh? A bunch of criminals, villains, doing genocide on the Europeans, on the Celts. The worst mass murders you can imagine. And they got this nice side, like building a bridge, just like today, it's a tendency, all over tendency. We've got more and more comfort and less freedom. That's the whole trick. Hearts and minds, right? Yeah, hearts and minds. Say, psychology. This is the name of the river, G.I.U.R.E.H. I know. Like pharaohs. So they came after the Romans. We beat the Romans, so they came back building castles on the hill, raping our women. Fight this from the inside out. So here, this is the Romans. They came back there. Hey, smart buggers. So this is the castle of the 11th century, as I told you, in Sommières. Villevieille, that means the old town. There's Sommières. As I told you, all of a sudden they all came. Just like the immigrants today, like the Syrians and the Arabs in the 70s and the Pakis. These guys, all of a sudden they came. They were there. Right? It's all the 11th century, 12th century. There are no castles from before. They are not from here. Oh, here's the entrance. Let's see if they're going to kick us out. Well, it's going to stop here anyway. Of course, the balls for the world domination. The grail, sorry. So here it is. That's the name of the castle. Let's see if, hello. Wow. You got any food? Jehovah's Witnesses here. So here we see, of course, the Vesica Pictures with the oval for the Oval Office. It means we are chain, one for all and all for one, yeah. There's a crown with the concept of 3 everywhere, because that's them, that's the hierarchy, the side of the pyramid. And here also the concept of 3. The ovals, one is bigger for Seth, so it's Isis, Horus, and Seth. And this is from the 11th century, so, I mean, Freemasons were already there, it's everywhere, And here they got a swan in it. Why a swan, Well, maybe it's also the concept of 3. The trois étoiles, I don't see. Also the concept of 3, because that's them. And we are the concept of 4, right? So here again, here's the castle. Even here, there's a concept of 7 here, 3 plus 4. I thought about everything. Here you can see the sun worshippers. This, there's probably a lot of things in it. I can't see it right now. It started raining again. So next to the castle, you see the Templars here. I don't know if it's real or new. It looks like put on here. But that doesn't mean that the Templars were not here, because they were always like around castles. Maybe it is a Templar castle. But anyway, I'm going to show you another one. Now, this is a Protestant church, which is really weird, but why do they have a Templars cross on it all? Like here, you can really see this is a Templars cross. Quite weird. So next to the castle. I mean, it's all the same thing anyway. The church and the castle is just there. Protestant church, eh? Well, Freemason stuff on it. This is an old chapel next to Sommières from the 11th century, so that's pretty old, eh? That was the castle we were just at there. And there's the other one, which is there. Here are the ruins of another castle on top of the mountains here. Well, I'm not gonna look there. Somewhere there. I don't know if you saw it. But why France? Because Italy is maybe nearer from Egypt. Why these pharaohs really got big, and all of a sudden, like 1,000 years ago and not before, they were all of a sudden they're all there. Just like the Muslims and the immigrants. Because they didn't want to expand really in Italy, because Italy was just ransacked by the Germanic tribes, and because there was the genocide on the Celts, the biggest genocide the world has ever seen, next to the genocide on the Germans during the 30-year War, and so France was like empty. The Celts never really came back after that. There was such a big genocide by Caesar and these bloody Romans, eh? And now they're walking around, these Romans in our streets in their uniforms and their 9 mils and their cars and their and maiming, like now in France, with the LBD-40, a Swiss gun, they're maiming so many young people in France, the yellow jackets, there are hundreds who lost an eye, and they say it's a precise weapon, so just shooting at the eyes, horrible. So that's why France, for these 2 reasons. Too many Germanic tribes in Italy and in Rome, still hanging around drinking beer and wine, like the Langobards and the Goths. And France was empty. They murdered everybody here, the Romans and the Celts, so they could expand here. That's why French is the aristocratic language. It's a diplomatic language because of that. And but it seems now they want to destroy France, really. Again, maybe because of the Celts still, So I'll just have a quick look at this castle here. It's interesting. Pondre, in French, it means to lay an egg, like the reptilians, right? So let's have a look inside. Looks like quite a new castle. And apparently the guy, he's doing I talked to a lady yesterday, she was 1 year with that guy. And she was putting like voodoo stuff under her mattress. Oh, look, a pentagram. Oh, nice. Look at this one here. Bloody devil here. Look at his ears, eh? You ever seen somebody with ears? Well, I saw people with ears like that in Switzerland. Loads of them. Oh, this is So the castle is from the 12th century, and it looks airy, really. Look at this, a pyramid. Look at that, right? Wow. So it's strange. It's from the 12th century, the castle. There's a bad energy here, very bad. The lady just said, well, it's only for people staying in the hotel here. So I said, well, I'll just look around. Maybe if I like it, I'll stay here. Oh, I wonder how old that is, you know? How many steps are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, or something, 21 or something. You know, if you look at it from the top, you know, you can see that Game Again Mills. You know, I just showed it to you. Like yeah, pharaohs. Pharaohs. I suppose this is all too. They just put the water pump on it, but it's. I mean, they know what they're doing. I mean, why put a bloody pyramid here? You know, behind the castle, because that's the same ones. Just as I found obelisks, they're the same ones. They're pharaohs. I mean, what more should I tell you, right? Look at it, pyramid and the pharaohs and the aristocracy. They're not from here. Yeah. And look after the pyramid there. Now you got a Swiss cross here. No, why put a Swiss cross? You know what they're doing. Of course they do. Absolutely they do. Hi, Swissy. Yeah. Black Knight. So there you can see the castle there. This is the main entrance. What do I see? Two 3D octagons, you know, Knights Templars, octagon. And here's a crown with the M for Mason. You know, the Freemasons. It's all the same. I've never seen this before. It would be interesting to count the squares on it. Well, this is oh yeah. Look, there's a triangle on it there for the concept of 3, and there's squares on it for the concept of 4. Very, very interesting. They know what they're doing. This is very satanic here. Here you can see 2 times fleur de lis. You know what's up? The same thing is down. You know, like the Baphomet with one hand up and one hand down. It's their thing. Oh, yeah, of course, it's big fleur de lis. One here. Okay, and so this is the one. The chateau of the laying of the eggs. What, the reptilians you are? So octagon is Templars, you know, a 3D octagon. And the concept of 3 and 4, the squares and the triangles, is Freemasons. So it also says in this ball here that the Freemasons, they come out of the Knights Templars. I mean, the Freemasons as we know them today, they're real powerful. Of course, they already existed in the times of Pharaoh. And I don't even have to count them, you know, all these things on top of the crown, they're 13. You know, I have no, you know, it's 1, 2, of course it's 13. Yeah. Definitely occult, the enemy within 12th century, so there are no castles before the year 1000, you know. They all came all of a sudden. It's all bloody satanic, right? Child molesters. What's up? It's down. Yeah, this ancient church, I don't know from when, it's the Sun hieroglyph. Well, it's everywhere, castles, churches, in the Middle Ages already, and it is the Communauté des Ursulines. There's the word bear in it. So what do I see here? Oh, look at that, a real compass, you know, with this square and compass with the stinglets, you know, like 1758. Still in Sommières. Well, you see, this thing here is from 1758. So it means the Masons have been like here since 1758 at least. What's that, 300 years? You know? And the town is 2,000 years old, so they are here since 2,000 years old. You know, so I just wanted to come back to that castle with the pyramid. So it's all in there, the entire itinerary. You know, you see the pyramid, so that's where they came from, bloody pharaohs. Then you see the castle, which is the aristocracy, and then you see Switzerland, where I went to. I was a bit tired, so I didn't explain it very well. I did too much boozing with the Frenchies, the night before until 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's all there, you know. They put the entire itinerary there, you know. Pyramid, castle, Swissy, their base, you know, of it all. And they have been here since 2,000 years, you know, here. So at least this is a proof. These guys have been here since 300 years, right? You see? Look at their well. 1758. They even put the proofs themselves there. What kind of a house is it? It looks like a very old house, eh? Yeah, interesting. So I just came back especially to tell you that. I mean, so you see the concept of 4 all the time, you know, yeah. And the concept of 3 here in the corner. Oh, that's also. Oh, never mind. So this is interesting. My friend here, he says that this is because of the war between the Protestants and the Catholics. He has a crown on his head. So on one side here of the little square, there were Protestants, and the other side Catholics, and they were just pulling their tongue, you know. But it's also pharmacies having this, you know, and here's a weird sort of a symbol. It's octagonal. It's a weird house. So yeah. He's got real funny, diabolical eyes, which of course it's also sort of black magic, you know, because you can't see it from here. But these sort of things attract demons. There's an old church there. Look at it, you know. The only amazing. How is this plant growing here, you know? I didn't get there, right? Some bird must have been shitting there with some seeds. Look, it's all taking over the church. You know, you Monsanto guys, you Satan guys, you can't do this. You can't. Look at it, you know, so powerful. This is really powerful. Imagine like putting a seed there and make it grow there, you know, you couldn't. No, here too. It's all over. It's fantastic. It's all taken over, you know. Now, if you look like 2,000 years later, you know, the whole church would be covered, you know, with grass there, with a tree. They'll be eating the bloody church up, you know. I wouldn't mind, just eat it up, the bloody church, right? and you Monsanto guys, and you know, well, you see, praying doesn't help, eh? Nature is stronger, eh? It kills Monsanto and your genetic manipulation and your homos, and just eats it all. Go ahead, eat it all, eh? Finish them off. Finish them off, eh? Look, that's me here. Hello. Oh, nice little square here. Even here too, look, it's all taken over. Forest is, you know, taking over again. They're all looking at, even here, that bloody cameras, you know. Should be some grass over, throwing over, you know, like growing over that thing there. Amazing, yeah, there's so many, there's even 2 or 3 castles in this town here. So there's the castle of Sunnier. Now look, there's the other one, it's just on the other side, look at that. I was there yesterday. Oh, man. Everywhere. Yeah, look at it, look at the little red pyramid, look at it, where is it? Oh yeah, look, the red house, hey? The old world order. I'm quite surprised it's not an inverse pyramid of death. Another triangle in it. 2 times the concept of 3 means our masters. All right, you get it? That's what I want to put me, the Swissies. Oh, let me out. At least there's a lot of oxygen there.
All your stinkers, and leave me alone. Don't nigga, we no flow your way, guys, all your way, guys, all. Your way, guys. And leave me alone, don't nigga, we no. And leave me alone.
Wow, excellent, fantastic. Wow. So I'm here, some French people have invited me in this village here. I'm going to see a Templars commandery. Fantastic. Yeah. Wow. I never heard that before.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to give your email address? Tu veux donner ton adresse mail ou non?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Was that real life, brothers and sisters? That was fucking fascinating. All right, I think that's the link right there to that channel.
I like watching Netflix documentaries because they tell me stories I didn't know about and just giving basic information. Only Netflix never goes into the deeper reasons behind the story, like deep state issues, for which you might just as well say deep Swissy or deep Swempler, which is a combination of Swiss and Templar, the Swiss Templar or Swempler, which sort of carries the automatic phonetical similarity of the word swindler when being evoked by the word Swempler. The word Swempler simply transmits the feeling of Swiss Templar, swindler altogether. Swempler and the Swemplers. So here's the president's house. Here it says deep state, deep Swissy, and here it says deep Swempler. It has SW from Swiss and Empler from Templar. So let's call him Swempler. So when seeing a Netflix documentary, my brain synapses get activated seeing the deep Swempler in the whole shebang, thus adding to the quite shallow Netflix documentary, seeing the real connections behind the screens and literally behind the screen, so to speak. So here's the guy literally looking behind the screen, and here it says deep Swempler behind the screen. And so did it happen concerning a Netflix documentary, which story became a real international scandal, about which there was a lot of talk in the media. And I'm going to tell you what really happened in that Netflix film making a
Wait, did
murderer.
we watch this one already?
who
Can you
actually
guys tell me,
pulled
did we
the
watch this one
strings.
already? Was
The
this the one we
story
just watched?
talks about
Please,
Stephen Avery and his cousin Brendan Dassey being locked away forever in US prisons, where the system deliberately threw away the keys afterwards, making sure that these innocent American men will never come out anymore. Okay, so far, nothing new in the US. So here it says, Netflix, I think this is Stephen Avery, and here it says Swampler conspiracy in Wisconsin, which is the state where it happened, which I call Swissconsin. The video or documentary Making a Murderer. While watching the Netflix documentary, it projected the same funny Swiss atmosphere upon me when the Swissies or Swamplers put me away for 5.5 years in several high security prisons for political prisoners because I wrote articles on the Swiss Nazi banks in international newspapers and because I made historical documentaries proving that Swissyland was founded by the Knights Templars in 1291 and who later became the Nazi Templars, and all financed by the Swissies. So here you can see me surrounded by the Swissies and the Swamplers, and here it says the Swampler mob. And I have to use like words like Swampler or Swissy, to avoid the censorship of this free world. Here you can see the prosecutor of Swissconsin called Ken Kratz, which is a Swiss German name. And here it says typical Swampler behavior. And I experienced exactly the same kind of Swiss behavior by the Swiss mob as when I heard the US state prosecutor Ken Kratz speaking with his sweet, innocent tone and smiling through his teeth while he was making things up in this Swampler conspiracy against Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey in order to lock him away forever, thus lying all together in this typical organized way, which I know all too well from my own experiences in the motherland of Wisconsin, by the name of Switzerland, with similar organized liars of the Swiss police, Swiss Justice Department, Swiss lawyers, Swiss psychiatrists, Swiss witnesses, and Swiss prison guards conspired against me while smiling through their teeth without a scratch on their conscience, as if they were really believing having universal justice on their side, just because I damaged Swissyland's credibility internationally, for which, in their wicked state of conscience, I had to pay for, making them believe to follow a just cause. So this is me with my beer in my hand. Here's the mob from the motherland of all evil, and here it says the Swampler mob of Swissyland. And I saw the exact same thing going on in the Netflix documentary Making a Murderer, and the very same Swissy atmosphere being projected from out of the screen. In German and in Swiss German, the word Kratz, exactly as in the Swissconsin's prosecutor's name, Ken Kratz, is being used in the saying as kratzt mich, meaning I don't give a damn. And Kratz in German and in Swiss German means a scratch. So here it says in German, es kratzt mich, which means exactly in English, I don't give a damn. Here it says Ken Kratz, there he is. Just follow the money trail and you'll end up in Swissyland and the Swamplers. This here was probably what the prosecutor of Swissconsin was thinking by himself. Here's Ken Kratz, and he was probably thinking, it is not good for my career to pay $36 million by my department. And the state of Wisconsin didn't want to pay out the millions of dollars to Mr. Stephen Avery, who had a lawsuit of $36 million in compensatory damages running against the state of Wisconsin, for which the crooks in the Swissconsin Justice Department and their prosecutor, Mr. Ken Kratz, didn't want to take any responsibility for and pay out. Just as the Swissies and their banks didn't want to pay out $1 billion to the jaywalkers in 1995. You all remember the affair with the whole catch reparations lawyer Ed Fagan and Swiss security guard Christoph Meili in 1995. He came and visited me once, 20 years later, Christoph Meili did, and we had dinner together. Nice guy, and he did a good job. It says
Christoph Meili versus Swiss Nazi Banks 1995. Here's Christoph. I met him when he was like 20 years older. Well, same story of paying back money. And then all the lying starts by the swamplers when there is big money to be paid out concerning their eternal and perpetuous crimes by the swamplers. So here it says, you see the money trail going to Swissyland in the Alps. Here it says, things getting a bit hairy at payback time. As you already know, the name Kratz, as for prosecutor Ken Kratz, KK, well, there's just one K missing, eh? And the KKK is also Swiss. I've shown you this. So his name, Kratz, is a Swiss-German name. And so are all the other 15 names of the perpetrators, whom you can all find in the Netflix documentary. And their names next to Kratz are Lautenschlager, Lehmann, Lenk, Vogel, Kuscher, Rohrer, Griesbach, Wiegert, Fassbinder, Hermann, Sturm, Halbach, and even more. All of these swamplers of Swiss descent working for the Swissconsin Justice Department, Swissconsin Police, and around this dirty affair collaborated in this conspiracy against the two innocent Americans, Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. So actually, this is part from a website where in Swissconsin, they say it themselves, they call that Little Switzerland in Swissconsin. And here are the Swiss-German names from the film. You know, here, Kratz, Lautenschlager, Lehmann, Lenk, Vogel, Kuscher, Rohrer, Griesbach, Wiegert, Fassbinder, Hermann, Sturm, Halbach, etc. Well, you might say, you know, the German speakers here might say, okay, well, we have these names also, or some of the names, also in Germany. Well, let me tell you, this is where the dangerous thing starts. You know, and the Germans getting all the blames for everything. You know, people thinking, oh, this is German. Well, hell no. You know, they're swamplers. You know, they're Swissies. And the Germans, as usual, they get all the blame for it. Yeah. So this here, with all the Swiss flags and a sort of a Swiss Pope here, the Swiss Guard probably, this here is America. And I call it Swissconsin, in a town, New Glarus. They write it here. They even write it themselves about America's little Switzerland. Right? I'm not joking here, people. This is very serious and it's very dangerous. Because the swamplers, you know, they all stick together, you know. So here it says, I'll read a little bit for you here. New Glarus is located in the heart of green country in southern Swissconsin. Its rolling hills dotted with small towns, farms, and woodland pastures are much like the alpine farmlands of Glarus, Switzerland. When you arrive at the village entrance, you will quickly understand its popularity as a destination. Well, it wouldn't be my popularity. Eh? New Glarus is America's little Switzerland. And for over 175 years, the beautiful little community of New Glarus, Wisconsin, has been a magnet for Swiss settlers. Well, I'll let you read it yourself. You know. So I'm not joking here, people. This is very serious, and there are two innocent Americans paying for it. You know. So here's the rest of it. You know. Well, that's the website here. Oh, there it is. Little Switzerland, people. And it gets worse. You'll be shocked what's coming next. Etymologically, the name of the US state Wisconsin is Swissconsin, where officially 1% are Swiss Americans, and probably even much more. So officially, there are 61,134 Swiss Americans living in Swissconsin today. But in reality, there are probably even more, and they usually go for all the key positions. So here's the website, Swiss Americans. You can read it yourself. Here, regions with significant Swiss populations. And so I guess here, Swissconsin somewhere. Maybe you can see it. Oh, here it is, Swissconsin. And here, the population. So in Swissconsin, there are 61,134 Swissies, Swiss Americans by numbers. And it's probably much, much more. So here you can see Wisconsin, 9%, 1%, almost. So here are some more communities settled by Swiss immigrants. Well, Bern is the capital of Switzerland. You got Bern, Idaho, and here Kansas, and Bern, Indiana, Bernville, Denver, of course, Grütli Lager, the Grütli. That's where Switzerland started off, you know, with these three cantons in 1291.
And here Helvetia, Hohenwald, next to Interlaken. Lucerne is a town, a big town in Switzerland. Neuchâtel is a town. New Bern, New Glarus, remember, that was called the Little Switzerland. Another New Bern, Steinauer. Vevey is a town in the valleys. And of course, Zurich, the financial capital of Switzerland and probably also of Europe, together with Frankfurt. Some world famous Swiss consonnites are the biggest US traitor of all times, Aldrich Ames, and the serial killers Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Gein, and Mary Brunner, where Dahmer and Brunner are also Swiss-German names. Mary Brunner was one of the Charles Manson serial killers who were living at the Spahn Ranch in California of George Spahn, which is also a Swiss-German name. Well, imagine Roman Polanski now living in the G-town Gstaad, Switzerland. Coincidence? And then there is also the Charles Guiteau, which is also a French Swiss name, because they got a French-speaking part. Here you can see him. And he was the assassin of the 20th president of the United States in the 19th century. And this is probably where Swissy got the whole line of Swiss presidents all over the US. So they got their own man as the next president, like Eisenhower, Obama, Herbert Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover. Real names were Hoover. I guess this is where it started. So there's the Swissy who murdered the American president. So this is from the website here. I'll let you read it yourself. I'll just do a quickie here. So a list of people from Swissconsin. Here's art and literature. Frank Ackermann, economist. Well, remember, the Swiss Ackermann, who is from the town of Wallenstadt, where the 7 hills and the 7 kings are in Switzerland. Die 7 Kurfürsten. He is the director of the German bank, the Deutsche Bank. A very important, influential guy. I forgot his first name, but his name is also Ackermann. So typical Swiss name, probably. Annenberg, yeah. And the rest. So, well, you got Hamilton, the Duke of Hamilton, where Rudolf Hess flew to in England. So you can read it yourself, yeah. And did you know that the role of Lucifer in the 1968 Polanski film Rosemary's Baby was played by Anton LaVey, the founder of the Satanist Church? And a year later, Polanski's wife, Sharon Tate, was satanically murdered by the Manson gang called the Family. And as Polanski is living in Gstaad, Switzerland, the common denominator in all this, again, is the Swiss beast, home of the devil, where it somehow always relates to. So here it says in the book, it's also known that LaVey acted as technical consultant for Polanski's film Rosemary's Baby, a story of modern-day Satanism in New York City, in which he also played the part of Satan. Wow, charming, isn't it? And at the end, they all went to Switzerland. Maybe it's not so much of a coincidence that Swissconsin ends with the word sin. And a sin it is, indeed, to conspire against 2 innocent Americans by the names of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. Therefore, we must stand together and take down the Swempler abomination and free these 2 innocent Americans. So here again, the prosecutor, Ken Kratz, smiling through his teeth, as you can see here. And here it says Swissconsin. So someone call their lawyers and send them this video for understanding. One of their lawyers is the great Texan lawyer, Kathleen Zellner. And here's her phone number. Some freedom-loving Americans should do this. Call her up and send her this video. Here you can see Kathleen Zellner. I'll show you the phone number. So here it is from her website, how to contact her. Here are some emails. I can't use my email at the moment for security reasons. And I can't call up either because I'm far away and my phone credit won't let me do this. So here again, another email of hers. And here's 2 phone numbers and a fax. So please, some freedom-loving Americans, send her this video and tell her about it, so we can stand up all together. And in fact, in this affair, the body of the mysterious victim, Teresa Halbach, was never found. Halbach is most likely living under another identity in the G-town Gstaad, or Davos, in Switzerland, where all members of the Halbach nobility of von Bohlen und Halbach went to the noble boarding school Lyceum Alpinum Zuot, near Davos, and for the elite only. We all know how members of Pharaoh's elite nobility just disappear and change names and identities. And it always boils down to Switzerland, their base of Pharaoh, who have their colonies all over the globe, like Wisconsin, where they grab the various key positions, like Justice Department, police, politics, army, secret service, etc. So here is the girl whose body they never found, so they can't possibly, condemn or sentence these two guys for murder if there's no body, her name, Teresa Halbach, Swiss, and in Wisconsin. And here is Stephen Avery, and here says Brendan Dessy, who is his nephew. So, the minute I heard the name Teresa Halbach, of that woman that disappeared, and two young Americans are sitting in prison for that, it rang a bell, Here it says Halbach, Harald von Bohlen und Halbach. And actually, their real name, here it says, I'm sorry, it's only in German here, but I'll find you some more in English. Here it says, verbrachte seine Jugend auf der von seinem Urgroßvater. So his great-grandfather was the industrial Alfred Krupp. So the real name of this Halbach family, and probably Teresa Halbach as well, and I find it real funny, that her family don't even want to know what really happened to her, if there really is a killer, it's very suspicious, So, and in this respect, the Netflix documentary was really well done. It really gives a feeling about the what's really happening in the American justice. So the real name of this Halbach family is actually Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, short Krupp. As I told you, nobility in the New Age, they just take one part of their real name, like Halbach or just Krupp. And he went to this school in Switzerland. Schweiz here is Switzerland, and the name is Lyceum Alpinum Zuot. It's a really funny name, So, here it is, the a portrait of the family Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. Hey, Teresa Halbach, yeah, and Harald is the fourth from the left. So this one here is Harald. This one here. So it's a family portrait of the family Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. That's the real Halbach name, or the real Krupp name. They're hiding, as I told you. Look at all these old paintings. This is Pharaoh's nobility, and it gets worse, people. It gets worse, I tell you. So, well, those who speak German, I didn't even read the whole thing. They can read it. And wasn't there an English translation? No, there wasn't. So I could actually do a whole video about the Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach family or dynasty. But this video is not about this. This video is about two innocent Americans. So I just keep it short. And here it says here, Lex Krupp. There's a lot of interesting things. Was a document signed into by Adolf Hitler, personal company, etc. Yeah, Adolf Hitler. So the Krupp factory was the German steel factory and weapons manufacturer of First World War and the Second World War. He was convicted for crimes against humanity. But he probably never did a day in prison. Right? Only innocent Americans go to prison. These guys will never go to prison. Here you see him during the Nuremberg trials. And so this is the Halbach family. And I'm sure I could find a lot more. There's a Alfred Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach Foundation. It's a very powerful family. And of course, they're also in Wisconsin, as they went to these Swiss schools, which I'm going to show you as well. Some interesting facts. So here, that's Wikipedia website about the Lyceum Alpinum Zuot, funny name, right? In Switzerland. It's near St. Moritz. Another one of these elite towns next to Davos and Gstaad, and Geneva, of course. But in the mountains, there are like three very well-known elite towns: St. Moritz, Davos and Gstaad. You'll hear a lot of Russian being spoken here by the oligarchs, you know, financing the wars and the death of Ukrainians. Here it says in Switzerland. Clean Switzerland, eh? So, yeah, well, I'll let you read it yourself here. And here they got counts. You know, it's for the elite, it's for pharaohs, nobility. All these Swiss boarding schools, it's for pharaohs, nobility. You know, why are they all in Switzerland? You know, like Institut Le Rosy, Collège Alpin International, Beau Soleil. They all have a coat of arms. You know, it goes like this. Yeah, they all have a coat of arms with knights and all this. This one too. Aiglon College, Institut auf dem Rosenberg. That means the mountain of roses. Probably has a meaning, eh? Well, roses is usually, you know, it's connected to the Knights Templars, you know, because they have a red cross, you know. So, and these are the most expensive schools in the entire world. How come everything, you know, the most expensive, the biggest banks, the biggest pharmaceutical country, everything is in this little tiny country, eh? This one here is a count, Anton Wolfgang Graf von Faber-Castell. He's also the owner of a company. They all are owners of companies, you know, because you are their slaves, and pharaohs, nobility, you know, everything belongs to them. Here's Ferdinand Piëch from Volkswagen. He was the director, it says, of Volkswagen. Anton Piëch, son-in-law of Ferdinand Porsche. You know. Georg, a German actor, well known. Chris von Rohr, nobility, von Rohr. You know, they're all well-known people. So the Swiss boarding school, where the Halbach or Krupp family, or Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach family, you know, where they went to school. You know. So here again is that Halbach school where the Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, where they went to, Lyceum Alpinum Tuat. Here is their coat of arms. Well, it's not very clear. I'll show you another picture. And here you see the concept of three, and here's a king. And here it says something. So, I mean, the Halbach family, so I wrote down here, Halbach family, question mark, are they here? I mean, it wouldn't be too far off, you know, there are too many connections. It's a nobility, Halbach family, and there's so many people disappearing in Switzerland anyway, you know. Polanski disappeared in Switzerland, the Sackler family of the Oxycontin, the killer prince of Savoy, and all the Nazis like Dr. Joseph Mengele, Klaus Barbie, Eichmann, and then all of a sudden they pop up somewhere in a completely other place in the world, like Argentina or South America. But first they all disappear in Switzerland. Right? So this really isn't too far off to assume that Theresa Halbach, you know, might be in Switzerland as well, because Wisconsin is definitely a Swiss state in the United States of America. And the whole affair, you know, it's a setup, you know, against two innocent Americans, and everything leads to Switzerland. So here is a better picture of their logo, and it says "Mens sana in corpore sano." It means a healthy mind and a healthy body. That's why they were, you know, playing hockey and everything there in this elite boarding school. Here's the concept of three. There are three trees who look like pyramids, you know, and the whole thing is like a pyramid setup. And here's a sort of a king, and it says SL. Well, SL is also always for the elite, you know. There's Saint Laurent, they put it on a Mercedes, SL, and a lot of more things. And so I just show you there even are counts in this school, and probably also princes, and which they don't even announce, you know, on the list, you know. So, and here again it says Halbach family with a question mark. As the Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, they went here to this school, and there are a lot of them, you know. Their names are just Krupp or just Halbach, because in the new times the nobility, you know, they're hiding amongst us, you know. It's a secret rule, you know. It's not open anymore, you know. We don't know really who's ruling us, you know. And for the new world order, horizontal rule of the republic, they do this, you know. So here it says Alfred Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, and it is in Nuremberg, 1947. So here he is. Right? And so the Halbach dynasty, it's a very powerful dynasty, and they are quite capable of. I mean, they've always been doing, you know, crimes against humanity. You know, as in Wisconsin, as during the Second World War, the First World War, it was Hitler's and the Nazis and the Emperor's metal factories, Krupp, and they just say Krupp, you know, or they just say Halbach. And the Halbach family, I suppose it is quite, we might assume, seeing the amount of lies and organization and conspiracy against two honest, innocent Americans, you know, this Teresa Halbach, we might just as well assume she is of that very powerful Halbach global dynasty. So here we see another one of the Halbach dynasty. This one is Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. You see him together with Mr. Hitler. This is the financer of the Nazis, who also completely disappeared. Might as well be in Switzerland or Wisconsin. He's got a Templar cross or a Swiss cross even on his vest, as they all go to that Swiss boarding school for the elite. Right? The Halbach dynasty is a very powerful dynasty. So here it says Hitler in Krupp von Bohlen Halbach factory. Here's the Hitler. This is Goebbels and the financer. Forgot his name. And so this is the 88 cannon, I suppose. Yeah. The notorious 88 cannon with which the Allies had a lot of problem. So the it's the same as the Mengele of Dr. Mengele, the Angel of Death. It's a very powerful dynasty. You know, they're billionaires, incredibly rich, and they can, you know, they've got all the funds, you know, to make someone disappear, or even their own, you know, if they want to have another life. Just as the Halbach family, you know, this is an extremely powerful dynasty, and they can make someone disappear, even one of their own members of their own family, if they see an advantage in it, like $36 million of the compensatory damages. I mean, all crimes against humanity, it's always two parties in it. You know, Pharaoh's nobility and Swissyland, their base. And Krupp von Bohlen Halbach, it's a very aristocratic name. Actually, it's Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. Nowadays, most of Pharaoh's nobility have left out the most parts of their long names, like Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, and just call themselves Halbach, like Teresa Halbach, who just disappeared and most likely never got murdered. Just follow the occult symbols, of which I will show you some more, and the money trail leading to Swissyland. So, yeah, I changed it here. Hitler in Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach factory. And, you know, everything belongs to Pharaoh's nobility. And they got all their money in Swiss Nazi banks in the base, in Pharaoh's base, the Swiss beast, the home of the devil. And they just, since the Knights Templars, or their Knights Templars, made the Republican system, there's just a new slavery system, a new feudal system of autosufficiency or self-sustainability. You know, you get a amount of money every month, and you just see it for yourself. You know that you can arrange everything and buy anything you need, and at the end of the month, you got nothing left anyway. And at the end of your life, you got nothing left. You know, it's a that belongs to the New World Order system by the Knights Templars of autosufficiency or self-sustainability. Nothing has changed really. So then these guys here, they're all of the nobility. You know, of course they are. Oh, here's Krupp himself. I recognize him. Alfred Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. And nothing has changed really. I mean, it's still Pharaoh's nobility ruling, and they are behind all the wars. Eh? You're just a dumb slave. In Wisconsin, there are even towns called Swiss, which you can see here in Wikipedia. And Wisconsin has even places called Little Switzerland, as I showed you before, for the town New Glarus, as there already is the old Glarus in eastern Switzerland. So here you can read about it. Yeah. And look, the town hall, they don't have an American town hall. It says here, they got a Swiss town hall. You know, there's Swissy law here. Just like what they did with Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. You gotta see this really quick.
So
this is fucking hilarious.
Town hall.
Guys, you gotta see this really quick. This is hilarious. Hold on. This is fucking hilarious. Man. Check this out. I'm on the second story, right? I'm in a 2-story, and I'm on the second story. There's Amber right there. And there's Cameron. Again, I'm on the second story. You good? With a straight drop. a straight drop down. Wait a minute. There you go. So she jumps from the roof right there all the way up to here. Had I not heard her meow, I would have been awesome. You good, bro? Oh, good. All right. All right. Just wow.
Leave it, you know. So, yeah, the Swiss Town Hall. That's amazing, eh? I mean, it's written here, eh? The Swiss Town Hall, you know. Don't you think it's like a mistake? Or they say, no, they probably say, no, that doesn't mean that. But everyone can see what it means, eh? They got Swiss laws here and not American laws, eh? In Wisconsin, town called Swiss. Eh? The capital city of Wisconsin is Madison, where there is the Capitol building of Wisconsin in the form of a Swiss cross, and even in the exact same color of the Swiss cross, namely white. It says Madison, Wisconsin, the Swiss cross capital. See, it's a white Swiss cross. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so obvious. The Wisconsin Capitol cross building is directed in all wind directions, north, east, west, and south, indicating the Swiss strategy of the Nazi Templars or Swamplers, that in the motherland, in the Alps, those who speak Swiss German infiltrate Germany to the north and do their wrongdoings over there. And those who speak French infiltrate France to the west. And those who speak Italian infiltrate Italy to the south. And those who speak Rheto-Romanic infiltrate to the east. So here's the building, the capital with an O, in the capital with an A, Madison of Wisconsin. And here is another picture of it. And here it says north, west, east, and south. And I mean, can anybody imagine, you know, like the French and the Germans, and on top of that, Italians, you know, like grouping together in the deep Middle Ages of 1291 and saying, oh, we love each other so much, let's make a country together. No, they still don't like each other very much, you know, even in Switzerland, those who speak French and those who speak Italian, those who speak German. Well, they get, of course, better along than a real German, a real French, and a real Italian. I mean, that's obvious, eh? So there must have been a power on top of that, over that, you know, that put these language groups together. And these were the Knights Templars of Pharaoh's nobility, which I explained in my video series, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, and I give you all the proofs of that. And in this Swiss Cross building is the Supreme Court of Wisconsin, where the two innocent Americans were tried in their Supreme Court trial. Anyone here believes that the Swamplers of Wisconsin left them a chance? So here is the Wikipedia page of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And where are they seated? Yeah, the Wisconsin Supreme Court sits in the main hearing room in the east wing of the Wisconsin State Capitol, you know, the Swiss Cross building, right? In Madison. There's Madison, all the same. And here is the courtroom, or part of it. You see, there's a lot of nobility here. These are not normal people, eh? Marble. Oh, here's the sun hieroglyph. Yeah, how many pillars are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Octagon. The pillars of the Republic, octagon.
Peace out, Mr. Salted.
And here is the seal, you know, with the all-seeing eye. Here, once again, an eye. And it shows the scales. Well, I can't see it in this picture here. Maybe like this. It shows the, well, I can't see it. Well, here the scales of Ma'at, the pharaonic goddess, with the 42 principalities, in which also the 10 commandments, you know. So, yeah, location, once more, the Swiss Cross building in the state capital with an O. And Madison here is the capital with an A. I don't know why they did that, eh? Don't ask me. The Chief of Justice, Ziegler. Another Swiss German name. There's this famous Jean Ziegler, who wrote about the Nazis in Switzerland. And then he got a job for the United Nations in Geneva. And then it was all done. Yeah. So Here, Roggensack, another Swiss-German name. Oh, well, look at that. Okay, get out of there, Roggensack. Roggen, it means rye, the grain, and Zack, it means the bag. It's a bag of rye, huh? I better not say anything, huh? Yeah, here, the page about the Attorney General of Wisconsin. So, who is sitting in the Wisconsin Supreme Court? Well, there's this guy here. He's the Attorney General of Wisconsin. And here's the logo, which is quite interesting. I'll show you a better picture in a minute. And always look at the signs, eh? And where is he? Look, the seat is in the Wisconsin state capitol. There we go again, the Swiss Cross building in Madison, Wisconsin. And so here are some former ones of these here. You can watch it yourself. The names are quite interesting, like, where is he? You can always, find like aristocratic names. Because of course they're all from Pharaoh's nobility. There's no doubt. They have all the key positions. So the Attorney General of Wisconsin in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So let's look at the Attorney General of Wisconsin seated in the Swiss Cross Madison State Capitol, and let's analyze his logo. So here it says Wisconsin Department of Justice, the Office of the Attorney General, and here is his building. This is where he is residing. With north, west, east, south. It is a Swiss cross. And here in the logo, on the left-hand side, we see the hangman with a rope, 3 buttons on his jacket, and a square on his belt for the concept of 3 and 4, saying square and compass for all the initiated ones. To the right, we see the grave digger with a pickaxe, 4 buttons, and a circle on top of his head. For concepts of 3 and 4, same thing. And where the circle stands for the compass, and 4 for the 4 corners of a square. In the middle is a rat. That's us. And all innocent Americans tried in the Swiss Cross capital of Wisconsin, like Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey. In the middle, we see the belt of the Order of the Garter, about which I've told you all about in a former video of mine. And on the garter, it says, E pluribus unum, meaning out of many, one, which also Trump's Q represents the garter. And it's WWG1 WGA for where we go one, we go all, which is just another way of saying one for all for one, of the Nazi Templars and the Freemasons. So here, the Q of Trump, it is the garter, which we just saw in the logo of the Attorney General in the Capitol Swiss Cross building in Madison, Wisconsin. Here it says, where we go one, we go all. Trump is not representing the workers' class people, So I don't understand it. I don't get it. How come he's so popular under the American workers, under the ordinary man? Because he's not one of you. And here in the motherland of this all, it says on the ceiling of the parliament, it says unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno, which means all for one and one for all. Or one for all and all for one. And here in the Swiss Cross, you see the same round thing as in the Capitol in Madison, Wisconsin, where there's this round thing in the middle, And I think these are in it as well. So everything is in it, And this is the system of the new system of the Knights Templars, also Pharaoh's aristocracy, who made a new system that instead of only one king ruling, which was the vertical rule or the old world's order, they made the new world's order and the republic, where there is tens of thousands, if not 100,000, aristocrats of Pharaoh's nobility ruling the country. And this is why they have to say things like one for all and all for one, because it's a horizontal rule. They're all at the same level, sort of, or where we go one, we go all. They're all brothers now. That's why they're all fraternities. So this is a garter. They put it around their legs. We just saw it in the logo of the Attorney General. So anybody wants to know who's ruling there? So I'll show it one more time to you in a better picture. Here's the rat. That's you. Here's the hangman. Here's the grave digger with this round thing on his head and sort of a drop of whatever. He got 4 buttons. This one got 3 buttons and a square, so it says 3 and 4. And here's the Order of the Garter, where it says pluribus unus, meaning out of many, one, which is the same as where we go one, we go all, or unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno, one for all and all for one. And now look at this pyramid. So here, in this pharaonic pyramid, there are 9 inversed pyramids of death, standing for the 9 gods of Egypt, called the Great Ennead. And there were also 9 original Templars. The condemnation of these 2 innocent Americans is part of a bigger occult ritual. And maybe even satanic, as all the occult symbols are there. It's probably all connected to the 7 hills and the 7 kings in Swissyland, what I explain in this video here on my other channel, Homeland Sickurity, and the title is Helvetic Horror Heidi. So it is about the 7 end-time hills in Swissyland. So here's the coat of arms of the Windsors with the unicorn and the lion, and here we see the garter, again, the belt, just as we just saw. This is a symbol, it even says Oni Swaki Malipons, which is a symbol of the Order of the Garter, which we just saw in the Swiss Cross capital of the Attorney General in Madison, Wisconsin. Very same thing, the same belt, which they put around their leg. It's really perverted. It's a fraternity. What else they do? They probably, I mean, I wouldn't do that with a brother. If I had a brother, and yeah. So I mean, who's ruling in the capital in Madison, Wisconsin? Eh? Who's ruling? Americans? Eh? Well, it's more sort of like make America great Britain again. So this is the title here. It says the Order of the Garter on the same channel as this video here, and well, check it out yourself. I already told you that the Swissies always go for all the key positions in society, especially the ones within the authorities, like the Swiss American presidents Herbert Hoover, the real name Hoover, Eisenhower, and Obama, Swiss American head of the CIA, Alan Dulles, Swiss American FBI director J. Edgar Hoover, real name Hoover, Swiss American Watergate's Bob Haldeman, etc., etc., which I've already proven you in my other videos, telling you this since 13 years. So here it says, deep state in Washington, deep Swissy, deep Swampler. So guys, you better not do any speeding with your pickup in Madison, Wisconsin, if you don't want to end up in the Swiss Cross building with a lifer and a garter tied around your neck. And here you see the round thing, and this is the other round thing, which I just showed you in the Swiss Parliament. It's exactly the same. So here you can see the comparison. This is on the Swiss ceiling of the Swiss Parliament, unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. And here you got these circles, 5. Well, this one in the middle is this circle, if you look at it from the top, from the capital. And here the other 4, only they're not like here, on the on this here, but they're like here. But it's the same thing. And you know why? Because this thing here has a lot of squares in it, and this one here too, for the square. So it needs also a circle for the compass, so it says square and compass. So you got a lot of squares here in the capital and a lot of compasses if you look at it from the top. Exactly the same thing as in the motherland, Switzerland, and in Wisconsin. Right, you need any more proofs? And this is just the tip of the Alpine iceberg, as 90% of an iceberg is invisible and underwater, just as the Stephen Avery Brendan Dassey case. And this Alpine Swiss iceberg has led to many major shipwrecks throughout history, like 2 world wars, with the 3rd coming up, if you don't mind me calling a world war an Alpine shipwreck by the Swamplers.
A couple of years back, the Swiss and their highly criminal pharmaceutical giant, Novartis, have tested several coronaviruses and the H5N1 avian influenza, avian flu or bird flu, on Polish homeless, leaving at least 21 dead and probably hundreds who died later on due to the side effects of the corona and bird flu testing on poor homeless people without protection. Anyway, for the Swiss, poor people are considered subhumans. In Swiss German, ein Untermensch, jawohl.
I have to tell you, the Germans do not have these superiority ideas like Untermensch, subhumans. I was a homeless for 3 years in Germany too. There are very many homeless in Germany who are being treated alike by the German people. In Swissyland, there are no homeless. And if they see one, the Swiss immediately call up Die Polizei, Swiss Nazi police, who come and pick you up and deliver you in a mental institution. Because in Switzerland, anyone without money is considered to be sick. So be aware of countries without homeless people and where it's too clean and too organized compared to the rest of the globe. And I was a homeless in Switzerland for many years too, only possible by wrapping it up when daylight in the early morning and sleep in forest or hide in the bushes, which I did. Nobody saw me. Then in the morning, I had a shave with my clean Swiss electric razor. And voila, I looked like a clean tourist backpacker going to Interlaken and Geneva. 13 cool things, huh? Well, I did them all 13 of them, eh? Therefore, the worldwide father of eugenics and the Swiss system of the Untermensch, subhuman, was a Swiss called Dr. Ernst Rudin from St. Gallen with the Thatchers in their crest. The Swiss Dr. Ernst Rudin was a personal friend of Hitler and his gang, and he visited Auschwitz and other concentration camps. You can see he was born in St. Gallen, and he was a geneticist, eugenicist, and a Nazi, and mass sterilization, the whole lot of it. He died peacefully in Munich, never did a day in prison. So I say it again because it's very important. Well, here is St. Gallen, where the eugenicist was from, and this symbol is the Thatchers. You find them in the British Parliament, French, American Parliament, in Washington. They are the ones who are ruling us, and it means unus pro omnibus, omnes pro unus, which is on the Swiss ceiling of the Parliament, and it's a Knights Templar saying. It means one for all and all for one, because there are a couple of branches. You know, already the Romans had this. It's all Pharaonic Roman. That's where it finally comes from. So there are a couple of branches tied together with a sword. This is their weapon. It means this is our weapon. Here's the Templar stuff. It means one branch, you can break it, but all the branches all together, you can't break it. One for all and all for one. This is their system. And we're their stupid slaves. We're selfish. It's all nobody trusts nobody. It's all one, everybody for himself. And that's why we lose. That's why Mr. Jesus, when he came, he said, love your neighbor. Because we have to team up, folks. This is what he meant, because he's from the pharaonic line of David. He knew what they were going to do, and he didn't like it. Like some of them, like Lady Diana, for instance, and the Empress Sissy, they didn't like what they were going to do, so they whacked them, because these princesses and empresses were choosing our sides because they didn't want all this killing and bloodshed. So this terrible Swiss criminal, this is where he comes from, his roots. And as I told, it's all Templar stuff, right? It's all from the Knights Templars, and the Freemasons, they come out of the Templars, and they founded Switzerland. Also, therefore, after the war, Dr. Josef Mengele, who lived in Kloten, Zurich, Switzerland, in the Schwimmbadstrasse number 9, helped sterilizing 30,000 gypsy women, subhumans, people without enough money after the war, in the 50s and in the 60s. So for Swissy and their Novates, a homeless is not considered a human being. Well, so why not use them as guinea pigs, who are even cheaper than the real animal guinea pigs. So Swissy went to Poland, bribed the Polish authorities, gave each Polish homeless 10 zloty, about $4, to buy some beers and cigarettes, making any homeless happy, right? And the Swiss liars told the homeless that it was just a normal flu vaccination. Because the nice Swiss, with their Templar Red Cross spy organization, careful people, don't they know? It all happened in the Polish town of Grudziądz, northwest of Warsaw. And the director's name of the homeless center is Mieczysław Wacławski, who didn't understand how come suddenly so many of his homeless started dying, and all complaining about pains in the stomach, liver, and kidneys before they passed away and died. At first, he related it to the high intake of alcoholics amongst his homeless clients. Poland in general being a country of serious vodka drinkers, but then they all started to complain about such severe itchy feelings that the man felt like scratching the skin off their bodies, which they literally did. And they felt so hot as being inside of a glowing hot oven. And that with Auschwitz or Swięcim next door with ethnic Swiss angel of death. Not a really comforting thought. Until Mieczysław Wacławski realized it must have to do with the flu shots by those nice philanthropist humanitarian Swiss from Novartis. Normally, the Swiss experiments new drugs on psychiatrical patients and prisoners in Switzerland, where the homeless go to anyway, in Octagon of the Alps, as it's a crime to be homeless in Switzerland. So from 1946 until 1980, thousands of people were used as human guinea pigs in Switzerland for the Novartis criminals, who by then operated under the name Sibagagi. Their speciality was experimenting on children and pregnant women, of whom hundreds died
due to the side effects of the various tested Novartis drugs, and many were wrecked for life, both mentally and physically. Now, why? The experimenting of Novartis and Dr. Roland Kuhn started only in 1946. Well, that's very easy, because Swissy and their Basel-based Novartis didn't have their Auschwitz facility anymore. But they still had the Auschwitz camp doctor, Josef Mengele, living just around the corner from Münsterling Psychiatrical Hospital, with Mengele living in Zurich, Kloten, only 60 kilometers away. So here's a map of most of Swissyland, eh? So here's Münsterling, where they did all the experiments. Here is Novartis, Baalbek, Basel. Here's Bern. Here's even, and here, a little bit north of Zurich, about here, only 60 kilometers away from the where they did the testing on children and pregnant women until 1981. Right? Here's the airport of Zurich called Kloten. And here was Dr. Mengele. He was living here all the time in the 60s, the 70s, the 50s. They all knew it. Right? He was an ethnic Swiss, as I explained in my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. Even Engelberg is in it, the angel of death, Dr. Mengele. He went skiing here in the mountain, the Berg of the Angels. Right? They're just laughing in our faces, people. Right? And gypsies, you know, well, I'll tell you in a minute what they did with the gypsies while Dr. Mengele was in Switzerland. This is where it all comes from. And they brought the corona, no doubt. The Swiss Nazi psychiatrist doing the medical experiments for Novartis was the world-famous Dr. Roland Kuhn, also called the father of antidepressants, although only hearing the story makes you depressive. He and his wife Verena Kuhn, also a doctor, were a real Nazi doctor couple, destroying and killing defenseless children without any remorse at all, just like their pal Mengele, so typically Swiss. And then ending up as a worldwide renowned medical hero, like that Nazi guy Bernhard von Braun and his rockets. We, their slaves and our children, are just maggots for these creatures. Roland Kuhn became very rich by making billions for Novartis, their new medicines being sold worldwide by clean and neutral Switzerland. And he lived from 1912 to 2005. Here you can see it. It's a Basel-based pharmaceutical company. Okay? And before, the name was Ciba-Geigy, as real criminals change their names and all the time. Now they just change their names into Novartis. And this guy, Roland Kuhn, he studied in Basel, which I've shown you in the picture, like 2 pictures back. So it's all Freemasonry. He already made his deals when he was studying in Basel, where Novartis is, and where the Biz is, and Permendex, and everything. You would ask yourself, well, isn't there any police in Switzerland defending human rights and children's rights? No, there isn't. The Swiss Nazi police only defends big money and the various Nazi ideologies coming out of the Templar Alps, with Switzerland and their child care authorities being the center of global child trafficking. And during the year 1971 only, Novartis used 172 kids as guinea pigs for extremely dangerous and in many cases lethal new Novartis drugs, just as they did in Poland. So here, one of the many Novartis names, Ciba-Geigy, like a Swiss criminal, changing names all the time and using lots of aliases for the same company at the very same place in Baalbek, Basel, Swissyland. Here you can see the name, Ciba-Geigy, which is the old name for Novartis. And here they just say Ciba. It's so well known. And it says, der Ciba berichtete später, haben den Versuch nicht weiterführen können, da die Patienten starb. So Novartis said they couldn't prolong the experiments because the patient died. And here it says 172 kids. So the old name, eh? So they're just changing names like a criminal has a lot of aliases and other names, and nobody will ever do anything against these sort of things in Switzerland because it's the perfect dictatorship for the Freemasons and the Knights Templars. It's the base of Pharaoh. It's the base of all evil, and they're behind the Corona people. So for just antidepressants, they can do the testing and experimenting in Switzerland. But for the dangerous viruses and the new medicines, they do it elsewhere and go to Poland or even to Wuhan, China. Here you can see the Swiss Novartis, this is their laboratory in China for biomedical research in Shanghai. There you go, it's Swiss-based Novartis. And then they bribe the authorities, you know, to do the testing on some homeless and poor people. They also bribe the Chinese, as they did with the Poles and the Japs. I'll show it to you, people. This is a highly criminal organization behind it, the Knights Templars of Octagon. And this is a very corrupt company. And I'll show you their slogan. Here's their slogan. And they compare, like, deliver it. Here it says deliver it. What do they deliver? Hey, the Corona, hey? Like delivering the viruses, they compare it with being an Olympic swimmer. Well, the Olympic Games committee is also in Switzerland, in Lausanne. There you go. Being a competitive swimmer, you're taught the discipline of working hard, then training for the big event. Well, we have a big event now, eh? Achieving a result, and then celebrating once you win. Just after the Second World War, having all the money in their banks, and they go celebrate it. That's very close to what we do at Novartis. We work very hard towards a goal.
We set the objective, then we deliver it. And then we try to celebrate, but only for a short time until we set the next goal. You see, they're never going to stop people. They go on and go on. After the Second World War, we thought we had it, with the Swiss financing and everything. And they just go on. They will never stop. They will never stop. Look, the Swiss Novartis, criminal Nazi pharmaceutical company, is doing exactly the same thing as the criminal Swiss Nazi banks did and still do today. They throw big parties for the elite with music, drugs, prostitutes, caviar, and probably also the youth elixir, in order to get their clients on a sneaky friendship basis for tax evasion, briberies, new medicine permits, you name it. And I knew the managing director over the US and Canada for Fry Chocolate, that even for Swiss chocolate, it works like this. The guy's name is Carlo Rusix. I slept at his place and he came for dinner to our house. He was always very friendly and helpful to me, but completely messed up with all that comes with it at the highest business levels. And he told me about the Swiss drugs and prostitute parties by Swiss Fry Swiss Chocolate for their business partners, and showed me the proofs too. So I already shown you before this here how the Swiss criminal Novartis, how they bribed in Poland in order to do medical experiments on human guinea pigs and get their medicines permit and everything. They're highly criminal. And I show you more. They do this all over the world. It's not only Poland, even in the US. They even bribed the president. Yeah, look here, they did it in Japan. Well, I guess the Japanese businessman, they also like the youth elixir and prostitutes and drugs and everything that goes with it. The Yakuza, it's all mixed up, people, and you are just a slave and a maggot to them. Here in Japan, bribery, Swiss bribery in Japan. And the list goes on and on and on. So look at that here. Novartis, Swiss bribery in Turkey. You know, it's all about business. It's all, you are just a slave and a commodity to them. You're just a commodity, nothing else. It's all about numbers and money. And then it's everywhere. They do it everywhere. Of course, Novartis is behind the corona outbreak. They are behind it. And look at their logo. You know, this is artificial insemination. The same thing I filmed there in the Netherlands on that thing from the Prince, the Prince Maurice, like the pharaonic Saint Maurice guy. It's like the egg, and here they do the artificial insemination, and this is where it all. This is the cells, the stem cells. Look at it. You know, the youth elixir. It's the embryonic cells. 3 months old baby. They are vampires. How much more are you going to take this from them, eh? And here, look, Swiss Novartis bribery in Korea, 50 million. They do it everywhere. Here's the Korean flag with the yin yang stuff. They do it everywhere. It's they must have a special Swiss bribery department in the Novartis. I mean, how can they do it? Eh? I told you, the Swiss have they have no conscience, not at all. Absolutely cold and ruthless. And here again in Greece, Swiss Novartis. It's another scandal, corruption. But that's Swissyland, people. It's all over. I mean, it's so many. I could be filling a 3-hour video only showing the Novartis and the Swiss, all these articles all over the world, you know, of the Swiss corruption and bribery and health elixir. They're vampires. They're the center of global child trafficking. Hey, Swissy, I'll get you. Yeah, look here, Novartis bribery in China. They are behind the corona COVID-19 outbreak all over the world, people. And I already told you so in 2013, making videos about this. They are behind it. This is Templar stuff. This is Octagon. And here, bribery. This is 2019, just before the corona outbreak. Bribery in the US of Novartis, Swiss Novartis. They got the president in their pockets, people. And you are locked in for months and months because of these ones here and your corrupt president. Right? Yeah, look, here in the US, talking with Donald Trump, right? Novartis, they almost paid $1 billion about the bribery allegations. They only talk about the money and the money they paid. But what did they do? They don't talk about it. What did they do? You know, they let loose the corona on us. Right? That's why you're sitting inside. They do it all over
Peace,
the world.
Patrick.
Show it to you, all these,
Be well, sir.
If I would.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, this is the Wall Street Journal. It isn't just nothing. Right? These are all renowned newspapers. You know, So how much longer you gonna believe this guy here? Right? Novartis. It was first reported that Novartis, a Swiss pharmaceutical company, paid Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, $400,000 so they could gain access. I'll show you the rest in a minute. This Trump is a businessman, people, a very good one. He knows how to sell things. He knows how to sell himself. They use lies. These are businessmen, you know, only money counts. He knows exactly what you want to hear. He knows what the buyer wants to hear for a product, eh? The proofs are all here. And I've shown you. He's an ethnic Swiss from his father's side, from the German Palatines. And from his mother's side, he is a pharaoh.
Peace out, Mr.
Pharaoh
Trump.
on the one side, Templars from the other side. He knows how to sell himself. Hey, stop believing. It's all a business, and you're a commodity. It's only money. That's all that counts. I only see money in you. You're the buyer of their lies, and they're selling it. They've been doing this for a long time, people, and nobody ever stopped them. It all started in 1291, and it's getting worse and worse by the day. So this is all from official newspapers. The Swiss drug major Novartis is now caught in the middle of the bribery storm in China. Yes, Wuhan, China, Corona, COVID-19, right? After a sales representative of the company making shocking revelations about operations in China. Novartis are in China. They got a biolab in China. Hey, you still don't believe me? Yeah, look, Novartis bribery in China. And they have a lab, several labs. They're doing experiments on homeless and poor people all over the world. Hey, the Swiss Nazi Templars, they're still conspiring against humanity, and nobody does a thing about it. Oh yes, the president is going to save us all. Mr. Trump, he's our hero. Oh yeah. Nobody's doing a thing, eh? And for Trump, you are just a commodity. You're just a couple of dollars worth. That's all. Now look, this is the front of the Swiss Novartis Criminal Nazi Institute for Biomedical Research in China. This is the China building in Shanghai. This is where it comes from. They did it, people. I already warned you about the Swiss Novartis in these two older videos of mine in my channel here, Gatzefratz, 6 years ago. So this video here, it says Novartis, and this one here. They are into bioterrorism, people. And I had a much longer video 7 years ago on my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, but that's gone. And I don't have it anymore because we had 2 extensive house searches where the police, the Swiss Nazi police, they stole all my hard disks, computers, cameras, DVDs, everything. It's gone, people. You should have copied it. So you better copy all these videos I still have here now. Maybe somebody in the future will rise up and see this and rise up against them. We'll probably won't live that anymore to see that. And I still have this video on my channel, Gatzefratz, from 2013. Here you can see that when the Swiss, they voted for a mandatory vaccination. So then I already understood that they Novartis already bribed the government and everything. And so I already warned you from this highly criminal Nazi Templar, Novartis, 7 years ago. But nobody will do anything against it. Neither will your big hero, Mr. Trump, save you. He's into it over his neck. And the youth elixir and everything. And they probably experimented on me too. The last time they had me arrested in 2015, I lost 35 kilos in 3 months, and I was feeling very sick and destroyed inside. The Swiss are the evilest bunch I've ever come across in my entire life. So therefore, the highly corrupted Swiss police refuses to wear body cams, as shown in this article from 2019, because then the Swiss Nazi cops can't that easily lie stuff together to incriminate innocent people. So Swissy can put them away in prisons and psychiatric hospitals based upon organized lies, so Novartis can go experiment on their victims. All Swiss crimes against humanity are covered up by the Swiss Nazi Templar authorities, like Swiss police and Swiss judiciary, being highly organized criminal organizations with their roots and interests into the Swiss industry, as in heavy nepotism made in Switzerland. It is because of all this, and to make it easier for the Swiss state's terror, in that same year of 2018, when the Swiss police refused the transparency of the body cams, Swissy did the opposite and developed the predictive policing so-called prevention tool in order to legalize the criminal Swiss practice of locking people away for no other reason than making profit out of the various subhuman guinea pigs. So here you see a British Bobby policeman. You say, okay, it's not a Swissy, but look at the logo on his helmet. It's octagon. It's octagon of the Knights Templars, the Templar Nazis from the Alps. It's the same thing. All police, army organizations, all these uniforms, it all comes out of the Knights Templars. It all comes from octagon. Predictive policing means they can illegally put you away for a very long time and without trial, nor you having done anything against the law, with just one psychiatrist related to Novartis Pharmaceutics having all the authorities over you, whether you may live or not, like a bloody pharaoh putting his thumb up or rather down, as we're all still being ruled by the same ones. Nothing has changed really, only they hide it better nowadays and backed up by the media political indoctrination machine. So if one of those lying Swiss Nazi cops who don't want to wear a body cam and lie something together, as they did with me, then you're gone for a long time. And the name of this total control prevention tool is Octagon. You heard it well, folks. Octagon, like octagon of the Knights Templars. Here it says Octagon. Here, Octagon. It's a new online instrument against violence, but not against their violence. Everything is only against the people, so they can control us better and better, so that they can just do what they want, and put you away. So, psychiatric hospital, then Novartis can do experiments on you. So I'll let you read a little bit about it. It's not a coincidence that I call it Octagon, And yeah, so in the future, already now, it's going to get much easier for your wife or your neighbor to put you away in prison or a psychiatric hospital for a long time, only because you're a man and you don't want certain things. Eh? So I'm sorry, it's all in German because we are in Swissyland here. They are more German than the Germans. Eh? And the only violence they talk about is the male physical violence. All other violences are okay. The violence of a woman taking away your children is okay, no problem. The violence of neighbors lying something together is okay, as it happened to me in Switzerland. Authority violence, of course, that's okay. It's a war against masculinity. Eh? It's a definite war, as I told you before. Now, it's definitely a war by all the goddesses, Hathor and Helvetica, against men. And all the patriarchal sort of, not really patriarchal, societies and religions, like the Jews and the Arabs. That's why they killed them all, eh? It's all because of this. It's the war by the pharaonic goddesses against men, against the males and their sons. It's right in our faces. So let their arrogance and secret symbols and numbers be their downfall. So here you can see it again here, octagon. Stalking and violence. It's all anti-human being propaganda by these pharaohs here. The Swiss cops' excuse for refusing to wear their tiny 80 grams webcam is that they feel hindered by it in their work. Say what? Work? You call that work? Carrying an 80-gram webcam? By the way, they're not hindered by that massive 1 kilo 9mm pistol swaying on their police hips, hey, Swissy. And they're not hindered either by all the other goodies they're carrying around themselves, like 10 kilo of goodies. No, they're only hindered by a little 50 grams webcam. Hey? Looks like a war against the people, isn't it? Well, let me tell you, it is a war against humanity. People, these are the ones who done it and brought the corona COVID-19 into our midst. I have not a single doubt, and I'm giving you the proofs and indications of that hidden Swiss crime syndicate of Octagon Nazi Templars and their Octagon prevention tool for the biggest global mafia in history. And I guess that Octagon prevention tool is not going to prevent Novartis Pharmaceutics and their terrible crimes to prevent them from letting loose some coronavirus on us and our children. Hey, Swissy. At the moment, there's a lot of talk again about the Swiss Nazi Templar bank, Credit Suisse, that apparently went broke with 6 billion Swiss francs in debt. And on March 19th, the other huge Swiss bank, UBS, announced to buy the CS Credit Suisse for 3.25 billion Swiss francs. I already told you in my videos how the giant Swiss pharmaceutical company Roche on November the 4th, 2021, bought 33% of its own company back for $20.7 billion from the other Swiss pharmaceutical giant called Novartis. And that Swiss Roche and Swiss Novartis are in fact one single company, divided by differentiated tactics for better attack strategies on the world market. And now Swiss CS and Swiss UBS doing the very same, meaning they have been one single company all along. And when a company disappears by bankruptcy, there will be no more debt paid out to the people, to whom the Credit Suisse bank owes a couple of billions in total. So UBS inherits a clean new bank without any debts to be paid. And this is why the sly Swissies split up their giant banks and their giant pharmaceutical companies in two. So when lose the game, no more liability whatsoever, which is a win-win situation as a result of splitting up their companies. And remember the huge Credit Suisse scandal called Swiss Secret from February the 20th, 2022, which triggered the Ukraine war 4 days later, and which I've explained to you in my videos. The Swiss Nazi Templar banks are incredible, ruthless gangsters. So here it says Swiss Nazi Templar banks with the Swiss flag, which is in fact the Knights Templars colors, red and white. It's the only flag in the world which is a square. And they turn it around. This is the Hospitallers who have a white cross on a red underground, because when the Knights Templars, they got forbidden in 1291 when Swissyland was founded. All the wealth of the the Knights Templars, it all went into the hands of the Hospitallers, who have a white cross on a red underground. And this is where the wealth of the Knights Templars went to Swissyland. And the Knights Templars, they founded the banks, they founded the Czech, they were the first multinationals in history. And this is the result. Credit Suisse and UBS. UBS, that means the United Banksters of Swissyland. And this is the logo of UBS. 3 keys for the concept of 3. They got a Templar V here in the key. They got a lot of 6s for the 666. This is a 6 here in the key. Altogether, there are 6. keys, or 6 parts here of all the keys here. And here you can see part of the logo of Credit Suisse, who had in fact almost a swastika logo before. Swiss Nazi Templar banks, and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. Nobody is stopping them. So in this video here, here's the title. On my channel G.I.U.R.E.H on the Brighteon video platform. I put it on Brighteon because of the censorship on YouTube. They would definitely take it off. You know? So here you can see in this video here, the last one, how I explained that the 2 biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, the Swiss Roche and the Swiss Novartis, that they are in fact one company, and now they're doing it again with the UBS and the Credit Suisse. It's all out of tactical reasons. And of course, so no liability, financial liability most of all, will be taken. It's a scam, really. And here in this video here, you can I'll give all the proofs, and I explain how the scandal of the Credit Suisse last year, how it triggered the Ukraine war 4 days later after the scandal. So here it says Swiss Secret. This is Swiss because of Credit Suisse, the same bank. And I explain you what happened and why the bankruptcy of the Credit Suisse, in fact, it's related to the Ukraine war. And so the video can be seen on YouTube on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H, which is out of use for the moment because of the YouTube censorship. And here's the title: Ukraine War Made in Switzerland. I will put it in the description below the video if I won't forget it. Here on the picture you see Putin, and here the guys of the Arab Emirates, an emir, that's like a pharaoh, like a prince. You know, it's a title of the nobility, emir, like the word emirate, emirat, and it's of the aristocracy. Well, they both are. So I'll read it for you. So Putin, he's saying, I'll empty that Swiss bank and bring you my assets and my money from the Credit Suisse. Okay? Хорошо. So today's bankruptcy of Credit Suisse in 2023, and exactly 1 year after the Swiss Secret scandal of February the 20th, 2022, are of course related to each other, giving the oligarchs, Putin and his mafia pals, the various members of the aristocracy and the Russian mafia and the Italian mafia 1 year time to withdraw all their money from the Swiss Credit Suisse and transfer it to the Arab Emirates, while the world's media, the EU, the NATO, Mr. Putin, Zelensky, and the US were distracting us 1 year long with all their lies around that low-intensity war called the Ukrainian war, with a special purpose: the time needed to empty the CS Credit Suisse from all its sensitive criminal banking assets by Pharaoh's worldwide mafia. And now this happened exactly 1 year after that enormous bank scandal, Swiss Secret, about which I talked about in my videos. While that's done and the Ruski oligarchs' money safe in the Arab Emirates, today, March the 19th, 2023, and 1 year later, after the huge Swiss Secret banking scandal and the 1 year Ukraine war distraction, the bank is empty. The Swiss Credit Suisse CS bank is empty. The money is safe. The Credit Suisse bank dumped, sacrificed, and the Ukraine war ready to end for the obvious reasons herewith explained. The global mafia of Pharaoh and their Swiss base have fooled us all along and just sacrificed a whole bunch of Ukrainians and their children in order to bring their stolen wealth into safety and far, far, far away, like in a fairy tale of 1001 Nights. But for us, it's more like a horror tale. So here it says Credit Suisse, these buildings, we know them, they are the Emirates. Here are some of the yachts of the Ruski oligarchs. Just say mafia, right? Ruski mafia. Vorizagonia, Ruski. And here, the money. So the Credit Suisse money transfer to the Arab Emirates. This is where it's all about. And it all got triggered on February the 20th, 2022, when they miraculously stopped, like pushing a button, they stopped Pharaoh's bug war as well. 4 days later, the Ukraine war, you know, just sacrificing these people only for this yacht, money, wealth. All right. As I've told you numerous times, the Swissies are always in it, people. Just follow the money trail, and it will always end up in Pharaoh's neutral utopia in the Alps, the Octagon Fortress, who, after
the global financial crisis of 2008 immediately applied for a banking license in the Arab Emirates, meaning that the banks in the United Arab Emirates of the worldwide aristocracy still are Swiss Nazi Templar banks of the Octagon in the Alps, and Putin is their Swiss sleeper agent and coded the Black Prince of the Baltic Teutonic Knights. So here it says Octagon logo on the hats. These guys here, they have an Octagon logo. Coincidence? And here it says Putin is Swiss sleeper agent. And this here on the left-hand side is Octagon of the Nazi Templars. They all belong to it. For the obvious reasons, the Swiss banks change their names all the time, so they can disappear now and then and do some neutral reset. And the original name of the CS Credit Suisse was Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, and this was their logo. So here it says SKA, that means Schweizerische Kreditanstalt. From 1968 to 1976, they had this here. And then from 1976 to 1997, when Lady Diana died, they had this here. But also with this, I wrote it down here, Nazi swastika similarity. So, I mean, there is a similarity with a swastika. I mean, you can see that immediately, can't you now? Everyone who sees a hidden Nazi swastika in the logo, please stick up your right hand. No, not like that, silly. Okay, I get your point. So here it says, everyone stick up their right hand. So here you see a Swiss cross. Here it says Helvetic with another Swiss cross. And here you see a bunch of Swiss Nazis sticking up their right hand because they saw the similarity of the former Credit Suisse swastika Nazi logo. Thank you, guys. So here you see the Nubian with a Swiss cross here and a iron collar around his or her neck with a chain on it. And here it says Credit Suisse and the Swiss flag. I'll read it for you. Swiss slave driver family Escher founded Swiss Credit Suisse SKA, Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, Nazi Templar Bank by Alfred Escher. Credit Suisse, under its old name, Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, was founded 167 years ago, in the year 1856, in Zurich, Switzerland, by Alfred Escher. And the Escher family owned a slave plantation in Cuba called Buen Retiro, owning about 90 slaves and probably many more slave plantations also in America, as they were doing business in the cotton industry. And as I told you so in my older videos, the Swissies were deep into the slave trade, with most of the slave ships belonging to the Swiss. Because the Knights Templars who founded Swissyland had an enormous fleet to get all the wealth and the Templars' treasure into Switzerland, and to get all the crusaders towards Jerusalem and cross the Mediterranean from Sicily. So here, 2.5 minutes, it's a bit difficult to read here. So here you can read all the Swiss names involved in the Swiss slavery. And here is the name Escher. So I have to run the video so you can see it. Now you can see it here. That's it. That's Escher from Zurich. You see here. These are the ones. This is the family that founded the Credit Suisse, Mr. Putin his bank, Hitler his bank, the slavery bank, and so forth and so on. So the video can be seen. I think I made it like 12 years ago or 7 years ago. I think I made it before and had to re-upload it. It got censored. So there you can see Escher, and it's on my older channel, Gatsefrats, and here is the title. If I don't forget, I'll put it in the description underneath the video. And here it says Swiss involvement in slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. You know, everywhere where they can make a big dollar, you know, they are there. So here we can read about Credit Suisse. And the former name here, Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, here it says, with that funny logo. By the way, this logo here, there's a white triangle in it, and it has a square in it. So the square is here, and the triangle is the concept of 3 that stands for the compass. So it does say square and compass. The concepts of 3 and the concept of 4. And square and compass is of course white for the New World Order. The old and red was for the Old World Order, or still is actually. And so here's that logo. It really looks like a swastika. It has a swastika in it. Well, of course, you know, they were dealing with the Nazis. You know. And so you just punch pause if you want to read it. But
This is what I wanted to show you, the history. And Credit Suisse founder was Alfred Escher. There he is. And this family was into slavery. Highly criminal family, and which we can still see in this bank here. And here, they call it controversies. This various crimes which they did. Here, the forex manipulation, the U.S. tax fraud conspiracy 2014. You can read it yourself. Espionage scandal. It's without end. And here, this is very important. Swiss Secrets Leak 2022. Well, it was actually on February the 20th, just 4 days before the Ukraine war. And among, I'll read it for you, details of 30,000 customers holding over 100 billion Swiss francs in accounts at the bank were leaked to the Süddeutsche Zeitung and became known as Swiss Secret. Among those with accounts at the bank were a human trafficker, a torturer, drug traffickers, and a Vatican-run account that allegedly invested 350 million fraudulently in London property. On February the 20th, there we go the date, Credit Suisse said it strongly rejects allegations of wrongdoing, of course, yeah. Now they're gone. And here, the Russian oligarch loans documents, destruction after invasion of Ukraine. Well, of course, they all went to the Arab Emirates. Following Swiss sanction on Russia during the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, Credit Suisse issued legal requests asking hedge funds and other investors to destroy documents linking Russian oligarchs to yacht loans, a move which they faced considerable criticism. Loans approached demanding documents linked to the bank's compliance with sanctioned Russian oligarchs. Of course, they destroyed it because the money had to go to the Arab Emirates, and it shouldn't be linked anymore to this highly criminal bank. So there he is, the man who founded the Credit Suisse, and which by that time still had the name of Schweizerische Kreditanstalt. And Alfred Escher was born in Zurich into the Escher vom Glas family, an old and influential dynasty. So if you see these double names, this is nobility, Escher vom Glas. But because in Switzerland, they had the horizontal democratic rule of the Knights Templars, all these most of the nobility titles, just disappeared. Because nobility, they rule in a vertical rule, which we can see now coming back all over the world. The feudal system is coming back, and especially here in France with all the things going on. Macron now, he can take decisions through a new law that he can make new laws without using parliament. It's not going to be debated or elected. So this is feudal. That's why so many people are going on the streets and everything. So they call him the founder of modern Switzerland. So he's a Freemason, keeping his hand like this under his jacket, the right hand. They always do that. And here it is, Credit Suisse. And Alfred Escher didn't like this state of affairs. In 1856, he succeeded in establishing a new bank, Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, now known as Credit Suisse, primarily for the purpose of securing financing for his own rail company, the Swiss Northeastern Railway. Increasingly, however, Escher's bank financed other public and private sector endeavors too, thereby developing into an important lender for the Swiss economy and the founding institution of Zurich's financial center. Well, Zurich, together with I forgot the name, the German town, they are really the financial centers of Frankfurt. They are the financial centers of Europe, Zurich and Frankfurt. And Frankfurt is, of course, Baron von Rothschild, the nobility of the jaywalkers, or no jaywalkers at all. This one too, all pharaohs. This is nobility who still rule the entire world, the aristocracy. So now I'm going to show you about the Escher family being into slavery, a highly criminal family. So in this article, it shows the Escher family. One of Zurich's most famous industrial families, the Eschers, also have direct links to the slave trade. While there's no evidence of the involvement of its most famous son, Alfred Escher, other members of the family ran a coffee plantation in Cuba that held around 90 slaves. So, but as the family, they were in the, they were also, here it says, they were in the textile business. And textile, well, in those days, you need cotton. And cotton is, of course, it's very much related to slavery. And that's also the Escher family. So, I mean, they kept it secret. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg. And of course, there's more articles to find about this in German than in English. So I just show one article in German. Here, the Alfred Escher, Sklavenplantage. Sklaven, it means slaves. It's the same word, they only have a K here. Don't ask me why. And plantage, it means plantation, slave plantation on Cuba. Credit Suisse, Alfred Escher, you see.
And so this is just the tip of the iceberg. You know, most of the crimes they kept it hidden. Kijk, de Swiss slavenplantage van Escher's family. Yeah, they had more than one slave plantation, as they were working in the textile industry as well. So this is the same article. Yeah, sklaverij, slavery, and so I have to show you this also. You know that I'm, to give some proofs, at least. Let me just punch pause. So here, there's some more. Zurich was linked to slavery through state bonds, trade, and plantations. The city of Zurich supported slavery and slave trade in the 18th century, so in the 1700s, financially, and played a role in the deportation of thousands of Africans. Moreover, the city was linked to slavery through the cotton industry. So you see, they had plantations, only we don't know the names now, and and as a study by historians of the University of Zurich. So there you see a nice picture. Oh, not very nice at all. And so here you can see again, that slavery, it's the elite, there are dynasties, it's the nobility behind slavery. Like this Escher von Glas, that's an aristocratic name. And you don't get big if you don't belong to them, if you're not part of the fair aristocracy. So I hope all the Nubians and other people, I mean, the white people are slaves themselves, In the feudal system, they were 1,000 years long as slaves. Under the Roman Empire, 70% of the Europeans, they were slaves, We're all slaves. The American Indians are slaves, Well, only Pharaoh couldn't make them work, They're more into hunting and, being free. So it's not really the white race behind it. It's the nobility, the dynasties, the fair aristocracy, and their base is Switzerland with their big banks like Credit Suisse. Their big pharmaceutical industries. I'll read it for you. Their study shows that, like other towns, Zurich was involved in financing the transatlantic slave trade. In the 18th century, for example, Zurich purchased shares in the South Sea Company, a British company that actively traded slaves. During the time Zurich held these shares, the South Sea Company deported 8,636 African people across the Atlantic to America. In the same period, the company also shipped 27,858 slaves from predominantly British islands such as Jamaica and Barbados to the Spanish colonies. The city of Zurich was therefore financially involved in the deportation of a total of 36,494 Africans, says the study. So that's a lot. I told you, and this is how Zurich became the financial center of Europe, together with Frankfurt, for the other reasons. So this is where I stopped before. 36,494 Africans, and the Swiss, they are involved in it. And furthermore, the city of Zurich was invested in slave trade through the semi-governmental Zinskommission Loi. I'll read it for you. Besides these direct investment, the Zurich textile industry also held structural ties to slavery. For example, the Indian fabrics manufactured in Zurich in the 18th century were used as a key trading commodity for purchasing slaves in West Africa. Moreover, in the 19th century, the Zurich cotton industry sourced most of its material from slave plantations in the south of the US. Some of the industrial and commercial enterprises to emerge from this sector went on to take up leading positions in the 20th century Swiss economy and played a significant part in contributing to Switzerland's wealth. Involvement of the Escher family. Here it says, the Escher family, the ones who founded the Credit Suisse, the Escher family is the most well-known example from a fairly large number of Zurich families that held ties to the colonial world and were often also involved in slavery in a variety of ways. Alfred Escher, one of the founding fathers of modern-day Switzerland, did not own any plantations or slaves himself. This is what I told you. They differentiate. Like they make two banks out of one bank. Like he was not involved into slavery or plantations. He was doing the other part for the plantations, the money part, and the part of the politics, because he was a senator. And this is what they do. It's the same with the pharmaceutical industry. Roche and Novartis. They made two or probably even more companies out of one company. So so there's no liability. They can't be blamed for immoral things. And this is what Alfred Escher, he knew very well, and he did the same thing. He just openly, he didn't have anything to do with it, but he did. However, his grandfather, Hans Caspar Escher, funded at least one slave ship. And his father, Heinrich Escher, was a successful trader and investor in the US. And his uncle, Friedrich Ludwig Escher, ran the Buen Retiro coffee plantation in Cuba with over 80 slaves. The Escher family was thus linked to slavery in various ways. So you can read the whole article yourself. I mean, this is a conglomerate, the whole family is into slavery, into banking and money. And this is the fair aristocracy. If you would make so much money, they wouldn't let you keep it. They come with laws, they come with police, and they would take away all your money. So it's not enough to make money. You need to be part of the bloodlines in order to keep it, expand it, and to be above all laws. That's Switzerland is. That's why they call it neutral. And it's not neutral for us, the normal people, not the white Europeans and everybody else. It's not neutral for us. You know, like you get terrorized in that country. They do what they want. They lie stuff together. They hate foreigners, even white foreigners like myself and many others. No, it's neutral for the fair aristocracy. They can hide their money. It's neutral in this respect, that other pharaohs and other ones of the nobility, of pharaohs nobility, they can't attack other pharaohs inside Switzerland because it's neutral for them only. See, that's why they hide all the money in Switzerland. And I have a feeling they're going to dump Switzerland now. All the money is going to the Arab Emirates. It's even further away from everything. There's a big dip in between, you know, so they can continue to do what they want. You know? So there are no like university professors sticking their noses too deep in it because it's not possible. You know, it's too far away. So this is why the Credit Suisse now it went bankrupt. Well, not directly because of this, but because all the money has been taken out and shipped over to the United Arab Emirates. So Sickurity is probably the biggest banking scandal ever. There are 30,000 clients here, 30,000 Credit Suisse bank customers. On February 20th, 2022, the Süddeutsche Zeitung reported that over a year ago, it had received secret data through a secure digital mailbox. You know, the guy stayed anonymous because he knows how they kill people in Switzerland. And this is actually, you know, because I criticized the Swissies in international newspapers in 2010 and before and afterwards, that they completely terrorized me there for a quarter of a century. You know, put me in prison for 5.5 years. I got arrested several times by the anti-terrorist squad, putting guns in my head. You know, if you criticize the Swiss banks, you're dead. This is how it is. You know. So he talks about the organized crime corruption reporting project. And so here the notable people named. You know, it's all the fair aristocracy. Eh? King Abdullah II of Jordan, Queen Rania of Jordan, Alexei Aleksin, Belarusian businessman blacklisted by the EU and US, close associate of Alexander Lukashenko. We all know that one. Hashim Yavan Bakht, Pakistani politician. Haji Saifullah Khan Bangash, Pakistani politician. They're probably all corrupt, you know, politicians. Anyway, all politicians are of the fair aristocracy. They're all of the nobility. It's, you know, Louis Alphonse de Bourbon. Is the head of the House of Bourbon. Members of the family formerly ruled France and other countries. According to the legitimists, Louis Alphonse is considered the pretender to the defunct throne of France as Louis XX with the death of his father. You know. So it's the upper nobility. Anas El-Fiki, the Egypt former Minister of Information. Ivan Guta, Ukrainian agricultural baron. He's a Ukrainian entrepreneur and co-founder of Miria Agro Holding Public Limited, one of Ukraine's largest grain producers. He defaulted on his debt in 2014 after the family had moved over 200 million into shell companies. An oligarch. You know. I mean, why do you want to hide money in Switzerland? You know, because they're all crooks. Syrian Abdul Halim Kadam, Syrian politician Zahid Ali Akbar Khan, Lieutenant General. Well, you don't become a general or a high-up politician if you're not part of the fair aristocracy. Pakistani politician Sultan Ali Lakhani, the owner of McDonald's Pakistan. Another pharaoh, a sultan, it's an aristocratic title. Louis Carlo de Leon, which is a aristocratic name, everything with de, you know, de Leon, of the lions. You know. And the lion is a symbol of the aristocracy. In Venezuela, the financial director of the electricity. Pavlo Lazarenko, Prime Minister of Ukraine, the former. Ronald Lee of the Hong Kong. Ferdinand Marcos, well, we know how corrupted that one is or was. Imelda Marcos, the First Lady of the Philippines. They all went to prison, I think. Probably still are in prison. Hisham Talat Mustafa, Egyptian real estate magnate. Gamal Mubarak, the Egyptian rulers, the president of Egypt, the sons. Saad Kair, Jordanian. And, you know, the Russian oligarchy and Putin, you know, they're all in the Arab world, you know. And I mean, look at it. Who gave all the weapons and the arms to the Arab world in order to attack the JJ base? Right? And all the weapons they have is Russian. The tanks, the airplanes, the Kalashnikov, the entire Muslim world, they have Russian weapons. So, you know, that's why they're all together here, you know. Khaled Nazar, a general. Akhtar Abdul Rahman, Billy Rautenbach, Zimbabwe. Kosim Robar. They're all very influential. A Serbian drug lord, Radoljub Radulovic. You know, drugs, and it's you put it at the same level as slavery. You know, they don't care. You know, these pharaohs with what they can make money. And they always use Switzerland. They've been using it for 800 years, since it was founded in 1291 to hide all their wealth there. It seems they're going to abandon Switzerland. So I hope, it's going to fall. Former president of Armenia, German Eduard Seidel, the biggest bribe scandal in German history. Alvaro Sobrinho, Angolan banker, James Song, Taiwan. He was in the Taiwan frigate scandal. All crooks. Look at that. Omar Mahmoud Soleiman, former vice president and the former head of the Egyptian intelligence. Kazakhstan. Talibov, Azerbaijan. Calabrian Ndrangheta, Antonio Velardo, also having his money there. Nervis Villalobos. So imagine when this Swiss secret, when it happened, they all almost got a heart attack. 30,000 people got a heart attack almost. Another frigate scandal, Bruno Wang. And they all started, on February the 20th here. They immediately started to get their money out of Switzerland, out of the Swiss Credit Suisse bank. And of course, using the big yachts, to ship it all over, and with their own airplanes and everything to get it into the Arab Emirates. So I hope the JJ base is going to do something about the United Arab Emirates, which also has nothing to do with the Arab people. It's pure pharaonic. So back then, the Swiss Escher family and their Credit Suisse bank were into slavery. During World War II, they had the Nazis use their Swiss Credit Suisse banks, and today they are associated with Putin's mafia, and the Swiss Credit Suisse triggered the Ukraine war. The father of Alfred Escher, by the name of Henry Escher, opened the first Hottinger bank in America for his friend Baron Jean Conrad Hottinger, a Swiss nobleman with both a fleur de lis for the vertical rule and the Templars cross for the horizontal rule in his coat of arms. And that is typical Swissy, They do both, and Switzerland is the neutral base for the fair aristocracy. So here's this coat of arms. And fleur de lis is vertical rule, the old world order, and the Templars cross is the horizontal rule, the republic, the new world order. And of course, in this Swiss coat of arms, you can find both, because Switzerland is the neutral place where they can both come and be protected, because Switzerland is neutral, but only for the fair aristocracy, or pharaoh's nobility. So here is Baron Jean Conrad Hottinger, and he was born here in Zurich in 1764. And so here it says, in the beginning 19th century, a family friend and associate, Henry Escher, established the first Hottinger representative office in America. His son, Alfred Escher, founded Credit Suisse, the École Polytechnique of Zurich. This is the ETH in German, and the school where Rudolf Höss, he went to, the second man in the Nazi Third Reich. And he founded the Gotthard Rail. You remember the tunnel ritual of the Gotthard? Well, it's all related. Before being made president of the National Council, that's the Swiss Senate. There are 200 blokes in there, and girlies too. For his achievements, the city of Zurich recognizes him with a statue. So these are very, very influential dynasties, and they are settled in the United States with their coats of arms and everything, and their banks and huge money out of the neutral base where all dynasties, where they all keep their money. Since hundreds of years, the very powerful Swiss Escher dynasty have set foot into the ruling upper class of America. No wonder America will never do anything against these highly criminal Swiss Nazi banks. So here's another ancestors of the Escher dynasty. His name is Heinrich Escher. He lived in the 17th century, the 1600s. So that's like 450 years ago. That's a long time. There he is. And here it says he was active as a merchant in the textile trade. So we just learned before, the Swiss textile trade, they were connected with the cotton plantations in America, and they were into slavery, financing it, and even having their own plantations. And as a representative of the buyers, he was a member of the delegation for the renewal of the alliance of Zurich with Louis XIV. That's the French Sun King, Louis XIV. That's the oldest, king who was a king longest in history. I think he was a king like more than 60 years or 70 years, longer than Queen Elizabeth, and longer than Pharaoh Ramses II. He was quite long as well. So that was the longest ruling king. Okay, that was the word I was looking for. And after the Treaty of Geneva and the Waldense had taken up there, Escher in 1687 with a representative of Bern came to the court of Louis XIV, the Sun King. So he went in and out of the court of Louis XIV, and it's the nobility of their neutral base in the Alps, the Octagon. Pharaoh's neutral base. So because they got a lot of internal strife and problems and even kill each other, and they decided, okay, we have a neutral place where we can put the money, nobody's going to steal it, there won't be any murders or killings amongst ourselves. Okay, in Switzerland they kill other people who are not of the nobility, and that's why it's neutral people. And the Swiss people are not a people, but they're a product, because the essential of a people is a people come in one color of skin and they come in one language. All other things, it's not a people. They are a product or a mix, like the Americans and also the jaywalkers. They're not a people, but a product. And more than 30 years ago, I had my first bad experiences with this Swiss Nazi bank, Credit Suisse, by then still having that Nazi logo, when they stole all the money I had on me, 10 Swiss francs. And they really shouldn't have done that, because I immediately had this Swiss robbery escalate. A crazy story, which I will tell you now. Over 30 years ago, I was in a Swiss Credit Suisse bank in the capital of Bern, while being a homeless in France and sleeping outside with a huge backpack. But I just wanted to look what Swissyland was about for a few days, merely passing through. But I understood pretty soon that I shouldn't stay there for too long, because in that huge Swiss Credit Suisse Nazi bank with solid marble floors and whatnot, I wanted to change about 11 Swiss francs of tiny coins, as I had been begging for some money in the Swiss capital the hours before, as I was hungry and hadn't eaten for days in a row. So I was already quite itchy, if you know what I mean. So here it says Swiss banks don't like homeless people very much. So I poured out a sort of a replica of a Swiss mountain in copper coins in front of the Swiss cashier lady at the counter and asked her to give me a bill so I could buy me some scoff. That's food in British slang. You have to go to the machine behind you near the wall, she said. Okay, I moaned, already disliking the tone in the Swiss marble shebang, and shoved my Swiss copper mountain back in my two hands and went to the machine, while already attracting dozens of those weird Swiss looks all around me, stinging in my back most of all. So this is the Swiss bank. This is me with my handful of coins. And here it says the Swiss Credit Suisse bank stole all my money. I shoveled my Swiss mountain into the Swiss money machine and thought, great, I've never seen that before, as I already had accumulated a great deal of changing coins experiences in the various countries of Europe over the years. The machine literally absorbed my Swiss mountain, making a weird sound which reminded me slightly of a burp, like the money monster just swallowing a Swiss mountain in one single go. And I was still very hungry and getting more and more South African style itchy. Marble floors, burping money machines, cold sterile Swiss Nazi bank, annoying bankster personnel, and getting serious incoming by all those worrisome looks around me. So I crossed the huge marble floor once again, while being scrutinized and Swiss eyeballed by nearly everyone in there. I finally made it, and feeling quite light with only a tiny receipt from the burping machine that had me lightened of my heavy Swiss copper mountain. I almost felt naked, returning with only that tiny sheet of paper and that huge marble floor getting eyeballed from everyone. So here's that floor. I couldn't find that floor in the bank, but it looked very similar. This is from inside the Swiss Parliament, but it's the same, you know. Actually, the opposite from the Swiss Parliament, that bank. So and here's that machine. Here it says burping Swiss money machine. That's what it did. So I gave the receipt to the lady, and she gave me back only 35 cents Swiss reppens for my whole mountain of Swiss copper coins, while she was displaying an obvious big smile all over her beforehand monotonous expression she had. She was definitely having the time of her life, enjoying the Swiss-German Schadenfreude, which means joy for damage in English, saying it all that we don't even have similar expressions in English, revealing the whole apparent mindset. It must have been obvious by my looks that they had a scabby, hungry homeless in their fancy bank on that huge, sterile marble floor, feeling like being inside a funeral home seconds before getting incinerated. And I tell you, the Swiss shakedown, together with the rest of the ingredients, actually felt like the very end on that huge, sterile marble floor in a funeral home. I want to see the manager, I stammered. I go get him, and still having the time of her life. Manager came. Yeah, the machine costs money. Do you think all in life is for free? While scrutinizing my homeless looks of me, the Untermensch, meaning subhuman in Swiss Nazi slang. As if it was normal, he said. Here in Switzerland, using a counting machine cost 10 Swiss francs, which was exactly the amount plus 35 cents, which I had put into the machine, which the smiling cashier lady must have known, but never told me, as it would have spoiled all the Swiss fun. So I put 10 francs and 35 cents into the Swiss money machine, hoping to get a 10 Swiss francs bill to get myself some food. But instead of that, the Swiss money-making machine absorbed all my food money, nothing left. Then I literally exploded, feeling the blood rush into my head while seeing the smiling expression on their faces, making place for incredible despair. I quickly looked around what I could smash at that huge marble floor, which I already hated from the beginning, and saw nothing in that sterile place which I could grab and demolish, until I saw that bank card machine just in front of me on the counter, and I grabbed it and wanted to pull it out of the wall. But the electric cable was that long that when going backwards into the middle of that sea of marble, the cable still hadn't reached the end. So by then, I just smashed it in the middle of that marble floor with tiny pieces shattering in all directions and not a scratch on the marble. I immediately felt kind of relieved after having gotten rid of it and out of my system. And now it was my time to smile and look around with a satisfied look on my face, while I met with anguish around me, totally changing the previous setup of them smiling and me not. Now it was me having the fun of my life while they were all ducking behind the various counters. I quickly left the perimeter before getting trapped in that marble funeral bank. And although cell phones didn't exist yet 30 years ago, I decided it better to leave the damn country immediately. Funny though, how I made friends with the hateful marble floor in the end, assisting me in my endeavors to smash that bank card machine. A few hours later, back in France, with the entire local Swiss police force still looking for me over there, I nicked some French cheese in the nearest French supermarket, got myself a crunchy French baguette, crashed on a park bench, and thought by myself, vive la France. By the way, this is how the banks, how they make fun of homeless people. This is the HSBC Bank, UK, the Templars colours or the Swiss flag, red and white. I suppose this is a daughter of the Swiss banks anyway. Anyway, all banks in the world are Nazi Templar banks of Switzerland. Eh? So this is how they make fun of homeless people. When a bus shelter is your only shelter, it's hard to open a bank account. Well, this is what I realized as well. I mean, I couldn't open a bank account here in France because I need 3 proofs of of my rent being paid. I needed 3 proofs of my job, the salary, 3 copies, and a valid passport, etc., etc. So they're just making fun of it. It's hard to open a bank account when a bus shelter is your only shelter. And this is their mindset of the banks. Eh? It's terrible. At least me, homie Ross, I didn't accept when they stole my 10 Swiss francs. I didn't accept it. No way. And I realized very quickly when being in Switzerland that I didn't see any homeless people like sleeping out like this. And from what I heard many times, if they find homeless people, the Swiss, they call up the police, and within an hour you're gone, and they put you in a psychiatrical ward in the boogie house. And so this is why you don't see people sleeping out like this in Switzerland. So you be careful in countries where you don't see people sleeping out. Right? Maybe it's horrible, like in London or in Paris, you see people sleeping out, but at least there is the freedom to do so. Okay. And here in this article, even in German, even the Swiss, they are moaning about it, that they need to pay for if you want to exchange coins. And it said in the article, like in the beginning, that the lady at the counter, Schalter, that means counter, said that it cost money. Well, me, they didn't even tell me anything. I didn't know. If I would have known, of course, I would have dropped all the Swiss mountain of Swiss coins in the snack bar where I wanted to go, But nobody told me, They just wanted to make some fun out of a homeless. Because the Untermensch, the subhuman, the idea is very, very much alive in Switzerland. And Switzerland is, where the Nazis stopped in 1945. It went on in Switzerland, right? So at least I didn't accept their cunning. Then many years later, and this time in Zurich, again, I got harassed in a Swiss bank for nothing. Both times for nothing, to just provoke problems all the time. It was very inviting. They had statues, historical statues, which I just wanted to film inside. It would have taken me 5 seconds, but they wanted to make a problem out of it. Right? So you can see it here on Wolf Clan Media. I also got it in my channel, and this is the title: Swiss Banksters Call Police and Assault Journalist Sean Ross. So this is in Zurich, the financial center of Europe, where the Credit Suisse was founded. On Monday, 30th May 2011, Peter Odensov conducted an interview with a senior Swiss banker in Moscow, Russia. The banker explained that he had been involved in making a direct payment in cash to a professional assassin who had been contracted to kill the president of a third world country. The Swiss bank involved received a coded, handwritten payment instruction from a foreign secret service. Well, I can tell you, the foreign secret service is called Octagon, the top of the Nazi Templars. This procedure was and is standard practice in the administration of Bilderberg-initiated elite black ops. The Swiss banks concerned regularly receive such payment orders for contracts assassination work. So here's the whole interview by Peter Odensov here. Revelations from a Swiss banking insider, Peter Odensov, Novy Den, Russia, Russian Weekly. Revelations from a Swiss banking insider, on June the 6th, 2011. And this is exactly the time when I also got arrested a few months before that. And at the end of 2010, they killed this Austrian guy who had a lot of intel on Swiss banks, and he wanted to sell it, and they murdered him. And when I talked about it in the Austrian newspaper, then that was the end of me. So the interview with Peter Odensov took place on May the 30th. That might have been the same day when they arrested me, May the 30th. With the Russian weekly magazine Nový Den. Can you tell us something about your involvement in Swiss banking business? I have worked for Swiss banks for many years. I was designated as one of the top directors of one of the biggest Swiss banks. My guess is Credit Suisse. They're highly criminal. During my work, I was involved in the direct payment in cash to a person who killed the president of a foreign country. I was in a meeting where it was decided to give this cash money to the killer. This gave me dramatic headaches and troubled my conscience. It was not the only case that was really bad, but it was the worst. It was a payment instruction on order of a foreign secret service, written by hand, giving the order to pay a certain amount to a person who killed the top leader of a foreign country. And it was not the only case. We received several such handwritten letters coming from foreign secret services, giving the order to pay out cash from secret accounts to fund revolutions or for the killing of people. I can confirm what John Perkins has written in his book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. There really exists such a system, and Swiss banks are involved in such cases, right? Which me and my family, we had to feel this, right? And Perkins' book is also translated and available in Russian. Can you tell us which bank it is and who was responsible? It was one of the top 3 Swiss banks. Well, that's Credit Suisse, UBS. No, I don't know what the other one. At that time, and it was the president of a country in the third world. But I don't want to give out too many details because they will find me very easily. If I say the name of the president and the name of the bank, I will risk my life. You can't name any person in the bank either. No, I can't. But I can assure you this happened. We were several persons in the meeting room. The person in charge of the physical payment of the cash came to us and asked us if he is allowed to pay out such a big amount in cash to that person. And one of the directors explained the case, and all others said, okay, you can do it. Did this happen often? Was this kind of a slush fund? Yes. This was a special fund managed in a special place in the bank where all the coded letters came in from abroad. The most important letters were handwritten. We had to decipher them, and in them was the order to pay a certain amount of cash from accounts for the assassination of people, funding revolutions, funding strikes, funding all sorts of parties. I know that certain people who are Bilderbergers were involved in such orders. I mean, they gave the orders to kill. Can you tell us in what year or decade this happened? I prefer not to give you the precise year, but it was in the 80s. So if I read this here in the 80s, it must be Thomas Sankara. There was a president, I think he was murdered in the 80s. Fantastic guy. Really a fantastic Nubian president in the 80s. I'll look it up afterwards. Did you have a problem with his work? Yes, a very big problem. I couldn't sleep for many days, and after a while, I left the bank. If I give you too many details, they will trace me. Several secret services from abroad, mostly English-speaking, gave orders to fund illegal acts, even the killing of people through Swiss banks. We had to pay on the instructions of foreign powers for the killing of persons who didn't follow the orders of Bilderberg or the IMF or the World Bank, for example. This is a very startling revelation that you are making. Why do you feel the urge to say this now? Well, there he is, Thomas Sankara, fantastic person. Thomas Isidore Noël Sankara, and he died in 1987, so he died in the 80s, was a Burkinabe military officer, revolutionary, and Pan-Africanist who served as president of Burkina Faso from his coup in 1983 to his assassination in 1987. Viewed by supporters as a charismatic and iconic figure of revolution, he's commonly referred to as Africa's Che Guevara. Well, we can be pretty sure that this was the one. Fantastic person, really. He already did a lot of good for Africa, and this guy was not corrupted at all. You can read it yourself. Just punch pause. So all the good people that get murdered, and the Swiss octagon, they are behind it. So you just punch pause if you want to read it all. Yeah, these are the things he did. Yeah, like, remember this, he sold off the government fleet of Mercedes cars and made the Renault 5 the cheapest car sold in Burkina Faso at that time, the official service car of the ministers. He painted them black, instead of a black limousine, they were like stuffed into a tiny French car, This is the kind of guy he was. Fantastic person. And of course, a person like this, a person like that doesn't take any orders of any Swiss Nazi Templar banks, like the Octagon. So he had to go. I have a lot of respect for this man. And in the interview, when they say the 1980s, I knew immediately it must have been Thomas Sankara. I have a lot of respect for this great Nubian. Too bad. So I repeat the last question. This is a very startling revelation that you are making. Why do you feel the urge to say this now? Because Bilderberg is meeting in Switzerland, because the world situation is getting worse and worse, and because the biggest banks in Switzerland are involved in unethical activities. Most of these operations are outside the balance sheet. It's a multiple of what is officially declared. It's not audited and happening without any taxes. The figures involved have a lot of zeros. It's huge amounts. So it's billions. It's much more. It's trillions. completely unaudited, illegal, and besides the tax system, basically it's a robbery of everybody. I mean, most normal people are paying taxes. Yeah, well, they robbed my bloody 10 Swiss francs, eh? Well, it's not a lot of zeros, but for me it was a big zero. You know, I was being homeless. I had at least one big zero after the one, eh? For a homeless, that's a big zero. I mean, most normal people are paying taxes and abiding by the laws. Well, what is happening here is complete against our Swiss values. So it's a Swiss guy, eh? That's the problem with these Swiss. They believe, you know, that they have values. They don't see that, you know, the laws that are the laws of the fair aristocracy they're ruling, you know. They just don't get it. And they all think they have to protect the Swiss banks, you know. Oh, you know, when I was living in that village next to Bern, I got aggressed by neighbors, you know, because I dared, as a foreigner, to criticize the Swiss banks. I mean, this is very rare, you know, a guy like this, because he saw the things going on, the evil things. But most people, they don't understand it. And all Swissies, they think they need to protect the Swiss banks and terrorize Homie Ross with his whole family, because Homie Ross dared to speak out in foreign newspapers and on YouTube. So what is happening here is complete against our Swiss values, like neutrality, honesty, and good faith. In the meetings I was involved in, the discussions were completely against our democratic principles. You see, most of the directors of Swiss banks are not locals anymore. They are foreigners, mostly Anglo-Saxon, either American or British. They don't respect our neutrality. They don't respect our values. They are against our direct democracy. They just use the Swiss banks for their illegal means. They use huge amounts of money created out of nothing, and they destroy our society and destroy the people worldwide just for greed. They seek power and destroy whole countries like Greece, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, and Switzerland will be one of the last in line. And they use China as working slaves. And a person like Joseph Ackerman, well, Joseph Ackerman, he was born actually next to that big lake where the bees will rise. You remember that? I made that film of the 7 hills, or 7 kings. And there's a town called Wallenstadt right there. And this is where he was born. So Joseph Ackerman, who is a Swiss citizen, is the top man at a German bank, and he uses his power for greed and doesn't respect the common people. So this is Wallenstadt, you know, this lake here where the monster is supposed to rise from, where the 7 hills or also 7 kings are. The 7 Kurfürsten. It's the only place in the world, what I found, where the 7 hills are 7 kings, just as it says in the Bible. I haven't found any other place. So here are some people here who from there. Lucius Wildhaber, that was the first director of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. I mean, how can a Swiss be the director in the European Community of the Human Rights? Eh? And I dropped a complaint when he was still against Switzerland, when he was still the director. Well, you want to know the result, eh? And actually, he died after a visit with Putin. Oh, you can see him here with Putin. A few weeks later, he died of a heart attack or something. Here he is, Joseph Ackerman, the guy, the banker, and the Swiss Guard, and there are a lot of other people, even some Americans. There was a guy who was an admiral or something, in an American admiral. I don't see him. And this church here, it's a chapel of Saint George. Here it is on the mountain here. I don't think we can see it here. It's here on the mountain. And Saint George was the saint protector of the Knights Templars. So the Knights Templars were there, where the beast is supposed to rise, where the bankers are. It's all there, right? And this chapel of Saint George was first mentioned in the year 1253. It's probably much older, and this is exactly the time of the Knights Templars. And it was the Knights Templars who founded the Swiss banks, the banking. You know, they founded the check. They invented the check. So it's not a surprise we find Joseph Ackerman in exactly that place. So here it is in German, Wallenstadt, as the German edition is of course much more extended. So I'll just skip all this, eh? And so there are many more persons who are from Wallenstadt. Okay. Here he is, Edward Walter Eberle, a US American admiral. Well, he was born in Swissyland, eh? in Wallenstadt. As I told you, there are 1 million Swiss Americans in the US who have taken over all key positions like presidents and admirals and so forth. So I continue the interview here about Joseph Ackerman. And a person like Joseph Ackerman, who is a Swiss citizen, is the top man at a German bank, and he uses his power for greed and does not respect the common people. He has quite a few legal cases in Germany. And also now in the States, he's a Bilderberger and does not care about Switzerland or any other country. You see, they're all multinationals. And how come a Swiss from this very special place, he's the director of I think it's the biggest bank in the world, the Deutsche Bank, the German bank. And in Frankfurt, of course, as I told you. Well, because all banks, actually nowadays, all banks are actually Swiss Nazi Templar banks, because they started it. Even all banks, all national banks, everything. Go on. Are you saying some of these people that you mentioned will be at the upcoming Bilderberg meeting in June in St. Maurice? I went there. It was not in June. I think it was. I think it was in April. Yeah, or in May. I went there in 2011. Yes. So they're currently in a position of power, Yes, they have huge amount of money available and use it to destroy whole countries. They destroy our industry and build it up in China. On the other hand, they opened up the gates in Europe for all Chinese products. The working population of Europe is earning less and less. The real aim is to destroy Europe. And this is what he's saying in the beginning of 2011. Right? Do you think that the Bilderberg meeting in St. Moritz has symbolic value? Because in 2009, they were in Greece, 2010 in Spain, and look what happened to them. Does this mean Switzerland can expect something bad? Yes. Switzerland is one of the most important countries for them because there is so much capital here. They are meeting there because apart from other things, they want to destroy all values that Switzerland stands for. You see, it's an obstacle for them, not being in the EU or Euro, not totally controlled by Brussels and so on. Well, you see, this is a Swissy, they're completely brainwashed in Switzerland. Over the last 800 years, they are like dressed like a police dog, and they really believe all this what he's saying here, this Swissy, that Switzerland is neutral and they have values and he doesn't understand it. He just had a short glimpse as being a top banker. He saw some things he didn't like, But all Swissies, they work with the system, They're very dangerous because they don't see it. Yeah, they are very fanatic in protecting their clean and neutral Switzerland, and very fanatic. So regarding values, I'm not talking about the big Swiss banks because they're not Swiss anymore. Most of them are led by Americans. I'm talking about the real Swiss spirit that the common people cherish and hold up. As soon in 1291, when the Knights Templars came and founded Switzerland, they put 4 peoples together and they made the Swiss product of, a people comes in one skin color and they come in one language. These are the facts concerning a people. I can't help it. I can't change it. This is how it is. And when they come in 4 languages, that's not a people anymore. That's 4 peoples. Yeah, it's a product. And they immediately started to murder the good people in Switzerland. And they are bred. It's a very dangerous, fanatic, bred product of the Knights Templars and the fair aristocracy. And this guy, he doesn't see it because the Swissies, they've been bred for 800 years. And they think it's okay, to terrorize an immigrant like me and my Swiss family, my Swiss wife as well, because I criticize the Swiss banks. And all Swiss, they're all bred, fanatically to protect the Swiss banks. And only because this guy, he had a glimpse about not so, what the jaywalkers say, not so kosher things going on there. And he started thinking things, normally the Swissies, they can't apprehend. They just can't. Sure, it has symbolic value, as you said, regarding Greece and Spain. Their aim is to be a kind of exclusive elite club that has all the power and everybody else is impoverished and down. Do you think that the aim of Bilderberg is to create a kind of global dictatorship controlled by the big global corporations where there are no sovereign states anymore? Yes, and Switzerland is the only place left with direct democracy. Well, there is no direct democracy because they have 7 heads of state, and if they vote for something, it's not in their democracy or something, which is not direct. The 7 heads of state, they're going to decide if the new law is going to be taken or not. And many laws, they were never executed anyway. So there is no direct democracy. And here you can see it again that the Swissies, so there is Pharaoh. And these Pharaoh, they get like 50% good slaves, peasants to work for them and all this. And they just don't see it, because they're completely bred, indoctrinated over 800 years. It's probably the most indoctrinated, I can't say people, in the world. There's not much more indoctrinated. They use the blackmail of too big to fail, as in the case of the UBS, to put our country in big debt, just like they did with many other countries. In the end, maybe they want to do with Switzerland what they did with Iceland, with all the banks in the country bankrupted, and also bring it into the EU. Of course, the EU is under the iron grip of the Bilderberg. What do you think could stop this plan? Homie Ross, of course. Well, that's the reason I speak to you. It's truth. Truth is the only way. Well, that's what I always say, information. Put a light on this situation, expose them. They don't like to be in the spotlight. We have to create transparency in the banking industry and in all levels of society. What you're saying is there is a correct side to the Swiss banking business, and there are a few big banks that are misusing the financial system for their illegal activities. Yes, the big banks are training their staff with Anglo-Saxon values. This is typical Swiss, Even if he sees something going on, which he doesn't like, this Swiss here, he always put the blame on foreigners. Now it's the Anglo-Saxons, eh? They are training them to be greedy and ruthless, and greed is destroying Switzerland and everybody else. As a country, we have a majority of the most correct operating banks in the world. If you look at the small and mid-sized banks, it's just the big ones who operate globally that are a problem. They are not Swiss anymore and don't consider themselves as such. Do you think it is a good thing that people are exposing Bilderberg and showing who they really are? I think the Strauss-Kahn case is a good chance for us because it shows, you remember the Strauss-Kahn case, that was his Frenchie, and he was definitely going to become France's president. And then he had this rape case in New York, which of course nothing ever happened, It's a good chance for us because it shows these people are corrupted, sick in their minds, so sick they are full of vices, and those vices are kept under wraps on their orders. Some of them, like Strauss-Kahn, rape women. Others are sadomaso, or pedophile, and many are into Satanism. When you go in some banks, you see these satanic symbols, like in the Rothschild Bank in Zurich. Oh, I filmed that one, eh? Maybe you saw my video with all the lizards on it and all. These people are controlled by blackmail because of the weaknesses they have. They have to follow orders, or they will be exposed, so they will be destroyed or even killed. The reputation of Strauss-Kahn is not only killed in the mass media, he could be killed also literally. Dominique Strauss-Kahn. They say this, that he raped some servant girl, a Nubian servant girl in a rich New York hotel. Well, it was probably a setup. Since Ackerman is in the steering committee of Bilderberg, do you think he's a big decision maker there? Yes, but there are many others, like Lagarde, who will probably be the next IMF head, also a member of Bilderberg, then Sarkozy and Obama. They have a new plan to censor the internet because the internet is still free. They want to control it and use terrorism or whatever as a reason. They could even plan something horrible so that they have an excuse. Now, this is interesting. So this guy, he's already telling this before it happened. And right after, and it really started in 2015, so 4 years later with the terrorist attacks in Paris, it started the censorship on the internet, on YouTube and all this. So he said it this year, 4 years before that. So, this is a proof that this is a real interview with somebody who is not lying. So that is your fear. It's not only a fear. I'm certain of it. As I said, they give orders to kill. So they are capable of terrible things. If they have the feeling they're also losing control, like the uprising now in Greece and Spain, and maybe Italy will be next, then they can do another Gladio. The Gladio scandal. Stay behind was the code name. I was close to the Gladio network. As you know, they instigated terrorism paid by American money to control the political system in Italy and other European countries. Regarding the murder of Aldo Moro, the payment was done through the same system as I told you about. Was Ackerman part of this payment system at the Swiss bank? Smile. You are the journalist. Look at his career and how fast he made it to the top. What do you think can be done to hinder them? Well, there are many good books out there that explain the background and connect the dots, like the one I mentioned by Perkins. These people really have hit men that get paid to kill. Some of them get their money through Swiss banks, but not only. They have a system set up all over the world, and to expose the public, these people that are prepared to do anything to keep control, and I mean anything. Through exposure, we could stop them.
Just food for thought. If you've seen Wolf of Wall Street, it's a great revealing of how it all works. And again, watch the movie if you haven't seen it. It is worth a watch. Story of Jordan Belfort, of course, depicted the way that Hollywood allowed it to be depicted. Nonetheless, he is in the movie, and there's actually a scene in the movie where Jordan Belfort himself comes out and introduces Leonardo DiCaprio as Jordan Belfort in the movie. But anyway, must-watch movie, yeah.
Yes, telling the truth. We are confronted with really ruthless criminals, also big war criminals. It's worse than genocide. They are ready and able to kill millions of people just to stay in power and in control.
If someone could leave a comment in the chat, just so I know I'm still going. It looks like I am, but it also helps the algorithm. When the chat's dead, it kind of doesn't help. So peace and love. Appreciate it.
Can you explain from your view why the mass media in the West is more or less completely silent regarding Bilderberg? Because there's an agreement between them and the owners of the media. You don't talk about it. They buy them. Also, some of the top media figures are invited to the meetings, but are told not to report anything they see and hear. It's the structure of Bilderberg. In the structure of Bilderberg is there an inner circle that knows the plans, and then there is a majority who just follow orders. Yes. You have the inner circle who are into Satanism, and then there are the naive or less informed people. Some people even think they're doing something good.
See, I'm glad I asked, because then I see a new person, a newbie, and welcome, Mr. or Mrs. Cowgry. Interesting name.
Circle. According to exposed documents and own statements, Bilderberg decided back in 1955 to create the EU and the euro, so they made important and far-reaching decisions. Yes, and you know that Bilderberg was founded by Prince Bernhard, a former member of the SS and Nazi Party, and he also worked for IG Farben. And he studied in Lausanne, eh? You know this, Swissy, but you don't want to say it, maybe? I know it. Whose subsidiary produced Cyclone B. The other guy was the head of Occidental Petroleum, who had close relations to the communists in the Soviet Union. They work both sides, but really these people are fascists who want to control everything and everybody, and who gets in their way is removed. Is the payment system you explained outside of normal operation, compartmentalized and in secret? In those Swiss banks, the normal employees don't know this is happening. It's like an own secret department in the bank. As I said, these operations are outside of the balance sheet with no supervision. Some are situated in the same building, others are outside. They have their own security and special area where only authorized people can enter. How do they keep this transaction out of the international SWIFT system? Well, some of the Clearstream listings were true were true in the beginning. They just included fake names to make people believe the whole list is fake. You see, they also make mistakes. The first list was true, and you can trace a lot of things. You see, there are people around that discover irregularities and the truth, and they tell it. Afterwards, of course, there are lawsuits, and these people are forced to shut up. The best way to stop them is to tell the truth, put the spotlight on them. If we don't stop them, we will end up as their slaves. Thank you for this interview, Peter Odintsov, Noviden Info. So it's probably a Russian guy, maybe a Ukrainian. And this was in the very same time that they arrested me with an anti-terrorist squad. So this is the same time, as you can see here. This is in October 2010. And a few months later, in June 2011, there was that interview, which I just read to you, about the hitman working for the Swiss banks, Credit Suisse. And I was arrested a couple of months before or one of the times, that time that came into the newspaper in April 2011. So this is in German. It only exists in German. And these hitmen for the Swiss banks, they murdered this guy. They put him in a Swiss prison, and in 2 weeks' time, he got suicided. And I talked about it here. So here's my name, historian Sean Ross. And here it says, he gesamtsmordet, it means he was suicided. The code O2T torture. I talked about it. And that was the end of me and my family. They ruined us. Now I've been on the run for 8 years from Swissyland. So here's some more about it. And exactly as Peter Odintsov in that interview, or actually the banker, how he explained it. And I had Swiss police try to murder me. They shot at me in the forest, and yeah. So I know that these things happen, and it was a very truthful interview. So I'll show it once more. So it was exactly the same time, So here's my name. It was in the Austrian newspaper called the Krone Zeitung. Here it says Krone Zeitung, Kronen Zeitung. Okay, here it says Kronen, and here it says Krone. Okay, that's why I mixed up. So, and there were a lot of, all the time, I ended up in the Swiss newspapers. I already shown that to you. And so I'm not going to show it once more. And the authorities do nothing. And also the French authorities, they protect the Swiss banks, they protect the Swiss. I tried to drop an official complaint at the Justice Department 3 times. And as this guy was talking about it, that they were going to use terrorism as a means to control the internet, I knew. When I infiltrated the Octagon group, they talked about this, doing terrorist attacks in Berlin and London and Paris. So I tried to warn the French authorities, but they didn't do anything. They all protect Switzerland and their banks and their huge pharmaceutical industries. They all protect it. So I shouldn't have done it, I thought I could open up my mouth, and as they portray the society as so free, that we have all the freedom, So it's their own fault, that they portray this lie about our society, because we're not free at all. It's a total dictatorship, people. So I'll read it for you. The Swiss Beast World Government. So this is inside the Swiss Parliament. And you all see the Freemason checkerboard designs all over. And a lot of marmor as well, marble. And this is the entrance. If you go out here, I think it's here, just opposite of the Swiss Parliament, there is that Swiss Credit Suisse bank with a marble floor and everything. So it's sort of typically the same, maybe the same architects. Well, this is marble. Yeah, this probably as well. But this is typical marble. And inside that bank, it almost looks like this here. It's all the same. The parliament, the government, the banks, the pharmaceutical industry. It's all the same beast. Yeah. So opposite here is right. It's right. It's just a few meters. There is that bank where I smashed the machinery on their fine marble floor, because they stole all the money I had. And the world is being ruled from out of Switzerland. Remember Bill Cooper? He said it as well. And don't forget this interview by Peter Odintsov. I wonder what he's doing today. Probably a Russian journalist. On the good side, he probably fled. And so now we know, that the Russians are very active in Africa with the Wagner Group. Are they the ones who executed Thomas Sankara in 1987? What the Swiss banker talked about. I mean, he did give the interview in Moscow, didn't he? Right? And I told you, Putin, he's a Swiss sleeper agent, and the rest of his mafia guys, and it's all out of the Knights Templars who founded the Teutonic Knights, who ended up in the Baltic, where Putin was born in St. Petersburg, where's the biggest castle in Europe, the Marlborough Castle of the Teutonic Knights. And this happened when the Knights Templars, who originally spoke French, they founded Switzerland and started to speak Swiss German, and became the Teutonic Knights and the Swiss banks. The world is being ruled from out of Switzerland. The Swiss Beast World Government. In my video,
the Swiss beast world government from last week. I explained to you how the Swiss Escher family from Zurich were slave drivers in the Americas who owned slave ships, got filthy rich in the textile industry through the cotton pickers, and therefore needed a bank. So they founded the Swiss Nazi bank, Credit Suisse. And here's part 2 about this Swiss slave driver family from Zurich using concentration camp slaves, which the Nazis freely provided to the Swissies. Once a slave driver, always a slave driver. Switzerland is such a clean, neutral, and innocent country, aren't they now? And honi soit qui mal y pense. Shame to those who think bad about it, like Homie Ross, who got destroyed by the Swissies because he thought bad about it. Honi soit qui mal y pense, the slogan and the motto of the infamous Order of the Garter that comes out of Switzerland and their Knights Templars and the new Knights Templar horizontal system. So here it says honi soit qui mal y pense, which is in Old French, and it means shame to those who think bad about it. So which is already a warning in itself. So for their very lucrative textile industry, with totally free of charge cotton coming from their various slave plantations, making these lovely Swiss traditional clothes, Swiss nationalistic flags called iNTERNATIONAL, and other typical Swiss vivre products like traditional Swiss folkloric costumes, Swiss traditional curtains, traditional Swiss beddings, all provided by the traditional Swiss slavery from the Americas. It needed, therefore, a wavery line. So the Swiss slavery banking Nazi family, Escher von Glas, founded, therefore, in 1805 the Escher Wies textile spinning factory by Hans Caspar Escher, together with Solomon von Weiss, the latter also being an aristocratic name with the von part in it. And also Escher's name is fully aristocratic because the full name of this Swiss dynasty is Escher von Glas. As in Switzerland, the long aristocratic names mostly disappeared because of the Knights Templars horizontal rule, who founded Switzerland in 1291, making it the first and oldest New World Order democracy in the world. So we're still talking here about that Escher family that founded the Swiss Nazi bank Credit Suisse, that now went bankrupt because of their criminal transactions with Vladimir Putin, the Russian oligarchs, all sorts of mafiosi, crooked aristocrats, and the Swiss Secret or Swiss Secrets huge banking scandal of February the 20th, 2022. So here it says Switzerland's traditional textile industry. So here you see a Swiss slave ship by the Escher family, and they're hanging up some Nubians who didn't want to obey, probably. And why should they obey to the Swissies? Me too, I didn't want to obey, yeah. And here you see this fabulous Swiss traditional clothing, the folkloristic Swiss clothing of the same era during the slavery times in the Americas. So these pictures here to the left and here to the right, it all fits together. When this was happening here, the Swissies, they were wearing this sort of traditional folkloric clothes. And you can see the Swiss flag. Here you see this long Swiss flute in the Alps here. A little handbag, you know, like the pharaohs and all these ancient pictures. They even have the little handbag, you know, as all pharaohs do, you know, which is quite a mystery, actually. So, well, this is lovely, neutral, innocent Switzerland, isn't it? And this infamous Escher family. So here is that company, Escher Wies and Company, from Wikipedia here. And so remember, Escher, that's the same family that founded this Swiss Nazi bank, Credit Suisse, and who was keeping slaves in the Americas, right? So I'll read it for you here. History. The company was founded as Escher Wies and Company in 1805 by Hans Caspar Escher, there he is, and Salomon von Wies. After having originally started the company as a textile spinning business, as I just explained to you, the two expanded the enterprise to include a machine shop that manufactured textile machinery, water wheels, water turbines, power transmission equipment, and starting in 1835, ships, including boilers and steam engines. And here, during World War II, about which later on I will explain you more, but I'll read this here, so because I'm just having this site here. So here, the company also manufactured the hydraulic systems of hydroelectric plants. During World War II, the company was a supplier for the German war effort, manufacturing turbines for Norsk Hydro and supplying flamethrowers. There you go. I will explain you more about it later on. And oh yeah, here it says, additionally, the company was an
integral part of researching and developing turbines to produce heavy water for the creation of nuclear weapons for the Nazis. Okay, that's what Swissy and the family Escher was working on, nuclear weapons and flamethrowers and whatnot. So there he is, that guy who founded the Escher-Wyss company, yeah, Hans Caspar Escher. And here he is. Take a look at the picture. Look at his big and long nose, which is really aristocratic, of the aristocracy, just as the huge nose of Pharaoh Ramses the Great, the biggest pharaoh of all times, or King Louis XIV. If you look at the profile of Louis XIV, you'll see the same thing. So it's not the jaywalkers with noses like that. And if they have it, some jaywalkers, then it means they are from the jaywalker nobility. You know, like Rothschild and Baron von Rothschild, and this the guy who had this castle and who had Hermann Göring living in his castle, the big fat Nazi. Yeah? And sometimes jaywalkers just have a big nose like this, but it's very rare. If they just have the genetics through rape by the pharaohs, just as they did with the Europeans. So the aristocracy always have these long noses. Putin has it as well. Just go and have a look, you know, and just have a look at the physics, you know. So it says here, I could only find it in German, but it doesn't matter. I'll translate it for you. So here it says the Escher, this family comes out of the family here, Escher vom Glas. And as you can already see, I'll show it a little bit more later. This is the nobility. You know, all these double names, Escher vom Glas, you know, they have a coat of arms, a crest. So this is the nobility. And because Switzerland became a horizontal rule, you know, they sort of disappeared. You know, they kept a low profile, the whole aristocracy. And it seems that they just tended, you know, to get, you know, normal names, you know, like Escher. Yeah. And just leaving the rest, like here, vom Glas, you know. And he founded that company here, Escher-Wyss, about which I just talked about here, together with a banker. Here it says the banker, Bankier, that means banker in German, Salomon von Wyss. That's another aristocrat with a von part, like here. So this means, you know, as I've been telling you, the whole banking industry, all the big companies, slavery, you name it, Nazism, it's all in the hands of the aristocracy. And the aristocracy, they come from Pharaoh. I mean, I'm giving you all the proofs here. They're all from the nobility. They all got these double names with von. They're keeping the world's biggest Nazi banks, like Credit Suisse. They're working with the Nazis on the atom bomb and everything. Keep slavery. They have kept the European peoples, the white race, into slavery for the last 2,000 years by the Romans and by the feudal system, by the kings. They did the same thing with the Nubians, with the American Indians. Only the American Indians, you know, they just kept on hunting and they just ran away. And they couldn't use them for slavery, you know. They did the same thing with the Chinese, with all of us, you know. Of course, with the jaywalkers, who were the first who were kept in slavery. So we must understand all this, what I'm explaining to you all here. So and here's the other guys, Salomon von Wyss, with whom the other guy here, Hans Caspar Escher, Escher vom Glas, with whom he founded this very dangerous Nazi company working on the atom bomb and a wavery, you know, with all the stolen cotton, using slaves and all that, you know. And it says here, you know, he was also in politics. They were really high up in politics, just like the Salomon von Wyss here. It says he was in politics here, the Kantonsraad, the Großraad, here. Raad, it means the council, you know, very high positions. And the name von, it's, as I just told you, it means it's the nobility. And Salomon, that's the German word for Solomon, King Solomon. Who was King Solomon? Was he a normal jaywalker? King of the jaywalkers? No, of course not. He was a king, for God's sake. He was the son of King David, like the savior starting with a J, who's going to save us all. He's coming down from the cross. He's going to save us all. And he's also from the house of David. You know, they all are, promising us things for 2,000 years and never keeping a word. So don't hope too much on it, people. And King Solomon, it says in the Bible, he was married with the daughter of Pharaoh, right? So this guy, he's from the nobility, and so was Solomon, King Solomon. They're all pharaohs, and that's why he took the name of most likely one of his ancestors, right? Anyway, the nobility comes out of Pharaoh. So I think this is a direct line out of Pharaoh. And Wyss, that's Swiss German for the German word Weiß. And Weiß, it means white. So this means he's from the White House, people. The Perhet of Pharaoh of Upper Egypt, who are more into the horizontal rule, whereas the Red House, the original aristocracy, they are more in the feudal vertical rule. So, and this is why he had a big position in the Republic, because that's horizontal. Here, Großraad. So von Wyss, it means Solomon from the White House, or Solomon from the Perhet. Just like the White House in America, in Washington, D.C., and America became the biggest horizontal New World Order rule in history and in the entire world. So it's all connected. Von Wyss, vom Weißen Haus, ja. Hat ihr das verstanden alle, ja? Auch hier Schweizer, Wyss, ne? Schweizerdeutsch, ja. And so here I could, again, only find it in German, but it doesn't matter. I will translate it for you. So you're all lucky that I can translate the German to you, because you won't find this anywhere else on the internet, right? Not even in German. So Escher, it's from the bloodline dynasty Escher vom Glas, which is the aristocracy, which you can see here. There's a coat of arms. And remember how he had this, together with his friend Solomon von Wyss, they founded this very dangerous company about which I tell you more later on. So coming back to Solomon, King Solomon, here we see the seal of Solomon. It's not the Jaywalker thing. It is the it's also the symbol of the JJ base. I explained to you in Brighteon what that means, because I can't use the word for this. This is where the Jaywalkers, where they have their center in the Middle East. This is how I can describe it. And these little dots on it here, and it's also here, it means it's drops of blood. And this jar here, it's the Grail, which I've explained to you in my film, my first video, the Pharaoh Show. So this means these blood drops here in the jar, they come out of the bloodline of King Solomon. That's why Solomon von Wies, who was a friend of this Escher from Glass. So again, this is the coat of arms of Escher from Glass. Here we got the two pillars, Yashin and Boaz, of the temple, which also belong to King Solomon. Here again, the star is the star of King Solomon. And here in the temple of King Solomon in Jerusalem, there were the two pillars, Yashin and Boaz. Well, here they are. Eh? It's all here. Right? And here you got this, I think, here, Heinrich Escher, 1685, from the family Escher. So here already, the name von Glass is already gone. And here, look here, I got this pharaonic thing here. And he got this ring, a signet ring on his little finger to transmit an information, what the nobility always do. And this is like what I explained you, King Solomon. You know, they got this royal, I don't recall the name. And look at his nose. You know, Europeans don't have noses like this. This is pharaonic. There's another pharaoh, you know, with a big bump here on top of it, just like Pharaoh, Ramses the Great, and all of them, right? All of them. So, and here, well, we already seen this. This is Hans Caspar Escher, who founded the Nazi factory Escher Wies. Very dangerous people. So I come back to this site later on. Explain you that they have a lot of branches, you know, like here, Escher von Lux, and Escher von Binningen, here, von Binningen. It's all Escher, and they're everywhere. It says, also in the USA. They're all over, people. I've been telling you, there are 1 million Swiss Americans in the US, and they rule the country. This extremely powerful Swiss Escher von Glass dynasty belongs to Pharaoh's aristocracy, also called the Pharaistocracy, from Pharaoh's aristocracy. And they are already cited in historical documents in the year 1190, when a Jacob Escher was in official service of the Counts of Habsburg, against whom, in that year of 1291, the Knights Templars waged a war using Swiss peasants, whom they had trained militarily with crusader techniques and taking over the Habsburg vertical rule and founding Swissyland with its horizontal rule in the year 1291, and just 2.5 months after the Crusades. So here it says Templar base, and this is the Swiss flag, which almost looks like a swastika in the same colors of the Knights Templars, red and white. And here it says death dealers, which they basically are. From the moment onwards, a family has many branches and thus becoming very powerful. It is called a dynasty, which is the case with Escher von Glass, who have a branch called Escher von Lux. And in the 14th century, Heinrich Escher von Glass married first with Margareta zum Tor, another aristocratic name. And after that, he married with Regula Manesse von Manneck, also of the nobility, with those long double names and the German von part in between, indicating its nobility. The Basler branch from Basel, where the Bank of International Settlements is, for instance, so the Basler branch became Escher von Binningen, which is called the DiVE, meaning the Dow in Swiss German, as this aristocracy sticks together as the Dow. And if you pull the Dow, it will bounce back to where the whole lump is. And Gervasius Escher von Binningen became in 1655 Freiherr von Upport und Hoffenheim. Now, that really sounds aristocratic, does it now? From the beginning of the 17th century, the Escher von Glass nobility split up into 3 bloodlines. 1, the Pfauen Escher bloodline, 2, the Heinrich Escher bloodline, and 3, a French Escher bloodline by Hans Jacob Escher Ram. And later on, the Pfauen Escher and the Heinrich Escher bloodlines again split up into, like a virus multiplying itself by splitting up into all the time. So here it says Escher von Glass nobility. It's a Swiss dynasty with slave drivers and Nazi bankers. So here you can see the textile industry. Here's the coat of arms. And this is what they did with people. And not only with Nubians, also with jaywalkers, with the Europeans and whatnot, also in the Americas. Just like the Swiss pharmaceutical companies, as I already explained to you, they're extremely dangerous and extremely powerful. And this is not their real faces of the octagon in the Alps. Forget this, eh? This here to the right, this is their real face and what they're doing. And this here is where they come from. And the Swissies, actually, they're like police dogs, you know, they're very good trained. They always, you know, I'm talking about the Swiss people, you know, the peasants. They're like police dogs. They're trained to protect their Swiss banks. And they think it's clean and neutral, and they're really fanatic and really fascist ideas. And as soon as you've got another idea, even if you give all the proofs like Homie Ross, then you're gone. You know, because the Swiss police dogs, they protect their masters who are here in the middle. And if you say one wrong word, you end up upside down, like the Nubian here, or like they did with Homie Ross and his entire family. So here is what I just told you about all the branches of the Escher von Glas. And here they were the counts of Habsburg. And in 1190, they talk about Jacob Escher. And here, Escher von Lux, typical nobility. And he married with, or Escher von Glas here. And Heinrich, he married first with Margaretha Zumthor, another nobility. And then he married with Regula Manessa von Manneck, again the nobility. This is all pure nobility. And here they talk about Escher von Binningen in Basel, where the Bank of International Settlements is. And they became the DiVE, about which I'll tell you more in a moment. And here he became Freiherr zu Umkehr und Hoffenheim in the 17th century. Yeah, Rudolf Hescher, he was the Herr zu Dübelstein. You know, the Steinsies, they are the stone builders, right? And Escher-Rahn, yeah, Jacob Escher-Rahn. And zu Küburg, Escher Wertmüller. They're all politicians, you know, they're all ruling, you know. Here, Konrad Escher von der Lind, nobility. Here, the famous Heinrich Escher, and Alfred Escher, the one who founded the Swiss bank Credit Suisse. And here, the company Escher Wyss. And here you can see they were everywhere, you know, and more than they say. There's just the tip of the iceberg. Zurich, Bern, Italy, the north of Italy, it says here, France, Austria, Germany, and the US of A. Together with von Grafenried, of course, who even Laura Bush, she is a descendant of von Grafenried out of Swissyland, which I already explained to you 12 years ago. So it's all in here, in German. Unfortunately, not in English, but you can just, you know, copy paste and put it in the Google translation machine if you want to have it for yourself. And I mean, it's all here, you know, extremely ruthless families. I mean, they're all based in Switzerland. So here is the DiVE. In Swiss German, it means the Dao. Yeah, while DiVE literally means Dao in Swiss German. And so I'll read it here for you. DiVE is an expression common in Basel, and most people don't even know it. And the Deutschschweiz, and refers to a milieu consisting of wealthy families like Escher von Binningen from the Swiss city of Basel. These families had full civic rights. So I mean, here we come to the origins of the Bank of International Settlements. In the then city-state since the High Middle Ages, and are known for their particular idiosyncratic habits and a dialect distinct from that of the rest of the population. For, you know, the nobility, talk a little bit like that, yeah. For centuries, the DiVE was a social, political, and economic elite of Basel, although it remained closed off from the outside world. Yeah, of course. You know, so I'll let you read it yourself. And Basel is very, very powerful. I mean, the Bank of International Settlements are there. I'm not going to read it all for you, you know. So here, one of the defining characteristics of the DiVE milieu is its perceived need to separate itself from those not part of that milieu. This separation is intended to distance Basel's aristocracy both vertically from the middle classes as well as horizontally from the so-called newly rich. So it's not really for them to be part of the DiVE. So being rich, the money is not the ingredient or the important factor. The important factor is the bloodlines. And this is why they vertically, they seek their distance from the so-called newly rich. You see, they're just pure pharaohs. Pharaohs, nobility, the aristocracy people. And I mean, the proofs are all here. Eh? So here you can see the Rhine in Basel. This is the Roche Tower. The ones who have the PCR machines ready just before the pandemic. You know, they just needed a little pandemic, a global one, right, to get filthy, filthy rich, which they did. They got filthy rich. You know, they had 24 billion, which they gained through at least much, much more, you know, to buy their own factory back, you know, from Novartis. And they're all next to each other. You know, it's one company. And this tower is really awful. You know, it really breaks up the skyline, you know, of a medieval town. It's really horrible. I mean, the people probably don't even like it. You know, the people there. What do you do against the DiVE? Yeah. So that means the Dao. You know, if you pull the Dao, you know, you know, like a rubber. It just goes back, or like some alien sort of thing. You know, they found these metals. You know, area, what is it, 51 or something? They found these metals which just bounce back, and they say, "Oh, it was a weather balloon." Yeah, sure it was. Yeah. The DiVE people, especially the Swiss. Yeah, there are other languages, so probably it's also in German here. So here it is in German. Go ahead and read it, Swissies. So this Escher von Glas Swiss aristocratic dynasty is a real conglomerate, just like the Swiss Haldeman dynasty, about whom you can find out in these videos that were censored by YouTube and to be seen here on Brighteon. Remember Bob Haldeman, the main instigator of the Watergate scandal, leading to the indictment and consequent impeachment of US President Richard Nixon, and orchestrated by a bunch of very powerful Swiss families of the Swiss Dyke conglomerate, spreading its claws all over the world, and in this case, all over the United States. So here's part one. Switzerland's powerful Haldeman dynasty descendant Elon Musk, anagram loans on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H on Brighteon. And here part two, Switzerland's powerful Haldeman dynasty with Swiss Bob Haldeman creating Watergate scandal by Planet of the Alps. So here's the channel. Here you can see Bob Haldeman, and here you can see the other Haldeman descendant, Elon Musk, from his mother's side. And of course, you can be sure that this Asher from Glass dynasty, who are in the US, that they're also part of this conspiracy, the Watergate conspiracy behind Bob Haldeman. And of course, we had J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, I think at the same time. There was the CIA, Alan Dulles from his Geneva family. They're all behind it, people. Very powerful dynasties. And it all comes out of the Knights Templars, who were part of the aristocracy, and they're based in Swissyland. So here is my Brighteon channel. Here it says Brighteon, freedom to speak. And here is the name G.I.U.R.E.H. And then here again, G.I.U.R.E.H. I've got a lot of subscribers, 273. That's not very much. The icon is a cat with an enormous shadow of a lion. So be aware of the cat, eh? You never know. And then you just scroll down. You know, there's a lot of deleted videos like this one for the New Zealanders and the Australians. Go out and see it. Also deleted and much more deleted. And just scroll down and okay, there we are. Bob Haldeman, there he is. And here the other Haldeman. Do they look alike? The ears are the same. Look, the same ears and all that. Yeah, I should make a video about it and have a closer look. Maybe I'll do that one of these days. And there are many more videos. Here, browse all videos. Okay, there we go. And here, number 2. There are some more deleted videos here of mine. Like this one was deleted. This here's deleted. This got deleted. Here, this got deleted. This one got deleted. So it's my my channel with a where I put a lot of deleted videos. I couldn't find them all anymore. Most of them are lost. But anyway, go and have a look at the Haldemans. In the 19th century, there was Asher von der Lind bloodline or branch. And just look at that big and most of all long pharaonic aristocratic nose, like Pharaoh Ramses the Great or King Louis XIV, the Sun King. The branches of this dangerous Swiss dynasty have also infiltrated Italy, France, Austria, Germany, and the US, where they have rooted and taken key positions in society. One of this dynasty, by the name of Felix Asher von Glass, was even called the politician of the aristocrats. They have their own politicians. Well, I mean, all politicians, all aristocrats. So this one here, I already showed it to you before, is Hans Conrad Asher von der Lind. And look at the nose. This is King Louis XIV, the Sun King. And this is a mummy of Ramses the Great. And look at his hair. You know, it's ginger. All these pharaohs, all these mummies, they got ginger hair, you know. So, and look at this big nose and so long, you know, very long. If you imagine with all the flesh on it, you know, it's this one too big, you know. And it doesn't stop here. Normal people, you know, Europeans, you know, there's this going in here, you know, and then you got the nose, but this goes all the way like a bridge. It goes all the way straight, you know. And look at the skull here. It's like, what is it, 45 degrees going backwards, and this one too. And the same nose, you know. It's the same dynasty, and look at the eyes here and here. This is the aristocracy, and their base is Swissyland, like here, Asher von Glass, and this is their branch, Asher von der Lind. They got the same faces, they all key positions, politicians, one crime after the other. These are masters. So here, once more, this website here, Asher von Glass, and here is this guy again. I just showed him. He's got the same profile as King Louis XIV, the Sun King, the same nose and profile as Pharaoh Ramses the Great. And so this is the bloodline, as you can read here, Asher von der Lind. And so here's the whole, again, the whole picture. And look at the eyes. It looked also very similar to Louis XIV and the angle of his front here. You know, normally, you know, Europeans, it's like this, you know, going like up, like, you know, not like bent like that or in an angle. So, and here was the other one, Felix Asher von Glass. And here it says, Politiker der Aristokraten, a politician for the aristocrats, and of the aristocrats. You know, they don't do these things anymore. You know, it's so obvious. But they tried these sort of things, you know, like in the 19th century and well, this is more like the 18th century, and it's probably not a good strategy. You know, things are getting too obvious. So in these days they still did it. You know, now that would be too obvious, and they want to hide all their things. You know, and here one more time, the coat of arms, Yashin, Boaz, the jar, the grail where the blood is in there, even blood drops here. And the star of the seal of Solomon. So that means the blood of Solomon in here. Right? It's so obvious. So here you can see the whole page of Hans Conrad Escher von der Lind. And here is the crest of Hans Conrad Escher, which is almost the same. You know, you got the same grail with these blood drops on it, but the other one looked more like blood drops. And the seal of Solomon, which is going into the grail, meaning this is where they come from. You know, King Solomon, a pharaoh, married with a daughter of Pharaoh. I mean, they betrayed themselves with their coat of arms and their crests and all that. And there he is again. This is when he was older. You know, the nose is going straight, you know, into the skull here. You know, it's not going the nose like here, in, and then back here. No, it's just one. It's like a bridge. You know? And they all have this. You see this? Look, same nose like King Louis. He even got coins and all that. Oh, isn't that clean? You know, here are the. This is probably the. These are the 7 hills I told you about, the Kurfürsten. In the end times, the apocalypse of John, there were the 7 hills. There are also 7 kings, and Kurfürste, that is a king. So you know, these are the masters, and then they got like 50% probably. Voltaire, he said once, you know, 50% of the Swiss, they live in paradise, and the other 50% they live in hell. And so the masters, they live in paradise, and the dumb slaves, they live in hell. And but the Swiss, the people, the dumb slaves, you know, they're like police dogs. You know, they will always protect their masters and the system, their banks, their incredible criminal pharmaceutical companies, Nazism, slavery. The Swiss police dog people, they are trained, you know, over 800 years, being dominated by these pharaohs and by the Knights Templar, the Knights Templar system, with the Oni soit qui mal y pense. Yeah, this is definitely all the 7 hills stuff. Oh, yes, there's Ashero. Oh. Okay, the masters. So look at the profiles, look at the noses. You know, it's the same as pharaohs and the big kings of the feudal system. So the aristocratic Escher von Glas dynasty of pharaohs nobility in Swissyland are the founders of that very powerful and very criminal Swiss Nazi bank called Credit Suisse. And this aristocratic dynasty were also slave drivers in the Americas, as pharaohs nobility has always been into slavery. As I told you so all the time, that pharaohs nobility are the ones behind the Swiss Nazi banks, as the Knights Templars who founded banking and Switzerland come out of the nobility and were all sons of French aristocrats. So this is what is called this engraving from ancient Egypt is called a petroglyph. So the hieroglyphs are the letters and the words, and the images are the petroglyphs, like this one here. So this is when he was alive, this one here. So this is a depiction of Ramses the Great when he was alive. So look at his nose, you know, when he was alive, which is exactly the same as Louis XIV, the Sun King, and also the skull, you know, like having an angle, you know, like 45 degrees almost, going like this, you know, not like up, like, or a little bit like that, you know. So ancient Egypt, and here in Europe, they conquered us a couple of thousand years later, but they're still the same ones. And here it says, of course, aristocracy, the aristocracy from Pharaoh. It's still the same. Nothing has changed. And it gets even worse. What this Escher von Glas aristocratic dynasty has perpetrated during World War II. So that Swiss Escher Wyss company, founded by the all-powerful Escher von Glas dynasty in the year 1805, with machines for the textile industry to wave the cotton from the Americas obtained by slavery, was during World War II a Nazi company using concentration camp inmates for their Swiss factory in Ravensburg from the infamous Buchenwald concentration camp. Thus, again, Swissy using slave labor, just as in the old days during the cotton picker days in the Americas, making Swissy extremely wealthy. It seems that neutral, clean, and innocent Switzerland uses slave labor whenever they can. Slave labor is good for business, is the Swiss motto. So here it says, famous Swiss motto, slave labor is good for business. So I'll read it for you here. Switzerland's contract kids, Swiss slave children. Look, the poor kids don't even have shoes on. They did the same with their own Swiss children as they did with the Nubians in the America, you know, slavery with the cotton pickers, and as they did with concentration camp people, prisoners, also slaves. And as you know by now, the Swissies had even hundreds of thousands of their own children enslaved, called the contract kids, or die Verdingkinder in Swiss German. Just look it up. I'll show it to you. I've experienced these Swissies as a soulless product by Pharaoh, and they are not a real people, because a people comes in one skin color and one language only, and not like the Swiss in 4 different languages. The criteria and characteristics of a people are that they have one national language in common and only one skin color. And this is not me who invented this. This is official. These are the criteria that make a people. I cannot change that. Therefore, the Swissies cannot be a people, but they are a product put together by their masters who rule the whole country after they founded it in 1291. So here are the children slaves. Here it says children slaves, Pharaoh's Swiss product. This is how they make a product. You know. The poor kids don't even have shoes. And this is probably from the 50s, you know, when there were cameras. Can you imagine, like in this 19th century and all that? You know. And who ruled Swissyland in those days of the Swiss slave children, which lasted until 1989. Yes, the slave driver families, Escher vom Glas, the Dyke dynasties, the Holderman dynasty, etc., who are, of course, also responsible for this tragedy here. It's time to stop them, people. So here it says, the Holderman dynasty and Escher vom Glas dynasty, and there are many, many others. So in the same time, when they did this in the Americas, you know, with the Nubians, and when they did it in the Second World War with the jaywalkers and concentration camp inmates, don't you think they are the same ones who took these slave children here? Hey? Look at their faces. These children don't look happy at all. They grew old very quickly. You know, that this same hard-faced faces like in concentration camps, you know. So here you can read about it in English. Verdingkinder, it says contract children, were children in Switzerland who were taken from their parents. And but you know, this here is in quite very civilized speech here, you know. And it's barely scratching the surface, you know, as usual in Switzerland. It's probably censored, you know, all the time, yeah. And the funny thing is, you know, even many of these children slaves, they would always protect the Swiss system and protect Switzerland and protect the Swiss banks and the whole Nazi thing, you know, which is that they're completely indoctrinated and brainwashed, and there's not much to do about these. You know, it needs a reset. Yeah, let's say a positive reset. This here is a genuine color picture from 1941, where you see a German in Russia burning down the houses of civilians with a Swiss flamethrower by Escher Wyss. So it says Swiss flamethrowers burning Russian civilians alive. And the Swiss Nazi company Escher Wyss manufactured flamethrowers for the genocide on the Russian people, burning down Russian villages with the people inside. And in fact, Operation Barbarossa got financed by the Swissies in 1941 with 1 billion Swiss francs at the time, which is trillions of dollars today. And WDR, I show that in a minute, is Westdeutscher Rundfunk and is one of the main German state TV stations with serious information. So I guess with those 1 billion Swiss francs, a lot of Swiss-made flamethrowers were bought to burn the Ruskies and their children alive, which actually happened like that, killing 27 million Russians in World War II by the Nazis. And this is the true essence of Switzerland and the incredibly criminal Escher vom Glas dynasty. And just think about that for a moment, how Vladimir Putin, the actual president of Russia, is doing business with the Escher vom Glas dynasty and their Credit Suisse bank, while that same Swiss family made the Nazi flamethrowers to burn Russian civilians and their children alive. Just think about that for a moment and realize how distorted it all gets concerning this neutral, clean, and innocent pharaonic base in the Alps. So here you see the poor Russian woman here, everything burning, everything down. Here the Germans here with their Swiss flamethrowers, everything burning down. So here it says Swiss flamethrowers for the genocide on the Russians. So here it says WDR, and here a 1. So that's the first German television, the Westdeutsche Rundfunk, the West German radio broadcast, or the West German broadcast, yeah, radio broadcast. And here you see those Swiss helmets here, the Swiss here in the Alps, with Swiss rifles. They're fairly good. And the article is in German, but you'll understand. So here it says that Hitler in 1941 for the Operation Barbarossa, he got 1 billion Swiss francs. Eine Milliarde, that's 1 billion Schweizer Franken, Swiss francs. He got that for the Russian campaign, the Russland Feldzug. So if you want to read the whole article, you know, you can, if I won't forget, I'll put it in the link, in the links. I put the link in the description, and you can run it through the Google Translate. So there's a lot more to see here. Yeah, also on February 23rd in 1937, the Swiss, they promised Hitler that Switzerland would never attack Germany. So he had all his hands free to do whatever, you know. And that's because of the banks, you know, Credit Suisse, family, the dynasty Escher-Wyss, Escher from Glass. Escher-Wyss was the company. And criminal, very criminal. So, I mean, the first German broadcast here, State TV, I mean, they're serious, you know. Not everything is bad. I mean, I don't like media very much, but this is not so much like, you know, the media with a lot of, how should I put it? I can't find the word really. But, you know, they got more like serious programs, you know, about, you know, history, and they're fairly good. I mean, this is really good. What's here? So here it says February 23rd, 1937. And that was the other way around. So Hitler, he guarantees the neutrality of Switzerland. So, okay. So the Swiss had their hands free. Yeah. Additionally, the Swiss aristocratic factory, Escher-Wyss, by the aristocracy of the Escher von Glass and Solomon von Wyss nobility, was helping the Nazis to create the Nazi atom bomb by the manufacture of turbines for Norsk Hydro, who were making heavy water in Norway needed for the Nazi nuclear weapons. Interesting enough, my grandfather, who was an officer in the British Naval Intelligence during World War II, possibly helped to destroy the Norsk Hydro plants in Norway, as naval intelligence worked closely together with the SOE for Special Operations Executive and 30 AU assault units. But I'm not sure, because he died in 1942 under very suspicious circumstances. Interesting, though, that 80 years later, and 2 generations later in my family, his grandson is still dealing with this very same enemy in the form of the Escher-Wyss Swiss Nazi company. So here you see the bomb. Here, Mr. Hitler. And here it says Escher-Wyss Swiss made. And this guy, he was a Swiss sleeper agent, financed by the Swiss General Ulrich Wille Jr., who came out of the German high nobility of von Bismarck. His mother was a von Bismarck. It's always the aristocracy all over. And guess who was the CEO director of Escher-Wyss Swiss Nazi company in Ravensburg? Answer: the father of Klaus Schwab, by the name of Eugen Wilhelm Schwab, where this incredibly dangerous Swiss family was already busy in the great Nazi reset, trying to make the Nazi atom bomb and resetting Nazi concentration camp inmates until their death by exhaustion and whatnot. The ancient connection between the Escher family and the Klaus Schwab family establishes all the proofs that we're dealing here with a conglomerate who are executing a genuine long-time conspiracy against mankind. And this pharaonic conglomerate conspiracy always operates from out of their base in the Alps, Switzerland. The grandmother of Klaus Schwab, by the name of Marie Lappert, was born in Kirchberg, Switzerland. And the mother of Klaus Schwab, by the name of Erika Epprecht, was also Swiss. And here it says the Swiss connection, because this guy here, he was a Swiss sleeper agent financed by the Swiss. And this one here, Swiss. So the Swiss connection. So some information once more on Klaus Schwab. And Schwab was born to Eugen Wilhelm Schwab and Erika Epprecht in Ravensburg. You see how near it is to the Swiss border. His parents had moved from Switzerland to Germany during the Third Reich in order for his father to assume the role of director at Escher-Wyss AG, an industrial company and contractor for then Nazi Germany. So that was the company his father, Eugen Wilhelm Schwab, was the director of, about which I just told you a couple of things. So you can read it here yourself. Oh, look, he's a Knight Commander of the Order of Saint Michael and Saint George. This, Saint Michael is the saint protector of the mafia, and Saint George is the saint protector of the Knights Templars.
Hey, if somebody could drop a comment in the chat, please, and thank you. Keeps the algo alive a little bit, helps to maybe reach some more people. So if a couple people could drop a comment, that would be pretty awesome. Please and thank you. Much love, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Very weird optics indeed.
And this is what the British Royal House they have on their breast. He's got a lot of things here. Oh, here in French, but it doesn't matter. You can read the names here because it wasn't in the English section. Here it says his father Eugen Schwab, whom I just mentioned, is the son of Gottfried Schwab, and the Swisses, it means Swiss, Marie Lappert, born in Kirchberg in 1875. And his mother, sa mère, la Swissesse Erika Ebrecht, is the Swiss Erika Ebrecht. So it's all Swiss. Extremely dangerous, very powerful conglomerate and dynasty. Here, I read it for you here. In the pre-war years of the 1930s leading up to German annexation of Poland, Ravensburg's Escher-Wyss factory, there we go, now managed directly by Klaus Schwab's father, Eugen Schwab, continued to be the biggest employer in Ravensburg. Not only was the factory a major employer in the town, but Hitler's own Nazi party awarded the Escher-Wyss Ravensburg branch the title of National Socialist Model Company, while Schwab was at the helm. The Nazis were potentially wooing the Swiss company for cooperation in the coming war, and their advances were eventually reciprocated. Ravensburg was an anomaly in wartime Germany, as it was never targeted by any Allied airstrikes. The presence of the Red Cross and a rumored agreement with various companies, including Escher-Wyss, saw the Allied forces publicly agree to not target the southern German town. You see, even the Allies didn't bomb it. It's all a setup. It's a conspiracy. It was not classified as a significant military target. Of course not. Throughout the war, and for that reason, the town still maintains many of its original features. However, much darker things were afoot in Ravensburg once the war began. Eugen Schwab continued to manage the National Socialist Model Company for Escher-Wyss, and the Swiss company would aid the Nazi Wehrmacht, produce significant weapons of war as well as more basic armaments. The Escher-Wyss company, and it's next to the Swiss border, so they can get all the goodies from Switzerland into that company, and then it seems that it comes all out of that company. But no, it was all produced in Switzerland. I tell you, I'll show you it on the map afterwards. The Escher-Wyss company, and if it was not the whole products, coming out of Switzerland, which happened, then, the metals, and because Germany couldn't import any more things, but the Swiss still could do this, So this is what happened. The Escher-Wyss company was a leader in large turbine technology for hydroelectric dams and power plants, but they also manufactured parts for German fighter planes. They were also intimately involved in much more sinister projects happening behind the scenes, which, if completed, could have changed the outcome of the war. I'll open up a new window because it cuts something off here. From this point, the article traces how some of Escher-Wyss hydro turbine technology made it into the Nazi atom bomb project via Norsk heavy water production plants in Norway. Here the article goes a bit awry, claiming that heavy water was vital for the production of plutonium for their project. As I've outlined in my book, Reich of the Black Sun, the German project, while it knew of the possibility of plutonium. Well, okay, I'll let you read it yourself and just punch pause. So they were working on the bomb, making flamethrowers, parts for fighter planes, etc., etc. And it was the father of Klaus Schwab, already in the Great Reset business with an atom bomb, right? And this is interesting. They compare him with Stavro Blofeld Spectre from the James Bond movies, and of course, it's all based on. Ian Fleming. He was working during the war in that line of things. Ravensburg, Germany, where Klausi was born and where the Escher-Wyss Nazi company is situated, lies right next to Swissyland in the so-called Swiss buffer zone of the ethnic Swiss all around Swissyland, when during the 30-year war from 1618 to 1648, Swiss mercenaries murdered the entire population around Switzerland to the last child. So the Swissies could take over, repopulate in order to make that strategical buffer zone around the main base of all evil. Another one of those Klaus Schwab great resets, so to say. So here, Ravensburg is the HRV's Nazi company. So here is Switzerland. Here's Geneva. Here's Bern, the capital. Here's Basel with the Bank of International Settlements. Here's the border, like this. This is Bodensee. And here's Austria. And the border goes like this, Liechtenstein. And here, Varese, Locarno. This is Italy. Zermatt, Matterhorn. So that's Switzerland, right? And here's Ravensburg. It's right at the Swiss border. And this is all around Switzerland, which I already explained to you, is the Swiss buffer zone. And here's Schaffhausen. In this area, I infiltrated the Swiss Octagon. And you see, it's right next to Ravensburg as well, you know. So during the war, you know, the Germans, they couldn't get many, you know, resources for the ground resources, you know, for the war industry, like, you know, metals and all sort of things. So they just got it from Swissyland, you know, into Ravensburg. I mean, only the Germans and the Swiss involved. I mean, who's going to check that out? Eh? And even complete weapon systems already, like Oerlikon in Zurich, you know, the flak cannons and everything. It went directly here to Ravensburg. You know, guns that were manufactured in Switzerland, you know, directly. So the buffer zone, yeah, around Switzerland, which is the base of the aristocracy. So here is the father of Klaus Schwab, Eugen Wilhelm Schwab, and he's a bit older already, and who was the director of that very dangerous Swiss Nazi factory, HRVs, by the Escher vom Glas aristocracy. So the father, like 20 years after the war, so a little bit older. And here, a bit younger, and I must say the alleged father of Schwab, Eugen Wilhelm Schwab, because there are a lot of rumors about it, and I just couldn't verify it. So, but if you look at the face, it's very likely this really is the father and the director of that Nazi factory, you know, keeping concentration camp inmates and killing people. And yeah, I mean, it's a long time ago. It's quite hard. So I repeat, these are the alleged pictures during the wartime of Eugen Wilhelm Schwab. But one thing is sure, he was the director of the HRV's company in Ravensburg. So here you can see father and son, or son and father. This is Klaus Schwab, and we can all see the resemblance. And here is the alleged Eugen Wilhelm Schwab, the father. And he must have worn some Nazi uniform in these days. That's, of course, that's sure. But again, I couldn't verify it. So, but I think it must be pretty authentic. Yeah. But I must say, alleged. It's an alleged picture. So here's some more about it. We pick up the story with Schwab's father, Eugen, a manager for a Swiss-German company, HRVs, in Schwab's hometown of Ravensburg. The allegations are revealing. I'll let you read it yourself. Just punch pause. And yeah, Eugen Schwab continued to manage the National Socialist Model Company. You know, great reset stuff, eh? For HRVs. So now you know where the name Escher comes from, eh? And where the name Wies is coming from. You won't find that here in these sort of articles. And I think it's important because you have to know, I mean, where does the company come from? That's very, very important because they're not just ordinary Swiss, it's the aristocracy. So this is what I, you know, wanted to add to all this here, where it all comes from. And well, okay, I'll let you read it yourself. You know, 3,640 laborers. HRVs maintained a small special camp for forced laborers on the factory premises. That's the Escher vom Glas family. You know, they did it with Nubians in the America, the Cotonicus, children slaves, Second World War slaves here, you name it. And it goes on and it goes on. Now the good old son is, you know, doing the same thing with his great reset. This is a dynasty. You know, they're all together. Conspiracies are very real. And related to as I said, to the concentration camp slaves, you know, Switzerland was very, very much involved into the slavery, into the Americas. I'll read it for you a little bit. We tend to associate the history of slavery with European ports that specialize in slaving. Cadiz, Bristol, Liverpool, Nantes, and Middelburg are cities that spring to mind. The French-speaking city of Neuchâtel in Switzerland is situated on the shoreline of Lake Neuchâtel within the canton of the same name in the mountainous Jura region. Not a port in sight, in spite of being a landlocked country without colonies of its own. This and other Swiss cities profited from the Atlantic slave trade. It's incredible, you know. A lack of colonial ambitions helped the Swiss gain a working relationship with Europe's main empire builders. Swiss mercenaries were taken on by the Dutch and British East India companies. I already told you about this 12 years ago. From the beginning of the 17th century in 1800, when black slaves on the island of Hispaniola revolted against their French colonial masters, Napoleon sent 600 Swiss troops to fight them. Well, the Swissies were deep in it. But then again, I hear this. The family of Alfred Escher, a major figure in the development of modern Switzerland, ran a plantation run with slave labor. And Alfred Escher, that's the one who founded the Swiss Credit Suisse. By that time, the name was, well, I had another name already told you. So you read it yourself. There's a lot of names, you know. It's just too many names to, you know. But anyway, it's all in these. This clean, neutral, innocent country, they don't give a damn about human rights. And homie Ross knows all about it and his children. They terrorized me for 25 years. That's a quarter of a century. And here's another article, how Switzerland profited from colonialism. Well, Nazism was also colonialism. You know, it's just another name. You know, they just changed names and jackets. And oh, the Swiss connection is very real, very dangerous, and extremely ruthless. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. Hey, Swissy, I know what you did. I'm an historian, an infiltrated octagon. In this video, I will transmit to y'all who exactly is America's, England's, Australia's, and Canada's enemy, what his name is, and from where they rule. So I would recommend both politically left-wing and right-wing minded people to watch this film through to the very end, because here I will reveal your mutual enemy you both have in common. My first video, The Pharaoh Show, I made 10 years ago in 2007, publishing it 3 years later in 2010. This here is my English version of my French film La Bête Suisse, Base du Diable. In German, Das Schweizer Biest, Basislager des Teufels. Already seen by hundreds of thousands. My name is Sean Ross from South Africa, and I'd like to drop a complaint at the State's Attorney of any state against the Swiss state and the entire Swiss people for the financing and organization of World War II, for the responsibility for the genocides on the Jews, the Gypsies, and the Russians, and ordered by the Octagon secret society from Switzerland. A complaint for the hidden and camouflaged anti-Semitism of the Swiss state, complaint for the financing of the terrorist attacks in America, London, Canada, and Australia, all of them ordered by the Swiss Takwa Bank. And a complaint against the Swiss state for financing and organizing the left-wing terrorism in Germany by the Rote Armee Fraktion, the RAF, and Baden-Meinhof group attacking US Army barracks, US institutions in Germany, and even US discos, leaving many US citizens dead, all from behind the screen, the head of the German Stasi, who came from the Swiss Palatines or Swiss Tsar in Germany. It is known now, and how the Swiss and the Stasi trained, financed and furnished weapons to the German left-wing terrorists in order to attack US and Israeli targets, all orchestrated from the motherland in the Alps. And I'd like to be taken in any state's protection program because my life and those of my family and our 3 children are in serious acute danger because of the numerous murder threats by the Swiss Nazis, the same powerful Swiss organization that already financed Adolf Hitler, by the Swiss general and Octagon member Ulrich Wille, and organized the Islamofascism after the war by Swiss Octagon's great eminences, François Junot and Hans Ahmed Huber al-Swissi. It's a long story, and I need a safe place to write it all down for you in detail with names and dates. This, what I've already started on my YouTube channels G.I.U.R.E.H and Tatsefrats, and for which the Swiss Nazis kidnapped me on July the 16th, 2015, against a ransom of 20,000 Swiss francs, because of my YouTube videos, in which I've tried to warn the US, Britain, Canada, and Australia for coming terrorist attacks, and in which the Swiss were very successful to silence me up through the raft. A time in which I was heavily tortured through code O2T oxygen deprivation in several Swiss torture detention centers for political prisoners. In the internet, you can read about it in the Zurich files, as you can see here, and about the torture on political prisoners in Switzerland by oxygen deprivation. It's very clean, it's very Swiss, there's no proofs, it's neutral, no blood. I need your help to make those complaints in a court of law in any state. You can contact me on my email address in the description. And now the story. I was there years ago when Swiss industrials discussed the US future and those of Britain, Canada, and Australia, when Swiss Octagon of the Nazi Templars and sole victor of the Second World War decided false flag terrorist attacks in Paris, London, and Berlin, where Paris is still called Per Isis by its members, meaning the House of Isis, like in a royal house or royal lineage of the widow. And several times I tried to warn British and US authorities for the Swiss danger, by letters, emails, by means of videos, and 3 official complaints in several French courthouses on February 11, 2014, Boulogne-sur-Mer, March 24, 2014, in Mende, and April 25, 2016, Saint-Etienne. And in 2009, the US Embassy in Bern, Switzerland even called the Swiss Nazi police to have me arrested, poked with the butt of a machine pistol in my stomach, spending hours in a Swiss police station afterwards. Now, we're 2018 and 4 years passed since my first complaint, and still no answer, no phone call, no email, no letter. Absolutely nothing. But with my information, the tragedies of Paris, Nice, Berlin, London, etc. could have been avoided and the Swiss Octagon arrested. Because I knew that they would hit on a Friday 13th in Paris, because on exactly this date, the French King Philip the Fair had all the Templars arrested in the Kingdom of France on Friday the 13th of October in 1307. And exactly because of this, the Swiss and the Octagon Nazi Templars still hate France and the French to this very day. But only 16 years before, the Knights Templars had already founded Switzerland on August the 1st, 1291, in the very last year of the Crusades, because they saw the problems coming at them. Only 325 Templars were rounded up, and tens of thousands of them made it to their new base in the Alps. Therefore, the first day in August, the day upon which the Templars founded Switzerland, is the national holiday of the Swiss. All have a day off, no one works, shops are closed, and fireworks in Templar style lit in the air. Kaboom! It's Templars Day in Switzerland. The last year of the Crusades was 1291, and the last Templar stronghold called Acres fell on May 18th, 1291. And just 2.5 months later, the sheer time to get back in the Alps, the Knights Templars founded their scion in the Alps on August the 1st, 1291. The ruins of Acres now lie in the north of Israel. And when looking at the Swiss flag, one can see it has the very same red and white Templars colors, a simplified Templars cross, on the only flag in the world that is a square with 4 equal lengths. This is the cross of the Hospitallers, like a Swiss white cross on a red underground, because when the Templars went underground in 1291, all of a sudden the Hospitallers simultaneously popped up again to control the vast Templars' properties and wealth, thus the Swiss cross. So before and at the beginning of the Crusades, the Hospitallers were there, who went over into the military Templars during the Crusades to become the business-minded Hospitallers again after the Crusades. Still the same ones, merely changing jackets and inversing crosses and collars. So the pre-Crusade Hospitallers are in fact the predecessors of the Red Cross. The Red Cross is supposed to heal, but it is in fact a corrupted Swiss spy organization bearing the Red Cross of the Templars, just switching colors throughout history. Therefore, on the famous Swiss army knife, one can witness a real coat of arms of the Knights Templars, and why in fact those 2 colors, red and white, on the Swiss Templars flag. What's the deeper meaning behind that? The pharaohs of ancient Egypt had 2 kingdoms, Upper Egypt in the south called the Berhead, in Demotic, or Pharaoh's written language, which means the White House wearing a white crown, and for Lower Egypt in the north, in Demotic, Bertasser, the Red House, with a red crown on Pharaoh's head. Yes, exactly. It's because of this that the US president in Washington, D.C. presides in the White House with a huge obelisk and symbol of the pharaonic domination in the backyard next to it. Accordingly, the white pharaonic house were the heretic pharaohs of the New World Order, and the red pharaonic house the original Old World Order of the pharaonic primogenitura. Equally, the demotic per for house also forms the etymology for Paris. In the old pharaonic form, per Isis, used for the house of Isis, which is not a house to live in, nor the Big Pyramid, as mainstream historians were taught at the university. No, it's a royal house or royal lineage, just like the pharaonic from which the etymology for the very word pharaoh derived from, meaning the big house, which once more is not the pyramid taught by the mainstream history school, but the worldwide grand royal house and global web of pharaoh's bloodlines. And because the real aim of the Crusades were the pyramids of Egypt, out of which the Knights Templars got their Templars treasure, being them the notorious grave robbers, and therefore the name Freemason. Thus, giving the two colors red and white of the United Kingdom of Pharaoh to their Templars logo, a red cross presenting a two-dimensional pyramid, as you can see here, on a white flag or garment, and in the end, to their red and white base in the Alps. Only inversed as a white cross on the red underground, and represents the Hospitallers, an extremely wealthy business organization into which the Templars partially emerged and disappeared. These two red and white pharaonic kingdoms were in a constant state of strife and war, until at a certain point they decided to make peace with each other in order to conquer the world together, and with this goal in mind, founded the United Kingdom of Pharaoh, with the red and white crowns worn together in one single red and white crown. This is the specific reason for former German uniforms to be white, British red, and the French blue, the traditional royal colors of Pharaoh. And because the Templars are true descendants of the pharaohs, which I will explain more later on, arrived back from the Crusades in Europe, they said, this here will be our neutral base, which will never be involved in any wars, so we can keep all our valuables and all our gold, money, and documents in safety. Where all the NGOs and instruments of global rule of the new pharaonic system will be, like the Red Cross, the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the Olympic Games, the OMS for the doctors, and even the FIFA and UEFA for soccer, football, all highly corrupted by Swissy, the International Ice Hockey Federation, etc. You name it, it's all there. Neutral Switzerland, not for us the people, not neutral for us, but only for our pharaonic masters, feudal aristocratic lords who always keep their peace talks between warring nations by their, as presidents, camouflage feudal lords in Geneva, the diplomatic capital of the world, and their own base, there where this horrible CERN lays. This pharaonic world elite also sends their offspring to some rich boarding school in the motherland, their base, like in Montreux, Gstaad, Lausanne, etc. Even Dr. Mengele did so. There was also a third crown of Pharaoh, the blue war crown, and it's therefore they're all for pharaohs, warring, colonial, and imperialist nations have these three pharaonic colors of the three crowns in their flags: blue, white, and red, like France, England, UK, the Netherlands, America, USA, and Russia. Red and white, the United Kingdom of Pharaoh, and original colors of the flags of England and France, and blue for war, surely because Pharaoh's nobility has blue blood. Like the blue helmets of Pharaoh's New World Order, United Nations, for the war, Para Bellum, like Pharaoh's blue war crown, and afterwards in the same Geneva as the UN, the Geneva peace talks in Pharaoh's red and white neutral base. Templars actually were no monks who defended fine Christian valors against these horrible Muslims in Jerusalem, but Templars were aristocracy's noblemen, every single one of them. Pharaoh's European nobility has this typical harsh law of succession amongst each other, according to which only the firstborn son, or primogenitor, has the sole right or divine right to it all: the castle, the power, the land, and the first right, jus prime noctis, on all women in the area, to rape the European women on the first night of their marriage. And for the second, third, fourth sons, there was nothing, nothing at all. That's why there were perpetual fights at the court for the succession, and even two poor second, third, fourth sons aristocrats, they even had to share one horse. There were conspiracies, poisonings, or a dagger in the back in some murky corner of the castle. So for these sons, second, third, fourth born, the nobility's tradition foresaw the refuse or sometimes rather hide in a monastery. And in the Middle Ages, there were only three things: the castle, the church, and the people. And a nobleman most certainly does not mingle among the commoners, because there you have to work up to your neck into the cowshed every day. And a nobleman does not work. At a certain moment, there were so many aristocratic descendants without power, without money, nor a castle, living in monasteries and temple of God. They started to call themselves Templars, and created their logo of two poor aristocrats without a kingdom, even sharing one single horse and selling it to the people as two brave monk warriors in the service of Christ, vowing total poverty and obedience to Christ, saying amongst themselves, we also are aristocratic descendants of Pharaoh, and we want our own kingdom, but for a kingdom you need money. So for the military backup, they told those stupid Europeans that out there in Jerusalem, a certain Jesus lives with his grandmother and needs to be saved from the Saracens. If not, God would smite all with fire from hell, provoking the end of the world. Just like 1,000 years later, Saddam Hussein would have had weapons of mass destruction, threatening the entire world and humanity as a whole. It came out in the end, all lies by Colin Powell and his pals. Same technique, same tactics, same liars. During the Crusades, Jerusalem was just the gateway to the real goal, the pyramids of Egypt, just as the Templars do not owe their name from Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. The symbol for the Jews, who even today still bang their heads against the walls of King Solomon's temple to honor this aristocratic ruler, not of Jews.
Good to see you, Mr. Winston, Mr. Smith. Hope all is well, sir.
Leads to wall bangers, and where we probably have the word Bible bangers from. And at this same place, the Crusaders, under Templar command, the latter, so the Templars, of same pharaonic origin, just as the not very Jew King Solomon. In the year 1099, during the First Crusade, on the same day, July 14th, of the French national holiday, remembering the French Revolution and beginning of the French New World Order, these Crusaders were ordered to commit a gruesome massacre commanded by the Knights Templars on Jews, Muslims, and even Christians, just as the Swiss Nazi Templars repeated this during the Nazi era. The real goal of the Crusades was Egypt and the treasures of their ancestors in the pyramids, which became the notorious Templars' treasure, which they took to their imperium in the Alps, with which they founded the Swiss banks. As a matter of fact, history teaches us that the Templars were the banks of Europe in the Middle Ages. They were the world's first real bankers who invented the check. And that's why later on in history, the Swiss banks collaborated with the Nazis, because the Nazis were the Templars, who both did the same things: steal, murder, lie, collect wealth, and search for the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant. So at the very same time, in 1291, when these extremely powerful, wealthy, and the world's first multinational just vanished from the face of the earth into nowhere, so the Templars, I mean, at the very same time, a couple of simple Swiss peasants suddenly rose against the extremely powerful Austro-Hungarian Empire of Habsburg, and using perfect military skills never seen before. Now, isn't that funny, eh? De facto, or in fact, the outcome of the entire Crusader campaign was decided in and by the large quantity of available Arab soldiers, and where Saladin, or Salahaddin, was the caliph of, or king of Egypt, so to speak. And this is why Saladin, the aristocrat from direct Pharaoh's bloodline, has let the Crusaders go free in the reconquest of Jerusalem in 1187, October the 2nd, and spared all lives, where eyewitnesses of the time confirm how priests had their donkeys fully loaded. Well, yeah, this was the notorious Templars' treasure, and those priests, in fact the Templars, are not because Saladin the warlord had such a noble character, but because he was initiated into the worldwide aristocratic internal conspiracy of the new system of ruling, or New World Order. He, in fact, let them all go, and with them all their belongings. Oh my, isn't that generous in a 200-year war upon life or death? Jerusalem was just a temporary safe house of the Templars' treasure, no more than that. And the Temple of the Templars was not Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, but just a monastery and God's temple. Not one in particular, but many, all over France and all over Europe. And Saladin was a New World Order traitor, lying to his subjects and conspiring with his European aristocratic brothers of his own people in another geostrategical war around Pharaoh's treasure, just like the ones today for the opium in Afghanistan and the oil in Iraq, Syria, Libya, and the rest. Dear Muslim people, the enemy is not the white man, who suffered even more than you. 2,000 years of war by this aristocracy, Caesar's genocide on the European peoples, massacres by the Romans, king torturing the white men and raping white women, 2 devastating world wars leaving millions of white men, women, and their children dead, all by the hand of Pharaoh, the enemy within. And look here, how the German emperor, it says, William II, king of Germany, who murdered millions of Germans, how they give presents among each other, here to Saladin, Salahaddin. And they were conspiring together. Wakey, wakey, it's the same aristocracy, you know, the king of Morocco, the emperor, or the king of Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, they're all friends with the European aristocracy, and we die. Arab people die, Turkish people die, European people die.
Be well, brother, be well.
And they live. Wake up, everybody. Yeah, look at it. This is a marble tomb. You know, they're all pals. It was given by the German emperor to the Salahaddin. And afterwards, of course. You see here the sun hieroglyph here? See in my film, The Pharaoh Show. No, they're all a bunch of pharaohs, and they have us kill each other. I make a lot of good encounters with Muslims. They're not the enemy. Of course, they're not all good, you know, but they're not the enemy. A lot of Muslims, they help me, they feed me, they take me hitchhiking, Turks and Arabs. I have no problem with them. Just like Cassius Clay, the boxer, said, I have no problems with the Viet Cong. The white man is indeed the biggest victim in the entire history because he dared to fight back in a way no other race has ever done. But they fight us from within, like a cancer or a virus, and they look like us now and talk like us through the jus prime noctis, the rape of our women, where they injected their pharaonic genetics like into our women. Yeah, look, this is what they did in my country, South Africa, concentration camps, killing 28,000 children, and because they couldn't win the war. And this was Lord Kitchener, an aristocrat, and Lord Winston Churchill, born in Blenheim Palace, the son of a duke. It's all pharaohs, and they kill us. You know, that's the enemy. They're on all key positions, like the police is a foreign occupying army pretending to be from our ranks, which they are not. And they gather and conspire against us in their secret societies. In 1291, after the Crusades, the Templars' treasure, the Knights Templars, and the aristocracy all made it safely back to Europe, while the ordinary Crusader foot soldiers like the Franks, the English, and other Germanic warriors were as usually betrayed by their leaders and all perished in the desert sand. And at the same time, back in Europe, the women stood back alone without protection, because the man didn't come back anymore. Then two Swiss inquisitors called Heinrich Kramer from Mulhouse, in those days belonging to Switzerland, and Jacobus Spenger from Basel in 1486, wrote and published a book called the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Witch's Hammer, in order to burn the remaining good women of Europe at the stakes, the loyal women who refused to collaborate with the lords of evil. They stood defenseless against Swiss mercenaries roaming all over Europe, who later became the Swiss Guard of the Pope's Guard of the Vatican. This is why the burnings of so-called witches took their highest toll near the Swiss border, like in German towns like Bamberg, Würzburg, Nuremberg, all according to plan and meticulously executed like a Swiss watch, and initiated by the Pope's letter of January 20th, 1260, just before the end of the Crusades, in 1291, the founding of their Swiss base, and the Pope ordering to start imprisoning and torturing European women who didn't want to collaborate with the masters, while their men were sent into the desert sand without water to make sure they wouldn't make it back to Europe to defend their women and save them from the stakes of the Swiss Inquisition. As the Spanish, they never burned any women. Same technique repeated by Napoleon and Hitler to send French and German soldiers into the Russian winter without warm clothes and without sufficient food supply to make sure they wouldn't come back, creating either sand mummies during the Crusades or snow mummies in the Second World War or by Napoleon. And when the Templars of Pharaonic origin came into Switzerland, they were talking French and called the place Suisse, for Sœurs d'Isis, the Sisters of Isis. Also because traditionally French has always been and still is the language of the entire European nobility, even in Germany, Poland, England, Russia, the Netherlands, everywhere. This is why later on French became the diplomatic language, with the diplomatic center, Geneva, of course, their motherland. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt have never disappeared, and the actual base is Switzerland, nice and central in the middle of it all, on the water tab and money tab of Europe, and where they talk 4 different languages for bringing havoc to Europe in 4 wind directions. Those who speak German to the north and infiltrate the Germans, French into France in the west, Italian into Italy, south, and Retro-Romanic to the east. How very smart indeed. Well, the Templars were the first multinationals in history, and this is the result. Their base in the Alps, stretching out in all directions, being the cause of the CIA and NATO's compass showing north, west, south, and east. As Switzerland operates in all directions, linguistically, financially, militarily, you name it. And they're all Templar organizations, you know, the NATO and the Central Intelligence, the first director, and all these directors, there was Swiss, Alan Dulles, Templar stuff. So CIA, NATO, they're all Octagon Templar organization from Switzerland. In the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, it says that Pharaoh and his army drowned and disappeared in the sea. But hey guys, that doesn't mean they all disappeared. There was only one you're talking about. But they had sons, daughters, cousins, and uncles. What about them, silly? And what about all the other pharaohs we know? We know there were more than one. There was Akhenaton, Ramses the Great, Tutankhamun, Cleopatra, and hundreds more. What about them bunch then? Okay, let me explain it to you. Of course, the sea didn't just open up just like that and swallows them like a predator. It's a metaphor, as these books are full of. In the Bible, the sea is symbolic for the sea of peoples. So Pharaoh disappeared into the sea of peoples. They are amongst us and so mixed with us that we cannot even recognize them anymore. And neither can they. That's why they need secret handshakes and secret symbols to recognize each other, and secret societies to get to know each other. And this is why more than 50% of the Europeans carry the pharaonic DNA in their blood, which has been discovered around 2009. In Switzerland, that's more than 90%. But of course, the prostitutes of the mainstream media, they turn it the other way around. And they say that here in the newspaper, that the pharaohs, they come from Europe. But no, they injected their pharaonic genetics into our women. I will explain it to you. And when the pharaohs came to Europe, they built castles everywhere to conquer Europe and the Europeans. So they became the aristocracy with their blue blood and blue for the war. Because of them, we have wars without end throughout history. Remind you, there are no castles in Europe before the year 1000, and there are no European kings from us, the white people. There is not such a thing as an original European king. It's all import from Egypt and forced upon our lives through terror, rape, bloodshed, wars, and many lies and deceit. Wake up, people, and see Pharaoh with their blue aristocratic blood thrashing down into humanity. Castles from the year 1000 are extremely rare. So roughly speaking, there were no castles from before the year 1000, and there were no aristocrats from before the year 1000. There was no nobility before the year 1000. So where did they all come from all of a sudden, eh? Well, we know who the builders are with their pyramids, viaducts, and squares and compasses, don't we know? Not even 100 years ago, it was still perfectly clear that everything belonged to the aristocracy, the nobility, the land, the power, and even our women through the first rite of the Jus Primae Noctis, the bride having her first night after the wedding with the Lord in his royal bed in the castle. That's why so many Swissies have that cold pharaonic genetics running through their veins, meaning that the aristocracy are the descendants of Pharaoh, who injected their pharaonic genetics into the whole of our women on that first night, if you know what I mean. Or do you really think that the aristocracy just left it all 100 years ago and just gave all the power on earth away to some politicians and their police state? No. And like Pharaoh and the aristocracy, today's ruling elite still don't talk with us and still only marry amongst themselves, because it's still the same bloodline, just changing jackets. And because there were too many uprisings, especially in Russia and France, the aristocracy decided to entirely rule through secret Freemason lodges. Yes, affirmative. All today's politicians are both Freemasons and aristocrats and descendants of Pharaoh. It's because of that Freemasons worship these cult objects of their ancestors from ancient Egypt, like obelisks, pyramids, the all-seeing eye, Horus, etc., the entire ancestral tradition. As a fact, more and more descendants of Pharaoh were born over the years in the various castles of Europe, who all wanted to be the king, thus leading to various wars between kings, castles, and royal lineages, fights about kings who wanted to stay king forever, pass the kingship down to their children and all descendants ever after. There were more and more sires, and pharaohs who all wanted to be the king. And that's why one war followed up the other, in which the normal man, we, only let his life and do the wars for them, as on a chessboard, therefore the Freemason checkerboard configuration. At a certain point, they agreed it couldn't go on like this any longer and constantly destroying it all. There had to come a new system, a system in which any one of them could be the king for a period of 4, 5, or 7 years. And so, democracy, the hidden feudal system, was born. But who's going to vote? Because none of us is neutral, they said. Well, let's create a sort of circus in which we let the people vote, or the demos in Greek. The people will vote in a sort of rotating dictatorship in which all the political candidates are pure Tsar and pharaonic nobility, who in fact, when voted for, radiate this air of personal happiness, because they just got elected to be the king and pharaoh for a period of 4 years. Democracy is their cynical word, meaning that the people rules. That's why they are the Bilderberger, an all-controlling internal organization, which already existed during the times of kings, but under another name, to solve the internal troubles of these pharaohs amongst themselves. Problems like succession and world domination. The latter they call, with a euphemist expression, globalization. A soft expression for world domination in pharaonic, equally representing this new system called New World Order, executed through Freemasonry, through which any of them can become the king for a period of 4, 5, or 7 years. But who's gonna vote? A member asked. Oh, let's have the people vote, another said, because they're so dumb and stupid and will never understand anything. And at the same time, we make them think that the people are ruling. Like that we keep them happy, satisfied, and peaceful. But in fact, democracy is not for and by the people, but for our rulers, so they can be elected democratically. And as soon as they're elected, they'll do what they please anyway. So there is no self-government by the people, and there never has been any either. And so democracy was born out of the aristocracy, a new feudal system with a thin layer of gentlemen's camouflage, altogether ruling from a thing they've cynically called parliament, etymologically from the French parlement, from parler et mentir, to talk and to lie. It's all straight in our faces, parlement. And Switzerland is the oldest New World Order democracy in the world. So let's get to the bottom of it. If there is a New World Order, then logically there should have been a predecessor called the Old World Order. Otherwise there wouldn't be a new one, right? So what is this Old World Order then? Well, it's the old feudal system of kings, queens, princes, and princesses, following the system of the firstborn or primogeniture. And out of the Templars, with their Swiss base, were born Freemasonry and the New World Order, consequently to solve the internal wars of the Old World Order, like the persecutions of the Templars by the French king Philip the Fair, who refused to surrender his reign and throne to the new system called New World Order, also entitling second, third, and fourth sons to power. This is why the Templars of the New World Order and their Swiss mercenaries were in La Bastille in Paris, where they tortured French citizens and terrorized the French people through hunger, inflicting famine and persecution to provoke the revolution, so the people would rise against the monarch to finish off the Old World Order. And so it happened in 1793, 3 years or 4 years after the French Revolution, when the French King Louis XVI lost his head, and the Queen too, 2 heads in the basket. The same happened in Russia barely 100 years later with the Tsar family. Same technique applied. Never in history there has been a revolution by the people, but they were a transition from the Old World Order to the New World Order. And the slogan liberty, equality, and fraternity are not for us, the people, in the promising new era, because we're still the slaves of our feudal lords. Fraternity to end the fight between the king's son, who should be brothers, and this is why a Freemason lodge is called a fraternity. Equality amongst the king's sons and no more primogeniture, more rights to the firstborn than to the others, and liberty, so all brothers and king's sons have the liberty to become the king for a period of 4 years. This is why the French Masons gave the Statue of Liberty to the US, being the first nation after Switzerland to obtain the New World Order in 1776, and just 13 years before the French in 1789. And think of the 13 stripes in the flag, folks. Well, there are more reasons for that as well. The old world order is what is called a vertical rule, where the king or pharaoh decides straight down to the people and the very lowest on the ladder. Whereas the new world order is a horizontal rule, in which they all rule together in a parliament, the Congress, the Senate. And this is, for instance, why Mr. Trump cannot just do what he wants, because there still is the state, the Senate, and Congress to favor his actions. And this is why Trump will never be able to fulfill all his empty promises, which he never even intended to fulfill anyway. This is how the new world order horizontal rule functions. And this is why the Swiss flag has a vertical line cut in half by a horizontal line in transparent white on a blood red underground. It's the symbol of the New World Order, if you like. The New World Order is Freemason horizontal rule and new system of the kings, who have the logo of the pyramid, which is the square and compass, because the square is at 90 degrees, with which you can make a square or base of a pyramid, which stands for the number 4, as there are 4 corners or 4 lines in a square. So here you can see, this one here is the square and it stands at 90 degrees. So with 90 degrees, you can make, like here, the base of the pyramid, which has 1, 2, 3, 4 corners or 4. So it stands for the number 4, the square. The compass stands at 60 degrees, with which you can make a triangle or side of a pyramid, having 3 times 60 degrees corners and 3 lines, so representing the number 3. You see, here is the compass. It stands at 60 degrees, almost the same as here, this here. So it's not entirely, but so with this thing here, you can make a 60, 60, 60 degree pyramid. So that's the side of a pyramid. So with this thing, you can make, in fact, a pyramid, 3 plus 4. So 4 plus 3 makes 7, the holy number of Pharaoh and a pyramid. Therefore, the 7th letter of the alphabet is a G, and positioned between the square and compass, the symbol of a pyramid by Pharaoh's descendants, the Freemasons, who in the higher degrees are all royals of Pharaoh's nobility, and their new horizontal system of the New World Order. And in the New World Order, we all must carry an identity card with our personal slave number on it. And when the uniformed king's knights knock on the window of your car, papers please, then this is a slave control, like a farmer controls his cows. And if you refuse, they'll take you out of circulation, as they say. The name America is fully pharaonic, as I've explained in my film The Pharaoh Show 8 years ago. A good name for a New World Order nation. So the Americans thought to abolish the rule of the British monarchy, royals, old world order. In fact, they just got a new system in return, the New World Order horizontal rule. A, it means big or pregnant. Me, mer or meru is the word for a pyramid. Ri, the sun, like the sun god, Re or Ra or Amun-Ra, and Ka is the soul when alive, all in Demotic, the written language of Pharaoh. Read from right to left, it means the reincarnation, A, of the big pyramid, Me, will take place, where our souls, Ka, will live under the sun, Ri, America, America. And there she is, the reincarnation of the big pyramid on the dollar. It's been said that Amerigo Vespucci discovered America. But you don't call a street, land, or town after one's first name, do you know? Logically, it should be the United States of Vespucci and the Vespuccians. But it isn't the case, so they lie, as always. So I filmed the Novus Ordo Seclorum here in France, in Normandy, at the beaches of Omaha Beach. So we all died for the New World Order. Initially, in these Freemason lodges, they said in Latin that a chicken is not a bird and a woman no human, because they're all fraternities, being the essence of a fraternity. And why fraternities? Because they were the sons of the kings. And through the Jus Primae Noctis, when they raped their women, they made an alliance with many women. So that's why we got here. But they, of course, these pharaohs, they don't give the same power to our women. The French king never understood why until his head rolled into the basket, because they lied to him, telling him that the people were happy, had enough to eat, and were dancing in the streets. It was a conspiracy where he never could have gotten out. And because of it all, and this fine liberty, we all have to carry an ID with a personal slave number on it. And if the king's knights in their shiny uniforms of the New World Order knock on the window of your car and order you to show it, you have no other option than doing so. Because it's a slave control, just as a farmer checks out his cows. And you see, the man, he's incredibly enslaved. He can't see, he can't move, and the women is outside. Why? Because they have an alliance with the masters. They want to have the power, and they gave him the power. Because the evil one, he knows that the woman can't see the danger. She's like a little bird, that needs twigs for the nest. That's why it shows the child as well. This guy must have been a Freemason, and one of them, a pharaoh, the one who painted it here, because he knows it. And this is actually the story of Adam and Eve. And she has an alliance with the snake. Watch this film of mine on the same channel here about the snake and our masters here. This is the alliance the women have. This is the story of Adam and Eve, and it couldn't be written otherwise in the Bible. It has to be written symbolically, but people don't understand it. And here you can see why the snake. These are our masters, the snake. And also Jesus, he's from a line of pharaohs. He's from the house of David, the kings, the aristocracy, the nobility, who are pharaohs. And he didn't like it, you know, like Lady Diana or John F. Kennedy. So they stand up. And also didn't have any choice because her own clan didn't want her anymore, so she had to choose us. And this is the snake. This is Adam and Eve. This is what the story is about. I guess these ones here won't make that alliance with the pharaohs, and they will stay loyal to their husbands. And that's why Pharaoh's going to kill them. They're going to, just as they did with the Jews, they're going to wake up in a concentration camp. And to my opinion, well, it's not my culture. I'm not a Muslim. But to my opinion, these women still look like women, not like the European women with their hormone pills who don't even look like women anymore. They don't behave like women. We are lost, yeah. Right after the French Revolution, Freemason Napoleon came with a hidden hand under his jacket, a Freemason sign, and spreading the New World Order all over Europe through massive wars, abolishing the nobility out of the people's eye as a distractive maneuver. In reality, they went underground and disappear within the sea of peoples once more. This is why there is the hidden hand. They hide everything and they disappear. This is how the Templars, little by little, infiltrated the French and later on the US society with the help of Swiss mercenaries under Templars' command, who are now on the highest key positions of France, the US, with 1 million Swiss Americans, and in fact the entire world, like Swiss Manuel Valls and former Prime Minister of France, Marine Le Pen of the Front National, openly showing a Swiss flag, saying she wants a Swiss system in France. Well, not bad for a French nationalist, eh? To identify yourself with a flag of a foreign nation. Look, even the Prime Minister, no, not the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, he's of Swiss descent. The Swiss, they came over the Palatines, just like Trump and Obama. They came to England and the US. And the woman was a nobleman, a member of the nobility, the mummy. Watch all my videos on my YouTube channels, G.I.U.R.E.H and Chatsifrat, for further proofs. It's all there. Just think of the Vatican Swiss Guard and their bloody history butchering the defenseless. Oh yeah, that's what Swiss is good at. And in 1831, because of these fine Swiss qualities, the French Foreign Legion was also founded by the Swiss, with their first leading commander, the Swiss Colonel von Stoffel, of pure Templar descent, of course, and under the French king, who had lived most of his life in Switzerland, just like Mussolini, Lenin, Marshall, Pétain, Rudolf Hess, Mengele, etc. They all lived in Switzerland for a big part of their lives, and where they got taught and instructed by the Swiss Brotherhood of Evil. Watch this film, it explains a lot. The symbol of the pharaonic dignity par excellence is the lion or the sphinx, and therefore an aristocratic coat of arms is always held by 2 lions, each on either side, or 1 or 2 lions at the entrance of a castle. But there never were any lions in Europe. This means that in the UK and the American, Australian, Canadian, and New Zealand colonies, a foreign power has always ruled, because we in Europe have wolves and bears and no lions. This is the coat of arms of Sweden with the 3 crowns for Isis, Horus, and Seth. It's always 3. And of course, there were no lions in Sweden. I mean, it's too cold. A lion has to lie in the sun and do nothing, just as their counterparts of the nobility of Pharaoh lie in the sun and do nothing. And how knew the aristocrats in the Middle Ages at all about the existence of some lion? Well, the average Englishman or other European didn't even know what was happening on the other side of the hill at the end of the valley. And I even filmed medieval castles in Europe, France, like this one here, with huge obelisks and symbol of the pharaonic domination in the backyard, just like at the White House, the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C. And still the same thing going on everywhere. How did they know it all, what an obelisk was in the deep Middle Ages, if not the entire aristocracy and nobility were descendants of Pharaoh? Well, anyway, they were, and still are, not homegrown European aristocrats who had never seen anything else than good old damp and cold northern lands. Let me tell you that for sure. There are no European kings, queens, princes, princesses, dukes, earls, marquises, barons, and counts, and there never were either. They're all import from Egypt of the pharaohs, who never drowned themselves into the Red Sea either. They're here, folks. They are the war makers, our lords, generals, presidents, and Swissyland is their base of evil. Now look at this here. What do you think this is? Eh? Well, it's a pyramid with the world domination on it. A crown. They're all pharaohs. They're not from here. When I translate Ari as in aristocracy, aristocracy, or the Aryans, Arion, in German that's Arier, the Aryans, in Demotic, when I translate that in Demotic, which is the written language of Pharaoh, then it means big or pregnant. And when a woman is pregnant, that's quite big. And Ri is the sun, as the sun god, Re, Ra, or Amun-Ra. So Ari means pregnant sun, that they've come from the sun and were born up there, these pharaonic sun worshippers who call themselves Aryans. That they've descended from the heavens and are not from here. And when focusing the complexity of their works, like the pyramids, their superior knowledge, and the sly and utter ruthless way of dominating humanity, then it should be clear why they have as such and see themselves as the superior race standing over us, where in the demotic language of Pharaoh, aristocracy and Aryan are one and the same thing. My dear Muslim brothers, my dear right-wing nationalists, and my dear ultra-left-wingers, the enemy are not the Jews, as the Swiss Templar Nazis want to make us believe. The enemy of the US, the UK, and the entire Anglo-Saxon world are the pharaohs, and Pharaoh's aristocracy with their main base Switzerland of the Nazi Templars. It is Pharaoh, the evil of and scourge of humanity, testified in the Quran, in the Bible, and in the Torah as the incarnation of evil and abundantly written about. And Pharaoh will put Europe's Muslims into very high-tech concentration camps, just as the Swiss did with the Jews during World War II. Just watch the history of Europe for yourselves and who always ruled. There was always these blokes in their castles with knights, dungeons, and torture chambers. Did you see any Jews then, who sort of like those in Jerusalem were banging their heads on the walls of some European castles, as they preferably follow this tradition in their spare time during the weekend? No, not really, did we? Now, let's have a closer look at this, and at this Sarkozy geezer, former president of France, who is a Jew from his mother's side, by his mother, André Mallat, a Greek Jewess. Okay, clear case after the Judaic laws, mother Jew, real Jew boy. But it's not as simple as that, because Sarkozy is also a real aristocrat from his father's side, and even descending from a bloodline of true Hungarian kings, with a real Sarkozy family royal coat of arms held by 2 lions on each side and all that. Now, what then is he supposed to be first, a Jew or an aristocrat? Well, an aristocrat before all, of course, and Jews also have kings, like King David or King Solomon, just like us. It would be the same as asking Prince Charles of Windsor-Gotha-Coburg if he's English or an aristocrat first. Of course, he would eloquently avoid the question and just think by himself, oh, these awkward questions are getting more and more stupid by the day. English, that's the commoners, isn't it? Well, they play football, or how do they call it again in the colonies? As indeed soccer. Not so far away. No, that's sport, I meant, not the colony. And so it is for Sarkozy. He's first an aristocrat of royal pharaoh, and long time after that, a Jew. And even more time after that, a Frenchman, without a single drop of French blood. That's why Sarkozy has the Sar part in his name. First of all, that's an abbreviation for Son Altesse Royale, S-A-R, meaning His Royal Highness, and which is the official title of Prince Charles, the Duke Henri of Luxembourg, etc. Sar. Here you see too, Sar, le Prince Royal, the Royal Prince.
Grand Rising, Miss Tanya. I hope you're having a great start to your day. I'm glad to see you. Much love.
Thus calling themselves, because in the demotic language of Pharaoh, Sar means a king, as in a sarcophagus, a box to put the king in when he's dead, the king box, so to speak. Or as in Caesar, the king of Rome, where etymologically the German word Kaiser for an emperor is from. Furthermore, the Tsar, or Tsar from Russia, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the British royal family Windsor, original Tsar, or you pronounce it Windsor, and Sarkozy, the king of France, for 7 or 5 years, because 7 is the number of the pyramid. Oh, he looks a bit like Mr. Putin, doesn't he? Those are all Tsars, or pharaoh kings, from which also derived the words sire, or sir, yes sir, no sir, like in Sir Winston Churchill, who was born in Blenheim Palace, his father a duke, or from Tsar. This is why in posh upper-class British, the word sir has to be pronounced sar, and not sir, yes sir, to show one's solid origins. Without exception, this global elite put their money, or rather our money in fact, their tax evasion, in their red and white United Kingdom of Pharaoh, Switzerland. Like 80 billion French euros every year, 100 billion German euros annually, or 450 billion US dollars that annually end up in Switzerland. Because throughout history, the aristocracy nobility never paid any taxes, but it's them finally who invented taxes, so they could parasite on the backs of some starving people while they partied at the court of the castle, with our women, food to scoff and beverage for the fun, all taxed together. And all that continues to this very day, made possible through the base of the world's financial elite in the Alps. And when in October 2010, the young Austrian Wolfgang Umvogel, whom you see here, wanted to sell Swiss banking CDs to the IRS, US Internal Revenue Service, and to Germany with black lists, names, and accounts concerning the elite's tax evasion into their Swiss base, the Swiss Secret Service of the Octagon arrested him, and consequently they suicided the young Austrian. And I mean, he has been suicided in the notorious high-security torture detention center of Amthaus Bern, mostly used for regular unwanted immigrants, asylum seekers with not enough money to afford Switzerland, and for political prisoners like myself. So me, Sean Ross, contacted the biggest Austrian newspaper, the Kronenzeitung, helped them write an article about it, which they published. And it appeared in that newspaper that the young man was suicided after he had been severely tortured by code O2T torch oxygen deprivation. See the Zurich files in the internet. So here you can read my name here in the newspaper, and he was tortured with O2T. So when the 100% corrupt and fascist Swiss authorities read the article, and on top of that, my name in it, the Swiss Octagon sent me an anti-terrorist squad to arrest me, intimidating me and my family by doing an entire grand-scale house search, a huge operation of which the would be proud. This happens when you criticize the Swiss and their all-powerful banks. My arrest got published in the biggest Swiss newspaper called Blick, which I filmed and uploaded on YouTube afterwards. So you can see that here. I became threats from Swiss policemen who were all infected by some weird Swiss fascist ideas. They hit me and incessant arrests wherever I went, putting things together to criminalize me in order to make me shut up and stop me from expressing myself. And I have witnesses and video recordings of that all. But in spite of the obvious range of proofs, the Swiss fascist judiciary just forbid me to talk more about the daily Swiss terror instead, opening all the doors for even more Swiss legal terror. So I refuse to have me silenced up, because all I say is the truth. And you can still see on YouTube how the Swiss Nazi police aggresses me and how corrupt Swiss cops hit me and threaten my family. In fact, all I've published on YouTube, I did so under the First Amendment of America and under US law. So in fact, by international standard law, the Swiss fascist judiciary has no jurisdiction at all over what I've published in San Bruno, California. That would be the state court of California responsible for any possible court case, and not the banking laws of Switzerland and the Nazi censorship. But Swissy don't care about any law at all. They never did, and they just can do what they want. Now the corrupt Swiss Nazi Court of Justice is threatening me with even more prison time if I'd reveal the names of those violent, corrupt Swiss cops again. But they're still available in some of my other videos, which even under torture and imprisonment, I didn't take down, as they wanted me to do so. Swissy tries to impose the Swiss laws of silence on the US First Amendment. So under this Swiss tyranny, I decided it would be wiser not to go out alone anymore. And I stayed most of the time inside over a period of 4 long years, not going out at all for months in a stretch, because there was nobody who wanted to accompany me on a walk outside. Until again, in a large police operation on July 16, 2015, the uniformed Swiss state Nazis kidnapped me in front of my utterly shocked and crying children, 3 and 13 years old, against a ransom of 20,000 Swiss francs, or several years in prison. So there I stayed for the next 3.5 months in several high-security torture detention centers, lost more than 30 kilos in 3 months, until my wife had the rest of the ransom together, while making huge debts. Wolfgang Umvogel, the Austrian whistleblower about the Swiss banks, was dead, but I was still alive. And where should I get 20,000 Swiss francs from all of a sudden? You know, the ransom this criminal organization they held me in prison for. I'm not a criminal with lots of money stashed somewhere. In fact, the Swiss Nazi police and their judiciary are a terrorist organization who kidnap people for ransom, only for expressing themselves about things they don't want you to say, nor even think. Thought crime, they call this. Today, we see all over Europe a dangerous tendency rising of Nazi organizations like the Swiss SVP, the French Front National, or the German NPD. Call their members after Swiss example to join the police. The army, fascist student organizations, and finally the Justice Department and politics. And in Switzerland, we're back in Nazi Germany in 1933 already, since quite a while. For all these organized Swiss crimes against me and my family, Swiss crimes against Europe, Swiss crimes against humanity, and for these indescribable Swiss crimes against the Jewish people, as Swissy Nazi Templars organized the Holocaust and the Second World War. For all this, I would like to make an official complaint somewhere. And for all I talk here, I have documentaries on my YouTube channel, G.I.U.R.E.H and Chasse Frats, like the murder on the French minister, Robert Boulin, 30 years ago, organized by the Swiss Octagon Nazi Templars, about the poisoning of the entire French town, Le Pont Saint-Esprit, leaving several dead. So the Swiss could better sell their LSD to the CIA MK-Ultra monarch, with CIA Director Alan Dulles and J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI, both of Swiss descent. Hoover's real name was Huber. There are currently 1 million Swiss Americans in the US on all key positions. US Presidents Eisenhower, Trump, Barack Obama, and Herbert Hoover, real name Huber, just like J. Edgar Hoover, all Swiss. So here's the American Swiss foundations, and there are many, you know, officially here you see by the Swiss state in this article, and there are many, many more articles in the internet where you can, in this article you can read there are 1 million Swiss Americans in the US. And this is official, it's by the Swiss state. You see the Templars logo here. And it starts here with dear young leaders. So they are it's addressed to the Swiss Americans. They are leading America. So this guy is one of the 7 heads of state, like in the Revelations of John, 7 heads. Switzerland has 7 heads. And they talk about America and Switzerland like sister republics. You remember I told you about the Sisters of Isis? Well, there you go. 1 million Swiss Americans. And there are 600 Swiss companies in the US who create 500,000 jobs. Well, guess who's working there, eh? Swissy? There's a lot more in this article. I'm not even going to read it all. So there's a lot about Swiss Americans in the internet. You just punch Swiss Americans and there's a lot, you know, this and that. So here there's some Swiss Americans in Wikipedia. Barack Obama, Herbert Hoover, Dwight D. Eisenhower, hey Swissy, J. Edgar Hoover, well, they're all here. And there are many, 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 many more. You know, Trump is one of them, eh? So just find it out yourself. You've been taken over. So here's a picture of one of my videos. You see how they look alike? Look at the mouth, look at the eyes, the nose. You know, they have the same. It's the same people who rule over the US. Both of these people, their names were Huber. You know, look at the eyebrows. They are the same. Look at the nose, where you know the eyes, and they are the same. President Herbert Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, And they were both in office when the Wall Street crash happened, when they stole your money. Hey, you understand? So here's part of the title of that film. It's everywhere on websites. And even Obama has Swiss roots from Ried Kerzers, the canton of Bern. Honecker, originally written with double G like Egger, as in Schwarzenegger. This criminal president and head of the Stasi from Eastern Germany are also Swiss, from the Swiss Palatines or Saarländische Schweiz. The Palatines, or the Palatinate, they are in the south of Germany, next to Switzerland, where Trump's ancestors, Obama, Boris Johnson, Honecker, where they all came from, who are actually ethnic Swiss. So here you can read about the Palatinate and the Palatines in southern Germany. And also Donald Trump's ancestors are from the Swiss Palatines, from a town called Karlstadt in Germany, where the Swiss, after the 30-year war, massively emigrated in empty southern Germany, where from 1618 to 1648, the entire German population vanished, murdered by the notorious Swiss mercenaries under Templar command, with 2/3 of the original German population dead. This time, a Swiss genocide on the Germans. And when in 1929, the Swiss Herbert Hoover, real name Huber, became US president, the Swiss, their banks, and all their Swiss US sleeper agents on all key positions, and all their Hoobers on all key positions, with their head of the FBI, gay Edgar Hoover, immediately afterwards, a few months later, provoked the American Wall Street crash on the stock exchange to be able to steal all the savings of simple and honest Americans. So especially for this occasion, it needed a world central bank, and for all the central banks in the world, in order to transfer the theft of the century from the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, into Switzerland, to finance Hitler's war industry with that. So the Swiss founded the BIS, or Bank of International Settlements, in Basel, right at the German border and next to the Basel railway station. Quite practical. So Hjalmar Schacht, Hitler's banker, 33-degree Freemason and an aristocrat, became its first bank managing director. It was Hitler's banker. Only so, the impossible and incredible rise of the German war industry and its financing can be explained, right after a very bad and very long economical depression, severe economic crisis with food shortage and starvation in Germany. This is what John F. Kennedy meant in his speech against the secret pharaonic Swiss Nazi Templars in the US of April 27 in 1961, which starts as follows. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is printed. No secret is revealed. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. Switzerland, 1 million Swiss Americans on all key positions in the US. Soon after this speech, he was dead. Octagon of the Swiss Nazi Templars killed him. At least since 1923, Hitler visited Switzerland, now and then, where the Swiss general Ulrich Wille and branch of the German high aristocracy invited him in Zurich, Switzerland, to finance him through Rudolf Hess, the second man in the Third Reich, who studied at the ETH Technical University of Zurich. Hess was even born in Alexandria, Egypt. Talking about pharaohs. So here you can see Mr. Hitler in Zurich, Switzerland, with Swiss policemen and Swiss army guys like here and here. So here on the picture, when Hitler was in Zurich in 1923, you definitely see the guy having a gun in his pocket. And the Swiss policeman here, well, he doesn't care, because they're all into it. And the Swiss of the Octagon Nazi Templars financed the Nazis on condition to murder all the Jews of Europe, once and for all, and to destroy Germany. Because of two main reasons, the Jews should be annihilated and disappear from the face of the earth. First, because they formed a patriarchal society, which the Sisters of Isis and their lesbians hate most. And second, for creating a society within the society, completely isolated and out of control of the still pharaonic nobility. Like 3 million Jews in Poland without speaking Polish, just living in a big kibbutz for themselves. And Pharaoh doesn't like that, having no control and no taxes to pay. This is why the Swiss agent Adolf Hitler wrote in his book Mein Kampf that the Jews had organized the First World War through the notorious and elusive Jewish finance. A stupid Swiss lie by the Swiss bankers of Octagon, because anyone can see that Europe's entire high aristocracy pushed us into that war. Here, the German Emperor William II and grandson of English Queen Victoria is all one big family. They put on a uniform and a helmet with a little obelisk on top and said, now there is war, and who refuses gets shot. You see, Templar symbol here, Templar's cross, column bones of the Freemasons. Well, you still got any doubt who the Freemasons are? Well, here you see the two pharaohs of Germany and the pharaoh of Austria together. The Emperor Franz Joseph from Austria, he put on a uniform and a helmet, now there is war. And this is why Swissy had to murder Empress Sissi, backwards for Isis, in Geneva, Switzerland, just before the war, because she was an active pacifist and anti-militarist. Here in my video, Swissy killed Sissy. The King of Italy, uniform helmet on, now it's war. And look at all the medals. Whoa, he must have been a brave man. Look at it, and look at it. He's saluting in the uniform. What a brave man. The Tsar of Russia and King of England, same thing. They all put on a uniform, and Europe's entire nobility ordained the people of Europe to the big dying. I'm sorry, no Jews responsible for that one. So you say the English king, you know, they look the same. They are cousins. They look exactly the same. Oh, look at all the octagons here. What a brave man. Look, this battle here and a battle here. Wow, he risked his life and all that. And look at this one here. Wow, so brave. You know, they give a good example. So we follow that, eh? Yeah, you can read it with me. At the time of World War I, the King of Britain, Russia, and Germany were all first cousins. When asked about World War I, Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany sarcastically remarked, "If my grandmother, Queen Victoria, had been alive, she would never have allowed it. This is the First World War. We died, millions of us. Hey, Mr. Hitler, where are the Jews then? Hey, Swissy, you liars." It was, as always, the aristocracy and nobility behind all the wars and 2 world wars. And this is why Hitler always had a painting of German Emperor Frederick the Great with him, also called Fritz the Faggot by the people, for his bad taste of seducing young soldiers, leaving them no other choice, really. Here you see the office, the bureau of Mr. Hitler with a painting of his ancestor, there's no doubt, Frederick the Great. And Hitler was also obsessed with Pharaoh Nefertiti. Well, both his ancestor, of course, as the nobility comes from Pharaoh. As Führer almost sounds like Pharaoh. Führer, Pharaoh. Führer, Pharaoh. And look at the pin he's got on his tie. You know, the wings there, it's from Ma'at, the wings of Ma'at. It's all Pharaoh. Officially, there currently are 100,000 aristocrats in Germany alone, with millions of descendants and half-breeds in all key positions. And look at the bent necks of both of them. It's the same bloodline. They've got bent necks and bent bodies because of the inbreeding. Look how she's looking. You know what she's thinking. Same. Hello, Granny. So here's another film of mine in which I explain a lot more about it. You see the obelisk, and here was Hitler was sworn into the Chancellor, and that is why the Reichstag was set on fire, because Hitler wanted to be sworn in for German Chancellor in Potsdam. So this is in Potsdam, and seat of the Sanssouci Castle, which is just around the corner. And the Sanssouci Castle, and here in Potsdam, it's in front of the obelisk and the Garnisons Church, with the coffin of Frederick the Great, right? Fritz the Faggot. It's in it, and not, he didn't want to be sworn in the German Parliament, or a Reichstag, more or less, which is a symbol of the German people and the idea of democracy. Well, the idea of democracy in theory only, of course. But as they're all aristocrats and nobility and pharaohs, it has to be done next to a castle. So and next to an obelisk. It's full of obelisks there. Potsdam is the seat of the German emperors in Prussia, and this is why they set fire to the Reichstag. There's no other reason. So every time when you see here the YouTube signs here and the title like under it, and here the YouTube, make it bigger, you know. Then you know it's I make a reference to one of my YouTube videos, which I already made on the subject. If I wouldn't do it like this, the whole film here would take 10 hours or 20 hours, you know. And so the best thing is, if you see it, just pause it, write down the title, and then look at these videos here afterwards. I say it only one time here, and there were quite a few videos already, which I made a reference to before. So yeah, so after financing Hitler by the Octagon of the Alps, the Swiss put all their men on all key positions and on all leading officers of the Nazi dictatorship, like the Reichs Health Minister of the Third Reich, the SS Obergruppenführer, an SS General, the Dr. Leonardo Conti, you can see him here, with the nickname the Swiss Sadist, because he initiated the T4 or Tiergarten 4 program, enabling medical experiments on humans, doing so on about 500,000 persons, using them as guinea pigs. And even the Germans were afraid of him, and he was born in Tessin, Switzerland, like the family of French Prime Minister Manuel Valls from his mother's side. So here's another of my videos on YouTube about Mengele here. So write down the title, and so you can watch it afterwards. It's much more thorough. You have to excuse me because I don't have a home, and I have no more time to do it all here. So the Swiss Minister of Health in the Third Reich consequently was the direct superior of the notorious camp doctor of Auschwitz, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who was himself an ethnic Swiss. After the war, protected by the Swiss authorities, who all knew he lived in the Schwimmbadstraße number 9 in Kloten, Zurich, practically near to the biggest airport in Swissyland, for his many travels to South America. And every year, Mengele, nicknamed the Angel of Death, went skiing with his son Rolf in a Swiss holiday resort called Angel's Mountain, or Engelsberg, in the Hotel Engel, or Angel, while son Rolf attended the world's richest and most famous boarding school for pharaohs ELiTE in Montreux, Switzerland. During his Swiss years, Mengele was directly involved in the forced mass sterilization after the war in Switzerland of 40,000 gypsy women rounded up in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, a thing the Nazis called the Gypsy Question. Was in fact Mengele's primary assignment in Auschwitz to experiment on gypsies by sterilizing them with high radiation output of X-rays before getting famous through torturous experiments on twins and small Jewish children. After the war, the police chief commissioner of Bern, Switzerland, Dr. Heinrich Rothmann, gave to all these Swiss and ethnic Swiss Nazi war criminals a Swiss Red Cross pass to go to Argentina, like Mengele, Klaus Barbie, head of the Gestapo in Lyon, France, nicknamed the Butcher of Lyon, who later on worked for the secret police of Bolivia and helped torturing Che Guevara before killing the Cuban revolutionary. Of course, Adolf Eichmann also got a Red Cross pass, and with that, tens of thousands of Swiss Nazi Templar war criminals, furnished with documents from the motherland in the Alps for the notorious Nazi Red Line into never seen again. The SS Standartenführer, so SS Colonel Karl Jäger, was born in Schaffhausen, Switzerland, and he was the head of the SS Einsatzgruppen, who, like a wave after the first wave of war machinery of the Wehrmacht, army troops and Luftwaffe, Air Force, simply erased the civilian population of Western Russia like a horde of machine-like serial killers. Like a real Swiss banker, Swiss Karl Jäger, he wrote all the numbers down in a to be proud of logbook, the notorious Jäger report. And his name, Jäger, literally meaning the hunter, of how they manually liquidated 400,000 Jews in the sand pits, of which 32,000 children, all handwork. 32,000 children manually. Well, only Swissy can do that. In 1941, Switzerland officially financed Operation Barbarossa, the German offensive against Russia, with 1 billion Swiss francs. 1941 value, thus financing officially the genocides against the Jews and the Russians by Switzerland. 1 billion in those days are at least a trillion of today's Swiss francs. Therefore, the Swiss still today call Germany the Big Canton. And on February 23rd, 1937, Adolf Hitler guarantees the neutrality of Switzerland. So this article is in WDR, which is a big German broadcast and official. Also, Holocaust trains from Italy to Germany passed through Switzerland. And on February 23rd, 1937, Hitler openly and officially guaranteed the Swiss neutrality to his financiers. And the link of this article you can find in this film in the description. Thankfully, to their financiers, the Nazis even had a Swiss cross on their tanks in the beginning of the war. And there even might have been full Swiss tank panzer divisions, which Swissy later on managed to hide by camouflaging a Teutonic black cross on top of the Swiss cross, thus getting the military logo of the Wehrmacht, German army, from the Big Canton. And both parts of that logo derive from the Knights Templars, both the Swiss cross as well as the Teutonic cross. For the Nazis to invade Poland instead of Switzerland is like living next to the central bank, but rob the snack bar next to it. What Nazis in fact repeated not long time ago when the German NSU, Nationalsozialistischer Untergrund, robbed Turkish and Muslim snack bars and killing the owners with it, using, of course, Swiss special weapons bought and suppressed in Switzerland. Also widely known how German neo-Nazis undisturbed practice shooting in Switzerland. So instead of doing something against that all, the Swiss and their ETH Rudolf Hess school in Zurich published an official report for the German authorities in 2018 that foreigners and immigrants are responsible for all the crimes in Germany. Say what? You got it. Swissy just tries to stir up hatred and racism, just like in 1923 when Adolf got invited in Switzerland. And it says in this article, how is it possible that a Swiss institute makes a study about crime of immigrants and of a whole for Germany officially? How is this possible? The sly Swiss still pretend that they had to behave like they did during World War II. They were pushed like, because they were afraid of the Germans. Can you believe that? Look how they're all smiling here at the border. At the left side, the Germans, and the right side, the Swiss. They're all smiling, having a nice chat together. Here again, you can see them nicely chatting together and smiling, both of them. To the left, the German soldier, and to the right, the Swiss soldier. And simultaneously, they say that the victorious Swiss army could never be defeated, with all their cannons in the mountains. Problem is that only 5% of the Swiss population lives there, and 95% in flat or slightly hilly terrain, easily accessible for armies, and that Swissy only had 50 tanks, whereas the Jerry's 27,000 over the whole war, and only 450,000 Swiss men under arms against 18 million Croats. Technically speaking, one could have left those dug-in Swissy with their formidable cannons just there by themselves up the mountains. Why bother? Sometime sooner or later, they would have come down all by themselves out of hunger and nothing to do anyway. Hitler apparently once said, if I want, I can take Swissyland with the Berlin Fire Department.
My beautiful ethereal light being, it looks like we have something in common. I do the same fucking thing all the time. Thought I was the only one. It's good to know that I'm not. I've watched 4 streams at once before. Well, listened and, alternated. You have all of them playing at the same time. You can have one at a quarter volume, one at like half, one at 3/4 volume, and one at full volume. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily the best for the brain. I don't know if that's really like a functional thing. Some people will tell you that multitasking is not really that efficient actually on the brain. But I digress.
Then there was Hitler's mastermind for genocide and worldwide father of eugenics, the Swiss Dr. Ernst Rudin, born in St. Gallen, Switzerland. And just like Dr. Mengele, an ethnic Swiss, so was his military chief and commander of Auschwitz, Rudolf Höss, another ethnic Swiss, who even spoke Swiss German in Auschwitz. Just like the commandant of the first extermination camp, Sobibor, the SS Sturmbannführer Christian Wert, nicknamed Christian the Terrible, also an ethnic Swiss. Further ethnic Swiss were Julius Streicher, the publisher of the anti-Semitic magazine Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, that just as the French Charlie Hebdo depicts other people, races and religions as animals, as the Swiss SVP Nazi party performs today in the streets of Swissyland. The head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, another ethnic Swiss, and there were many, many more on all key positions of the Third Reich. So here you can see Mr. Himmler. He's standing at the Swiss border and he's smiling. I had a good film about him, but Swissy managed to take it off. I can't find it anymore. I'll do it again one day. This is how the Swiss make Nazism legal. This is what Swissy taught the Germans then. And this is what's happening in Swissyland today by making persecution, racial profiling, terror on entire families, torture and murder official and legal by taking over the executive, put on a police uniform, army, justice department, lawyers, you name it. And Swissy's even exporting the modus operandi all over Europe by means of Swiss fascist speakers, knotting ties to the worldwide family of haters, finding their destiny in Nazism again. And in Switzerland, this was never finished. There are quite a few people in Switzerland with the name of Himmler. So what is an ethnic Swiss? During the 30-year war from 1618 to 1648, about 100,000 Swiss mercenaries called Reichsläufer, and under Templars' command, murdered about 20 million Germans and their children. About 2/3 of the German population in those days perished in this genocide on the German people. Whole German towns disappeared from the face of the earth, and Swiss mercenaries told the other Swiss back home, the land is free, you can all settle down there. In the south of Germany, in Baden-Württemberg, big parts of Bavaria, Vorarlberg in Austria, Alsace in France, and northern Italy are all what is called ethnic Swiss, those who replaced the indigenous local population of this area because of the 30-year war, and where's being spoken now in Alemannic dialects, like in Switzerland. These, in fact, are ethnic Swiss, from where most of the Nazi leaders, Nazi elite, and Nazi war criminals came from. They were all ethnic Swiss, or even born in Switzerland, the motherland itself. And in the still Gallo-Roman, now French Alsace, the Swiss mercenaries massacred 95% of the indigenous population. That's why the word Alsace, etymologically from Al-Suisse, all Swiss. That's the reason that Alsatians neither like the Germans nor the French, because they are Swiss. So this is that French part. It's called Alsace. They're all Swiss, and they speak Swiss, and they think Swiss. Because of the former mentioned reasons, these regions close to Switzerland are the richest in Germany, France, Austria, and Italy. In 2014, articles were published in big European newspapers that Switzerland actually wanted to form a great Swiss empire with southern Germany, West Austria, Alsace, and northern Italy to reunite all the ethnic Swiss back into the Reich. Under one roof, the empire of Great Switzerland. Throughout history, this has well functioned as a buffer zone around Switzerland to better protect the motherland and central base. The Shoah, Holocaust, and the Second World War have been organized and executed 100% by the Swiss. By the way, I also lost my grandfather in 1942 because of the Nazis. He was an officer in the Royal Navy, something to do with intelligence, which they call naval intelligence nowadays. And I'm not Jewish at all. So here you can see them standing together again, yeah, with the Swiss cross, the Swiss soldier with the Swiss helmet, and here the German soldier with their symbol there. They're just chatting together, posing for a picture together. And as the French, I did 3 complaints in France against the state of Switzerland. I never even got a reply. So I would like to make a complaint in the US Court of Justice against the Swiss state for 50 million-fold murder, premeditated, for the Holocaust and for planning the Second World War, plus 2 genocides on the German people, one during the 30-year war and one during World War II. A complaint for all the Swiss crimes against humanity and the already mentioned crimes against me and my family, shown in this YouTube film, The Swiss Beast, the devil's own base. In the book of Revelation from the Bible, it says the beast had 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, Switzerland is the only state in the world with 7 heads, whom they call the 7 federal councillors, who additionally share 10 ministry amongst each other, the 10 horns, on which they take us on, metaphysically seen. So 7 is also the holy number of the pyramid, as in the square and compass. And all nations on earth have traded with this whore of Babylon called the Sisters of Isis, Suisse. All nations have traded with the Swiss Templar banks, the first in the world, out of whom all the world's banks come from. Bergdorf in Switzerland is without any doubt the cradle of modern Nazism, and up to the New Age, the center of world Nazism, because in the 18th century, the Duke Ludwig von Hundt-Radowski lived there, another one of those Pharaonic aristocrats, and he really was a great source of inspiration for the young Hitler through his books and magazines, who helped forming Hitler's attitude from a very early age on, that it would be a lot better to eradicate all the Jews from the planet once and for all. And always, it all comes out of Switzerland, even up to the terrorist attacks of Paris, Nice, and Berlin in 2015 and 2016. When the Swiss fascist mafia kidnapped me in 2015 against a ransom of 20,000 Swiss francs because of my historical documentaries like Auschwitz Made in Switzerland and other about the Swiss responsibility concerning the Shoah and the Second World War, Octagon held me hostage in the torture detention center of Bergdorf, and also the cradle of modern fascism by the Duke Ludwig von Hundt-Radowski. As in the cell next to me, there was this Swiss neo-Nazi from Bergdorf itself, with a very light sentence of just a couple of months because of his committed bomb attacks with explosives on asylum seeker centers, as there were also immigrants on the same ward with very heavy sentences of several years because of nothing at all. The Swiss neo-Nazi had tattoos over his entire body with charming slogans like 6 millions are not enough, making it clear to me he had read the works of the Duke from Bergdorf, from his hometown. He had an enormous tattoo of a swastika over his entire face. I can still see the enormous swastika forming under the grim expression he pulled when I said to him, "Now with all those tattoos, you've turned into a colored man, mate." And as Swissies are as cold as reptilians, I couldn't really see if he valued my British sense of humor, or maybe not that much. There were also prison guards with some Nazi-style tattoos of their typical typography letter style in their necks, who always behaved in a good mood like old pals with a tattooed neo-Nazi prisoner, whereas towards us immigrants and foreigners being full of Swiss hatred in this Bergdorf Nazi center prison. One should distinguish two types of Nazism, the poor man's Nazism and Nazism by the rich, which seems to be a paradox, and they are in fact two totally different things. Nazism of the poor is very visible and very loud, with the right hand that wants to go up all the time, skinhead like a pharaoh, whereas real Germanic should in fact be long-haired. The tribal Nazism show their hatred at any suitable, mostly unsuitable occasion, not really gifted with too large intelligence in the style of their supposedly superiority, and mostly out of the working class and forced to live next door to those immigrants out of the category less desired neighbors. This model, in fact, is rather rare in Switzerland, the land, per definition, Nazism for the rich, Swiss banks and Swiss industrialists, acting secretly, invisible and highly organized. And it's always Nazism of the rich trying to mobilize Nazism of the poor, of course for their own cause only, and never the other way around. The sort of Le Pen of the National Front in France, billionaire, lawyers, both father and daughter, and clearly visible in my videos with a Swiss flag in their hands. And they always try to mobilize the Nazism of the poor for their own interests, traditionally, rather busy to enrich themselves through the cause and during a war, hiding it all in Switzerland, their Octagon base, just like, in fact, the Nazis did during World War II. And after the war, when Nazism of the rich has filled their pockets and vaults in safe Swissyland, they let the people and Nazism of the poor fall, left in poverty, hunger, and total destruction, just as after World War II, the Crusades, and the next big war coming up. The Nazis and the Swiss, therefore, have won the war, while the Germans lost the war. By the end of the war in 1945, in Hotel Maison Rouge, or Red House Hotel, which you can see here, at the Kléber Square in Strasbourg, France, a French secret agent of the Second Bureau, le Deuxième Bureau, furnished the last official witness account on the elusive Octagon ever since. And remember what I told you about the pharaonic Red House. But he said he didn't understand why the name Octagon, yeah? I do know why, and will reveal that to you here. If you draw a line around a Swiss cross or a Templar's cross, you get 8 lines forming an octagon. When being an archaeologist or historian like myself, you know that the Knights Templars almost always built their temples, chapels, churches, and castles in octagonal form. And that's exactly the reason that Hitler's eagle's nest, now called Kehlsteinhaus, of the Führer, or leader of the Nazi Templars, was built in an octagonal form for the very same reasons. So, because of these Nazis of the elite, this is why the Swiss Nazism of the rich have sentenced the young tattooed neo-Nazi to a very light prison sentence, because within the elapse of a very overseeable future, his questionable qualities could become effectively useful. Until that moment of glory, he will be incarcerated for a very short time, together locked in close proximity with those immigrants whom he favors so very much, so as to say, increase his qualities in service of the Nazism of the rich. It is therefore because of this all that there were every time false flag terrorist attacks in France, just before some important elections, and even before the 2017 presidential elections, to steer the public opinion towards Le Pen for president, like the terrorist attacks in Paris on Friday the 13th, 2015, and those earlier that year against Charlie Hebdo. Every single time, just before some political elections in France, not even the bodies of those so-called Arabic attackers they were able to show us. On the contrary, instead of that, serious witnesses in very big English-speaking newspapers, as here in the Mirror of November 14th, 2015, who saw white men with blue eyes. Well, the thing with the blue eyes, actually, the it out of the article. They were looking very muscular, Navy SEAL-like, and moved very military trained and in disciplined manners. It says the shooter was white. They were white men, like Navy SEALs. And before, it definitely said he had blue eyes, but they took that out. So here's some more of that witness account. You know, they're just cool after the shooting. They killed a lot of people. They look like soldiers or military, you know, mercenaries. Very muscular. I'll read it yourself. Well, this is Octagon, no doubt. There were also witness accounts in the media seeing a second group of men who just stood there with their Kalashnikovs after the attack, apparently not knowing anymore what to do. Mission accomplished, and nothing more in the hard disk. And exactly like this it was. There were two groups of men. One group of military drilled men from Octagon who had put the second group in place. The second group consisted of brainwashed Arab pity criminals, and when the program by the CIA MK Ultra had ended, they just stood there without knowing what to do next, nor how they got there. It was so in Paris, and even more obvious in Nice on July 14, 2016, when the Arab lorry driver was just senselessly sitting in the driver's cabin when the surrounded police just executed the absent-spirited man in order to do away all possible evidence, in spite of the obvious fact that the terrorist caught alive would be worth a substantial lot more. I was in Nice that day and saw a huge police exercise with at least 20 huge police vans before the attack. And this practice has been witnessed just before all the terrorist attacks we had since 9/11. So the authorities in all tranquility can prepare the attack. How does it work, such a brainwash, and how did they do it? It started in 1951 when the Swiss poisoned the entire French town of Pont-Saint-Esprit with LSD in the flour for the local bakeries to convince the CIA that LSD is a good thing to use for the MK Ultra monarch brain control program. Because exactly during this time, the Cold War had started, and it needed a valid product to extract intel out of a KGB agent. The Swiss and the biggest chemical plants in the world, now Novartis, the biggest chemical company in the world, had invested a lot of time and money to develop their product called LSD by Albert Hofmann, just a few years before in 1949, and couldn't find a market for it. The inhabitants of Le Pont-Saint-Esprit went entirely bonkers, like an end-time scenario transcended from the heavens. An 11-year-old strangled his grandmother. People thought being an airplane and jumped down from the third floor. Others saw snakes crawling out of their bellies. Hundreds ended their days in the boogie house, and many died. Nice sample, said the CIA. Their Swiss director Alan Dulles and Swiss US President Eisenhower. We buy it. Yes, there are currently more than 1 million Swiss Americans who totally undermined the USA. The Arab terrorists from Paris and Nice were all, and each one of them, small criminals, who in the night were extracted out of their cells in prison, so their fellow inmates didn't notice a thing. Then they were tied up upon a special stretcher in a clinic, Swiss LSD administered and heavily tortured. That hurts like hell, and you want to run away, but you can't, because hands, feet, legs, and body are strapped to the stretcher. So you run there, where you still can, in your head. One literally turns crazy for pain, and a breach is opened, a barrier surpassed, through which the consciousness slips through, into a new world where you've never been before. A new personality and a new identity gets created, like in a schizophrenia. Through the terrible pains, the old personality gets blocked out, because it's too painful to be there. Consequently, like a new blank page or empty memory SD card, one can fill in the new program, whatever you want. Then the subject gets a video headset on, which shows for weeks a bearded Muslim in Paris who empties his Kalashnikov. When finished with the subject, he only knows to do that, what's in the new memory card, and when he's finished and mission accomplished, he will be just standing there like a zombie, because there's nothing more in the hard disk. Then some spec op guys come to transform the defenseless subject into a Swiss cheese with a heavy lead poisoning. So for not hitting their side, in Paris only left-wing objectives were targeted. Charlie Hebdo, a Bataclan rock concert for youngsters with long hair smoking weed, target the people in a soccer stadium, in Nice, children, and 50% of the people mowed down were Arabs, and some families on a Christmas market in Berlin. No objective of the riots or the elite was hit, neither the authorities nor the McDonald's where the attackers ran past. Clearly, Octagon of the Nazi Templars of the Alps behind the attacks, doing, which we call in the army slang, soft targets, a real speciality of the Swiss, always taking soft targets, like my family. Always in recent history, all the attacks of which left-wing was accused were in the end done by right-wing groups. It's a tradition that continues. The Munich bombing of 1980 and 13 dead. First, the RAF, a German left-wing Baader-Meinhof terrorist accused, in reality, a German neo-Nazi group ordered by Gladio who did it. And Gladio is a Octagon branch. Bologna, Italy, also 1980 and 85 dead. Not Brigata Rosa, but also by Gladio. And in Belgium in the 80s, with 85 dead, not Action Direct, left-wingers, but again, Gladio of the Swiss Octagon. I know that Octagon are behind it, because I was there when America's and Europe's future were discussed by Octagon and the Swiss industrials. And I'm willing to give names, but I need some kind of protection. From all the unknown information presented here, logically, one has to draw the conclusion that one cannot just know all this without having been initiated in it all. This is why I spent 5.5 years in Swiss prisons as a political prisoner, because I express myself about things the Swiss laws of silence do not allow to be spoken of. The Swiss police and judiciary are in fact a terrorist organization for Octagon, who kidnap people against a ransom of 20,000 Swiss francs, only because I express myself about things they don't want to hear. In Switzerland, giving one's opinion is a capital crime with torture and persecution. And in this land, in the Alps, they foster a very long tradition of hatred, racism, anti-Semitism, etc. against everyone who's not Swiss and does not comply with the accustomed model. So at the very same moment when the Duke Hartwig von Hund-Radowski from Bergdorf, Switzerland, and base of hardcore Nazism published his anti-Semitic thesis into the 18th century and later read by Hitler and the rest of the Nazis, the Swiss state officially ordered new Jew laws in 1776, the same year as the US independence and birth of the Illuminati, that the combined Jewry of Switzerland could only live in the confined ghettos of Endigen and Lengnau in the north of Switzerland near the German border, in the hope that they would all disappear into Germany, which they finally did, because a few years later, there wasn't a single Jew left in Switzerland. Swissyland was Judenfrei. They had all left Switzerland and chased away by Swissy. Same thing the Swiss, with their terror towards others, have done with me now. And it goes on, this 1,000-year Swiss tradition against everything what's different, with Muslims as today's Jews, the anti-Islam concentration camps ready for use. Already in the Middle Ages in Switzerland, the Swiss state had already forced the Jews to always have a yellow circle sewn onto the jacket, together worn with the so-called Jew hat, a long yellow hat and prefixed form, almost like the typical sorcerer's hat. Therefore, it didn't really come by surprise that the Swiss state already before the war forced all the Jews to have a J stamp in their passports, a big capital letter J for Jude in it, in order to categorize them like cattle, plus the mandatory name David in front of their actual names for men and Sarah for women, all in the same pass and identity cards, which the Nazis in Germany thought a splendid idea, thus coming up with the yellow star. And in fact, Solomon's seal, the Jewish king of Pharaoh's descent, also called David's star, who also was a king. So that's the star of David, or Solomon's seal. It's a pharaonic symbol. It has nothing to do with the Jews, actually, which the Orthodox Jews will agree with me. They know it too. Yes, in Swissyland, all that's not forbidden is compulsory. Even the slave ships going to the Americas belong to the Swiss. Watch this film here. The KKK, Ku Klux Klan, was founded by the Swiss and has a logo of a white cross on a red underground, the flag of Switzerland. And officially, the KKK is the official slogan of the Swiss parliament for consensus, compromise, concordance, all written with a K in German, meaning we in Switzerland don't make any compromises, no consensuses, and no concordances. The Lockerbie bombing was orchestrated by the Swiss and their Mabo company of Zurich. See this film. And the terrorist attack of Tunisia in 2015 were provoked by the Swiss fascist police of Zurich. The proofs of all that are in my English videos about that. Octagon's Swiss Great Eminence, François Genoux, was a personal friend of Adolf Hitler and of Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, the uncle of Yasser Arafat, the PLO leader, and leader of 2 Muslim SS divisions. He was a general in the Nazi army, and they were the largest SS divisions in the Third Reich, who, with the help of Hitler and the Swiss, waged a real jihad in the Balkans, in Europe, against Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies, murdering about 400,000 men, women, and children. Most of all in the terrible camp of Jasenovac, where the river next to it turned literally red because of the spilled blood in it, the blood of jihad in Europe, enabled by the Nazi Templars, who had an alliance with Salahuddin, remember? An alliance with Saladin. Talking about death camps, the Swiss had even death camps in the US, murdering and torturing many Americans just 200 years ago, done so by Swiss captain Heinrich Wirtz, who changed his name into Henry, and who was a doctor, just like the Swiss sadist and Swiss Nazi Minister of Health in the Third Reich. After the war, the Swiss Genoux found a lawyer for Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Lyon, who was even taken into the US with the paperclip operation. And he found a lawyer for Adolf Eichmann and many other Nazi war criminals. Together with one of Octagon's other great eminences, Hans-Huber Ahmed al-Swisri, they founded the Swiss bank Al-Taqwa to better finance the Islamofascism, with which they infected Islam with Mein Kampf propaganda, and to finance the left-wing terrorism of the 60s and 70s, who, on top of that, were trained by the East German Stasi, led for 30 years by the ethnic Swiss Erich Honecker from the Swiss Palatines in southern Germany, and in fact far from eastern Germany. Here we can also see how left-wing terrorism of young misled people and right-wing neo-Nazism all emerge into one single thing when one follows the river back to its source, Switzerland, Swissyland, and the Octagon Templars. And when we follow River Nile even further, well, you got it. In 2001, the other great eminence of Octagon, Switzerland, Hans-Huber Ahmed al-Swisri, forced himself twice in our house, which was only a few kilometers away from where he lived himself. He came to threaten us that I should better write against the Jews and Christoph Meili than against Switzerland. If not, I would never see my son, Myron, anymore, who just got kidnapped by the Swiss. I refused, and I never saw my beloved child again. 17 years have passed now, and I don't even know if he's still alive or not. The first time the Grey Eminence came, they were 5, and the second time 6, and the 6th was an Arab. All that because of an article in the Basel newspaper that I published in 1999. I already knew beforehand that any complaint like the 3 previous ones in France wouldn't bring anything, because through the worldwide masonry web, the Swiss octagon has all power. Freemasons getting their orders from octagons Templars in the Alps. Around this evil base, downright laws of silence and a wall of secrecy have been put up, which will be always protected by the international media and all the world's army. Yes, even soon a world army. The Swiss are organized criminals who have a country. This fake it qui prodest. Who profits from the terrorist attacks in Berlin, Paris, Nice, Madrid, or London? Answer, Switzerland, because it destabilizes the by the Swiss hated European community, makes immigrants and Muslims to scapegoats, will lock down Switzerland's border and end free passage in Europe, all in the interest of a land ruled by the far-right Nazi Templars. Swissy is everywhere on all key positions. Foreign minister in England, in the US, the defense minister, getting welfare money from the motherland. And how can you lose 1 million men during the Battle of Verdun in just a few months' time? Didn't the generals attend officers' school? Well, Pharaoh's aristocratic octagon sent all the men, both French and German, to some hills in a huge forest area where all cannons, both French and German, were adjusted to shoot them to pieces. Because humanity is a farmed race, and the Anunnaki, in fact, Pharaoh's aristocracy. I hope that one day the world will wake up and recognize that Switzerland incarnates evil, the base of the devil. Oh, here it is. It's raining like hell. This is the Mother of Darkness castle. I can't get any further. It's very dangerous here. You see the trip wires here? You got trip wire. Well, my lens is like condensing. Wait a minute. No, it's okay. And the house, it belongs to the family of Solveig. There's the Viking connection. Because the Vikings, you know, they were at the pharaohs. They call them the Haunebu, or the sea peoples. Haunebu, which is a Scandinavian word. Haun, it's a heaven. It's a harbor. A boer, it means to live, like neighbor. And Solveig, he's making pharmaceuticals, you know, like Prozac. You see him getting it, right? Well, you know, for the experiments as well. I'm not sneaking up to me. Yeah, so this is why they snatched the children. You know, this was built by the brother of the Belgian king a couple of 100 years back. I'm really sorry, but I don't feel like getting any further. You know, they'll only take my camera away and the footage. Now, I've been walking the whole day, you know, I'm very tired. There it is. And this is where, of course, where Dutroux, he brought the children. And this guy, Solveig, in the middle of the First World War, that was in 1917, here comes the Swiss connection again. He built a hut. It's called the Solvay hut. That's S-O-L-W-V-A-Y. The Solvay hut. And guess what? In the middle of the First World War, in 1917, when the Belgian people, they were suffering. I just went to that village there, Rossignol, where the Germans, they shot 120 villages in the First World War around the same time. And this guy, he has so much power. In the middle of the war, well, he's dead now, but his ancestors, you know, to whom it belongs here now. Yeah. And he built Le Solvay Refuge. That means the Solvay hideout. Why? Because Switzerland is the hideout for the Templars. And these guys were all Freemasons, they come from the Templars. And the height of this thing, the Solvay hut, is 4,003 meters, exactly. 4 plus 3 makes 7. You know, why 4,003 meters? It's quite high. It's the highest hut, the highest, like, hideout in Switzerland, the huts, you know, like if you have problems in the snow or snowboarding, avalanche or whatever. And I told you my Statue of Liberty film in France, where the number 4, it stands for the square. And with the square is 90 degrees. So you can make, wait a minute, I have to watch it, it's not condensed. It's unbelievable. I'm having the worst weather you can imagine. Look, this is the Ardennes, the Battle of the Bulge. Yeah, I mean, I'm all wet. Look at my shoes here. Yeah, here. So I've got my jacket over me now here. And I hope nobody's sneaking up to me because it's got this thing here. No. There's another building as well. So I only do it in English. And so 4 stands for the square. The square is 90 degrees. So with 90 degrees, that's why it's called a square. You can make a square, which is the base of a pyramid. With the compass, which is 60 degrees, you can make a side of a pyramid, which stands for the number 3. There are 3 corners on it, or 3 sides. A square has 4 sides, or 4 corners. So altogether, it makes 7. The number 3 and 4, it stands for the square and compass. That's why he built the hut at 4,003 meters only. Well, the 3 only. 4,000 is quite a lot. And this is what these blokes do. They're all pharaohs. This is the king. There is a security on the other side. I walked through the forest for about 6 or 7 hours. I took the wrong way. I couldn't find it. You see, it's hard to find. So it's a good thing I came in the winter. There's no leaves. Like in the summer, I wouldn't even have found it. You know, I would have tripped here over this thing here. Yeah. And well, there were some more things I wanted to tell you. So yeah, he's making Prozac. You know, it's quite easy for all these medicals, you know, to find a soldier, a prisoner, or you know, somebody from a mental hospital, you know, to do the experiments on, to use your new medicals, yeah, after the rats and the monkeys. And so, but it's very hard to find children, you see. So they had these guys, and it's called a satanic triangle. This one here, just on the other side of the border, it's not very far. There is the other bloke, FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM. He brought also children to a castle. You know, it's the aristocracy. They've always been doing this, and they come from Pharaoh, and they've always been doing this. You know, and on the other side is the Bouillon Castle. I'm going to show that all to you, which is a satanic triangle. Godefroy de Bouillon in 1095. He led the first crusades. You know, you'll probably find some Templars crosses and all that. And just next to it, there's little Switzerland in Luxembourg, La Petite Suisse. Switzerland is always all over it. You know, money is there, everything is there. They built their huts there. It's the refuge, Le Refuge. As the guy in the in the Templars commandery in Strasbourg, as he told me. It's Switzerland all over. They're the base. 1 million Swiss Americans in the US. They control the entire US. Yeah. So I have to look at my yeah. So I'm sorry. I really don't feel like getting any closer here. You know, it's really dangerous here. Where is it? Yeah. Oh. My lens is that's more. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Yeah. 4 children. Nobody here than Pra here. That's why Dutroux, they brought him. And Dutroux, they're going to leave him out. His wife already let her out. It's incredible. It's incredible. They let her out. And she, a woman, you know, a child has more confidence like in a woman. So she attracted the children and she's out. You know, I already told you, we belong to them. We are their property. That's why you have a passport with your personal slave number on it. And if the knight in their shiny uniforms, you know, if they knock on your window in your car and there's a papers, please, it's a slave control. They want to see your slave number. They can take away our children if they want. They just snatch them and then leave the Dutroux, they leave him out of prison and his wife, you know. We are slaves. We are slaves. They can do with us whatever they want, but they hide it because we don't accept it. We're all beaten peoples, the Germanic peoples, the Celt peoples, all of them, all of us. Of course, the American Indians, all of us. That's the Mother of Darkness castle. So who is the Mother of Darkness? It's Isis, of course. Very difficult to film for me. It's raining. So there's what it is. Evil. Pure evil. I can feel it, eh? Yeah, I can feel it. I think there was the sun hieroglyph somewhere, but I don't see it. Yeah, there it is. Sun hieroglyph. Pharaonic symbols. Our masters. They've always been ruling, eh? See, there's the evil castle, and there's a sort of a monastery. I don't know if you can see it. Is there somewhere? No. Oh, this is difficult. There? No, I think it's there. Yeah, no. Oh, I can't see it. I need a camera, you know, to look through, or it should be there. There's sort of a castle or a chapel for the satanic messes. This is weird, man. It looks like the door of some armored vehicle. It's really heavy. Yeah, very heavy. Yeah. Thick glass now. It's like strange. Oh, these guys are coming. Look, I'm at the wrong side of the fence now. The castle is there. Never mind. So let's have a look then. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the chapel or whatever it is. This place is so eerie. It's really dodgy here. They do bad things here. There's the castle. The Mother of Darkness castle. Well, let's get a bit nearer. That's it. Okay, I'm inside. This is the best shot I can get it. Where are the sun hieroglyphs? Oh, there they are. No, I can't see them. I'll probably see them later only. Yeah. It's dangerous. This is a map of Belgium, Luxembourg, and northern France. So here's a place called Little Switzerland, La Petite Suisse. Switzerland is always in it, and right next to it is the satanic triangle, where children disappear and they get tortured and all that. So it's Bosval, where FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM, where the last castle is here somewhere. Bouillon, Godefroy de Bouillon is here. And Munot, that's the little village next to it, is the castle of Dutroux. And there's a river which is called Loch du Serpent, the serpent. It belongs to Solvay. Solvay is all connected to Switzerland. And there was another affair with pedophilia in Romania in 2015, one of the workers of Solvay. So Switzerland has got its fingers all over it, just as always they have now. So this here is the satanic triangle. Bouillon, the castle of the Mother of Darkness here, Munot, and here Bosval, the other castle, where children disappear and all this. It's a satanic triangle, they call it, and next to the Little Switzerland, yeah? So again, this is a satanic triangle, Bouillon, Munot, and Bosval, 3 castles where children disappear. Children from all over Europe who disappear, they end up here. With Little Switzerland next to it. So you see the Templars cross. So this is the castle of Bouillon. It's Godefroy de Bouillon. And so this is the other part of the satanic triangle with the Dutroux castle where they killed all the children, related to the pharmaceutical industry. So here you can see it. Templars crosses here. More Templars crosses here. Oh, this is the Swiss cross. Hey, Swiss, hey. And this guy is so related, you know, the other guy from the other castle, so related to Switzerland. This guy from the pharmaceutical industry, the chemical industry, Solvay. So this is the castle of. It's quite impressive. So this is where the crusade started in 1095. It started here in Bouillon, in the south of Belgium. There's a nice river, and it ended in Switzerland in 1291, the end of the crusades. So that's all about the crusades. So here you can see this guy here. This is Godefroy de Bouillon. This is where we got the word bouillon probably from. You know, this nice soup, like make soup of the enemy. Yeah, they are our masters. They still are our masters. Can you imagine in the Middle Ages here, you know, the masters on the hill? Yeah. You see, it's raining. It's raining. It's very hard filming. So I'm standing here under the pyramid roof almost. I'm completely wet. My socks, my underwear, my t-shirt, my dust bag a little bit wet. I've got 2 plastics over it. It's been raining for days. Oh. For a nice medieval sensation. Pharaoh, me, all wet. And they're sitting dry there, you know, drinking their tea, eh? Swissy. That's what I went to, Switzerland. They rule the world. Nice river. It's all forest around it. Again, you see, it's all forest. All over. Yeah. The tourist house. I get some information. So the church in Bouillon, where the castle is, it's full of Templars crosses. I've already seen this in the south of France. Oh, nice little ghetto blaster. The Templars ghetto blaster. So here's some more Templar stuff. Well, they're the ones who rule over the Vatican with their Swiss card, eh? The Templar boys. Well, the symbol here, it meant in the Middle Ages, you're welcome in our castle. Let's go. So even the poets here, it says it's a poet, and his name is Le Roi. That means the king. Even the poets, they are from the, of course they are, aristocratic. And there's the castle. There's a nice river there. I'll be back in summer, I have to dip in the pool, eh? If the Lord will allow me. And, octagonal, well, hexagonal, not bad. Nice table. I slept in the forest, but I could have slept here actually. Not too bad. Well, go and count the lines here. It's probably 13, eh? So there he is, the bloke. Let's have a nearer look. So, you know, it's all forest around it. It's beautiful. Coat of arms of the town, probably. There he is, Mr. Godefroy. Froid means cold. Reptilians. Aye. He spoke French and German. Like a real Swissy. It started and it ended up in Switzerland. Yeah. Of course he spoke German as well. Anyway, Godefroy. Gottfried. It's a Germanic name. Oh, he looks friendlier from the other side, actually. Looks a bit like me. Oh, boy. Ah, well, okay. Pharaoh. Me. I'm still wet. You got the real Templar stuff. It's interesting what it says here on the side. There's only one light on it. And here it says, in Old French, Dieu le veut. If God wants. Well, probably Satan himself, eh? Bunch of killers, rapists, child molesters, satanic. There's the entrance of Pharaoh. Too bad there's a truck. I'm not going in anyway. That's always the same. There he is again. Cannon. Oh, here's some more castles. Oh, I'm going here. Sedan. This the triangle. Here, Sedan, Bouillon, and the other. Oh, look at it here. The lion and the checkerboard symbol, and it's red and white of the United Kingdom of Pharaoh. Watch my film. Like the White House and the Red House. Aye. Nice. Nice. Walk down here. Hi, mate. You're welcome too. Ah, that's why there was a dagger, because you're welcome, but if you don't behave, you'll end up here. Only we, the pharaohs, the lords, we don't behave. And you'll just bring us the women and we rape them. Oh, yeah, and the children too, of course. We torture them, we bring them into the castle. Amazing. 1,000 years old. Probably one of the first castles, but there were no castles before this one. Roughly the year 1000, there are no castles. It's all import for Pharaoh. Oh, look, it looks like the French metro here. The French, the underground. Oh, this is more like overground. probably going to stop me here. So in 1040, the Lady of Bouillon was born here. She was the daughter of Godfather with a beard. He had a beard, didn't I? I don't need to go in here. I'll read that later. Very impressive. Oh, French meter. Oh, I don't have a French meter ticket anymore. What was the guard? Yeah. The Order of the Guard. Oh. So here's the castle from the other side. See. And it has a river on both sides, so it's taking a U-turn here. Around the castle, it's taking a U-turn, and it goes on the other side. Very strategic, you always got water. Yeah. Oh, holes in there. Pharaohs. Here's a black and white checkerboard thing, you know, the circle. You got this funny thing here, it's got 11 sticks, believe me. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You can count from here to 11. In the middle is the ring, you know, like the basic pitches. And you see there's a gap here where it could fit in exactly 2 other sticks to make it 13. You know, so that means their total control has not been perfected yet. The New World Order, the system is there, but it's not been perfected yet because there's still 2 sticks left, a place for 2 sticks. That's what it means. It's sunny weather, a little bit rainy. Let's have a look at the castle from the other side. You know, the children here, they are getting used to knights being shot at, you know, like later on in life, the police, they do what they want, you know. To show them the knights are the good ones, hey, you get used to them. Poor kiddies. It gets stuck in the brain, you know, the whole chivalry romantics, hey. I know people are 70 or 60, they still believe it. You know, collecting like things. Yeah. But they're bastards. They were bastards, they still are. So the castle of Les Amérois, it's just 15 kilometers from here. You know, it's all connected. It's another castle, it's still the king, you know. And that's where they rape them, the children, do satanic stuff with it. Because Egypt was all about black magic anyway, you know. As it says in the Bible, anyway. And Amérois, so the other castle, in the Demotic language, it was raining, so it was so hard to film, you know. It means big or pregnant, mer or meru, it means the pyramid, and roi, it means the king. So it means the kings of the big pyramid. The Mother of Darkness castle, and this one is quite dark too, you know, it's all related. It's only 15 clicks away. And you see another pyramid on the car. With 3 for Isis, Horus, and Seth. Horus is the little one, Isis, Seth the big one. It's all over, you know. And the 2 sticks missing, you know, it also represents like 2. It means 2 to 12. We're indeed, you know, we're finished. It's 2 to 12. It needs 2 more, and then they got their thing all set, and all Egypt here with their slaves, we're lost. So here it is, the Solvay hut, and it's not Swiss, it is actually Belgian, and it's exactly at 4,003 meters, because the square is for the number 4, and the 3 is for the compass. And with the compass, you can make the side of a pyramid, which stands for the number 3, a triangle, you know, with 3 corners in it, and the square, you can make the base of a pyramid. So that's the square, which stands for the number 4. I already showed that in my film on the Statue of Liberty. And this is why the number 7 and the G is the 7th letter between the square and compass. And this Belgian guy, Solvay, is the name. He built this hut in the middle of the war when his people, you know, they were executed, not really by the Germans, by the aristocracy. So here it says in Wikipedia, you can find yourself the whole thing. You know, it's actually at 4,003 meters, which is the highest hut in the world, the most dangerous. So this guy to whom the Dutroux castle belongs to, you know, this is very important for them. So this is how his Pharaonic Freemason pals, they all know who he is. He's very important, you see. And this guy is fabricating Prozac, Solvay, well, and so on. I'm sorry, I'm sitting in a library. I can't really film it the way I want, you know. So I still don't have nobody's, you know, I don't have a place, yeah. I'm sleeping here on the ridge in the Ardennes. As you can see, you know, it's all mountains around, all forest, everywhere. Well, you know, all around here. I think the river is going all around here. It's called Le Simois, where the Chateau Bouillon is. And actually, I should have walked a little bit further. There was a nice flat path, you know, instead of here. Instead of there on the ridge, you know, I should have walked a little bit further. You know, it's a nice terrain here, pretty flat, some parts of it. Just didn't see it. Completely different. Well, see, with all the leaves. I don't know, very different parts here. Different trees, maybe. Now, these are pine trees here. And these are the other ones, that's why. Only here, only on this part. Although otherwise, it's all around its pine trees, the leaf trees here. That's why. Different energy. Oh, well, but never mind. I was there. The castle of Sotu, Satan's castle himself, in the satanic triangle here. They did it with hundreds of children over hundreds of years. You know, this is how they get the demons and Satan to work for them, so they can conquer the human race and the world as they already did and win all the wars for them. So there it is. This is next to Sidon. So this is the other part of the satanic triangle here. The castle of Sotu, like Satan, Satan, Sotu. And the aristocracy. It was built by a Freemason called Georges Cornot. A farmer just told me, very interesting, that the people who are living, who bought it, they're not, it's empty now, there's nobody in there. The first day they were here, the whole story, you know, because of a black girl, an African girl living in France, she escaped. And the first day in their castle here, the new owners, they had all the cops crawling over it. So of course, I mean, who wants to live in a place where small children have been tortured and murdered? You don't want to live in there, especially not with your family, and you know. So and the name of this guy was Fourniret, which comes from Fourni Roi. Roi is the king, like Leroy means le roi, the king, the name. And fournir, it means to deliver, delivers children. So fournir roi, it means somebody who delivers things for the king. So apparently there's, well, let's have a look. I'm not going to walk. Well, apparently there's nobody in here anyway. I infiltrate from the side, through a forest here. So at least I can have my shots before I get caught. Path going to the castle, which you can see there. It's going there. I'm not going to walk there. I'll walk here because I can lie down my stomach if a car passes and have a far better chance. I'm getting nearer. So there it is, the castle, and there's a car. So I'm going to stay here for the moment. I do a quick turn afterwards and to see if there's any signs. There's a sun hieroglyph, you see. Freemason. I belong to a Freemason. I have no doubt this guy was a Freemason, you know, who bought it and who killed all the kiddies. A Freemason, of course. How can you buy a castle from a Freemason if you're not one of them? Here too, there's a sun hieroglyph here. There it is. Watch my film, The Pharaoh Show. It's the same as on an American airplane, you know, with a star in the middle. A satanic star. Freemason. They're all Freemasons. He was not alone. So the new law, they just got out, new Pharaoh law, that anybody can have sex with a 13-year-old in France, which is just a couple of weeks old, which is completely in favor of these guys here, yeah, and of the Muslims, of course, because if you, and Americans, because if you're circumcised, see my film on the circumcision on my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H or Chatsifrats, you know, it rubs in your pants and you're sexually much easier aroused. You know, since the Americans, they've all been circumcised in the 60s. In the 80s, it became very strange. They're not like the Europeans anymore. These are pharaonic laws, you know, to make stupid citizens, you know, only think about sex and have nothing in their brains because it sucks their energy out, you know, at an early age when the brain has not been developed yet. See my film. And, you know, nowadays we can read how an 11-year-old rapes another one, you know. We never had this before. It's because of the Muslims. It's because of the circumcision, which is not Islamic, because you don't mutilate God's creation. It's satanic. You hear me? Satanic it is. So, you know, if you're a profiler, you know, you calculate things, you know, by chance. So this castle was built by a Freemason called Georges Cornot. Okay, you're already at 40% that the pedophile, the satanic guy in Sotu, Satan, this is not by chance, this name, eh? Another 10% for that. But he was and they did here the satanic stuff with children, another 30%. He was protected by the law. So you get to 95% that the serial killer, Fourniret, he was a Freemason. I'm at 95%, do you hear me? And this is why they descended the age of, you know, having sex with a child at 13 in France. This is not the people's law. This is the law of the pharaonic aristocracy and the Freemason puppets. Here. So here, you know, and another thing, you know, the new owners, if, you know, they said they were in here one day and then that the police crawling over them and all that, you know, and then to say they didn't know, you know, that's for the profiler chance calculation. That means there's another 20% of Fournier, you know, he was a Freemason. So he's 100% Freemason. A Freemason buys at a Freemason and he sells at a Freemason, especially castles like this, you know, they have to. It has to stay in their hands. You know. Pharaoh's nobility, me. And we have to protect our children. So I'm going to take a long way up here, never take the direct route. It's going to rain again. And to see if there's any obelisks, because of course there is. They probably have a special room in there as well. A hidden room, the police probably never found it. The castle is down there. I'm going up here. I'm going to infiltrate from the other side because I don't want to see the guys with the hammers again. You know, I don't want to be seen this time. And anyway, I can't get in anyway. I've got 40 times zoom on it. In a war, and this is a war against the real enemy, which is the enemy within. You don't go to the target directly in a war. If you're in the army, you go around and you look at it first from all sides. That's all I want to do anyway. It's a path made by the animals. So this is the north of France here, the Ardennes. So you see like this, you see a lot more than if I would dash in and get, you know, like arrested or stopped or caught. Yeah. You see there's water behind it for ISIS. So there must be an obelisk. I'm very positive. It's all pharaonic Freemasonry. The dungeon. Sun hieroglyph. Another one is full of it. Oh, statue of Isis, probably. Really. I don't know what that is. Pharaoh. These people are dangerous. They got all the police behind them, you know. So the other side is very wet. You can see the water. So I'm going to stay uphill, going down there all around so they can't see me. The nature, European nature is protecting us, is protecting me. Again, in the middle of nowhere. It's all forest behind it. Who wants to build a damn castle in the middle of nowhere? They do. Triangle of the Freemasons here. Well, I tell you, you know, if you stay here in your tent, you know, and do a LUP, a lying up position, you'll see it's Saturday today. If I put my tent out, see the Freemasons come here in the middle of the night, you know, in the evening. They still do their parties here, it still goes on, man. And even if it doesn't, they got their spirits now, they got their souls. You know, it goes on, I tell you. So the thing, you know, it has now been sacrificed, or you know, it's the house belongs to Satan now with the sacrifices, so they don't have to kill any more children. It's done. The souls are there, the dead children. So they go on now. They say, "Oh, we are so nice, you know." So anybody wants to come with me, just contact me on my email, and we'll see what we can do. We must stop this thing here. So I'm going to get some water here. It's nice fresh water coming out of the mountains. It would be coming from the castle. I wouldn't drink it maybe. So I'm not going to drink this water here. It's stagnating. Take some fresh water. I'm empty. Yeah. So we're not in South Africa. It's not the desert. It's okay. No, there was no other way really, though, you know, to cross the dip here, to go, you know, go through it. Take off my shoes, make my heavy backpack, which is on the other side already, still, and so Pharaoh, me, two of them. So I'll go back and get my get the rest of it. Oh dear, better put my cam inside. The water's damn cold. You know, there's my feet here. So you know, if you want to do these things, you know, it's not like, you know, walk to the walk inside, get caught, upload it, you know, and wait for the comments. You know, you must like it. Take your time. Take the long way. You know, this is a long way, but it's short, and I can film a lot more things here. There's my feet, for instance. Yeah, made it. Get my backpack. For the rest of the gear. Oh, my shoe. I need my shoes. It's bloody cold, eh? Oh, well, thank God I'm not Pharaoh. They would be freezing, eh? What do you say about it? Oh, yeah, well, no, well, I'm okay. I'm fine too, eh? So what do I do next? I took off my t-shirt, and I'm going to dry my feet. You know, but that's more important. It's a little bit. It gets a little bit wet. You know, I'm walking around, so it'll dry up the feet because now they're cold. You know, so I'll do it better later on when I've got my two hands free. I'll put my doesn't get really wet very much. So I'll put these on. Merrill, really nice stuff. Fantastic. What does it say again? Merrill. Fantastic stuff. A good sole, they hold. You're walking the whole winter on it. Yeah, the M sign, Merrill. No, probably it doesn't say. Where it says. I don't know where it's from. Really nice. You know, you put them on and forget them. You know, that's what I put them on. I take them off and forget them. No worries. So on the other side, I can't get any nearer because it's all marshes here. I just almost broke my neck here. See all these branches here, you know, it's all over. So, you know, these guys, they really organized their coup, you know. They had the Europeans and the people fight each other.
Mr. Guy!
Get married and adopt a child, two guys. It's a misery. Because, you know, from the inside out, like a virus. They're very intelligent.
Hanging man, watching Mr. Sean Ross.
I'm just watching like keep it.
Nowhere. There are marshes around there. It's really, I've got really hard time getting
Let's watch.
So this is the enemy within.
It's a watch party.
It's Eastern. It's the Eastern weekend 2018. They're going to do something tonight. I feel it. They're going to do something tonight. Yeah, and they don't have to, maybe they kill some more children, but I don't think that they have to do it because it's already been it's already a sacrifice to Satan here. The demons are here, everything, you know. They don't, yeah, it's all, they're demons. These pharaohs, they're devils. I mean, how come there's still people in it anyway? The horrible things I've been doing here. How come you can't go in here, walk around, you know, people who want to know what's going on? How come they're still hiding here? How come, yeah? There are no real men anymore after all these wars. They only think about driving a big car and, you know, go to the disco and have a bigger car than yours and I've got a nice uniform or whatever. There are no more real men. They won. We're done.
Dude, are these guys still alive?
Ah, Sonny Orcliffe. Yogi du Soleil, Sonny Orcliffe. Another one.
I wonder if they're still alive.
Oh, there's-
Yeah, this guy's alive, dude.
That's good. Good on him. Did he go house sit? I'd be going to house sitting in that shit. I bet no one's even living there, dude.
I came in through there, through the forest there. Trying to go out here, but it's all marshes. But there must be an overlay.
Do you think anyone's living there?
Wait, give me 1 sec. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. They literally know.
Just let your bird there. There it is. Doesn't look like the hole. As next to any castle, there is a tennis court for the aristocracy. I like that, you know. And they still use it, of course they do. It's not abandoned. See the water in between the tennis court and the castle there? Well, reptilians need water, eh? Oh, what did they do with the children here? And this has been going on for hundreds of years, I know. They've done hundreds of children here. Many, and it goes on. They are not animal, they are not human. It's seething with evil here. You won't believe it. The castle is there. I have to cross the river back. I pass it because it's all wet here. And on the other side too. I don't want to have wet feet all nice. Now I have to walk the whole way to the road over there. Bare naked feet. So here's the entrance of the Satan's castle. And it says here, zone piégée. It means it's all trapped. Can you imagine? It's still going on. Why should it be otherwise trapped? It's going on. Bold liars. Red and white. You know, it's the United Kingdom of Pharaoh. What do you want? It goes on. Trapped. Bold. They kill our children. They rape them. Oh, I stop here. And men are so stupid. I can't get anyone to come with me. You know, you can get 22 idiots running after a soccer ball. That's what they can do. And my car is bigger than yours, and nobody comes here, you know, to defend our children. That's humanity. I'll explain you in this video how the Swiss are behind the Ukraine war. As everything always leads back to the base of all evil in the Alps, of Pharaoh's elite, always. And here it says, House of Switzerland, Davos, WEF, World Economic Forum. Here it says, with the only square flag in the world, in the Templars colors, House of Switzerland, Davos 2020. Why does it say House of Switzerland? What house? Where is the house? Well, it's Pharaoh's aristocratic house, like the Per Het, White House of Pharaoh, or the Per Tasser, Red House of Pharaoh, as Switzerland is Pharaoh's world base, the Swiss beast, home of the devil and the whore of Babylon. They even say it themselves, the House of Switzerland, the Per CH, Per Confederatio Helvetica. Here it even says, welcome to your House of Switzerland. To whom does your refer to? Well, to all these worldwide descendants of Pharaoh, of all races and all nations, who all traded with the whore of Babylon, because it's their House of Switzerland. I can tell you for sure that this your does not refer to any simple Europeans or any other normal earthlings, because the moment you get too near to your house, or rather their house, you'll get taken apart, arrested, fined, and thrown in prison. By the way, this lady here happens to be Ukrainian, and she says the right thing. Gangster party in Davos. So here you can all see the Swiss Octagon guys with their assault rifles here, being afraid of a naked European. Look at the symbol here. In the middle is a circle for the compass. There are 4 arrows around it for the concept of 4, which happens to be the square. So it says this, the concept of 3 and 4, because the circle is the concept of 3. So it says square and compass. And this thing also is a octagon, because there are 8 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it says octagon.
I'm sorry, did he read my comment on his show? Is that what you're saying, Ethereal? That's fucking hilarious.
Square and compass by the gangster party in Davos, with the Swiss octagon guys defending the Swiss beast. The Swiss octagon here will make sure that you, normal earthling, can't attend their gangster party. Here you can see Russian President Putin together with Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum in Davos discussing the reset on humanity. And the Ukraine war has been decided at the WEF, World Economic Forum, in Davos, Switzerland, by the global elite and its various political state gangsters. Only the date hadn't been fixed yet, for which an enormous scandal had them hurry into the Ukraine war. So in this picture, you can see Putin here in the Kremlin talking with Klaus Schwab in Davos, Swissyland. And this might have been very well the moment on which Klaus Schwab said, okay, Vladi, you can go on with your Ukraine war. Go ahead. You got a green light. But first, something else, which is, of course, also related to Switzerland and the Swiss, and for which you should see this video here, made by Chris Hampton and Wolf Clan Media, entitled Bug Wargate, Big Pharma, Switzerland and Organized Crime 2022. For the reasons of censorship, I had to replace the C word in the title with Bug Wargate, as the C word risks my video being taken off, as only the big media corporations are allowed to pronounce the word without risking further censorship consequences. So here is the title here. I'm not going to pronounce that. I'll let you read this yourself. Full documentary. And I'll let you read it yourself. Just punch pause here. And this is on the website. Here are their websites. So you have to watch it here, the video on this thing here. Rich Planet TV, apparently. But you can watch it at some other places as well. But best, of course, watch it here. This is the original. So the guys would be happy if you watch it there. Yeah. Wolf.
Of course, this is my place, Ethereal. Yeah, get comfortable. Take your shoes off. You know, get as comfortable as you need to, by all means.
Clan Media. So here it is on Rich Planet TV, show number 296, and it's 1 hour. So that's part 1, and there's also the part 2. It's altogether 2 hours by the US filmmaker Chris Hampton. So go and watch it. I just saw you can also see the video. Here's the title on Brighteon by Wolf Clan Media. But I think it's best to have a look at Rich Planet TV because it's their site apparently, and they would be happy if you watch it there, I suppose. It says in the film that the 2 biggest pharmaceutical and chemical companies in the world are both by this tiny country in the Alps. Their names are Roche and Novartis, and Roche is the biggest. Where I always thought that Novartis was the biggest, which I explain in this 2020 film here, about the various criminal activities of Novartis, and Novartis having a virus laboratory in China, in the area of the 2019 virus outbreak. So here's the title, and it's on my channel, Homeland Security. You see, here they have in China, these ones here, Novartis, they have a virus laboratory, exactly the same place where the outbreak in 2019 took place. So it explains in the Wolf Clan Media film that there is a huge conflict of interest through which the Swiss Roche company made themselves not just billions, but trillions of dollars. As the PCR Wu-flu testing machines belong to the Swiss Roche company, with the whole of humanity being forced to make the Wu-flu PCR tests legalized by all those gangster politicians coming together also in the same country of Switzerland, who are all working for some multinational company from Switzerland and its various lobbies, meaning that the Swiss Roche company had the PCR virus testing machine ready before 2019 Wu-flu, so it just needed a worldwide bug to make some easy bucks and trillions of dollars fraud profit. So go watch that film. Chris is a good guy who also wants a better world, and I was happy to finally find someone like Chris Hampton who has also realized that there's something rotten in the state of Switzerland. I'm quite sure that all the Russian rumors about those biolabs in the Ukraine are just fairy tales, made by those whom you can see here, who don't want you to think about Switzerland as the center of all crimes against humanity. And it's here where I wanted to explain you the Swiss connection to the Ukraine war, as in Ukraine war made in Switzerland. Our masters just flipped the switch from one day to the other. From one day, you didn't hear anything anymore about the thing to the left, starting with the sea, and all of a sudden, all talks were about the war. And the whole Ukraine war is a distraction of something very important that happened only 4 days before the beginning of Putin's Prussian war on the Ukraine, starting on February 24th, 2022. So just for the record, I'll show you here one more time the 2022 Russian invasion of the Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. So I'm going to show you what happened on February 20th and what triggered the Ukraine war, the reason of the Ukraine war, which is made in Switzerland. So 4 days earlier, on February 20th, 2022, a huge financial scandal related to the Putin's pals and the Swiss banks erupted by the name of Swiss Secret in French, meaning Swiss Secrets, which is the largest ever leak from a major Swiss bank, involving more than $100 billion from over 30,000 clients of the Swiss bank by the name of Credit Suisse, and therefore the name of the scandal called Swiss Secret or Swiss Secrets. So here you can read about it, Swiss Secrets. On February 20th, 2022, the Süddeutsche Zeitung reported that over a year ago it had received secret data through a secure digital mailbox on more than 30,000 Credit Suisse bank customers, etc. And it goes, it's the leak details of more than $100 billion. So February 2022. So this is the name of the bank here, Credit Suisse. That's why the name Swiss Secrets or Swiss Secret, same thing. Swiss is the name for Switzerland in French, like the Sisters of Isis. Remember, les sœurs Suis, sœurs Isis, the Sisters of Isis. And so this is only 4 days before the war. And I've been telling you all the time since more than 11 years now on YouTube that every war gets organized and decided out of Switzerland. Every single major war, even the small ones, it gets always decided in Switzerland. So here we can see another perfect example. So I made videos about it, like the Nobility World Wars and the Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, in which I give all the proofs that Swissyland, you know, the beast of the Alps, and every war gets decided there. Now we can see it so clearly with Putin and the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and Zelensky. They're all there. It always comes out of Switzerland, people, believe me, because Switzerland was founded by the Knights Templars. And you see the date here, February 20th, 2021, only 4 days before they decided to cover it all up with a major war. And actually, on the very day, the Germans and the Süddeutsche Zeitung newspaper and the OCCRP, Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, were supposed to have a live broadcast about it on the internet on February 24th, 2020 at 1800 hours Central European time. Then the Ukraine war started, and nobody talked about the biggest Swiss banking scandal ever, no more. And you can see it here. On February 24th, 1800 hours Central European time, they were going to talk about Credit Suisse here, and the Swiss secrets. And this, dear people, is the reason of the Ukraine war and the exact day and time it started, to cover this up. And as a matter of fact, nobody ever talked about it anymore ever since. On the list are a lot of dictators, aristocrats, drug lords, mafia bosses, and a lot of Putin pals, like the Belarusian Alexei Aleksin, a close associate of the Belarusian dictator Lukashenko. Another Putin pal is the Syrian Abdul Halim Kadam, or the Venezuelan Luis Carlos de Leon, an aristocrat, and the Venezuelan Nervis Villalobos. So here at the Swiss Secrets website, and again, February 20th, 4 days before the Ukrainian war. So here it says notable people named. So Abdelaziz Bouteflika, another dictator, and as Putin, I mean, he's full in the Middle East, you know, in Syria and all that. It's not the Russian people, really. And King Abdullah of Jordan, aristocrats, and the Queen Rania. Look, does she look Arabic? I don't know. Oh, here he is, Alexei Aleksin, a Belarusian businessman who's closely associated with Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. In summer 2021, the European Union, USA, Canada, and Switzerland imposed sanctions on Aleksin as a wallet of Lukashenko. So that's where the money goes from, the Belarusian people, who are also a victim of it all. So they would lose all their money, you know, if this would have come out. So it needed a little war, yeah, in the Ukraine, which will be over soon, I think. You know, it's not going to be a third world war. It's just a distraction. And here's the other one, Alexander Lukashenko, the dictator. It's all they're all Freemasons, Knights Templars, and you know, you name it. Yeah, Hashim Yavan Bakht. But they're all pals of Putin and Lukashenko. They all know each other, you know. And here, Haji Saifullah Khan Bangash. He was the Minister of Finance. So yeah, he's there where the money is, you know. So this is how he got hold of the money of the people. Oh yeah, this is the House of Bourbon. Actually, I think it's Bourbon, the two Sicilies. And he's a pretender to the French throne. You know, it's the nobility. I mean, and look at the Templars cross around his neck, the white Templars cross with a crown over it. It's all aristocracy, dictators. Anas Al-Fiki, Egyptian politician, Ivan Guta, Ukrainian. He had moved over 200 million into shell companies, etc., etc. Ukrainian agricultural baron. There he is, Abdul Halim Kadam. He was a Syrian politician, the vice president of Syria, high commissioner to Lebanon. Oh, they know how to get those titles, eh? And he was a loyalist of Assad. And they're all pals of Putin. Putin was in Syria. I mean, you just have to look at the Wagner group. Where, in what countries have they been fighting or terrorizing the people, rather, who are fighting for their justice, you know, in certain countries, and don't want their money being stolen. So then they send in the Wagner group, and all these countries, you know, they're all pals of Mr. Putin, of course. Zahid Ali Akbar Khan, Engineer Research Laboratories, a Lieutenant General. Vakar Ahmed Khan in the Senate. All these people, they all are McDonald's, Pakistan, a businessman, a Sultan, another aristocrat, yeah, Sultan Ali Lakhani. They're all on the list, and many others. There are 30,000 people on the list. Can you imagine? This list is a bomb, you know, and they didn't want further talks about it. Luis Carlos de Leon, you know, de Leon, it means he's an aristocrat, former prime minister of the Ukraine, Lazarenko. So he was probably under, yeah, this guy was under the other dictator, like in the Ukraine, the one who was the president at the time of the Euro Maidan, Ronald Lee Fuchshu, a chairman of the stock exchange. You know, that they all know where the money is. Well, Marquez, well, he's very corrupt, a dictator, a kleptocrat. That means he's stealing. You know, his wife, same. They're all very corrupt, known for this. Hisham Talat Mustafa, the parliament of so he took 800 million, and it's all Credit Suisse. So again, that's why they call it the Swiss secrets. Gamal al-Din Mohammed Hosni El Sayat Mubarak. Well, that's another aristocratic name. It says World Economic Forum behind the picture. You can see that. Said Kair, the intelligence. You know, they all go for the key positions, so they can keep the people in hostage. Rana Mubashir, a journalist. Khaled Nezar, a general, and his father was an officer in the French army. And here Akhtar Abdur Rahman, another general. They're all and he's from the ISI, the secret intelligence of Pakistan. Billy Rautenbach. We get to the South Africans here. This is, well, we don't say Zimbabwe, we say Rhodesia. Zimbabwe is not a good name. It's not the real name. Kosim Roba, Tajikistan, well, I mean, Radulovic, a Serbian drug lord. They're all, you know, the Swissies, they're like drug lords, you know, give them a lot of money. And the Swiss are proud of it, you know, their banks, you know, it's about the only thing they have, wealth and banks, you know. For the rest, it's empty, you know, it's just like a spiritual, mental hole, you know, there's nothing there. It's empty. It's only for the rich, and it's only about money. For the rest, it's a boring, empty, not free place. So what was he? Hussein Salem, a businessman from Egypt. And of course, the list is far much longer than this here. It's 30,000 people. And I guess 30,000 people, they haven't even been through it all. You know, it's so much. Armen Sarkisian, you all see the name, the syllable Sar in his name, meaning the king or pharaoh, like in a sarcophagus, or Caesar, the Tsar. So this is another aristocrat. He was the prime minister of Armenia. They all go for all these pharaohs. They're all on the key positions, and then they go stealing from the people. You know? I mean, that's what the aristocracy has always been doing. Eduard Seidel, a German businessman, the biggest bribe scandal in German history. Here we got Alvaro Sabrino, an Angolan banker. So he's got a Portuguese name because Angola was a Portuguese colony, and yeah, I was sent there in the war when the Portuguese withdrew from their colonies in 1966. Then the Russians came, and it was during the Cold War. So South Africa said, well, we don't want those Russians right next to us, because they promised the Angolan people to come with agricultural help and tractors and all that, and agricultural machines, but they came with tanks and helicopters. And so a 23-year war started off from 1966 to 1989. That was the end of the Soviet era, 1989. Then the Russians, they withdrew, and which is called the Border Wars. And well, he laundered 5.7 billion. Here. Then we got James Soong, another from the People's First Party in Taiwan, from the Taiwan frigate scandal with France. Omar Suleiman, a general intelligence officer. You know, God knows how many people he tortured. The vice president of Egypt, and he was in the intelligence, just like Mr. Putin himself. And Nadezhda Tokayeva, First Lady of Kazakhstan. It's a funny country anyway, Kazakhstan. Remember how the Russians were there just recently, you know, like in, what was it, January? Vasif Talibov, Azerbaijan, another authoritarian ruler of the Nakhichevan Autonomous Republic.
We got Christos and Mr. Pizer in the house. How are you gentlemen today?
Hey, Mike check.
Yeah, I'm doing a deep dive, man, into the Swissies, man. They're pretty sinister. The sinister Swissies.
You been Swissing all night?
Yeah, I've been Swiss cheesing it up, man. The optics are Swiss.
Yeah, man, that was pretty good last night with the chin optics. I realized last minute that you were restreaming as well on your third backup, which was funny, because I always love seeing that title in a cult experiment.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the name again. I'm thinking in an unslaved pineal experiment, or occulted thoughts of pineal. You know, THOTS, occulted thoughts of pineal, or occulted thoughts of pineal unslaved. Some variation of that.
Yeah, I like how you did the pineal pimp hybridization.
Yeah, maybe occulted thoughts of the pineal pimp. You know, something like that. I'm juggling options.
I don't know if I recognize that name, but I like the crazy font.
Ethereal light being. The font. What about the picture, man? Hello. I'm going to Australia, apparently. I'm not sure. Hopefully she'll be willing to help me out, with a quarter of my ticket, maybe. I'm thinking. Maybe do 3/4. If not, I mean, I'm still going out there. Still going out there. Either way, but yeah.
Man,
All right, let's get back to
what?
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I want you to go ahead, please.
All right, it was gonna be stupid. Like anything I say, basically. All right, where are we at in here? We're about 30 minutes into 52, but I got in 1.5 speed, so it'll be a lot less time.
And here's, I never heard of this. So it's some sort of a next to Armenia, a Islamic republic, who are not really very Islamic. So Antonio Velarda, he's from the Ndrangheta. Remember how I made this video about it? How they have the same rituals, satanic blood rituals, like the Navy SEALs and the Knights Templars and the Freemasons. Calabria, there's the Ka in it, meaning the soul when you're still alive, like in America and Canada. All these, they're all pharaonic names, the origins, yeah. And here, Nervis Villalobos, he funneled almost 25 million and 11.5 million euros through Credit Suisse, through Andorra. That's a principality in the Pyrenees, in between the mountains, in between France and Spain, where you can buy cheap stuff because they don't have any, no taxes being paid. Well, here you've got Hugo Chavez. He's also on the list. They all got nice smiles, and then they steal everything off you. And Bruno Van, a businessman and a philanthropist. Okay, difficult word. And they earn a lot of money, and then they just give like 0.01%. They give it away, so everybody thinks, oh, he's harmless and what a nice person. They always do this, so they sort of bribe us with it, And well, here the rest. And here's some other Swiss leaks here from 2015. You got the Paradise Papers from 2017, the Pandora Papers. It's all related to Switzerland. Eh? This is even that long ago. I mean, have you heard about it? I haven't. But just it's all hidden under the Panama Papers. Well, we heard about that one, and now we got banking in Switzerland. So, people, this is the base of all evil. I've been telling you this. And they just want to hide it and rub it under the carpet. So it needed a little war in the Ukraine, which is going to end soon.
Yeah, you can go ahead and pause
now. It's not
now.
going to be a world war or something. It's just they want a new system, as I told you in my previous videos. They want to mix everything up, and it's the agenda. And then
Okay,
give
Pineal
everyone
walked
the,
away.
The bug war poison pharaoh. The list of criminals, dictators, oligarchs, aristocrats, and polytricksters of the Swiss secrets scandal also corresponds with the list of countries where Putin's private Wagner oligarch army has been active in order to protect dictators and drug dealers, aristocrats, and the rest. So this is, in fact, it says here, join Wagner, join PMC,
What is there no
private
sound?
military company Wagner to protect the peace and tranquility of
I was just
civilians from
gonna
bandits and
say
terrorists. Now, this is
earlier.
inverse
I remember
speech,
what I was
of course, it's a
gonna
lie.
say
It's
earlier.
exactly the other way around.
I was in the store. It was too loud as well when you were asking me, if I had any thoughts. I was just gonna say, yeah, it's been a while since I've been able to hop on one of your lives, and you've been going all night, and you're in the morning. Usually on the weekends when you're doing like the Friday and Saturday stuff. I always enjoyed hopping on, especially because there'd be a unique panel as well. Usually it'd be like Cage, Damsel Medic, sometimes Bex. Oh wait, I don't know if Bex ever hopped on your panels, but
I think she did actually. Now that you mention it, I think she did one
I
time.
think once or twice.
I forgot about that. That was a while back.
Well, you had the Land of the Facade lady who I had notifications off for so long. I'm starting to like run into these old threads of comments on different videos or whatever of mine, and like either she was responding to stuff or she left like a whole long ass paragraph like responding to something from when we were like talking on your stream a while back. It was very interesting.
Yep,
There's some
another.
people that are worth having notifications on, so like I'm trying to tailor that shit a little more and unsub from stuff that's just from a long time ago that I have no interest in anymore or whatnot, so I don't miss a Pineal Live like this or what have you.
Yeah, well, I'm becoming active again on this channel, and it's gonna stay that way as long as the fates allow, if you know what I mean, with this platform. But yeah, my subs are crazy, dude. Just like before, it'll go up 5 and then go down 3, in the same like hour. it'll go up 6, it'll come down 3. It's like, what the fuck, man? Go up 10, come down 4. It's like, okay. But that's the
Yeah,
game, man.
man.
That's the game. That's why the first thing in my description, it says, don't let them unsubscribe you. So I hope people, have faith that people are smart enough, if they find my channel, that they will hit the subscribe bell for all notifications, and hopefully even check back, because that's what I tell people, because people tell me all the time they hit all notifications, and not only do they not get notifications, but they got unsubscribed. So it's like, it's the optics, man. It's the optics.
Well, yeah, man. I had fuck, what was I gonna say now? Oh yeah, I had gotten unsubscribed from Shaun of Source for a while, and I think that's why I was missing some of your lives as well.
Yeah, that channel too. That's basically, for the most part, where I've been since I was given this channel a little break to get safe again to upload them. Yeah, Ethereal. What was your name again? I remember it. I remember. I just can't remember at the moment. It was another interesting name with interesting font, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, man. Was Mr. Pie asleep? Did he join earlier?
No, he's chilling. Yeah, he got on not that long ago, like maybe 20 minutes before you. Well, yeah, I'll hit the play again.
Yeah, she looks familiar, man. I know I don't know her, but like she looks like someone I had like met on some fucking app or some shit. So anyway.
Yeah,
I
well, watch
wasn't
out.
even
She's
looking
property of
close enough.
Pineal
It
Power.
doesn't matter. Huh?
It's Pineal Power property, sir. Pineal Power property. All right? She's not property. I'm not saying she's property.
Hashtag
You know what I mean.
cringe,
Hashtag cringe. Hashtag chin.
Civilians from bandits and terrorists. Well, this is inverse speech, of course. It's a lie. It's exactly the other way around. They always lie. All these politicians. It's a politician army, of the oligarchs. So this is a complete lie. In fact, the Wagner Group, it attacks the civilians, and it protects bandits, oligarchs, and terrorists. People from the same countries the Wagner
Yeah,
Group
fuck
were
the Wagner
active
Group.
in can be found on the Swiss secrets list, as it's the aim of Pharaoh's nobility to parasite on humanity and steal from entire nations and peoples with the help of Swissyland, which is Ali Baba's cave of these
I'll be right back.
robber barons. Look, I almost made this film almost 10 years ago in 2014. Ukraine crisis. Rich Russians move their money to Switzerland. For fear of sanctions, many wealthy Russians now move their money to Switzerland, being a neutral country. Now it's party time for the Swiss private banking industry, based on information collected from Swiss top bankers. So here you can see this. It's from May 10th, 2014, on my channel Hatzefrat. Here's the title: Octagon orders and Putin obeys. This is how it is. So, and as Putin himself in 2014 had already $2 billion frauded dollars in the Swiss banks, I suppose the Prussian Putin is also on the list somewhere, and probably under another name. I already showed it here in my latest film, The Black Prince of Prussia, here on the same channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, about Putin. Already 10 years ago, he was having $2 billion in Switzerland. Yeah, this is apart from the Swiss secrets scandal. This is being written today, how Swiss markets help pay for Russia's war in the Ukraine. And commodity markets are in the spotlight as Russia keeps selling its oil and gas through specialized dealers in Switzerland. The business brings in billions of dollars that could be used to fight the war in the Ukraine. So commodities are, in fact, products that haven't been harvested yet, like oil and gas is still in the ground, or like wheat in the Ukraine, which is going to be very expensive because the people in Ukraine and maybe in Russia as well, they can't sow the wheat now, so there won't be any harvest. So the wheat, which isn't there yet, it has to be like should be harvested like in October this year. This is called a commodity on the stock exchange. So there's a lot of speculations going on with commodities, and commodities can bring down the entire stock exchange and bring another financial crisis, which might be very well be the case because of the oil, gas, and wheat commodities, which are going to be very unstable now. So here you can read it once more. Revealed: Credit Suisse leak unmasks criminals, fraudsters, and corrupt politician. Swiss secrets. So the Swiss cross is like turned around and it opened the lock. Here's Swissyland. It's a mountain full of money. So therefore, because of the Swiss secret scandal, Vladdy the liar knew that he was going to lose everything he had robbed from the Russian people and put on Swiss bank accounts in the motherland of the financial elite. So it needed a distraction in order to suffocate this huge financial bank affair. So 4 days later, Putin started this strategically senseless Ukraine war in order to rub this latest Swiss banking scandal under the carpet, and for some other reasons I already mentioned to you. Thank you, Switzerland, for making this war possible. The art of distraction, and mission accomplished, and the whole world only talking about the Ukraine war distraction, with the world media liars leading the general public opinion to follow this diversion and diversionary war. So the global financial elite and oligarchs like Putin and his pals have all the time to transfer their accumulated wealth from the Swiss banks, from their Swiss caves and Swiss safes, to a safer place. Thus, nobody talking about the Swiss secrets scandal anymore. Swissy, you've got a lot of blood on your hands again. Of innocent European children getting butchered because of you, Swissy. With anybody who dares to talk about it goes to jail, gets terrorized and tortured, as you did to me and my family, Swissy. For Pharaoh's world elite, their various dictators, oligarchs, and their gangster base in the Alps, the death of thousands of you, just a mere collateral damage and a small price to pay for the safety of their wealth and treasures of this murderous gang ruling over humanity. The Swiss secrets Credit Suisse Bank used to have another name before 1997, which was Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, with a logo reminding of a Nazi swastika. So here you see their logo, which they had before and during the Second World War, you see. Here's that Schweizerische Kreditanstalt. And they had another big scandal in the 1990s about the J.I.U.R.E.H bank accounts, which they wanted to keep. And they had to pay out 1 or 2 billion, I think 1 billion. So, and after that, I think it was in the same year, 1997, they changed this swastika sort of logo towards their new logo. Now they're real smart, always into hiding, the Swissies, right? Like the hidden bank, the hidden hand of the Freemasons. You know, so Schweizerische Kreditanstalt. So you see this here, they got both names. Here in German, Schweizerische Kreditanstalt, here they got their swastika logo with a lot of squares in it, you know, for the square and compass. And the French name has always been Credit Suisse, you know, the Swiss secrets. And this is from 1990, and they changed the name and the logo until to the French name, Credit Suisse, in 1997. And this is from 1990. And I think the scandal with the J.I.U.R.E.H bank accounts out of the Nazi era, with all these people murdered by the Nazis, and the Swiss didn't want to give it back. I think it was in the same year as from 1997 or around there. And then they completely changed the logo. Of course, the Nazis and Mr. Hitler, they adored the logo, of course, you know, and also the Freemasons, because it got a lot of squares in it. The compass should be here as well somewhere, but I should have to study it. And of course, it's in red and white Knights Templar colors. So here you can read it. So it was not only the Credit Suisse here, but here the Union Bank of Switzerland called UBS. But the year was 1997, and the Credit Suisse, they were deep into it as well. You know, they were a bit smarter. They already destroyed the papers. And so this guy here, Christoph Meili, is a Swiss-American whistleblower and former security professional. In 1997, Meili illegally disclosed to third parties that the Swiss bank, Union Bank of Switzerland, was destroying documentation of, I can't pronounce it, sorry, after a federal arrest warrant, etc. It was a huge scandal. Oh yeah, they had to pay $1.25 billion to the J.I.U.R.E.H. So of course I can't pronounce this word here, because if I do, my video might be censored by the J.I.U.R.E.H censorship. And so this guy, he visited me once in Bern when I was still in Switzerland. Really nice guy. We had dinner together, and good person. and so we stayed the whole day. Here you see, Credit Suisse, they're involved in it anyway. They're all involved in it. We got here the Swiss Bankers Association. I wonder what kind of a logo they have. Might be interesting to know that. Well, let's have a look then. So it's the same year when they changed this sort of a swastika logo. You understand? Always, slight bankers. Now look, they got a red dot. That's all. The sun, and the red dot for the meaning the compass. So because this is Amun-Ra, and so there should be the square as well somewhere as well. But the square was already in the swastika logo. But okay, it's not really obvious. But must be a square somewhere, and in the other one there must be somewhere a circle referring to the compass. So when you read this Swiss Nazi propaganda about Switzerland having the lowest crime rates in the world, it is of course a lie and inverse speech, as they are in reality the biggest gangsters who ever walked on the earth. And of course, for the major crime league they play in of Swiss banks and Swiss pharmaceutical companies, you must be able to present a so-called safe environment to attract the various criminal clients from all over the world to deposit their stolen wealth in a safe environment. Strictly held together by the authoritarian Octagon and its corrupt Swiss Nazi police and fascist Swiss authorities, who by all means have just one thing in mind, and that's to keep a low profile on a national level, abiding by the Swiss Omerta, laws of silence. It says 1 in 2 citizens in Switzerland have guns. Lowest crime rates in the world in Switzerland. Well, it really looks like paradise, doesn't it now? But they just don't talk about the major crime league they're in, eh? People, I say it again, there's only one way to stop all these wars and injustice towards humanity, and that's to entirely annihilate Switzerland. With their Nazi banks, their highly criminal pharmaceutical companies, their totally useless ONGs in Geneva, like the United Nations, the Red Cross, and the rest, and their conspirational Swiss WEF, World Economic Forum. So here we can see the former revolutionary leader Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, and I'll read it for you here. After the Swiss police accused Libyan leader, so I repeat, the Swiss police accused the Libyan leader, Gaddafi's family of criminal activity in Switzerland. So that was a lie. As the Swiss police, they always lie. And I know them, they lied a lot towards me and my family. Then Gaddafi submitted a proposal to the United Nations to abolish Switzerland and divide it up between France, Germany, and Italy. Good idea. Just eliminate and reset the damn place called Swissyland that has already too long been the alpine base for all the world's robber barons. Enough is enough, eh, Swissy? Let the vengeance of the revolutionary leader be upon you, Swissy. And if I, Sean Ross, must be his spell of vengeance, then so be it, Swissy.
In the middle of the forest here, damn wars. It needs the war against the enemy within. That's a pyramid. Only we are dying all the time. They don't. Whole forest here. Yeah. Horrible. All tribes in the world all unite against the enemy within. Just as William Cooper, he wrote in his book, Behold a Pale Horse. At page 95, that Switzerland is the seat of world power. Only he doesn't really know why, the good man. And Bill Cooper, he writes, the core of the organization is 3 committees made up of 13 members each. Thus, the heart of the Bilderberg group consists of 39 total members of the Illuminati. The 3 committees are made up exclusively of members of all the different secret groups that make up the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Vatican, and the Black Nobility. This committee works year-round in offices in Switzerland. There you go. Right. Too bad that they murdered Bill Cooper. So too bad I never met him, and I just recently got hold of this book like a couple of months back. Never read anything before, and I think Bill Cooper would have liked to get my information because I would have given him the whole picture. The good man. Too bad. I'm sorry, Bill, that the American police murdered you. I'm very sorry. I wish you were still around, bro. And here on page 169, he writes that the
the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group. They're based in Switzerland. Everything is based in Switzerland, eh? Oh, everything. And here on page 200, he's talking about the Bilderbergers, and the headquarters of this group is in Geneva, Switzerland. Hey. And here in his Mystery Babylon radio series, he says on page 282, he had another fella on the radio, Jordan Maxwell, who says that the world headquarters in Switzerland of the World Masonic headquarters for World Masonry. I wonder why none of these guys, they all knew the headquarters is Switzerland of all of this, why they never dug a little bit deeper into it, eh? That's the magic wand around over Switzerland, people. And here on page 298, he talks about the Lucifer Publishing Company and the Lucy's Trust. They are located in Geneva, Switzerland. Number 1, Rue de Varombe, 3E. Geneva in Switzerland. There you go. It's all Switzerland. The Swiss beast, home of the devil. Here's the actual Swiss money here. And I'd like to tell you, we had the crowd wars, the kebab wars, and the bug war now, today. The crowd wars, we had 2 world wars with the crowds, the kebab wars, the terrorist attacks, and now the bug war. And, you know, Switzerland had no world wars, no terrorist wars, no bug wars, as if these bloody no person sparing world wars recognized the Swiss border. As if indiscriminate terrorist attacks recognized the Swiss border, and even the bugs of 2020 recognized the Swiss border. The Emperor William II respected the Swiss border. Mass murderers like Hitler respected the Swiss border, and the worldwide bug respected the Swiss border. Therefore, the magic wand over the earth on the Swiss Templar money. There it is. Magic wand, people. And everywhere there's the earth. Now, why does Swissy put the earth here? Look at that. There's the 10 franc bill, the 20 franc bill, there's the earth. And here's a light, which is, of course, a reference to the light bearer, Lucifer, Knights Templars, Statue of Liberty, from the French Liberté, Fraternité, Égalité. The new system of the horizontal rule. The 50 bill, 50 franc bill, you know, the seed of evil, Swissy, and it's all over the world. The Swiss seed of evil is all over the world. As I told you, the Swiss beast, home of the devil. And here too, it's all over the world, you know, the light, the Lucifer. And here, this is the water, whatever it is, or air. It's all over the world. And it's probably a reference like the Swiss Nestle buying wells and buying water all over the world and then sell it back to the people to all the people in the world in plastic bottles, you know. Or maybe somebody else finds another definition of it. But I mean, the world. I mean, why does Swissy put on every one of their bills, and they also got a 200 franc bill and a 1,000 franc bill? Why do they put the world there, right? And the magic wand, the light bearer, Lucifer, the seed of evil, Nestle, the water. And here's the other side of it. I'll show you the other side. Oh, here, I'll put them here for you like this. Yeah. It's quite complex. Oh, here's the tunnel, the St. Gotthard tunnel, you know, the satanic ritual. There's some sort of a mechanic. And I mean, the Knights Templars, they invented the banks. They invented the money, as you can see here, right? So of course they put it on their bills, right? Of course, because that's very important for them. Nice, Swissy. You've been busy, Swissy. You know, you remember the poem of Derek Gambino? Great poem. He understood it. The Swiss never had any lockdowns, like through a magic wand. And they ruled the earth, while all countries around it, they had all lockdowns, like in France and Germany and Italy, months and months of lockdowns because of the bug war. And they present Switzerland as the bearer of light, as the most neutral country where the light is, the oldest democracy in the world, will rule over the world through the light. With their banks and the seed, the Swiss seed, rule over the entire world. Never any lockdown. And now how is it possible that the bug, in this bug war against humanity, it recognizes a border? It's the Swiss wand. And it's on the money. It's very important for them. For the Swissy, money is so important. The land of the light, high up in the Alps. ruling over the world. You know, why do they put the world on every bill they have? You know, because they rule over the world. That's what I've been telling you. And here the light, you know, the glass has three sides. In Latin, the name is trilateral, like the Trilateral Commission, of which all the latter presidents, they all belong to it, the Trilateral Commission. Well, here you see, this is trilateral of the glass. And the light on Earth, it's broken, through which the Sons of Light, a name the Freemasons call themselves, the Sons of Light, they can see the true light, as you can see here. This is the light of the Earth, the creation, and they can see the true light. The Sons of Light and the Daughters of Light, the Sisters of Isis. Right? It's breaking the light into the true light, the Sons of Light, and they rule over the entire planet, the New World Order. So the prism, you can see here, the prisma has three sides, trilateral, breaking the light into the true light. Trilateral Commission. This is sort of a Swiss bus company here, with there's a square in it, two squares, and of course buses are for the people, and one red square, because it's by the old world order. I mean, the origin of Pharaoh. This is the UBS bank, a concept of three. And there's a Templar V in the key. I already showed that. I have already shown that to you. Yeah. So of course the banks is the concept of three. That's them. That's the compass, the side of the pyramid, the hierarchy. And the square is us, the people, the buses. That's for the people. And here's some Swiss supermarket got an oval in it. There's an excellent wine here. And it's Swiss. Why do I show this to you? You see here the Knights Templar on it, the black flag. Why do I show it? It says the Graf von Spiegelberg, the Count of Spiegelberg, the mountain of the mirrors. It's biological. Why do I show it? Because it's from Hallo. And in Hallo, I used to meet the Octagon group, and one of the main members of Octagon in Switzerland. He was from Hallo. And this is probably his wine under another name, because it's very good wine though, 13.3. And it's next to Schaffhausen, where the SS Standartenführer, Karl Jäger, where he came from. You know, it's really next to it. There was the head of the SS Einsatzgruppen, you know, the Shoah with a bullet or a bayonet, or burying people alive, or Schaffhausen. And Hallo is right next to it, where the Octagon group, where they used to meet. So that's why I show you this wine, but an excellent wine, excellent. So this is where I met the Swiss Octagon group of the Nazi Templars, who did so much harm to the world. And the Swiss, they know it. Even Dr. Mengele, he was living right next to it, in Kloten, next to Zurich. This is where the Second World War was made. No authorities, neither the French, nobody wants to do anything about it. Neither the DJ is dancing the same dance, or he's having you dance the same dance. Look, even the grass is different. It looks like a crop circle. It's mushrooms. All mushrooms. Like witch's circle. Hello. Albina. They came and visited me. See each other only one day in a month. Albina. Hast du es gefunden? Uh-huh. So this was this place where the Freemasons, they come, right? The yeah. Later on, we were invited to sit here. Yeah. And so anyone who wants to read that. In France, people, the whole New World Order, it all comes from France, eh? And even Jeffrey Epstein, there was this French guy, and Ghislaine Maxwell, she was born in a castle in France. It says medieval. So here it says Les Templiers, the temples, the Templars, sorry. And yeah, so that was the Abbey of Mormont. Templars were there. It says Templars. There's a road like you can walk all around it, a Templars road. This one here. That means walk. Take a horse or take a bike. Yeah. Yeah, look here, a couple of wines. Here there is a square, as in the square and compass, and it's red for the old world order, the vertical rule. I mean, why they put a big red square on it? And this is a sort of a compass, you know, you can turn it around. I have no idea what it is. So maybe for them, it does say square and compass. It's an Austrian wine, which you can see here. And the Templars colors, red and white, next to Swissyland, eh? And also very much involved in the Second World War and everything. And there's more red than white. And it's got an eagle in it, Austrian flag. There you can see, it's Austrian. Niederösterreich, yeah. And this one here, there's a Templars cross in it. Of course, it's Swissy wine, right? Or a Maltese cross. And if you look at this, I filmed only this part a couple of times. You know, you find it a lot of things. Also in coat of arms of the late American Sky Planetary Regiment or something. And I found it at the Prince Maurice thing in the next to the Rotterdam, next to the Vlading, where I was. So here you can see it again, the Templars cross on a Swiss wine, hey, Swissy. And this one is from the canton of Valais. What do we find in Valais, in Switzerland? It says somewhere. Can't see it now. There it says Valais, the canton of Valais. So what do we find in Valais? We find Sion, like the Priory of Sion. Who wrote the Elders of Sion thing? It's not Zion, it's Sion. It's all Templar stuff, people. And yeah, well, the enemy within. I already made you a film about this once, about Sardinia, and the word Sar in it for the king, because the word Sardinia, it comes from, it's an island next to Italy, belongs to Italy, and Sar, it means the king or the pharaoh, because there were the Shardans who were the bodyguard of Pharaoh, just like the Shard in London, this big sort of obelisk, like, you know, like watching over London, like this, like, you know, like the bodyguards of Pharaoh. But this thing, you know, that really caught my eye. You know, why is this dot? Why is it in red? Eh? And it is a square for the concept of four for the square, like in the square and compass. And I already explained it in my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. And red is the color of the Bergtasser, which is the red house of Pharaoh, where of course the Chardin, where they were, you know, because that's in the north where the big pyramids are and all that. So it's both there. It's a square for the people. The Chardin came out of the people. This is probably one of the Chardin. And of course, in the flag, here you can see the flag of Sardinia. There are 4 of them, 4 heads. And this is also a square, and here again a square. So there are 4 because it's from the people. And, so this is a beer from Sardinia. And there's nothing without a reason. All the logos, it all belongs to the masters, the Pharaoh. And we are just the slaves. We are the concept of 4. Like here, protecting Pharaoh. Right? No coincidences, people. Here too. Why do you think they put the G here big like this in white? White for the New World Order and red where they came from, a little bit smaller, and blue for the war against humanity behind it. Hey, the G between the square and compass. Look, this is Bauhaus. It's a German hobby market, you know, for building and hobby building. You see here the 3 houses here. For the red house, the Bergtasser, the red house of Pharaoh. You've got the white house, but here this is well, in the middle is the white house, and all around it is the red house, and one is bigger than the rest, and then a little bit smaller and a very small one. For Isis, Horus, and Seth. The big one is Seth, yeah, and the little one is Horus, and in the middle is Isis, and it's 3 for the concept of 3. And well, I guess the house has some squares in it for the concept of 4. So it all says, you know, the concept of 3 and 4, it says square and compass. Our masters, everything belongs to them. Bauhaus. Bau, it means to build, and house, it means the house. In red, the red house. Now look at this table here. Look at the logo. There is a square and a circle around it for the compass. So they all know square and compass. Colomb, well, you know, Christopher Columbus, eh? And what do you know? The Templars cross it in the sail. The enemy, it's everywhere. They call these things minions. And look at the eyes. It's the eyes of an owl, eh? Because the owl is important for the Freemasons. If you still don't believe me, look at the symbol here. It has a circle or an oval. I don't know what it is really. So for the compass, and it is in a sort of a coat of arms, the whole thing. And in the middle is a square. So it does say square and compass, and it is a G. Like in the middle of the square and compass, you got the G, right? The 7th letter. It's the concept of 3 and 4 together. So this is the horizontal rule as well in it. Look here. You see of the G here, because that's the New World's Order. It's a horizontal rule. It's everywhere, people. It's just everywhere. Hey, what do you think, Minion? Hey, oh, I don't know. You know, it's just for the stupid slaves and their children. Hey. In 2014, the Swiss dealers of death had 113 defenseless Ukrainian civilians murdered with Swiss high-precision sniper rifles by the Swiss company Brugger und Tomet during the Maidan uprising, which I explained in this video here from 2014, when I was already 8 years ago backing up the Ukrainian people with my solidarity through my videos. It's on my channel, Gatsafat. Here's the title: Ukrainians murdered with Swiss sniper rifles by Brugger und Tomet, Switzerland at Maidan Square. There's an interesting video as well on the same channel, this about the Swiss military-industrial complex. You have no idea what a death dealers they are. You should also watch this famous video here with 1.5 million views about the infamous Swiss crimes, where you can see the Ukrainian Berkut Nazis of the International Octagon just before the massacre with Swiss sniper rifles of Brugger und Tomet on defenseless Ukrainian civilians. So here's the title. I can't read this here. Death Squad's Massacre, and on the channel of Roman Sukan. I'll put the link in the description for you. I made some screenshots of the video footage of the Maidan massacre. So here you can see the Berkut. They're all hiding behind masks just before the massacre, and they're standing with Swiss Brugger und Tomet sniper rifles, high precision sniper rifles, like a Swiss clock, you know. And we should ask ourselves now, where are these Berkut state killers now, 8 years later, during the Ukraine war? Well, I can tell you for sure that these coward assassins are not at the front line risking their own necks. No, sir. These are the ones I've been telling you about. This is the enemy within, or Pharaoh's nobility, who kill easy targets from both sides of a war. And they change uniforms all the time, from national uniform to enemy uniform or peacekeeping uniform, and so on. And in fact, they changed uniforms quicker than a pinkless killer changes her, his, or its tiny pink underwear on a Paris fashion show. I mean, look at Hugo Boss fashion designers, where Nazis, pinkless killers, the fashion world, and crimes against humanity all come together. Ain't that so, Sir Elton? So here we see Hugo Boss, a fashion designer who created all the Nazi uniforms. And this guy here, the pinkless killer, he likes to visit fashion shows, and he's doing the hand sign, the secret Freemason sign. And here's the Poroshenko, the butcher of the Donbass. It's all about killing the patriarchy. They all get together at a fashion show in Paris. Isn't that charming? You all thought I was joking about the Berkut's fashion killer police and their pink undies, huh? Well, I ain't joking. I'm dead serious here. So here's another screenshot of that video, and you see a Ukrainian Berkut enemy within killing Ukrainians with a Swiss sniper rifle of Brugger und Tomet. All these uniforms are in fact for hiding into anonymity and for intimidation, like when a police control, show me your ID, meaning I dominate you, like a sort of a mating call for them, where they literally screw us in all senses of the word. And all countries have them, this enemy within, changing uniforms quicker than on a fashion show. So this is another screenshot of this video from 8 years ago, where the enemy within was using Swiss sniper rifles and killing, on this day, 113 Ukrainian civilians. And you can even see they got bags with Swiss crosses. It's brand new, you can see this, you know, with a Swiss cross on it. So are they Swiss? I think it's very plausible that this is Octagon and that they are really Swiss. Or maybe they just got a whole lot of bags together with those nice and fancy Swiss sniper rifles. And you can really see in the video how they're hiding their faces. They don't want to be filmed. It was probably the last time that it happened. You know, they took serious measures, so no photographer would come near to them or nobody filming them. And this is so typical for the enemy within. You know, changing uniforms, having masks. They want to stay in the dark. You know. Oh, by the way, I cannot comment anymore. This is what happened. This is an actual screenshot and I got this here. I couldn't move any of the buttons anymore. So I'm logged in with this here, and it was on my own channel here, G.I.U.R.E.H, and for hate speech. Oh, it's a complete lie. They just don't want me to comment. So we're in a perfect dictatorship, and they hide everything, under masks, under uniforms and fashion shows. It looks all nice, but we're in the middle of a dictatorship. Huh? Look, here it says u-blox. This is their logo in red and white Templars colors. Here it says u-blox AG, which is Swiss German or German, and it means Aktiengesellschaft. And it means it's a company with shares. So now in 2023, the Swiss are murdering defenseless Ukrainian civilians again by the Swiss u-blox company from Thalwil, Switzerland, who sell the GPS navigation chips to Russia for the Russian Orlan 10 drone. So with the help of the Swiss, the Russians can precisely navigate their drones to kill the Ukrainians and their children. Look, here it says, this is from the newspaper, Putin's drones fly with a Swiss chip. And here's their flag. So here it says, dealers in death. And this is the Swiss chip for the GPS for the drones, the u-blox AG from Switzerland. And of course, the Swiss u-blox company says, oh, sorry, we didn't know that people were killed with this Swiss high precision product. Just as the Swiss Brugger und Tommet sniper rifle company said, oh, sorry, we didn't know. Just as the World War II Swiss Nazi banks said, oh, sorry, we didn't know. Just as the Swiss Darfur genocide Pilatus airplane company said, oh, sorry, we are neutral Switzerland, we didn't know. And I made this film about it 9 years ago on my channel Hatzefratz, and here's the title: The Swiss Darfur Genocide Airplane from Pilatus, Switzerland for Chad Sudan and low-cost dictators. Just as the World War II Swiss Oerlikon company said, oh, sorry, we didn't know. We are Swiss and neutral, I made this film about it 9 years ago on my channel Hatzefratz, and here's the title: Swiss-Argentina Nazi connection, British killed by Switzerland's Oerlikon 35mm Skyguard in the Falklands. And they also, the Nazis, or the Germans, they also used it during World War II. They had Oerlikon Flak. Flak, that means Fliegerabwehrkanone. It's a German word. You all thought it was an English word, eh? And now the second video here, it's also Oerlikon, about the owner. And just as the Swiss owner of that same Oerlikon killer company said, oh, sorry, I didn't know. I had a looted Nazi art collection. And I made this video about that 7 years ago. It says 9 years ago, 7 years ago. And the title is Bühler Oerlikon, same company, looted Nazi art collection and Swiss arms trafficking, the war makers from Switzerland. Or the Swiss Mebo company providing the precision timers for the Lockerbie bombing of 1988, saying, oh, sorry, we didn't know. Oh, Scotland was so far away, and so was Libya. And I made this a video about it 7 years ago. Here's the title: Switzerland's Lockerbie bombing by Swiss Mebo was a Nazi solstice sacrifice, 88. And it was on a solstice as well. And here's the Mebo company. It's the same as the chips in the Russian drones. They got the precision parts. They all come from Switzerland. Nobody ever talked about it anymore. On my channel, Hatzefratz, I'll put the link in the description for you. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Here it says December the 21st, 1988. It was Pan Am Flight 103 with 270 people died. You can see what's left of the airplane. Not very much. You won't survive this. And yeah, it was another winter solstice ritual, which the Swiss do a lot, actually. The same happened on December the 21st, 2015, where me and my family, we got terrorized by the Swiss police for the whole day. That was the day I really had to leave Switzerland. And some pink list killers, they wiped out an entire family on December the 21st. But the police, they should have been there. And instead of that, they were just terrorizing me and my family, just for no reason at all. And the Swiss do that a lot. It's an evil country. You have no idea. And at the same day, the house of the moment I was safe in France, on December the 21st, 2015, the house of Alistair Crowley, the Boleskine house, it burned down in the also in the time of December the 21st. And you won't, so this is on Wikipedia, and you won't find a single word about the Swiss Mebo company who delivered the timers for the for the bombing. Because apparently they always get the precision stuff. They get it from Switzerland. The Russians do, the Libyans do, the whole world is doing it. The Nazis did it. They all do. You know, the Nazi U-boats, all their precision instruments for the torpedoes, it all came from Switzerland. And you won't find a word about this anymore. The Swiss had the Berger report. You know, they rubbed it all under the carpet. You know, that's what they always do. So I forgot about it. It was a solstice ritual, and they always do this. Or the slave ships, mostly belonging to the Swiss, bringing the Nubian slaves to the Americas, and the Swiss saying, "Oh, sorry, we didn't know. We are the land of the Geneva Convention, human rights, United Nations, and Red Cross. So nobody else will know, except we ourselves." And I made this film about it 6 years ago on my channel, Gatzefratz. And the title is Switzerland Owned African Slave Trade Slavery Ships of Swiss Navy of the Templars. And it's all because of the Knights Templars. They had a huge fleet, you know, to bring all the people over to Jerusalem. And they still had the fleet, and they still have today. So that's why a landlocked country like Switzerland, they had this enormous fleet, and they were the owners of the slavery ships. I even have the names of the Swissies who were the owners in this video here. But hey, nobody talks about it, right? Or Putin's wife, Alina Kabayeva, whom you can see here, and living in Geneva, Switzerland, together with all the Russian oligarchs. And the Swiss saying, "Oh, sorry, we didn't know," etc., and so forth and so on. I made numerous videos about the Swiss, "oh, we didn't know" crimes. And here you can see Alina Kabayeva. That's the Mrs. Putin. And they have 2 children, and they live in Geneva, Switzerland, as if nothing ever happened. And you know, in Switzerland, the base of death dealers, this is the most common phrase you hear all the time when listening to a Swiss conversation in a bus, in a tram, a train, or in a bar. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." You'll hear that wherever you go in Switzerland. Then who did know about the Swiss sniper rifles and Swiss GPS components killing Ukrainians? Well, the NSA, the CIA, the MI6, of course, as they know everything and spend billions of dollars on the knowing game, which means that the Ukrainians are getting betrayed by the Americans and by NATO, as the Iranian Shahid drones murdering innocent Ukrainian civilians are literally full of US components. Here it says Shadows of Betrayal, NSA. It looks like the same birdie like this birdie, the same fiery eyes of the birdie like this one here. Eh? And as Switzerland can reel and deal under the Schengen Agreement of the EU, European Community, the Ukrainians also get betrayed by the EU and by NATO, as they all carry their part responsibility into the murdering of Ukrainian citizens and their children, letting the Swiss dealers of death freely provide Russian Orlan 10 drones with Swiss high-tech precision GPS navigation components by the U-blocks made in Switzerland. So here you can see the Swiss High Command, where the Swiss generals have the slogan of the Knights Templars on their military arm patches: "Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno," meaning one for all and all for one, which is the same as where we go one, we go all, proving furthermore that the Swiss octagon is giving all the orders to the US. So here it says "Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno," meaning one for all and all for one. It's the other way around here. And it says KDOOP, CDMT, OP, CDO, OP. So let's look it up and see what that means. And here we can see the 3 musketeers, and there were in fact 4. So this means the concept of 3 and the concept of 4. So inside the story, it says square and compass. So this one for all for one, and where we go one, we go all. Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. It's all Freemason stuff, people. So there it is. I found it. So I just punched this KDOOP, it's the whole thing here. I punched this in the search machine, and this here popped up. This is the official operations command of there's a brigadier general here of the Swiss Army, the death dealers. So here you see very sophisticated computers, or they know everything, right? Here you got the Swiss cross. Here you got the Swiss pike, which they got from the Knights Templars out of from the Crusades. And with the Swiss bike, this is, the Swiss mercenaries, they were real killers, murdering millions of people in the Middle Ages. And they had these Swiss bikes, which they got, actually, it was an invention by the Muslims, by the Arabs, which they hid under the sand. And when the Crusaders came, they pulled it up, and the horses all ran into the bikes. And when the Knights Templars, they found it Swissyland, they brought this military technique with them. And this is how simple Swiss peasants, they could miraculously rise up against the all-powerful Austrian Empire of, I forgot the name. Well, anyway, Habsburg. And which these simple Swiss peasants, they could never have gotten this new military techniques on the European battlegrounds, which was never seen before. And they got it from the Knights Templars, right? And that's why we got all these Knights Templars in it, together with the Knights Templar pike from the Muslims. And they had an alliance with the Muslims. That's why we got them all here. And it says the Knights Templar saying all for one and one for all. It's all together in the symbol, yeah? So don't have yourself fooled by all the nice fancy stuff and patches here and blue war tie. And you see how sophisticated they are. I mean, this is the Swiss High Command who are actually giving the orders to NATO. So you really think that the Swiss Templar High Command don't know about Swiss sniper rifles going into the Ukraine, about Swiss GPS components in Russian Orlan 10 drones in order to murder Ukrainian civilians and whatnot? Well, of course, the Swiss Templar High Command knows, and they even helped developing these drone GPS components of very high Swiss precision. Of course, they all know. And the Swiss High Templar Command gets paid very high salaries to know. In the richest country in the world, with the highest salaries in the entire world. And it says again, Putin's drones fly with the Swiss chip. And here's the Operation High Command with the Swiss Templar pike and the Templar slogan and all. And yes, they know. They even helped developing all this here. Dear Ukrainian people, you're getting lied to by NATO, by the Russians, of course, by America, by the EU. They all lie to you. Look, here's an email. Why don't you send them a nice email, right? Maybe thank them for all this. But hey, Mr. Putin brings a lot of money into the Swiss Nazi Templar hideout. And his gymnastics wife, Alina Kabayeva, lives in Cologny, Geneva, together with their two Putin kids, who were born in the world's most expensive maternity clinic of Sant'Anna in Lugano of the Tessin canton. So the Swiss High Templar Command can at least turn a blind eye on some Swiss killer drone GPSs and on some Swiss sniper rifles, murder weapons. I mean, Knights Templars and big financial business have always been two inseparable things. Since the Knights Templars were the first multinationals in history, they invented banking and they founded Switzerland, as you can see here. So, of course, the Swiss High Templar Command knows about Swiss weapons killing Ukrainians, because Swiss Templars and the huge Swiss military industrial complex are one and the same thing. So here you can see Alina Kabayeva, Putin's present-day wife, with the sort of a half swastika behind it. So she's advocating the war, saying, yeah, let's go kill the Ukrainians. And here's the guy with his pharaonic hammer. Here you can see part of a Swiss drone here. So I really don't understand why not President Zelensky is not taking out his pharaonic mace, take a flight to Geneva, Switzerland, and has his pharaonic mace persuade that lovely Geneva Putin family to come and live in a nice jacuzzi apartment in Kyiv, Ukraine. Because then the war would be over and no more need for Putin to buy Swiss GPS for his drones, because he wouldn't like to bomb his wife and children staying in Kyiv in that nice jacuzzi apartment. So the official name for this thing here is a mace, M-A-C-E. So Zelensky, why don't you take out your mace and get her into Kyiv, eh? It is another phony war indeed, just as the one in 1939, which was also playing in Eastern Europe, in Poland. Another phony war in the same area. It's funny, isn't it? Next to Geneva's Putin's nest, there's yet another nest of the same evil in Geneva. You all should know. The Bible says in the book of Revelations, chapter 2, verse 13, that next to the charming Putin nest, also Satan lives in Geneva, where he has his throne. Wow, I guess you'd almost need a Swiss drone GPS to find that one, eh? So here you can see Saint Antipas on the left side with a lot of Swiss crosses on his cloak. So this is a Swiss cross. It's a white cross on a red underground, which is the same as here on Saint Antipas, a white cross on a red underground. And this is a very old painting here. Maybe it's 2,000 years old, I don't know. So there must be a reason that 2,000 years ago they put this on his cloak. Now what is the reason? Well, I'm going to tell you the reason, and it says in the book of Revelations. And I quote from Revelation 2:13, chapter 2, verse 13. I know where you live, where Satan has his throne. Yet you remain true to my name. You did not renounce your faith in me, not even in the days of Antipas, my faithful witness, who was put to death in your city, where Satan lives. So here it says that, this is Saint Antipas with the Swiss crosses, that where Saint Antipas, where he was put to death, Satan lives there and he has his throne. So now we only have to find out, where was Saint Antipas? Where was he put to death? Where was he slain? And if we find out that, we know where the throne of Satan is. How was Saint Antipas of Pergamon killed? First of all, Per in the demotic pharaonic, it means the house, like a royal house. And Ga, or Ka, it means the soul. So it says the house of souls. This could be On, Pergamon. On is Osiris. But I should need my books to completely translate that for you. But there's no doubt about the Per. As soon as you find this in an ancient name, it's pharaonic. And furthermore, I'll let you read it all by yourself here. You can punch pause. And here it says, Mark Antony gave Cleopatra all of the 200,000 volumes in Pergamon's library for the library at Alexandria. So the pharaohs were there, of course they were. And so here about Saint Antipas, the traditional narrative continues by stating that Antipas was put to death during the reign of Nero. That's like in the year 50, so that's 2,000 years ago. Burned in a brazen bull-shaped altar at the Apollyon Temple in Lyon, Geneva, Switzerland, and buried in a nearby cemetery. So he was slain in Geneva. And I already told you this about Switzerland. Interesting, Geneva, in French, the name is Genève, and that means Gene de Eve, Gene of Eve, Gene of Eva. And what did Eve do? Well, she talked to evil, to the serpent, concerning what it says in the Bible. And so it's all, it's all written Swissyland and Pharaoh all over this biblical story, where apparently Satan has his throne. I already told you that the devil has his throne in Swissyland. There are the 7 hills, were also 7 mountains, the 7 Kurfürsten, and they have 7 heads of state. Everything leads to Swissyland. Oh boy, I lived there for 25 years. I know how evil they are there. Oh boy. And here too, I'll let you read it yourself, but people start talking about it. And here it says, just look at all the organizations that point to a one world government in Geneva. All these are in Geneva. The one world government, ein Reich, ein Volk, ein Führer. It is in Switzerland. So here's some more about the where Saint Antipas was slain. About Apollyon the Destroyer. A large portion of CERN is located in the territory of Saint-Genis-Puy in Geneva. In Roman times, it was called Apolliacum. The town and the temple were dedicated to Apollyon, the destroyer, Shiva, Horus. And here in Revelations 9:11, okay. And they had a king over them, the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, but in Greek he has the name Apollyon. Here says CERN is located where the ancient temple of Apollo was located in Revelation 9:11, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit. Well, the same thing, Abaddon, Apollyon. So apparently Saint Antipas was slain in Geneva. Well, with the devil, the Putin nest, and CERN in Geneva, what can go wrong for the Swiss octagon? Maybe Homie Ross coming in between? And that's exactly why the Swissies are hyped up to fanatically aggress and terrorize recalcitrant elements like that stubborn South African who got chased away from Satan's nest in the Alps. While all big criminals are welcome to come and live in Geneva and in the rest of Pharaoh's neutral base in the Alps, the black sheep must be kicked out. And this is what Swissy actually did. Unanimously, thoroughly, and very tightly organized. So the black sheep is Sean Ross. He gets kicked out by the neutral, white, clean Swiss, and the big criminals who want to kill Ukrainians and lots of other people, they can stay, because Swissyland is the base of all evil. Also, FIFA's Sepp Blatter likes and welcomes the Putin nest in Swissyland, because Sepp Blatter is a real sports-minded person who knows how to transform the sweat of the slaves into hard cash and Swiss dollars. And well, Alina Kabayeva is a top sports female, which means a lot of cash for a sports-minded Swissy like Sepp Blatter. Funny enough, in German, Blattern means to lay down cash in order to buy something or bribe someone, where Seppi obviously got his name from. Well, with a hot shot like Swiss Sepp in your wife's sportsman circles, nothing can go wrong, Mr. Putin. Though she does remind me a bit of Eva Braun with that brown swastika-like thing she's backing up. So this is Eva Braun, the wife of Adolf Hitler, and this is the wife of the other dictator, the wife of Putin, Alina Kabayeva. And this, in fact, is like half a swastika. So we see here two gymnastic girls in pink, both backing up the swastika and Nazism, and both married to a dictator. So hey, what's going on here? Funny, actually. How come all these dictators seem to fancy these gymnastic girlies? Or is it the other way around, maybe, that gymnastic girlies feel attracted to brutal dictators? So here on the left-hand side, you see Eva Braun, dictator girl number 1. And here on the right-hand side, you see dictator girl number 2, Alina Kabayeva. And it seems she's doing this half a swastika with her legs, just as the Putin symbol of the Ukraine war. Or can you believe it? It seems to be a mutual attraction between dictators and gymnastic girls, where one does a split and the other splits up the people and their skulls. So here you see dictator wife number 1, Eva Braun, and here the other one, dictator wife number 2, Alina Kabayeva. And she seems to be saying, like, my husband, he's going to take the world all the way to the west and to the east and all the way down to the south. I mean, that's what they did, the Nazis. They tried to get England to the west, Russia here to the right, and all the way to North Africa. Well, that's what it says. It's a T. And the other one here, dictator wife number 2, she is saying with this image, like, well, my husband doesn't really know what he wants to take. You know, look at this. Look at the mess. It's not like a leg here and a leg there. You know, my husband doesn't know what to take. That's why he took the Ukraine. The more there's war and bloodshed and the men dying, the more the girlies dance.
Hey, shout out to the chat. You know, if any of my pineal powered princesses and future patriot wives are capable of any of these type of, you know, acrobatics and movements and just stretches in general, please just let me know. I'm doing a study. I'm doing a deep dive, if you will, into this subject, into this art form, tantric yoga, etc. Please hit my inbox, pinealpower92@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Because of the Horus matrix, you see. So here on the left-hand side, you see dictator girl number 1, Eva Braun, the Hitler dictator girl. And on the right side, you see dictator girl number 2, the Alina Kabayeva, the Putin dictator gymnastic girl. And there's a lot of things going on simultaneously here. So we have to worry about this. When we see things going on simultaneously, we have to ponder, analyze, and most of all, worry. What's going on here? For those who'd like to ponder upon the possibility if dictator Putin is a descendant of dictator Hitler, I can assure you that the little one on the right definitely inherited Hitler's fancy for gymnastics girlies, as the dictators themselves are fervent dancers. So, and guess who that little one here is? That's George W. Bush. It's a very rare picture where you can see them dancing together. And for these Russian sort of square dance, Putin, he seems to have put on his cowboy boots here. And why do they call it square dance? As in fact, they're going in circles, and the compass makes a circle. So it does say square and compass, you know, the square dance. And you see Mr. Hitler also dancing when the war started. And yes, now we're going to kill the Europeans. He was so happy that moment. And these two here, George Bush together with Putin, they're so happy killing the Europeans. Oh boy, are they happy. And both liked the word Wagner. And Mr. Putin here, he surely inherited the Wagner stuff from Mr. Hitler. Mr. Hitler, he loved Richard Wagner, the music of Richard Wagner. He was a big anti-jaywalker living in Switzerland. And
Me too, Mr. Christos. Me too.
so he was always dancing, listening to Wagner. And here too, they're probably dancing to Wagner. Oi, what about me? Oh yeah, Georgie, of course you too. You love Wagner, eh? It's all the same stuff. As your wife family is also from Switzerland, eh? From that castle I filmed for you. It's all related to Switzerland. Wagner, George Bush, Hitler, Putin, all of it. Or maybe the vile dictators and their loved ones have been cloned or reincarnated in some Swiss temple, having all their former tastes and preferences back for the next terror round on humanity. So here you can see Mr. Hitler and this is Mr. Putin. Or maybe this was Hitler and this is Putin. Well, these guys too, they all look the same. When I was living in Switzerland, the streets were full with these Swiss Nazi posters of 3 white Swiss Nazi sheep kicking out the not Swiss black sheep, as the Swissies deliberately did with me, Sean Ross. And also here we can see the concept of 3 being them, our masters, the executives. And altogether it makes 4, for the concept of 4. So it says square and compass. You see, there are in the same black and white colors as this here. There are 3 whiteys doing the things because on a red underground for our masters, and white is also the New World Order. And the concept of 3, it stands for the compass. And altogether there are 4. So it also says the concept of 4. So in this symbol only, in the Pharaonic and Knights Templars colors of red and white, of the red house of Pharaoh, the per Tasser, and the white house of Pharaoh, the per Het, it does say square and compass. And all of these dudes here, with their lovely pillars and this here, they all know what it means, this here, that it says square and compass. Each and every one of them knows this. The moment they see black and white, they see this here. You understand that? It says the concept of 3 and 4, just like this here. They are the ones behind this terror. And the Swiss executed it. They were completely hyped up, like in Nazi Germany. And this means that the Swiss SVP Nazi party are led by Freemasons. And that the entire world of Freemasonry was mobilized in this terror, as in a black and white Freemason checkerboard configuration of black and white sheep being played out against each other, while the true masters watching the show. I felt like being in Nazi Germany with the Swiss people, entirely fanaticized and trigger happy in a goddamn Nazi pogrom against entire families, against my family, against my children, and against our lives. There was a goddamn mob rule, like in Nazi Germany, and I lived through this for the last 25 years. Here you can see Pharaoh Klaus Schwab from Switzerland. And this bull here, in the Pharaonic colors of red and white, also the Knights Templars colors, represents Apis, and it stands for the protection of the motherland. And that's why some Swiss cantons, they also have the very same logo in their coat of arms. And here is a 9-pointed star. Why 9? That's kind of weird, eh? You should have like 6 or 8, like an even number. And it's also the sun. Yeah, you see it's the sun. And these are the Pharaonic colors altogether, white, red, and blue. So why 9? Well, because there were 9 original Templars, and there was the great Ennead of Egypt of the 9 original gods. And this Pharaoh here, well, he looks like a Pharaoh, the way he's dressed, and he acts like a Pharaoh, giving all the orders. So also the Great Reset by the Swiss Klaus Schwab is of and by Pharaoh's Freemasons from Davos, Swissyland, with a similar priestly cloak as Set, the god of deception and war, with the word reset consisting out of the Pharaonic names Re and Set, for Re or Re being Amun-Re, the sun god of ancient Egypt. Here you can see the great Re-Set. Well, this is Amun-Re, or also called Amun-Ra. It's the same. So here is Ra, or Re, and Set, we just saw him, together with the guy who invented this word, the great Re-Set. And with Set being the Egyptian god of war and deception, Set. Here he is, Set, with the same cloak as we just saw before of Klaus Schwab from Swissyland. And here it says, Re-Set. Well, how much more obvious can it be? It's all full in our eyes. It's straight in our eyes, in our faces, you know. How much more obvious can it be? Re, Amun-Re, and Set, the sun god and the god of war and deception. I mean, just look around. That's what we have: war, deception. And when Swissy in June 2020 in Davos, Octagon, Switzerland, said, "The great reset through war. War it will be." And 20 months later, the Ukraine war started, as in reset, Amun reset, God of War, where we could all see the pharaonic mace of war in the hands of Pharaoh Zelensky. Pharaoh rules the world, and Switzerland is his base. Here you can see the new Freemason Museum in Switzerland, in their capital, Bern. And the steps in front of the Swiss Freemason Museum have a pyramid look of 7 steps, which is the holy number of a pyramid, of the concept of 3 and 4, added up, thus saying square and compass, for the initiated merely by looking at the number 7 pyramid steps as an entering code into their temple. Then the square and compass pyramid steps are protected by a horizontal white roof for the per head White House horizontal Republican rule, saying Freemasonry gets protected by the New World Order horizontal republic. And in order to advance within the republic, one must transgress the steps of Freemasonry to advance its hierarchy. Of course, the whole bunker is in blue for Pharaoh's war against humanity, with a little bit of red on the electricity box for the original feudal vertical rule per Tasser Old World Order Red House of Pharaoh, which you can see here. And here you got the square and compass. And here it says prisoner of the Swiss, which is not only me, but also the rest of your lot. The entire globe are prisoner of the Swiss and their system. Of course, the square and compass on the wall is in white, as the white of the New World Order Republic is intertwined with Freemasonry. So here's the address. So when you want to visit the museum, Bern, Jupiterstraße, number 14. It's called the House of Freemasons. And you know what they mean with the house. It's the Per. It's a royal house with the chancellery of the Swiss Grand Lodge Alpina. Very important Freemason lodge. And of course, the Freemason Museum. So go count the steps, 1, 2, 3, 7. And here's a little bit of red, which is not a coincidence. And this is the horizontal white rule, which is covering up Freemasonry with the 7 steps. And if you want to get up here, you need to go up the 7 steps, or actually the 33, the hierarchy of Freemasonry. That's what it means, because 7 stands for the square and compass, and it is the holy number of the pyramid. So it's all here. Everything is here. The whole mob rule, it is here. So I show these 2 pictures together with Swiss mountains. Here says, I didn't know. Here's the Swiss cross, made a swastika out of it. And why? Well, this is quite obvious. The Swissies, they never knew. And the Nazis, it's the same. They always say, oh, I didn't know. I don't know. You know, I just followed orders. The Führer, he told me so. Or Mr. Putin, he told me so. You know, now we're going to hear the same thing in the Ukraine war. I didn't know. It's always the same narrative. So all these articles and historical facts, all these symbols, images, and websites, in fact, prove that the Swissies, in fact, do know. It's not their fault, you see. The phrase just comes automatically for any Swiss-born national. Oh, sorry, we didn't know. Well, let's say the Swissies are natural-born nothing knowers. As simple as that. And business as usual. So here we see another Swiss GPS system, probably for drones as well. It's called Swiss Track Pro. Here we can see Mr. Putin on a nuke with a naked torso, you know, just when he was sitting on that horse with his cowboy boots, when he was doing the dance, the square dance with George Bush. So when the Russian nukes come flying by, maybe at the very last moment, you'll get a glimpse of the Made in Switzerland sticker on the GPS navigation system of the Rusky nuclear missile. So it could easily find your hometown, making the Rusky avoid the common phrase, oh, sorry, we didn't know where the nuke was flying to. Hey, Swissy. Today is May 11th, 2020, and the provisional end of the corona pandemic lockdown in France. But it is still compulsory to wear a mask and not allowed to travel more than 100 kilometers. As I didn't have any mask, I sewed one myself, military style, sort of familiar with the colors. Funny though, that the end of the pandemic coincides with the end of another pandemic, which the jaywalkers celebrate also on May 11th today, the Lag Ba-Omer. Because almost 2,000 years ago, in the 2nd century, it was the end of the plague that had killed 24,000 followers of some jaywalker mystic. Maybe that's why the traditional bonfires to kill the rest of the germs and burn their clothes, which they actually still do today. Here you can read about it here. Other issues raised include the practice of throwing clothes into bonfire, which is perceived as wasteful. Well, and here it says again, the plague had that decimated Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 disciples, was explained as a reference to the revolt, the 33rd day when the plague ended. So they really celebrate the end of a pandemic, and it's the same day as it's happening today here in France, 2,000 years later. And here it says again in Wikipedia, another reason for why Jews celebrate Lag BaOmer is that it marks the day that the plague had killed Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 disciples came to an end. You see, that's why they burn their clothes, right? To get rid of the germs. What a coincidence! Celebrating the end of a pandemic, still being celebrated today, and happening the very same day our pandemic in France officially ended. What a coincidence! Only mathematically calculating chance probability, this is hardly a coincidence that from 365 days in a year, it happens on the very same day. So that gives one chance on 365, which is still feasible. But the fact there's also another factor in common will have chances reduced to a minimum, namely the probability of celebrating the very same reason out of thousands of other possible reasons, and both celebrating the end of a pandemic, for which let's say one chance in 1,000. That both May 11th concern the same issue, which gives us 365 times 1,000 is one chance in 365,000 that today's end of lockdown coincides with a festivity celebration and the end of another pandemic, which was the plague. So what's going on here? Why didn't the French lockdown end at an easier date, like May 1st, beginning of the month? And why does it have to coincide on May 11th, Lag BaOmer, jaywalker celebration? And who has the power to do so? Well, Pharaoh, of course, and the proofs are in the name, as usual. As Ba means the soul when dead, as in the everlasting soul, and it has to do with death and people dying of the plagues, therefore Ba in Pharaoh's demotic language. Also, there is Mer, meaning a pyramid, and the O in the middle is demotic Ha, for big or pregnant. So you see how the Ba, it stands apart, and Mer, it's also apart, and this might be the compass, the circle. And this is the seal of Solomon, and Solomon was a king, and all kings and queens are all of pharaonic descent. So Lag BaOmer means soul, Ba, pregnant, Ah, pyramid, Mer. Soul, pregnant, pyramid, meaning the soul gets born in the pyramid, which is the same as Ba for Me of the Knights Templars for Ba, Fa, Me. Soul arrives, pyramid. The soul arrives in the pyramid, same thing. And watch this film here, where you can see an actual Templar initiation ritual going on. In Swissyland, of course, the base of Octagon of the Satanic Knights Templars and the Nazi Templars. So here's the title, just punch it in. And I could also translate the word Lag from Lag BaOmer for you, if I had my academical books with me here. So Lag BaOmer is nothing else than an old pharaonic festivity, which the jaywalkers follow, as they were 430 years slaves of Pharaoh, still obeying the rules of Pharaoh today. Just as we, Pharaoh's white European slaves, who are released from 2 months house arrest on that very same day of BaOmer on May 11th, 2020. We're all in the same pharaonic slave ship, all peoples of the world. And I wonder what they tell another 2,000 years from now. Well, probably not what I'm telling you now, that's for sure. Pharaoh rules the planet, and today's system has been made by their Templars, the Templars of Pharaoh and Pharaoh's financial, political, and military order. Therefore, 2 years ago, their CIA, NSA, and their new three-letter company, the NRO, for National Reconnaissance Office, launched a spy satellite to control their human livestock and feudal property of Pharaoh's aristocracy, with a Templar on it saying, Mali nunc quam prevalebunt, evil will not prevail, which is inverse speech, as they turn everything around, saying, we the people are evil, and not them. And why would the CIA drug import machine send a Templar in orbit in the sky, when there is not some sort of a link between the CIA and the Templars? Well, there is. The CIA belongs to the Swiss Octagon Templars, which I explain in this video here, punch in the title, and I explain it in my video series in 3 parts, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. Interesting, the word reconnaissance comes out of the French naissance, for birth, and connaissance, meaning knowledge, out of the Latin con, meaning with, and naissance for birth, altogether connaissance, with birth. I made this film about it like 6 years ago. Here's the title about the NROC. It has all pyramids and the all-seeing eye, you see. This is also NROL. It says NRO. And that was already like 6 years ago. right? So it's in my channel Hatzefrat, so you punch in the title. I had more on my channel G.I.U.R.E., but okay. So only with noble birth, real knowledge is acquired. You get born with it. And re means again in Latin, as in reconnaissance, the once more gathering of knowledge for those of noble birth. As the Templars were all of noble birth and originated from France, therefore the French word reconnaissance. And here you see the Enroll 39. That was in 2013, I think, or even before. Oh yeah, 2013. I immediately made that film about it on my channel Hatzefrat, because it shows an octagon, which is, you know, holding the entire world in their grip. An octopus or octagon, and an octopus has 8 arms. Right? So this is a typical reference to octagon, of which you can find more in my film Octagon: The Empire of Darkness. So this is all Enroll. It's all octopus, Templars. And there was this guy in America, I can't recall his name. They killed him, I think, in the 90s or something. He had an Italian name. And he was a journalist, and he was after the secret organization called Octopus. I'll have a look if I can find it. Right, so the Enroll, the National Reconnaissance Office. It's only for the ones who are of noble birth, who are born with the knowledge, with the reconnaissance, if you like. So here I found it for you. Here it says the secret government and the death of Danny Casolaro. Here you can see him in his bathtub. They suicided him. The octopus conspiracy. So this is Octagon. That will explain you all about it. I don't know where it happened, when it happened. So here it is, Octagon, the Empire of Darkness, on my channel Hatzefrat. I had a much bigger one on my channel G.I.U.R.E., but they deleted the whole channel, as you know. It's gone. And this is interesting too. I was in Auschwitz. Here's also the Octagon. And I got arrested by the Octagon police with Octagon badges in Auschwitz. So they don't like people like putting their noses too deep in it, because it's big business nowadays, Auschwitz, as it was during the war. Nothing has changed. Through that Octagon badge, I could see it's the same ones who killed all those people in there. They're still making a lot of money with it. The whole town is living on it. You know, the hotels, the bus companies, the restaurants, and everything, you know. So I put this sign on the railway wagon where they transported the people with, and it says Switzerland, Auschwitz made in Switzerland. You'll see it in the film. So just punch in this title and this title here. And also Anthony Fauci is of Swiss descent, with his maternal grandfather born in Swissyland, who made graphic designs for commercial labels, probably with the concepts of 3 and 4 triangles and circles hidden in it. Here you can see that. So his maternal grandfather, Giovanni Ebbis, was born in Switzerland, and he was an artist for landscape portrait painting, and he was working for graphic design for commercial labels, for which they have their own people, you know, so they can put all the triangles and circles and everything, pharaonic pyramids and concepts of 3 and 4 in it. It needs to be one of them for the logos. You'd say, but yes, but only 1/4 is from Switzerland, only from his maternal grandfather. Well, the thing is, this Swiss part will become the most dominant, as here the legacy of the Templar Octagon bloodlines and its knowledge and affiliations get transmitted. The rest, and other 3/4 of his ancestry, is just some earthly vehicle or earthly vessel, considering the mental dominancy, providing the main characteristics of the personality that basically absorbs the rest of the inferior bloodlines, like a virus taking over its host. And here you can see this, somebody's tried to sell, but it's like the grandfather of Fauci who was making these sort of logos. And here I found someone who's trying to sell this. You know, what does it have in it? You know, Templar V, the circle for the compass, and the concept of 3 in a pyramid, which also stands for the compass, and the old world order. That's them, because this is the pyramid. It's the hierarchy, which is them. So the concept of 3 is here, right? The circle, and here 1, 2, 3 in blue for the war. It's a war against us, and 3 is the color red, and this is almost like white, because the Templars, it's the Constitution. They took the Constitution, so this is white. And this here, the concept of 3, the pyramid, stands for red, the Pertasser, old world order. So there's something missing. There's no concept of 4, which is us, the square, the base of the hierarchy, considering the pyramid, you know, the base of a pyramid. So, but it is here, people. Just look well, look carefully. Where is it? Where's the concept of 4? Us, the slaves, the feudal slaves, white slaves, jaywalker slaves, African slaves, Asian slaves, Muslim slaves. We're all slaves. Where are they? Come on, people. Where are they? Well, here you are. It says here, earthly vessels. There you got your concept of 4. Because the concept of 4 is the base of the pyramid, the square, which is us. We're nothing but earthly vessels to them. You know, they're taking over the host, you know. This is what they do. So they all see square, this is square, and compass. It's all in it. They try to sell it. So if you want to buy it, go ahead. Even some rappers, African-American rappers like KRS-One. And guess where the 1 here, where that is a reference to, the one and only. Even KRS-One is having a total pharaonic Freemason logo. in his rampant agency, or ramp agency, with a golden pyramid out of 4 parts for the concept of 4, standing for the square, and the pyramid triangle itself for the concept of 3, symbolizing the compass and our masters, with a slight circle in it for the compass, which can be obtained with a compass, with the whole logo in a black square. So all initiated immediately read square and compass. Because if you don't make the alliance with evil, you simply will not get there. And only here's where the money flows. If you make that specific turn at the crossroads, well, I'd rather be poor, I'll tell you that. And talking about poor, I'll be back in the streets again soon, as the French communist wants his privacy back, which is understandable. After me having been here for 4 months, offering you many, hopefully interesting videos, of which I could offer you hundreds more if I'd have the place to work. But unfortunately, the French are not at all as solidary, as they wrongfully present themselves as revolutionary, French Revolution scam, and yellow vests. In reality, it is everyone for him and herself. And they hate Americans here, unless Americans come and die for the Frenchies, as France was liberated twice in 2 world wars by the Americans, all in vain. You shouldn't have done it. Frenchies didn't deserve it. As I always hear them say terrible things about Americans, you have no idea. It is not as in Saving Private Ryan, band of brothers, or some presidents gathering once a year on Omaha Beach in Normandy on June 6th, pretending that the French are grateful for the ultimate sacrifice and will never forget the American liberator heroes. It is not at all like that. As I speak French, I never heard a single positive word or thing or a tiny bit of gratitude concerning Americans. I'm very disappointed by the selfish attitude here in France, and it's full of cliches about everything and everyone. To me, having lost my grandfather in 1942 for this so-called liberty, this is double shocking to hear them talk here in France in this manner on their liberators. Unbelievably shocking and utter lack of honor and respect. They did forget about it, I tell you, what I hear every time. Except for the last 4 months, I slept outside in France for 5 years, in spite of the fact my grandfather, an officer in the Royal Navy, paid the ultimate sacrifice for their liberty here in France. I wish he hadn't. So this here, mercy or merci, it just sounds nice, you know, and here, thank you, we will never forget. I never heard any positive word, you know, concerning the Americans. It's all, well, it's all negative, right? It's a lie. Mercy, thank you, we will never forget. It's just a plain lie. It just sounds nice, eh? I guess it will take another 5 years again before I'll have the domestic occasion to make more videos for you. And more of my videos get deleted on all my channels recently, like this one about the French virologist with a skull and bones Freemason signet ring on his pinky finger. Here's the title. Yeah, look, May 9th, May 8th. Here, the other one is 1st of February. Your content violated. I don't even decision on your video appeal. Your video has been taken down, and so on and so forth. And I don't even know why. Absolutely no idea. Yeah, look, it says, our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately we think it violates a harmful and dangerous policy. So showing a Freemason signet ring on a French professor about the coronavirus, they find it harmful and dangerous. So amongst other videos, there was this video showing here a skull and bones ring on this this guy who's all over the media every day in France concerning the corona. So here it says removed, and this here was the that was the title of it. Or this one on my other channel about the threats by some German military enterprise and some cyber criminals, most likely related to the Swiss, policing for profit, stealing your money by posing in my name. You can see that removed. It's on my other channel, Homeland Security. And there are many more they deleted. My film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, doesn't get shown at all anymore if you punch the entire title in there. Although hundreds of other videos with like 50 views pop up. They just buried my videos because Octagon in the Alps doesn't want you to see them. I really don't know what I did wrong to deserve my videos deleted, until I realized there was a mutual intel on both videos about me showing that in all Nazi logos and flags, it has the Freemason concept of 3 and 4 integrated in their symbols, flags, and insignia as being the common factor in both videos. So this is what I showed in both videos. You know, both videos have it. So this is why they deleted them. So these flags of the brown shirts here, the stormtroopers, it has a circle in here for the compass. With the compass, you can make a circle. And this horrible symbol here, it has 4 times a square. Here, square here, a square here, 4 times for the concept of 4. That is us. We die in black. Right? So all of them who are initiated, they all read immediately square and compass in the Templars colors, white, red, and white. And I showed you some more in both videos, some more insignia of the Nazis as the symbol of the storm, the logo of the stormtroopers. Well, I'm not going to show it again. I'm not going to make a remake here. It's gone. So I hope you still have it somewhere. Someone doesn't want you to know that the Nazis, in fact, were Freemasons who come out of the Knights Templars, as in Nazi Templars of Octagon. So you see here the square. It's the square and compass, the square, which you find here again, the square. There is the square. This is the same one here as this one here. And they all see it. And even if they don't see it, they're all full of demons. The demons will lift the veil for them immediately. This one here is a compass. You can make a circle with it. Now here's the circle. These are the ones. And the Freemasons here with their square and compass, this is 90 degrees and this is 60 degrees. They come out of the Knights Templars. And these ones here, they were and they still are the Nazi Templars. And this is what the enemy within, very powerful organizations and Octagon in the Alps, they don't want you to see. And this is what I had shown in both videos about this here. So this is why I had both videos on both of my channels deleted. So open your eyes, and I'm not going to show it all again, which was deleted in a remake. I just hope you have them downloaded and re-uploaded on some other platform. If not, they'll be gone forever, as many of the hundreds of documentaries I've had deleted by the censorship. I hope, against all odds, I'll get the domestic option to make some more videos for you. If not, see you all in hell.
Voices, Canada. There's a lot of fire this summer here in the north. It's called Mez. Hello. Say hello. Okay. So I'm here. A Portuguese guy took me hitchhiking. So I'm sleeping in the trailer. Well, what's left of it. I'm doing some sewing, repairing stuff. You know, look, this is what's left of it. It's all broken. I leave all the windows open because with the moisture, you know, it can be dangerous. Oh, yeah. Picture of the caravan. He's living there. The cabin on a trailer. He's repairing the house. It was built just after the French Revolution. The revolution was in 1789. After the American independence, actually. The French, they set a lot up in 1776, not yet. It came from the French, the American Revolution, or the American independence. Well, not a real independence. It's just in the New World Order, the horizontal rule. It came from the French, from the Freemasons. I suppose you never see a Bergen like worn out like this by the sheer use of it, you know. But it's an excellent backpack. I've never had a good one like this. So it used to be thick like this here, you know. Now it's all thin. And I don't have the material here to put it on, but I'm going to put this stuff on it here. German camouflage. Well, I hope it's better than the Miltech. We'll call it Moodtech. It means garbage tech. But this is good. Bergen is good. Now look, I got some French baguette strapped on my backpack here. That's my backpack. I repaired it here, you know, my Bergen. Look at that, a lot of work. Yeah. So this is an ordinary French baguette. And this is one what my wife made, but it got hard, you know, I forgot about it. So I'll show you how it sounds here. Look at it. This is a Swiss baguette. It's pretty hard, isn't it? Yeah, it's good for self-defense. So my wife made it, so it's sort of biological, you see what I mean? Like probably rye or, you know, something substantial. It's pretty substantial, I might say, you know. Make some substantial damage as well, you know, to your kneecaps. So, you want to introduce yourself?
Wow, that's not easy to introduce
No.
myself.
Well, he knows my videos. He's Belgian, and his name is Bert, and he invited me here. So as he had some severe problems.
Wood cutting.
Yeah, when he was 17, they got a cancer in his, you know, he's disabled, and so I do the cutting here. The Swiss say I'm lazy bastard, but I did a lot of work making my videos, so I'm chopping up the tree here, and all his so-called friends, they just come to, you know, like smoke, yeah, and drink. You know, they don't help him, so I'm giving him a hand, you know, so he's got his fire. Okay, you say goodbye.
Goodbye, and watch his videos.
That was good.
This is awesome.
It's running. So here he is, the man. with a stick.
You're the man.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're picking up everybody.
So we did all the splitting and the sawing with the Husqvarna thing. Yes, I do the rest. Oh, you got a nice piled up, eh?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
More or less.
More or less. We're heating up this stuff here. So he's Belgium. Belgium. They're nice people here. I met so many nice people here. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So you see, Swissy, hey? I'm cutting it all up the entire tree because we South Africans, we are hard workers, you know. But I tell you, listen carefully. If you start putting me in prison for fucking nothing, like you did in 1997 and 98, for me it's over. I don't want to work in a dictatorship. I don't want to pay any taxes, you know, to make my own prison and pay taxes for the bars of my prison. And your cops, your corrupt Swiss, lying, aggressive cops, like the Cooney guy and the other one, Kunz. They're a bunch of bunnies, liars. And I'm definitely not going to work in a dictatorship because I'm a South African. You see? And then you didn't give me a working permit for 7 years. And that was over. And I started to make videos. Yeah, and I did a lot of work, man. I'm not lazy. I worked every day, 7 days a week, sometimes the whole day, the whole night to make all these videos and tell the world about how you are, what you're doing, Swissy. So you see, I'm not lazy. I'm a worker, you know. I can. You know, always in the family, we've always been surviving, working, and or delegating, more or less. You know. Yeah, it's because of you. And this is a hard labor. You wanted to do me. You wanted to have me done. I'm doing it here, you know. It's for a friend, and I do it for free because he's disabled, and I feel lousy about it. Nobody's helping him, you know. You see? You get me, Swissy? Hey? You criminals, you are. So it's in Belgium. It's really nice here. Yeah, really nice. So I can't do any videos at the moment, so I'm a lumberjack. So here's some nice posters of the Viet Cong. Here against American imperialism, against American crimes against humanity, Agent Orange, and killing 3 million innocent people and their children. So Americans, wake up, you're being lied to. Watch my videos like Octagon, the Empire of Darkness. The enemy within is very real, they're very important. These are good people here, you can see this, you know, they've been fighting for their lives. And so these people too, they got rid of the Mongolians, the Mongols with Genghis Khan. And when the Mongols came, they all left the Vietnamese, and they left all food on the tables in the villages. And then the Mongols and Genghis Khan, they all met Genghis Khan, they all filled their bellies. The food was poisoned. They're smart people, and they deserve to live and to be free. So Americans, wake up. The Vietnamese never were the enemy, as well as the Muslims now. They are not the enemy. We're all being lied to. The enemy is the enemy within, and they are the aristocracy. All the American presidents, they have King Edward of England as an ancestor. It's still the aristocracy ruling through the New World Order, which is the new system of the kings who were the old world order. Just watch my videos and you'll see it, like my videos like Octagon, the Empire of Darkness. So Americans, wake up before it is too late. And it is already too late. You think these lovely girls here are the enemy? Yo, come on. Well, this one here, they're fighting for their lives because of your crimes. But you're being lied to. It's all a lie. It's Kissinger's lie. It's all these guys are lying. And they are Templars, and their base is Switzerland. It's the base of the Templars. 1 million Swiss Americans in the US, and they have your country in hostage. They rule America. Swiss Americans, 1 million of them. And Switzerland is the base of the Templars. Wakey, wakey, wakey. Wake up. And some more pharaohs, the Chateau de Sévrac. Pharaohs are masters, ruling the world. Pharaoh. Me. Oui, Swissy. Oh, look, they got the red and white United Kingdom of Pharaoh of Upper and Lower Egypt, of the White House and the Red House here. Like the Swiss flag. There's my petrol station here. There's the motorway. Where is it? Yeah. Motorway. That's what I want to hit. Get north. That's where I slept last night. What was it? Not somewhere there. Yeah, that's where I slept. And here's the castle. Middle-Age Cemetery. Let's have a look at the cemetery. With the old tombs are at the back. Yeah, the Templars here, with a sort of a rotary ring around it. See? Well, it's a lot more to see, but it's always the same. Red and white pharaohs. And here, the Star of the Web, with 1.7 million views in 2 days. That must be Jeanne Calment, the woman who was, she was 116 years old. And that was the house she was living in. Yo. That's a beautiful country. I'm going to sit there in the sun. I wish I had a bottle to drink, eh? Meditate here. See the triangle, Faroes. So I'll see for yourself. There's been two pillars here, right? Yashin and Boaz. Find it. A lot of nice places to put my tent. Yeah. Now look, the corned one, Apis, the bull, symbol of the pharaonic, the protection of the motherland. That's why the Americans have got Apis, Advanced Personal Information System. Look it up. I made a film about it. Ah, le Seigneur de Rouargue. Sitting in here the whole day, huh? The only thing to do is get drunk. Oh, that's what they could do. Get drunk. And it says le Seigneur de Rouargue. De Rouargue. Huh. So this castle is not a Templars castle, but it's a castle of the Three Quarters. But the Templars were here behind the hill somewhere. I talked with some old people and they said they were here. So they were waiting their chances, you know. And I met the Duke this year, hitchhiking, and he said, I'm not a royalist, I'm a Republican. So the Republicans, they are the Templars. They want a republic and the horizontal rule. And the royalists, they are the other ones, the vertical rule. So here's a Roman well. Amazing. In the Roman times. Oh! Any pharaohs down there? I don't know what that is, but it looks like a Templars cross on there. So apparently this is Jeanne, and it's a house of the 13th century, time of the Templars. I was looking at the sign of this French supermarket here, and they're all like circles. You see that part? This is part of a circle, that one. So this is definitely the Vesicapaites of the Freemasons, of the Pharaohs. That means one for all and all for one. In the middle, it forms an oval. It's everywhere. Everywhere. We are their slaves. You know? Looks like Japanese, but it isn't, you know. No, French supermarket. Well, deer apparently passing the road. It says big animals. It's a huge forest, Rambouillet. The hunting ground of the kings, where they hunted French ministers. And you know. Yeah, look, it means the Saint Brice Church, Brice de Nice, right? And it was Merovingian before, and it's a church from the 12th century, the time of the Templars. It looks like a, I don't know, it looks like a bullet. Right, there's again the bullet with an octagonal tower next to it. This is octagonal tower. The bullet. Straight up in the sky. It says again, it's a massive forest. See here it says forest, massive, Rambouillet. Oak trees. Look, it's the same. It's part of the same structure, just next to it, with a lot of pyramids here. Yeah, you bloody pharaohs, are you? Get out of our Europe. Get out of here. There's a radar in the middle of the forest. Hit it with some more lights. Shine some light. It's in the middle of the forest. Oh. You punch a 50 cal into it, you know, and that one there. Well, anyway, I think it's a good thing, you know. People shouldn't drive that fast. Watch, you can't even ride a bike here. I just walked all the way from Saint-Lay-la-Ville and the monastery here. There's too many aristocrats, and especially the wannabe aristocrats. They're the worst, probably. You know, the symbols for the hiking path is always red and white. You want to tell me why? You want me to tell you why? Well, I'm not. Look, why do you think they put this pillar here? Red and white of the United Kingdom of Pharaoh, and white is the new world order. So the second, third, four sons, and there are many more of them. So there's much more white. And on top of it, it's white. But just below is the old world order, royalty. So if they have like a red sash, you know, on TV, it means they are royalists, or red sharp, you know, and white, they are Republicans. And just next to it, there is the Freemason checkerboard. It's some sort of a shop here. Put their things in all sort of logos. So in Paris, this is a concrete jungle. You know, you don't find any like meadows. It's all streets, houses, bricks. You know, so in between the tennis courts here, there's some garden here and a hedge with some houses behind. Oh, I found that lovely spot here. Even the lawn has been mowed. So, hiding. There's another interesting little river here called Argent, which is going to Montfort-sur-Argent, there where I filmed the Templars Castle, in the middle of the Templars area here. I'm just going to dip in the pool here. So Brad Pitt is having his castle just on the other side of this thing here. He probably comes here sometimes, I suppose. And yeah, neat. It's quite an interesting landscape behind here. Here are the plains. There should be a lake here. There's a pyramid, you know, the Templars cross in it. So here's another gorgeous French lake. It's called Lac de Maison, I think it was. Actually, the Verdon. Beautiful. So I'm going to have a nice dip in I'm going to have a nice dip in the pool. Lovely water. Cooling my bottle. Some cider, fresh cider. Free. Nice lake, sunshine. You don't need really anybody else to do this. You know, you can do it by your own, on yourself. Now, just with some cool bottles and Freedom Lake. You don't need anybody. Just go ahead, eh? So this is where I'm at here, this place here, Montmaillon. It's not even on the map. So lovely place here. Now, the pharaohs of Egypt, 4,500 years ago, were having a great civilization. Frenchie was living like this. And like this. And we're still their slaves, you know. That's why we have an identity card with our personal slave number on it. And if the cops, you know, the knights of the king, they knock on the window, we have to show them our slave card with our personal slave number on it. You know, because that's a slave control, just like a farmer controlling a sheep. We belong to them. We are their prisoners, believe me. Well, it's time to stand up, eh? I slept at so many nice places, but I didn't film it all. It would be a bit boring. It was so hot, you know, it was so tiring. It was a very, very hot summer, and it still is. So I'm going back to the Templars Bridge, where's the Templars Castle next to it. See the relation with that, yeah. It's all related to the terrorist attacks. There was another one yesterday. They plowed through a group of soldiers and mowed down 6 of them. Well, there've been cherries here, I think. They all let them rot, you see? They all let them rot. Probably, it's just a matter of price, you know, they get it cheaper from Eastern Europe or from Spain, where they have cheap immigrant workers. It's all a matter of, you know, why? It's all about the money. Cherry trees. Oh, the big hornet walking around there. Huge hornet. Lucky I didn't sit on it. What's it doing? So after the Pharaoh show, I'm going to do the animal show. Oh, look at that. Like a tank. I had some coffee, did some cooking. I had some chopped meat. I'm going to film the Statue of Liberty here, in the place where Bartholdi, the guy who made information, of course, where he lived, in Colmar. There you go. So here's French. He has been riding his bike all over France for 10 months. He found all the dummies here on the road there. Like, here are the dummies, and here's the crash test dummy.
Hi, Kilian. I met your father on the road, and so I decided to leave you a message. There is sometimes that I'm on the road, and yeah, if you don't know what you want to do, it's a good way to open yourself, to find a way to live on this earth. Yeah, just that.
So you've been traveling 10 months now on the bicycle here?
Yeah, there is 10 months that I'm traveling with my bicycle. It's just here through Spanish, Portugal, Morocco, in France also, and yeah. I finished the school. There is 2 or 3 years because I just fed up about the education of this country. So I decided to saw by myself to what is this world and yeah, what is possible to do. And there is a lot of things to do.
So traveling is a good school then?
The best, I think.
The best, okay. Now you're 21, eh?
Yeah, it's that.
And your mother was a Russian ballet dancer who escaped from Russia?
Yeah, it's that. She came in France, meet my father. They make magic show, and the clown also, and stuff like that.
Pierrot.
Pierrot,
le clown.
Ciao, Kilian.
Yeah, thank you, great. All these people are waiting for the shop to close and they're doing the garbage cans. A lot of good food, you know. No. A lot of pushing, and it's the Lidl. Oh, how you see it, Lidl. Oh, he's got a lot of food. I'm going for another week, maybe. Another guy. The after-hour shopping. Yeah, look, all these guys, you know, dead in all these wars, even in North Africa, the Algerian War, 44, all of it, you know, le champ d'honneur, the honor, the fields of honor. You know, so, now, what is she doing there over these dead blokes with a crown over her head, you know, like a castle? Because the European women, through the Jus Primae Noctis on the first night of their marriage in the Middle Ages, they were raped by the lords. And many of them, they made an alliance with the aristocracy. Let's kill the man. Because the devil knows, you know, that a woman, she's a little bird, you know, who wants to make a nest with little branches, little twigs. And the man, he's supposed to be the bull, seeing the danger. She doesn't see any danger. It's a woman. So they made an alliance. Some of the women made an alliance, you know. First, she had problems with it, you know, like spreading her legs. But then the guy, you know, the prince, he was a prince after all. He wasn't smelling that bad. You know, and she got some wine, you know, to facilitate it, you know, the rape. She got breakfast in the morning, a bath. So she said, well, it wasn't that bad after all. You know, my man, he's smelling like pig shit all day, you know. My European little bastard. So let's better kill him, you know. We have children with the aristocracy. What was this? All these birds on it, you know, here. What was that? And Ma'at. All these devilish things here. Another crown in it. She's holding it. You know, she became one of them. And this is why the women, the good women who didn't want to do this, you know, they all burned at the stakes while the men were doing crusades and fighting other peoples. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, you know. It's all a lie. Don't do their wars for them. It's bloody Pharaoh, the pharaonic aristocracy, they're doing the wars for. You see the joining on it here? There, the joining. See it everywhere. This is what you died for, mate. You stupid. You too, you stupid. You couldn't even stand up against the ones who are really your enemy. You're all stupid. Cowards you are, you know. You died for nothing, not for your children. You died for the witch here. There she is, the witch. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, look at her eyes. Oh, what a witch, eh? Oh, that's pharaonic. Look at the face, man. That's a pharaonic princess. Oh, bye-bye, princess. I'm gonna eat that from you, eh? We are Europeans, Germanic, Celtic. Get rid of you. We're tired of you. Your wars and your lies. We're gonna stand up. In between the vineyards. Everywhere. Nice. So here's the castle of the Duke here in Uzes, which is U-Z-E-S. Look at the sun hieroglyph. Look at the place of the aristocracy. It's them, all right. They're the pharaohs. And here's the Templar's cross. Ah, yeah. There's probably a lot of interesting things to see here, which I don't see now at the screen. See you later. 10 o'clock, opening up. It's a very special place here, very aristocratic. I've never seen a place like this in France. Look at that. The Duke has a red and blue flag, blue for the war and red for the original pharaohs of Lower Egypt. Bloody pharaohs they are. The Pertassa. So this is the inside. You have to pay. I'm not going to pay for it. Bloody pharaohs getting richer, you know. Why should I pay? A lot of things to see here. See the images here. It's all pharaonic, folks. There are masters. Hello, here's the coat of arms of this town here called Uzes. With a castle, 3 times fleur-de-lis, blue, gold, like on Tutankhamun's like mask, like the United States, the red and white original kingdoms, the United Kingdom of Pharaoh, blue for the wall. This looks like a weapon, you know, fleur-de-lis. Well, it's a weapon of raping our women, actually. This is a dead aspic, or viper, in a region where there's not supposed to be any. I'm next to Uzes, next to the Pont Saint-Esprit. Nîmes. There's not supposed to be any, but there are. Look at it. So if I would be like, try to cross the road here, if I would be like crashing here, probably there. Well, anyway. And another little viper. Oh, shouldn't be here in this region. Well, but anyway, it's hot enough. It's nice. It's grape time here. Yeah. And figs. Just let them rot anyway. You know, the figs are all on the ground here. So there's a fig tree. It's plenty. Here are the vineyards. Thank you. So the tire just exploded, yeah?
Yes, I don't regret you're with me. No, please.
So now you think it's a good moment to change the tire, you said, eh?
Yeah. And South Africa, very good in World athleticism.
Yeah, well, it's called rugby, mate.
I mean rugby. No, don't play rugby. No.
So the tire just exploded, and French here said, well, this is a good moment to change my tires. He's completely pissed, man. He's completely drunk.
No, absolutely not.
No, of course not.
No, look. Oh, yeah.
So a bloke who had a flat tire, he took me to a party last night. It was all dark, you know. Went on to 4:30 in the morning, and in the morning there was this jaw-dropping scenario around me, which is incredible. Incredible. They fought the Germans here in these mountains here. In this house, they had a lot of weapons. He said, incredible. Looks a bit like Switzerland, though. The style of the houses, you know, like all these chalet. Yeah, you know, this sort of chalet. Oh, I can't see it. I hope you can. I can't see it. Looks very Swiss here. There. All these Swiss houses. Well, it's not very far from Switzerland. Apparently, he said yesterday the house was full with weapons in the year 1942. Oh, bloke is still sleeping. So here I'm in a house where Klaus Barbie, the guy, the Swiss, they gave him a Swiss Red Cross passport to go to Argentina. They caught here 44 Jewish children who were sent to Auschwitz by Klaus Barbie. And François Genoux, he found them a lawyer when he got in Lyon. So this is quite next to the Swiss border, as you can see here. It's a beautiful area. It's Le Rhône. So here's the work of Swissy, you know, murder incorporated, Klaus Barbie. Yeah, well, let's do something about it, folks. Let's stop the knife. Now look at this here, a three-dimensional hexagram. Look at pharaohs. So I'm camping out here with some French friends and their families here. So I wanted to be alone, like being like in the forest. Cows are standing here next to the river. Brrr. Gorgeous river here. It's called La Loue in the Jura. So that's L-O-U-E. And we've got two soldiers here. One of them was in the Army Intelligence. And both of them are women. Yeah, well. Beautiful nature here. Uh-oh, it's coming my way again. Smelt the steak. Smelt my hamburgers. No. No. Bloody pharaohs. So this is the castle of Clairon, next to the river I was here in the Jura. Let's see what I can find for you. Bloody pharaohs, eh? And look, Templars Cross, they were here. Damas, which is in Syria. Templars were here, folks. This here tells the entire history of the bloody thing here. Of course the Templars were here. They were everywhere. Inoxies, they raped our women in here. They raped our European women right there. Yeah. So if the Artist, hasn't been demolished, that means that, you know, they didn't, you know, reject like the Templars. So they, you know, they protected the Templars. Bloody lions, as always. Yeah. So that means the Templars were here. They were all over. Yeah. Bloody lions. There never were any lions in Europe. This is a foreign power, folks. Now what's that? Bloody pharaoh on his horse. Yeah. And an anchor. Why an anchor? To stop the horse, or throw the anchor and stop horse. The horse wasn't listening. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's have a cup of tea here, shall we? Yeah, have a cup of tea here. Oh. Yeah, you know, we just smile to the Europeans, you know. So they don't, you know, they make a picture of us that we are so nice and friendly. And we don't have the money to restore the castle. Oh yes, oh, we're the poor aristocracy nowadays. Because they shouldn't think, you know, we've got the power. Yeah, so we act just like our politicians. You know, we act and smile, you know, and look sexy. Eh? What's that? A little chapel. Let's have a look in.
or shall we rather have our tea here, right? Not here, and not here. Oh, I'm going to pitch my tent here, right? Why don't we have our tea here? You know, not here, and not here as well, you know. Yeah, we can have our tea here, shan't we, darling? We're so innocent, like the Swiss, you know, we smile to the world. Oh, I'm going to put my tent here. So here's the other side there. And it tells a story. Oh, the attackers, they fled to Switzerland. Here it says the bloody robbers, eh? So that means Freemasons. And here it shows here 3 times on the door. The Fasces, the symbol of the G.I.U.R.E.H, one for all and all for one. 3 times for the Trinity, Isis, Horus, and Seth. As we read, the attackers went to Switzerland, which was the New World Order of the Templars. So this is definitely the old world order, the old aristocracy, the Red House. On the contrary of the White House, the New World. So the word Clairon, or the castle Clairon, it comes from Clairon, meaning a trumpet, like the Middle Age thing. I don't know what the word is in English. Well, that means, you know, that they show this paper of the Swiss thieves. That means they don't like this very much, you know. So they are the royalists here, the Red House and the Old World Order. Apparently, they have an old countess living here, you know, who's about 80 years old. Sweet lady, they say, like our politicians. They act nice, you know, but they're not. They smile to us, you know. Because they know if we stand up, you know, we'll get rid of them. And so these are the royalists, the Old World Order. And look, there's another door there. To the balcony. All right. Yeah, in Clairon. No canoeing. Good. Look, there's an interesting road going down here. So I have a look, see if there's any secret doors here. There's no bloody look, huh? I hope I won't slip there. Yeah, well, I'm probably going to do a dip in the pool. I forget about it. Probably nothing to see. Right. There's the coat of arms of this sea town. I'm here yet. Here. It's called Mez. Me, it means, it's a word for the pyramid. Templars, or hospitallers. Of course, the Crusaders that came here. Yeah, of course. Next to the Templars farm, Templerhof, like the airport in Germany, there was the firstborn son. Here was all the power. You know. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sons, they had to make the people work. And they were doing the parties and raping the women. It's an incredible castle here, the Old Königsberg, or Königsburg, I don't know. And there's some more. It's old too. Oh dear. I've been walking so much, I've got a hole in my undies. What's on the other side? Ew. What I've been warning you all for all these years, and I've tried to warn the authorities for decades, finally came out in November last year. That the man behind the terrible Paris attacks of 2015 and many other terrorist attacks all over the world was a Swiss, and a member of the notorious Octagon of the Swiss Nazi Templars. His name is Thomas Marcel Christen, from the town of Nussbaum in the canton of Aargau. Right next, and like 10 kilometers away, right next to Ruberswil, like Jack the Ripper, where on winter solstice 2015, and with the help of the Swiss Nazi police, the perverted Swiss serial killer, Thomas Nick, also by the name of Thomas, raped and sodomized a 13-year-old boy in front of his mother, and afterwards terminated the whole family with 3 young children. See here my videos about it. And this Swiss serial killer also roamed all over the US. The Swiss canton of Aargau is a very violent part of Switzerland with many neo-Nazis. Just like Thomas Marcel Christen, by the Islamic battle name of Abu Musab al-Swisri, and head of the special ISIS detachment Katiba Furgan, of the notorious ISIS Amniyat, by the Western intelligence services called OSEO, O-S-E-O, for Operation Structure External Operations. He is also from the Swiss canton of Aargau. And the Jews too had to find out the hard way about the accumulated violence of the Swiss canton of Aargau, when in 1776, see my film here, and because of the Nazi Templars having their powerful New World Order state America together, through their also 1776 Illuminati wing, without having to fear the Old World Order anymore, who basically always tried to protect the Jews like any other citizen. Swissy rounded all the Jews up in 1776 in the entire Swissyland and forced them into the canton of Aargau, into the small towns of Endingen and Lengnau, and also next to Nussbaumen, where the elusive Swiss terrorist of Octagon is from. And as the two Swiss Jew concentration towns were right at the German border, they all crossed over into Save Germany, or Ashkenazi in German, which means Germany, and developed their own German language called Yiddish, and lived in safety from the Swiss Nazi Templars until they got caught up by Swissy again, 150 years later, when Swissy rounded them all up again with the Swiss Templar Nazis and burned them in the camps. The name Aargau probably comes from Sargau, for Sar, for Pharaoh, and Gau is a Nazi Gauleiter, Sargauleiter. There are absolutely no pictures nor footage of the elusive Swiss Abu Musab al-Swisri, and he wasn't a real Muslim either, just as the Swiss Templar Nazis were no real German nationalists. Therefore, the Swiss Nazis, the Swiss Nazi Templars, with their SS Gauleiter from Aargau, killing all the real German nationalists during the Night of the Long Knives, and afterwards, just as the Islamic State did a horrendous butchery on true Muslims, and even on their own members, exactly the same Nazi energy as in World War II. Exactly the same modus operandi, exactly the same fear control on their own followers, and exactly the same geostrategical wars for the Nazi gold and other Nazi treasures still in the Swiss Templar caves. And here Octagon founding the Islamic State to go after the last drops of oil, of which I explained in my video, the Middle East trilogy, which they deleted on Vimeo and Dailymotion, and which FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM didn't even let me entirely upload the third part. But this good person here saved it for us all on this video here. So please re-upload it under its original name. And you can find the link in the description under the film, the Middle East trilogy on my channel, CIA. So compared to all the other ISIS members, as you can see here, this Swissy here, whom they call the world's most dangerous terrorist, has an entirely different attitude, as if he were trained by some intelligence service, already knowing beforehand that the end of the Islamic State would come in only a few years. Whereas all the other members believed all the religious hocus pocus of 1,000-year Reich of the Caliphate by Allah himself, therefore willingly posing for pictures and videos for Allah's servants. And only El Swissy here seemed to be informed of another future and had already read the screenplay textbook. Just as Martin Bormann, of course, the Minister of Finances of the Third Reich, Swissy, hardly any pictures of him and disappeared without a trace in 1945. Just like Abu Musab al-Swisri. Nobody knows where he went to and what happened. I know he's in Swissyland, just like the Swiss Nazi Alain Soral, as in Sar al, back to the motherland, escaping the French justice today. Like Dr. Mengele, the notorious, extremely cold-hearted, ethnic Swiss Auschwitz camp doctor. And here you can see him in Swissyland, in Hotel Angel here. And this is a picture of the guy here. Under his real name, he was having nice holidays in Swissyland. Just like the French traitor, Marshal or General Pétain in 1944, when he tried to escape to the motherland. They actually did, and they got him back. Or like this Swissy here, Joachim Landwehr, who tried to kill some French cops in 2017 in order to spark civil war in France. And he went to Switzerland and they protect him, no problem, etc., etc. And the list goes on and on and on. Nobody will ever stop Swissyland. Al-Swisri here probably is the Islamic version for El Swissy, following an old Arabic tradition to honor those Swiss cameloads full of money for the holy expansion of the goddess. No, guys, lay off, not that expansion. Say what? Yeah, horizontal rule, yeah. El Swissy here even forbade cameras and all cell phones in his vicinity, like a perfect Swiss banker counting it all up without making any mistake at all. Whereas the rest of them jihadis were taking selfies like a busload full of Japs next to the Eiffel Tower, or in this case, a cameload full of international jihadi tourists. So El Swissy's profile is worrisome, very distinctively different from the rest, and heavily smells Western intelligence and its elusive Octagon top. I think Octagon selected him when not El Swissy yet, did his military service in the Swiss militia, and it should be important to know in what kind of regiment he served. So another very precise Swissy here, which you can see in this film of mine here, like 10 years ago. This is not an El Swissy, but it's a Heil Swissy or Hail Swissy. And this is the SS Standartenführer. It's a Swiss colonel there, you know, the SS in Germany. The SS Standartenführer, the Swiss Karl Jäger, writing down every single person and child they manually slaughtered. The Swiss hit list on soft targets, which is our speciality, of 400,000 people murdered. The horrendous Jäger report by Heil Swissy here, or Hail Swissy. The precise Swiss and their Octagon agent on the terrain, Abu Musab al-Swissy, thought of the smallest detail. The Swiss are very precise in the denial of their crimes, but not in the admittance of the perpetuous crimes and elaborated Swiss crime industry all over the world. This is why the Swiss were the big absent at the Nuremberg trials, because as usual, Octagon had all their men occupying all key positions, like the Swiss-American Dwight Eisenhower, the leading general of all the combined Allied forces. And in spite of the fact that Swissy had 3 murderous concentration camps for American aviators called Vaux-Villarmoz, Les Diableries, and Hunneberg, which you can witness in my film here. Eisenhower just said, the war is over now. Eisen in Swiss German means metal, and hauen, to hit, a blacksmith, Eisenhower. Swissy even had Swiss concentration camps on US soil by Swiss captain Heinrich Wirtz, which you can see here in this video here. The bodies you can see here lying around, the American citizens killed in a Swiss concentration camp by the Swiss in America. And it's again the German Bild-Zeitung delivering the intel on El Swissy terrorist here. Just as the same German Bild-Zeitung came looking for Dr. Mengele in Switzerland and even found that the angel of death was living with his sister in the Schwimmbadstraße, number 9, in Kloten, Zurich, Switzerland. The Swiss authorities who perfectly knew didn't want to hear anything about it. And here you can see it. It's the Bild am Sonntag, the journalists, Germans. The Swiss know it and they never do anything about it. Anyway, the Swiss Nazi police are too busy with their corruption business model of massive extortions and Swiss police ransoms industry by Swiss police kidnappings. They have no time for real police work, and especially not by looking for Swiss citizens, as you can see here in my recent videos here. Just as today with the Omerta Nazi Templar laws of silence around the base of Octagon in the Alps, no media and no authorities worldwide pick up the intel on the Swiss terrorist. Because of the Nazi Templar political wing, they're Freemasons on all key positions in the entire New World Order world, keeping their rubber base in the Alps neutral, clean and innocent. You don't talk about Switzerland, ever. And it says that the Berlin attacker, he slipped under the Swiss authorities' radar. The Swiss, I tell you, the Swiss authorities, they don't have a radar. They only have a money counting machine with their kidnappings, ransoms, and extortions. There is no Swiss radar. It's just a money counting machine. That's all. Corruption pure. They don't do their work as they should do. Anyway, they would never go and seek any so-called jihadist who is actually an Octagon member. To which even the fucktube Nazis, here my CIA channel, they abide to these Swiss laws of silence by censoring, deleting this video here because of hate speech against Mr. Hitler. They strike for hate speech against Hitler and his Swiss Nazi gang of Templar thugs. FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM are a bunch of Nazi liars. Here in this film here, there's absolutely no violence or graphic content in it. They're a bunch of liars. They only look at the title, and that's all. So I have to be very delicate with choosing the words and titles I choose. And as I'm being pink listed as well, I cannot openly present information about the sexual orientation of these terrible Nazi Templars and their horrendous crimes against humanity, because otherwise I'd have the thought police of this particular group delete the valuable information. So I'm forced to censor myself in this Stasi system we live in, and only bring you 80% of the whole story for not confronting our master's agenda too much, arousing the hatred towards me of those who are already perverted by the masters. I'm sorry. You can see again, it's Swissy. Switzerland, Swissy here, and they don't talk about it. It's just in little newspapers, maybe local. The laws of silence around Swissyland. That's where it's all come from. ISIS is Swiss. It's Octagon. Therefore, I can't put certain words like ISIS, Islamic State in the title here, as I had already a couple of videos deleted for glorifying a violent organization. For in fact, only talking against violence and its various violence organizations. Damn fucktube liars. So I guess I'll just call this video Abu Musab El Swissy, Octagon's Islamofascism branch. I mean, look at this guy here. This is another one. We already had Marcel Christen, Thomas Marcel Christen. This one here, Daniel Demage from Switzerland. And they say he's one of the most dangerous terrorists, listed as one of the most dangerous ISIS members. Well, look, you can see this guy's eyes, look at them. You don't want to meet up this guy in some dark Arabic alley, in the middle of the night, or even on daylight, And how come we don't hear anything about this in the newspapers? They're all Swiss. The most dangerous ones are all Swiss. Not a word about it, not on CNN or all the other broadcasting networks. Nothing. And why? Because this is Octagon, Nazi Templars. They have all the head positions in ISIS. They're not Muslims. It's ISIS. It's Templar. It's Octagon. ISIS is Octagon. Now look here, another dangerous Swiss, Damien G. They all got Christian names. The other one was Daniel Demage. We got Thomas Marcel Christen. They're all Christians. It's Octagon. They're all Swiss, the most dangerous ones. This one is called Abu Suleiman al-Swissri. Now look, another al-Swissy. It's full of al-Swissis here. And the Islamic State, ISIS, has been set up by the occult powers of the matriarchy and their Egyptian goddess, Isis, as I explained in my film here, called Confederation Helvetican, using men raised by the hyena's milk of the matriarchy and recreated through the Horus Matrix and death of their fathers through 2 world wars to be obedient servants for the goddess and her sisters of Isis. Here explained in my older videos about the Horus Matrix. Like the aristocrat Baldur von Schirach, having 6-year-old boys in his Hitler Youth from 1926 onwards, right after Hitler got financed in Switzerland 3 years before, brainwashing their innocence without their fathers, who were all dead, maimed, or worn out after World War I. So when they were ready with these kids through the Horus Matrix in 1940 and 16 years later, they were like a pack of hyenas falling over the Europeans. Here you can read a little bit about this extremely dangerous man who really set up all the warriors, for the Second World War. They know how to do it. So here he is, this guy here, together with Hitler and Bormann. And two of his ancestors, from his mother's side, here, were Thomas Hayward Jr. and Arthur Middleton. They were two signatories of the United States Declaration of Independence. Oh, so you guess what kind of family this is, right? It's all Freemason, aristocracy, von Schiach, that's an aristocratic name, probably von Sarach, von Scharach, yeah, or von Scharach. It's completely pharaonic. And he only did 20 years in prison after the war, that's all. He probably never even was in it, eh? You know what I mean, eh? Then he wrote a book like Hitler did it all and I believe them, come on. That's why the name ISIS, for the Islamic State, for the goddess Isis, it has nothing to do with Islam. It's just like men fighting each other for the goddess and the matriarchy. It has nothing to do with Islam. With, I don't know how many ISIS children today growing up in huge prison camps, ready for the new ISIS to rise up again soon, even worse than the actual ISIS that has just been defeated, just waiting for their future orders by the Octagon. And this extremely dangerous Octagon, Abu Musab al-Swissi, is to be compared equally with Baldur von Schiach, the evil planners of Octagon, moving children as on a Freemason checkerboard configuration, saying to each other, well, you never know when they come in handy. They will leave these children no chance at all to get away from the goddess Isis' grip and to go and kill the Arab patriarchy in the near future. Just as these defenseless German children had no chance at all to not get infested by the Nazi Templar brainwash and to go and fulfill the goddess and her will to kill the Jewish patriarchy. It's getting boring, Swissy. We always use the same techniques again and again and again, and always on the children. Maybe find yourself a new technique now, Swissy, and leave the kids alone, because I'm telling the world what you're doing. It's all the same masters and the goddesses of the matriarchy fucking us all up, as in tits up, and using little children for their political goals. The name Greta or Gretchen, or it's a Swiss-German name. It's not German because it's together with Thunberg. Berg is a mountain in German, and Thun is a town in Swissyland, next to Bern. So Greta Thunberg is an entirely Swiss-German name. Hey, Swissy? So here it is. You see Thun here, Thun in the canton of Bern. It's a place in Switzerland, as in Greta Thunberg. And this was quite a creepy castle here. And this film it's on my old channel, Gatzefratz. And this one is interesting as well. It's about the US presidency bloodline. I went to the castle of the ancestors of Laura Bush. And yeah, in the middle of this town, Thun, they got a mountain. Well, in Switzerland, the Swiss laugh about it when you call it a mountain for the obvious reasons, because it's not high enough. But considering other countries, in the middle of the town, they have a mountain. And there's also a castle. And this mountain, they call it Thunberg, which is not this castle. There are more castles, but this is an interesting film. You can see the, I'll show you the other castle then in the center of town. So here you can see the castle of Thun, and it's on a mountain, a berg, Thunberg, Greta Thunberg. The whole thing is Swiss German, folks, and it's not a good thing using children for political aims. It's not good at all. It's very suspicious, So you see a map of Switzerland. Here it is, Thun. Here is Bern. Katz, that's where the ancestry of Obama is from. Here is Grindelwald, lots of Americans going there, Interlaken, and the lake is called Thunersee, Lake Thun. Here it is, Thun, like Thunberg. In the middle of town, they got a little mountain called Berg, Thunberg. I had a video about it once. I had it on my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, so FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM took it off. I filmed there, the castle there, but it's gone. Sorry about that. And the big bosses behind the screens are all goddesses, sisters of Isis, Switzerland, and the matriarchy. As here, the Greek Themis, who is in fact the pharaonic winged Ma'at goddess who brought you the 10 commandments, like don't be a naughty boy, behave and be obedient, obey our orders. And here you can see the square, but it's like in such an angle, from this side, that it also shows the compass, 60 degrees here for the concept of 3. It's all here. They all read square and compass here, Here, look, there's another one, Tennessee's. It's the same, yeah. There are thousands. I can't show it all to you. You look it up yourself, You see the 4 squares in here for the square, and in the middle is the circle, which stands for the compass. With the compass, you can make a circle. Concept of 3 and 4. There's probably more in it, So they all read square and compass, This is the enemy, people. Yeah, look, they transport valuables, everything belongs to them. Time is luxury. Our masters, Look here, the circle, and it's the square, and the concept of 4 here. Square and compass. Everything belongs to them, And look, Paris, Geneva, of course, Geneva, the gene of Eve, right? Our masters. It's all about goddesses and the matriarchy. So, man, don't fight each other for your sons, for the love of your sons. Don't fight each other. Stop all these wars. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense, right? Don't believe the propaganda. Yeah, look, there's another one here. Yeah, there's the oval that means all for one and one for all. You look here, the eye. Why do they give the dots on the eye a different color? because there's a circle on one side and there's a square on the other side. It says square and compass, and they go into space, you know, that's where they probably come from. And they all know it, and you don't know it. And they're not going to tell you this in the newspapers or at school, at the university, or at CNN. Or your president's not going to tell you this either, you know. Only Homie Ross is going to tell you this. Okay, people, this is the last one. Otherwise, I'll be sitting here next week showing it all to you, you know. So you can see all the three, for the concept of three. There are three triangles. The triangle is the compass. It stands for the compass. There's a square in it. It says square and compass. And there's a T in it for the Tau symbol, as I filmed on the Templars Commandery in Spain. And Themis, or Themis, sounds quite like the Carthaginian Tenet goddess for pharaohs spreading out in all directions, as there are equally various pharaonic killer Templars as Nazis, Islamic State, Praetorian Guard, the Shardana, the SAS, Marines, you name it. And then afterwards, even have the balls, or whatever these she-males might have, to turn it around and proclaim that man and those bad males are all behind everything, while viciously using all the world's media to spread their lie strategy in this war against humanity. By the book, according to Adam and Steve and the Snake of Pharaoh. And don't you think FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM and Pharaoh's authorities will ever do something against this hate speech, huh? How would it look like if men would start wearing pink t-shirts saying kill all them women, huh? What a sick world. Look carefully at the logo. I'll show you more about it later in this film and how it relates to Pharaoh's aristocracy. Take a mental screenshot of it. Or here, another goddess and pulling away example for the daughters of man, with squares and circles for the square and compass, concept of 4 and 3. Here you can see the circle for the compass and a lot of squares in it. It says square and compass, just like here, big circle here, a lot of squares in it, eh? And little red and white Swiss Templar choir boys. Here, look at them, red and white Swiss choir boys. You know, it's a reference to the Knights Templars. As the song is Swiss made, entitled "Look to Your Path." Oh, what's the Templar doing there? For Hell-I Woods, Oscars 2013. And only a few weeks after the Swiss song Oscars in Swissy's Rudolf Steiner School of the Swiss capital, Bern, where my children were in, Swissy forced the children to swear the Freemason oath, with the Freemason skull of death, as in skull and bones, on the table of the Swiss SS Nazi Templars. As you can see in my older video here, after which I was forbidden to enter the school anymore. Well, she's a fantastic singer. It's incredible. Well, you know, it needs a good product to seduce us, well, into this here. The goddess singing, "If I Were a Boy," creating she-males for the androgynous agenda, an unmistakably Templar's V on her black alien tunic, holding it all together, full of inverse triangles of death, as it is in Auschwitz. Look, it's all about killing Adam and the males for Pharaoh, with militarized little obedient Templar dudes this time, and this time to go and kill the Muslim patriarchy and the complete domination of the goddess and the wannabe goddesses. You all remember this she-male logo, which I asked you to remember before. Well, here it is again. The logo of the goddess, her space force, as in the spacesuits in the "Wish I Were a Boy" song, and the pink t-shirt, for bringing the goddess back to her planet, where she and her pharaohs with their aristocracy probably came from in the first place. As you can see in the Prince's Masonic monument by the Satanic House of Orange, which I filmed a couple of years back here in this video here. And there it is, by the servants of the goddess and sisters of Isis with their hate speech, incitements for murder, death, and massive wars. And no problem at all for FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM and the authorities, because it's just a woman doing it. Therefore, the she-male sisters of Isis have the same sexual orientation as the Knights Templars and the Octagon Nazis. And how come all of this is possible in the middle of Arabia? Octagon Nazi Templars setting up an anti-Muslim force in the name of Islam, as in their name ISIS, the Islamic State? Well, because the Arabic nobility are in on it as well, like the Qatar banks of the Emirates from Emirats, an aristocratic title like a duke, the Swiss terror bank Al-Taqwa, many Sunni sheikhs and sultans, and most of all, even Saladin or Salahuddin in Harik, already being a Knights Templar, which I explain in this video here. So it's already since at least 1291, and the end of the Crusades, with 2 months later, the founding of that Nazi Templar paradise in the Alps. But this Nazi-Muslim connection of the Islamofascism exists through the linking forces of the Knights Templars. Therefore, the continuing story of the Swiss Nazis and Octagon's great eminences like François Junot and Hans Huber. You can see that in my film Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. Therefore, continuing with the elusive Swiss Abu Musab al-Swisri, being the head of the Amniyat, Katiba Furgan, being responsible for all the big ISIS terrorist attacks abroad. And this al-Swisri, whom I like to call al-Swissy, is not even a Muslim, but pure Octagon Nazi Templar, and just fading in, doing his job, and then disappear, just as the Swiss Nazi Templars did in Germany to lease World War II upon us. Switzerland of the Octagon Nazi Templars is the true link of the Islamofascism, raping the true values of Islam into Swissy's advantage, getting extremely rich after each war they initiated, as in the Freemason slogan, Ordo ab Chaos. Order in the Swiss banks after chaos and bloodshed in the world. And this here with the missile, it only happened last year in 2019. There's an incredible increase of Swiss crime and Swiss murder and weapons delta and Islamic State at the moment. The increase is, it's going to get nasty, people. and no president in the world will ever do something against it, because they're all in the club of Freemasons in this New World Order horizontal rule Templar system, being the very reason no state authority ever reacted as they're supposed to do when I dropped 3 complaints against Swissyland and their plans at Boulogne-sur-Mer, Mons, and Saint-Etienne without even an answer of them. Neither any reaction on the tons of mails I sent to US authorities, who even had me arrested in Swissyland in 2009 for warning the American people. This is also why Freemason Trump terminated General Qasem Soleimani on the orders of the Octagon, because Soleimani knew about all this, I'm telling you, because I told him so, as I was in Iran, and I used to give interviews in French on the Iranian ELiTE radio, state radio. Now, why do you think Swissy took over diplomatic actions for the US to soften up Iran, and certainly greasing the wheels, as we say so? I'll tell you a lot more about that soon. By the way, they give secret messages through the red and blue ties, as you see here. A blue tie, as in the blue war crown of Pharaoh, means the person or politician wearing it is in favor for war. So I contacted German, English, French, American authorities, well, you name it, all of them, to warn them against the coming terrorist attacks coming up, because I was there when Swiss industrials of Octagon planned the coming attacks. No one ever responded, except for the Swiss Nazi police arresting me with several anti-terrorist squads and locking me up for 5.5 years. So the elusive Swiss terrorist, Abu Musab el-Swissi, is walking freely amongst us today, just like Hitler, Mengele, Bormann, and all the others after the war, and all in Switzerland. With el-Swissi, without any doubt, even visiting Paris today. The logo of the Swiss Crypto AG forms several vertical rules of the old world order being interrupted by one single horizontal rule of the new world order in the color red or orange on a white underground, as the cross of the Knights Templars is red on white, who made the new horizontal rule system and founded Swissyland in 1291, the oldest new world order democracy in the world, democratically for Pharaoh's descendants of the worldwide aristocracy only. The PRA, or the big house, that is, you can see the big house. AG behind crypto means Aktiengesellschaft, which means a shareholders company. INC, Inc. in America for incorporated, or limited in England from public limited company or PLC. Well, who are the shareholders then? It's a letterbox company seated in Liechtenstein, the principality of Pharaoh's aristocracy, which means the Stone of Light. Again, the Stonesies like Larry Silverstein, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Brian Epstein, Bernard Weinstein, a reference to Pharaoh's aristocracy, the stone builders. As the German word Stein, as in Liechtenstein, it means stone. The offices and factory of Crypto AG are in Zug. You can read it, Zug. ZUG, where just after 9/11, a Swiss victim of massive Swiss state authority terror looked up his tormentors and diminished them by 14. And his supporters, who thanked Friedrich Leitbacher during a hockey match, got all rounded up and put in the slammer, and where organized crime gets full protection in the canton of Zug. Organized authority crime is by Crypto AG and its satellite perpetrators all around. This is the black heart controlling Europe and the United States, because the CIA, the main shareholder, belongs to the Swiss Nazi Templars, where Liechtenstein is one of the centers of the notorious Octagon of the Knights Templars. And you can see their flag with a crown in it. It's all aristocracy with an octagon here. Money, and it is about money here. The C is for crypto. The word crypto is in the company's name, Crypto AG. It means concealed or secret in Greek. Just as the artwork statue in Langley at the CIA's building is called Kryptos, as you can see here with a K. And here it says the sculpture has 4 encrypted messages, but only 3 of them have been decoded since its creation 30 years ago. Well, I know what the message is. It is very easy. The message says that the CIA is a Freemason organization in the hands of the Nazi Templars from Switzerland, Le Refuge, or the Hideout. Because it's a double encrypted message saying square and compass, the concept of 4 and the concept of 3. Of the 4 messages, only 3 were revealed. Of 3 for the side of the pyramid, which is visible to the eye, but 4 is invisible to the eye as being the base of a pyramid. And we don't know what's underneath, separated by the base, 4, separating the visible part of the pyramid above the sand from the inverse pyramid under the sand, therefore the pyramid of death. As in Auschwitz, because Freemasonry is a death cult, like the SS Totenkopfverbände, Skull and Bones. But you need to watch the Swiss Beast film to be initiated into the concepts of 3 and 4. It's all about numbers and secret words. Anyway, as you can see here back in Langley again, the Kryptos monument in front of the CIA building. And there are equally 4 parts to a Templar's cross that have each 3 corners, also referring to the pyramid, where the whole tricky bunch has crawled from underneath in the first place. And you can see in all the video of mine, you just punch in the title here, you see there are 4 parts, and every part has 3 sides or 3 corners. The concept of 4 and the concept of 3. That's why that's where the Kryptos monument, where it's all about. There were 4 riddles, and they only found 3. There you go. They never find the other one, the 4th one. And when I was still in the army, I heard them call each other Cistercians in action, a reference to the Nazi Templars of Octagon, who came out of the monastic Cistercian orders of Bernard de Clairvaux in Troyes, in France. You all see the Templars cross here. And remember this here, Soc East. It means Sacer Ordo Cisterciensis. It means the sacred order of the Cistercians. And you'll see it back in a moment. Eh? All the fleur de lis all over. This is where the Knights Templars come from. So remember this, SOC, Soc East. It'll come back in a moment. Oh, look, there it is again, eh? SOC. They say it means Special Operations Command, but it isn't. It means Sacer Ordo Cisterciensis Ordo Masonica, the Masons. And they come out of the out of the Templars, and the Templars come out of the Cistercians. It's all there. But this is why you risk your neck for, you know, for them, for some geostrategical war. Don't waste awards for them. It's all about numbers and secrets. This is Sacer Ordo Cisterciensa Ordo Masonica, the sacred order of the Cistercians and the order of the Masons. And here's the top part of their crest. I couldn't get it all in one pic. You see the Templars cross. It says the order of Cistercians, Sacer Ordo Cisterciensis. The CIA was founded in 1946 by the ethnic Swiss General Eisenhower, the ethnic Swiss OSS Allen Dulles, and the ethnic Swiss J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI, which I will explain in my film The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. And the main objective of the CIA is to protect the Swiss Nazi Templar banks and all their accumulated wealth in the Alpine caves. So right in 1945, it needed Operation Paperclip to legalize the Nazi scientists like the war criminal Werner von Braun, who used Auschwitz laborers for his Templar V rockets. And also real Octagon members as General Reinhard Gehlen, whom you can see here in his Maltese order outfit, who was urged to found the German BND Secret Service, Bundesnachrichtendienst, and the CIA daughter on April the 1st, 1956. Now, that's not a joke. I wish it was April 1st. These two were the main shareholders, not very limited, of Crypto AG, which they bought in 1970 after they accidented Bo Hegelin, the owner's son, in the same year, who was against getting the company into the hands of the CIA, Cistercian Nazis. And with a broken father, the inventor of the cryptic machines, Boris Hegelin, an easy business was made buying the company of a disillusioned father. Swiss General Eisenhower became US president in the very same year. The Crypto AG was founded in 1952, which is not a coincidence at all. The CIA and all the other secret services were never meant to protect the citizens of their respective countries and persecute criminals, spies, and drug dealers. They're just there to eliminate the competition. As I call them, the Cocaine Import Agency in the icon of my other channel. The CIA is nothing else than Swissy's long arm of the Nazi Templars, who invented the banks, invented the check. We're the first multinationals in history, and not just a bunch of robber barons with their Alibaba caves in the Alps. By the way, the notorious Templars treasure never went to Scotland and Rosslyn Chapel, but after it left the French port of La Rochelle with 18 ships, they sailed through the Strait of Gibraltar, straight to their treasure island of Gallinara, which you can see here, in Liguria, Albenga, etymologically from the Latin word alba, for white, as in Albenga, which refers to the bare head or White House of the Templars' horizontal New World Order. So this is from one of my older videos from 2014 on my channel Hatzefratz. You can see the title. I had a lot more, but even Templar flags, which I filmed recently on one of my other channels, I just can't find them anymore. And of course, there's a lot of it is lost because of deleted channel G.I.U.R.E.H. But this is the Templars' treasure island. This is where they went to. And from there on, from that island, Gallinara, they traveled the Via Templare, still called the Templars Road today, to bring the treasure into Octagon of the Alps, because the road through France to the east was controlled by the French king, and therefore unsafe, whereas the seaways pretty safe, as the French king had barely any fleet. And from Albenga on through the mountains into Swissyland, all through Templar-controlled territories, no problem. So here you can see an ancient Templars commandery, very old, which is situated on the Via Templare, next to Albenga. It's also an older video. Here's the title. You can punch it in so you can see it. So here we can see a Templars map. Here is La Rochelle. I mean, why go here to England and to Scotland? I mean, this is dangerous because of the British fleet. And you would never do that, eh? Because the Knights Templars, they were still fighting all the kings with whom they finally made a deal. That's why England is a constitutional monarchy. It's not a real monarchy. It's nothing to do. You know, the only real king was the King of France. So why take this dangerous road? You know, very risky, you know, very... it's a lot of wind and a lot of streams, and you know, you don't do that, eh? Much easier. Take the sunny way here, straight from here, duck here. It gets real nice weather. You just go around Gibraltar, take the coastal line, or maybe not, and go here. Here, you're quite near to Switzerland. It's about here. Here's Genoa, and here is Albenga with the Treasury Island. You just do this little bit, and you're in Switzerland, right here. Instead of going from here, it's all French king-controlled territory. You never make it, especially with a heavy treasure, you know? You're not like a lightweight battalion. So you go around, because this is all safe. The waterways were all safe. The British king was here with his fleet. You don't want to go there. So you go here. Nobody here. Follow the coastal line. Pick a few fruits on the way against Skorbut. And there you go. This is the way they took. All the rest is lies, you know, media lies, Hollywood lies, from books, you know. They want us to lure into the false stories as usual. And so, let me tell you, I know it's not a theory. I know that they went here. I'll tell you one day. So here it says La Rochelle. They didn't go up here, you know, a lot of storms, a lot of, you know, and the king, they went south into the sun. They went all around Spain and all that. Instead of, they could never go here to Switzerland through here. It's all, you know, territory by the king. And they made it next to Genoa, about here. It's called Albenga. The island is like here. And it was all Templars controlled territory. They went all right, duck into Switzerland, especially here, Valais, where most of the Popes got there from this area here. It's called Valais, yeah. And I think they control it all. It's really too bad I can't find it. It's one of my latest uploads on Central Intelligence Agency or on Homeland Security. I had the Templars flag in it of this town here. I just can't find it. And there's a lot of things that's gone missing on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H. NSA agent Edward Snowden was stationed in Geneva, Switzerland, and he leaked in 2013 that the NSA and CIA were allowed to use Swissy's Onyx spy satellite system by the Swiss NDB intelligence service from Bern, which I once filmed, but I can't show it to you anymore because it was on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H. and it has been deleted. Snowden said that he had never seen a people more racist than the Swiss, who look down on everyone. They're rich, arrogant, and class-conscious, he said. Why the name Onyx? Well, Onyx is black, and all these names are Pharaoh, Freemason, Rome-related. And the demotic pharaonic name for black is Kem, from Kemet, the pharaonic word for Egypt. And onyx is a black stone referring to the underworld. Therefore, most statues of Anubis are in black onyx. So Kemet for ancient Egypt means the black lands, referring to the lands around River Nile, as the black water in Swissyland called Schwarzwasser, or the contractor killer company for Templar geostrategical wars for the Nazi Templar multinationals called Blackwater, founded by a guy called the Prince, another Prince of Darkness. Now, Blackwater is just another name for Egypt. I filmed Blackwater Switzerland once in one of my older films, but I think it's gone with the rest. It's the conglomerate of the Bera, or Big House of Pharaoh, and a better name would be Assassin's Greed. Although Creed, their belief system, believing in money and power, absolutely fits in. And they know who they are. Therefore, this film here, with the Templars V here in it, are masters. One cannot see the crypto case either without referring to Onyx, Edward Snowden, the BND, Crypto AG, and the Swiss steal information everywhere from everyone on the globe for 50 years. Nothing happens. But when someone like Assange only publishes some intel that he didn't steal, that was given to him for free, he gets destroyed, tortured, dragged in the mud, discredited, criminalized, and sentenced to 175 years in prison, wishing it were only 20 years. This is the difference between master and slaves, Pharaoh and Germanic tribes, Swiss and Europeans. We're fucked, folks, and the 10 commandments of Pharaoh are not going to help you or your children. You see the Oscars here and all the downward and the inverse and pyramids just on the Louvre or on the wall here are masters. Or here, you see all the Templars V's here? This is not the pyramid, because the angle is more like the V. The pyramid would be like this. It's a Templars V of our masters, or like this is of course the Oscars, like the other pic like before as well, conditioning the slaves, right? Most so-called Christians love playing the Pope's Inquisition with me by sending me threats because I blasphemed by saying that Christianity didn't work out, criticizing the results only, but not the religion itself, you dumb slaves. You religious freaks, and your threats only make me more angry than I already was. So, I say once again for all you Bible bangers who send me threat mails, Christianity is a good idea and a fine religion. Unfortunately, it never had any true followers over the last 2,000 years. It's a historical fact that Christians are the biggest killers throughout history. 2 world wars, numerous religious wars like the 30-Year War, the Inquisition, numerous Christian genocides on Indians, Jews, Bushmen, Aborigines, etc. Christianity was raped by the Christians themselves over and over again. And the more threats you send me, the more I will repeat this. Christianity was raped by the Christians. I love the Bible, which is a fantastic book, especially the book of Revelations. But I'm done with you Christians. Go on, send me more threats. After all, I've revealed to you about the 666, the beast with 7 heads of the Alps, the Sea of Peoples, into which Pharaoh disappeared, the Templar banks of Switzerland and Whore of Babylon, with which all nations traded. You just stab me in the back, you traitors. I'll reveal one more thing, and then I will stop. Go to hell, all of you. In Daniel and the book of Revelation, it says that the beast has the skin of a leopard, with dots on it, as leopards are marked, the feet of a bear, the mouth of a lion, the power by the dragon. All this fits on the hyena, and symbol of Rome, with Remus and Romulus, which I explain in this video here, so I'm not going to repeat it all, because I don't feel like telling you traitors and backstabbers much more, really, but I have to. A hyena is skin marked, as a leopard is, called the spotted hyena, and because of its unique matriarchal rulership empowered by the dragon. Because God is a man, and not some dragon goddess like Hell, Vatican, or Isis, through which we had 2 world wars of the Horus Matrix. All God's creation should be male-led, and not by some hyena-adoring pink list killers. And to make things worse, hyena females have a dick, have more testosterone, and are larger than the males. This is not a joke, really. Does that sound familiar to you? Like today's tendency of gender benders walking around in pink t-shirts saying, kill the patriarchy. Therefore, the equally perverted Etruscans of pharaonic descent made children in orgies, like snakes do, with sons not knowing who their fathers were. Like today's fathers having their sons kidnapped forever when divorced. Therefore, Rome took the hyena for symbol, with boys milked by the goddess, who probably created the hyena as well, of which all Africans believe that hyenas have demons. Yeah, the spotted hyena and the symbol of Rome has the skin of a leopard, the mouth of a lion, and the feet of a bear. Yeah, look, it's a completely different color. It's brown like a bear. It's like socks. It's all mixed together. And here's a leopard, and this is a very big mouth. It has the biggest crunching power in the world of all these animals. Today's Rome is Switzerland, the whore of Babylon and her banks, her CIA, her crypto leaks, her persecution of saints like Assange and others, the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, Index Papers, Rubicon, Minerva, you name it. He better not be a man in Switzerland, I tell you, it sucks. Oh, here it is, with the skin of a leopard, the mouth of a lion, the feet of a bear, and the dick of a, or whatever. And in Daniel 7:6, it says about that same end times beast that it has 4 wings of a fowl. And Switzerland has 4 languages with which the Swiss beast can fly in 4 wind directions and do harm to the Germans to the north through 30-year war and 2 world wars. French to harm the French to the west, 2 world wars. French Revolution, Paris terrorist attacks by Abu Musab al-Swissyri. Italian to harm the Italians by teaching Mussolini and bring havoc over its Italy by the Svizzera Fascisti. And Romanche to the east. And the fowl, as in concerning the 4 wings of a fowl on the beach, is a domesticated, harmless-looking bird, like the harmless-looking Swiss, of which the Freemasons say a chicken is not a bird and a woman is not a human, because it's a Mason fraternity out of the Templars Brotherhood. So your women, why do you collaborate with them against your man, your fathers, your brothers, and against your own sons through the horror's matrix? Kill the patriarchy, huh? You want to be strong as a hyena, hey? But you cannot. It's just birdie needs a nest. So this thing here is called the Distinguished Intelligence Cross of the CIA. You get it after a couple of years in the CIA, and when you got a lot of money in and killed a lot of people. You all see the Swiss cross here behind it, hey? It's not a joke, people. And the circle is the concept of 3, and here are 4 things. Here's the concept of 4. It says square and compass. So the hyena represents Rome, and today's Rome is Swissyland, and the Templars, Swiss Guard, owning the Vatican. Just as Swissy owns the CIA and NSA. That's coming back to Crypto AG and Operation Rubicon. Operation Rubicon was the CIA's plan to buy Crypto AG and to put a secret backdoor beforehand in the encrypting machines. So Swissy Nazi Templar and the CIA could read all the mail, not to target any other governments, because all governments in the world is them, New World Order Pharaoh aristocracy, but to spy on companies and on the slaves, of course. And this is why in the logo here on the floor, you've got the 4 wings of the beast. This is going to Germany, the languages of Switzerland. This is going to Germany, the 30-year war, 2 world wars. This is going to France here to the west. This is going to Italy, and this is Romanche to the east. This is all out of the time of the Knights Templars, because the CIA is Octagon. I made a video once about it, which was called Octagon Rules Over Pentagon. It's gone. It was on G.I.U.R.E.H, and they took it off. It's gone. We had 2 house searches. They stole everything. The Swiss Gestapo. These videos are gone forever. Yeah. So this is what it means. Right? This is Switzerland, 4 languages. I mean, it's not natural. In one country, they speak 4 languages. It's not natural. And there's one in the north here, German, in the west, France, and in the south, it's Italian, and to the east is here. It's not natural. These things don't come natural. And it's all Swiss, folks. It belongs to the Swiss. The CIA is only there to defend the financial interests of the elite and to eliminate any potential competition by the slaves, because the Knights Templars were just a multinational Swiss robber organization. And there's no secret intelligence agency in the world that has another secret intelligence agency from another part of the world as their enemy. That was all made up by Hollywood and their 007 fairy tales to entertain the slave race and their days off working for the masters. And here you can see it again. The 4. This is the Distinguished Career Intelligence Medal. You get it after a couple of years working for them, right? So the circle is the compass, and here are the 4 wind direction, the concept of 4. So it says square and compass, of course. And the wings, like they're going like this and they're like this. These are the Isis horns here in the middle. And the wings are always the wings of Ma'at, of course. The goddess. All goddesses and Egypt and hell, Vatican and Freemasonry. The CIA is Octagon. I also made another film about this. It's also gone. So do copy my videos. It's free anyway. It's my presence here, okay? The name Rubicon as code word for the operation is a reference to the Italian river, where in 49 BC, the mass genocider Caesar crossed the Italian river Rubicon into the goal of the Celts, killing them almost all. So here's the town of Rome, and here's the Rubicon, and this here's the goal. So the code word Rubicon means that Swiss Operation Rubicon is a further conquest of Rome by today's Rome in the Alps, and their CIA Cistercians in action against all other non-Cistercian New World Order Templars. So here you can read it again, Operation Rubicon, like the river in Italy, Caesar. It's the Roman expansion. Well, it says it's spy versus spy, which is of course not true. It's spy versus the people. Well, this is the newspaper. The mainstream or whatever. So forget about this. Just Operation Rubicon, CIA, north, west, south, all wind directions, like the river, like what Caesar did. Caesar, he went north and to the west, and the east, to the south. Well, they came from the south actually, all pharaohs, which I'm going to show you a little bit more here. Look, this is a more than 2,000-year-old, probably gold coin, which Caesar had himself made. Now, why do you think it's separated? Sa. Well, you all know now that Sa, it means the king, pharaoh. And C, it shouldn't be pronounced C, but it should be pronounced Ka. Ka-Sa. It means the soul of the kings. So Caesar, it was not only one Caesar. It was all these pharaohs. I mean, the soul of kings, of pharaoh. That's why there's here the Isis horns. And here too. Isis has this on her head. With this here, the sun in the middle. And now the sun is here and here. And it's again the inversed stuff, As above, so below. It's all inversed talk and all that. And here's also like the sun. Isis. It's all pharaonic. So the Khazars, it's from this. Ka-Sar. The Khazars. It's all Roman stuff. It's pharaonic, I mean. And the Khazars, I mean, the Romans, they put them there, the pharaonic kings, the soul of the king. This is the enemy. And today's Khazar, with their special cephalic head forms, I made a video about it. I don't know if it's still there, actually. See, in Switzerland, they have a completely different cephalic head form, right? Yeah, the Khazars, right? The encoded CIA name of the Crypto AG encryption company is Minerva, who is the Roman and Etruscan goddess of strategic warfare, portrayed with an owl, which is therefore a Freemasonic symbol, as in warfare on humanity. The Swiss government knew about the CIA having rigged and bought the crypto company because I have a file on it, simply called code, which has disappeared this year. Oh, how convenient, Swissy. All code names actually are Roman, Egyptian, Masonic, born and raised in ancient Egypt, invaded and settled down in Switzerland in the 3rd century, which is nearly 2,000 years ago already. So here's the title of the film. Go and see it. It's on my other channel. In 1992, a Swiss working for Crypto AG, codenamed Minerva for Crypto AG, got arrested in Iran because the Iranians understood the not very encrypted machines were rigged. And guess what the code name for Hans Bühler became? Hydra. the mythological Hydra, which is a water serpent with multiple heads, like in the End Times Beast and the 7 Heads of State of Swissyland. And if you cut one of the heads off, a new one will grow, referring to the New World Order horizontal rule by many of them. And also that Hans Bühler, the crypto employee, codenamed Hydra, he was expendable. So if the Ayatollah in Iran would cut Hans Bühler's head off, a new one would grow back by simply replacing him with another employee. And if the Ayatollahs would have cut Hans Bühler's head off, that would have just been Bühler's day off for the Hydra. No more, and no less. This also means that the Hydra, with many replaceable heads of the Book of Revelation, is the New World Order horizontal rule, with Switzerland being the first New World Order in history in 1291, with 7 replaceable heads of state. Oh look, there he is again. It grew back. What's he doing here with Dirty Dick here in 1989? As if they were part of one big happy family, the pharaonic bear, or big house of worldwide pharaohs, a true Hydra. And look here, the thumb here. Dirty Dick is giving him the Freemason thumb here, on the part of his hand between the index finger and the thumb here. Look, choop. Oh, there you go. One big happy family, eh? Bear, like Bear Mindex, the house of Mindex and Permindex papers, or Bear Mindex papers, meaning that Bear Mindex is a worldwide organization of pharaoh. You see the 2 pyramids and they're forming an M for the masons or mold. And this is like a house, no? The Bear, And in fact, I found a couple of companies worldwide that all have the double pyramid logo, but entirely different companies in different places with the name Bear Mindex. The 1960 Permindex papers talk about the CIA money laundering front company. And I guess, needless to say, where they were based, Swissy? Yes, in Basel, Switzerland, probably right next to the Bank of International Settlements, the BIS, the horrendous Nazi Templar Bank of Adolf Hitler. Well, this is what Templars are about, multinational money making, and then sell it to us as something holy. So those excellent but stupid Germanic warrior tribes do the fighting for these satanic Nazi Templar pinkless killers. The Permindex company was run by a Canadian called Louis Bloomfield, who also was the president of Heineken Beers, with the motto of French Sun King on their bottles that nobody ever has been able to translate, or rather interpret so far. And people are still trying. Nec pluribus impar, translated by not unequal to many, which you may understand only if you have seen my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. So here it says on the beer, nec pluribus impar. And here there are 4 leaves, probably acacia, the concept of 4. And here there are 3 spoons or whatever sticking into the barrel, the concept of 3. So everybody who is initiated, they read immediately square and compass. Next to it, there's also the concept of 4. It looks like there's a triangle here behind it, you see? And anyway, the thing is round, which is like for the compass, eh? I mean, why this on a beer, eh? It's not a French beer, is it? Well, I'll explain you what it means. So here you can see the French Sun King, Louis XIV, who said nec pluribus impar. And there's a house of Saint Croix du Plessis in South Africa, has always maintained our royalist loyalty to the King of France. It had already been passed on to me as a child by my private French teacher. And I also had one for German and some more lingos. Nec pluribus impar, not unequal, is twice a denial or double negation by not and un concerning equal, which would automatically lead to an affirmatory sense to the word equal, so leading one into the meaning of equal to many, which is one of the trilateral mottos of the revolution, as in liberty, equality, fraternity. And yes, therefore the trilateral commission, same thing really. And to understand nec pluribus impar, for not unequal to many, you must visualize the Mason Templar fasces of the Republic, and the horizontal rule for uno pro omnibus, omnes pro uno, one for all and all for one, which you can see here, where all branches of the fasces seem equal. Here, all the branches here in the middle, right? But the French king didn't want to give in to the New World Order horizontal rule, so he needed to say equal to many as being one of those branches, and therefore said instead not unequal to many, which leaves yet a door open for another possibility other than a king being equal to the rest. Like, one of the branches is the king. Well, he didn't want to, eh? And at least he didn't say what they forced him to say. Well, which probably saved him his neck, which they then took 2 Louis later. But the French Revolution was just a transition from the old world order of the royalists to the horizontal new world order of the republicans. So you must watch that film I told you before, because I can't possibly repeat it all the time. But equal to many would be describing the meaning precisely, whereas the double negation circumscribes it into not unequal to many, leaving a lot of other options open by just saying anything but unequal to many, like being forced to be equal to many by the all-powerful Freemasons Templar Club, thus making both parties, royalist and republican, happy by circumscribing his allegiance, getting possibly interpreted both ways. So when I visited the Sun King's Star Fort, seeing all the octagons by his military architect, Marquis de Vauban, here in this film here, I saw the New World Order horizontal rule pushing the king everywhere by the forms and shapes chosen by his famous Freemason engineer. You see the title, you can just punch it in. So the equal to many is a reference to the unavoidable equality amongst aristocrats through the revolution, which happened only 70 years after his death. Louis XIV is still the longest serving monarch with 72 years. So this means that Heineken Beer, the CIA, Permindex, the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, etc., they all understood the highly complex internal war by using nec pluribus impar as a trophy of their victory, so to speak, and then got drunk of victory with their beer. The slaves don't know absolutely anything about this all, but I'll reveal it to you all, because they drove it too far, and that their arrogance may fall. The Sun King, Louis XIV, like adoring Amun-Ra, the sun god, had a daughter, whose name was Louise de Maison Blanche, meaning Louise of the White House, which stands for Upper Egypt, the bare het. We're being ruled by Pharaoh, you slaves, who have the Templar money base full of caves and CIA front businesses in the Alps. You see here, this is also the Duchess of Louise Françoise, one of the children of King Louis XIV in the 17th century. I mean, why do they want to be Cleopatra in the 17th century? I mean, there was no TV, there was no magazines, no. How did they get the idea in the 17th century to be Cleopatra? Eh? Well, it's the same. It's the descendants of them. With Permindex Basel, the CIA made a lot of money. They made millions with Crypto AG selling rigged machines to the whole world, which they invested in Black Ops, and in financing the Onyx satellite telecommunications interception program in the motherland in the Alps on 3 places: Loik, Heimenschwand, and Zimmerwald. Swiss specialists in neutrality swindle, just like their Knights Templars Holy Jerusalem swindle. So you better not use the so-called encrypted proton mail, folks, because proton mail is by CERN, Switzerland, and all internet intel goes directly to the CIA and NSA. Same system as Crypto AG. Same system as a secret Swiss bank account, so they can kill you and your family, because it's secret anyway, right? Nobody knows there was any money, or to whom it belonged to. Well, Switzerland is the whore of Babylon, and all nations traded with her. What are you going to do about Switzerland and Crypto AG, Donald? Nothing? Oh, I knew that for sure. Well, will you let us do something about that ourselves then, and liberate Assange at the same time? Oh, really? Is that so, huh? You heard what he just said? Now, there's crypto, meaning secret or hidden. And in World War II, there was enigma, meaning a mystery and also an encrypting machine. And trust me, I like to keep things hidden, if you understand what I'm getting at. I can tell you some more tales from the crypt. Well, the Templars crypt of the Priory of Sign and their elders in the Alps. Okay, well, they steal from America through tax evasion going to Switzerland. So Switzerland is definitely not a shithole country. They're the richest in the world. There are just 2 types of people, the haves and the haves not. Okay, silence, Donald. Enough. You don't fool me. Right after your impeachment victory, you literally said in your speech you're so honest. But yet I see you having a good time with Dirty Dick here in 1989. Well, what does an honest man has to do with Richard Nixon, the biggest crook of all? Don't do honest people avoid crooks, and certainly don't laugh together? Well, that's just theatrical integrity, Donald. The last but not least, people, ask yourself why all of a sudden Pharaoh's media talk about the crypto CIA scandal. And we all know, especially after 9/11, that the media are vicious liars. Already in 1989, the Crypto AG scandal was known. And Swiss heads of state like Caspar Williger and Arnold Koller of the 7 heads of the beast, they knew about it. So why, 30 years later, the universal media liars come up with this story all of a sudden? And why they reveal stuff from the motherland in the Alps, whereas normally there are the laws of silence around Switzerland? And why the media whores won't tell us how many people got killed and tortured because of Crypto AG and the CIA intercepting all satellite and cryptic intel? Anyway, the prostitutes, as usual, show innocent Switzerland as a victim of these brutal Americans and their CIA, probably to give Swissy the chance to write another Berger report to camouflage their crimes against humanity, just as after World War II. Hey, Swissy. So once again, it's all Swiss. Crypto AG, Onyx, CIA, NSA, Permindex, and so on and so forth. Switzerland is the whore of Babylon with whom all nations traded, the beast of the Alps. And no more real man left to do something about it. Yesterday, someone sent me a video by some American ethnologist, anthropologist, saying that the notorious Vatican has its name from the Etruscan goddess Vatican of the underworld, which is a fantastic discovery by a good man, which was in fact not entirely his discovery, as this British video from 2017 proves. But hey, that's what YouTube is about, and to work together and add more each time. And I believe, for honesty's sake, a certain ethics should be maintained for fraternity's sake, instead of just chasing the ego in the system's rat race of Pharaoh. Now, when I saw the picture of the goddess Vatican, it opened up a vortex, seeing a whole sequence of stuff portraying in front of my eyes, which I always have when connecting to ancient Egypt, a phenomenon I can't entirely explain where that comes from, but it happens to me, and it's not only because I'm a historian and academic, but more related to my ancestry of the House of St. Carlos du Plessis. I'll better not go and see Bob Larson and have it cleaned out for a reboot called Exorcism, because then you wouldn't have these videos anymore. I guess having ancestral demons also has a good side, as long as you control them, and not them controlling you. Anyway, at least I do something against the forces of darkness, instead of all those lethargic, dogmatic Christians and Muslims sitting on their Bibles who don't serve God, but only pray that God serves them. Okay, I'm drifting off again. That was not I wanted to tell you. But the moment I saw the picture of the goddess Vatican, like Vatican without an N, something sucked me in, and I started seeing the whole sequence passing in front of my radar. My grandmother in South Africa had the same, like our prophet, Sina van Rensburg. It's an Afrikaans word, Sina, and it sounds in English like sinner, but it's more the opposite, I can tell you. And my grandmother had the same name as that poor South African child here, starved to death in Lord Kitchener's and Lord Winston Churchill's concentration camps in the SA, South Africa that is, killing 28,000 defenseless white Christian children in aristocracy's concentration camps of Pharaoh. Well, that's why, and because of the pious Huguenot atmosphere among the Afrikaner nation in the SA, we are friends with the Jews, because we know who the enemy is, and those lords slotting our babies to win the Boer War and get the gold mines. Later in life, Grandma Lizzie told me about Sina, and that she had it too. telling me many other things about it, which I can't all tell you now. Only that always skips one generation. So my mum didn't have it, and they always predicted visits beforehand, which I can't even remember from my very young age at the time. Grandma said it manifests only twice in life. First, when very young, and secondly, at the end. And it did come back. Grandma was right. A generational curse, as Bob Larson would say. Oh, I want to hold on to the adorable little intrinsic beast, Bob, and only use it for the better. Good for hacking the devil back, like having a spy infiltrated amongst the powers of evil, enabling to understand, acknowledge, and comprehend, in order to find the adequate spot to strike back. In spite of the Boer language and the Boer's Flemish names, we are majoritively French Huguenots escaping the Vatican's butchery, genociding us in St. Bartholomew's night and day in 1572. Thus, coming back to the goddess Vatica and her Vatican dedicated to her through Maria worship, substituting God. And of course, Vatica of the Etruscans is one of the various representations of the Egyptian goddess Isis, as the Etruscans had all the Egyptian gods in their pantheon of Pharaoh. Now, just a simple but very effective question. Why are there several Roman emperors on this list of pharaohs? Well, the answer, because Rome is a chronicle extension of Pharaoh, bringing his soldiers and slaves from Egypt with him, becoming the Italians, the nearest place in Europe, after having crossed the dip from Egypt, and genociding Europe to this very day, and still going on. Rome didn't conquer Egypt, but Egypt conquered Rome, or more exactly, Egypt made Rome through the pharaonic Etruscans. And this is also why we find the Egyptian word Sar for king or pharaoh in the word Sardinia, following the pharaonic conquest of Europe and Pharaoh's original slaves, now called Italians. Because Pharaoh's personal bodyguards, called the Sherden, Shardana, or simply the Shards from Sar, and for the Sar, or Tsar, King Pharaoh, first came to Sardinia in their conquest of the free tribes of Europe. As you can read here for yourself, just punch pause in Wikipedia about the Shardana, the Sharduna, the Shards, it's all here. And there are even Egyptian hieroglyphs showing these fellows here, as you can see here. Members of Ramses II's Sharden personal guard in a relief in Abu Simbel. Okay. So therefore, having the all-seeing eye during a light show, as in Illuminated Light, in Pharaoh's object here in London called the Shard, Pharaoh's guard or Shard in Demotic, which almost sounds like guard, Shard, guard. If you'd imagine an old pharaonic mummy with no more teeth in his mouth getting satanically resurrected out of his grave, pronouncing God slightly different, like Shard, because of his missing teeth, and using another word from the mummy's mumbling, I'm the good Shard of London, looking over my dumb British slaves. So I had to go back in history to explain who's persecuting who and where are the big armies from who are killing people all over. So coming back to the Huguenots then. Many researchers don't know what happened to the numerous French Huguenot Protestants and dissident aristocracy in France, because there are no further historical signs of more massacres by Vatica and her Vatican on the Huguenots in France, as the Bartholomew night of 1572 in Paris and the weeks that followed, they just vanished. Where did they go? What happened to the rest? Well, they escaped as far as they could to the lowlands and Germany, changing names and language to get off Vatica's radar. But Vatica and her Vatican gang got track of them, and pursued them with huge armies of Swiss Guard mercenaries of the Vatican gang by Vatica, called Helvetica, of Swissyland, culminating only 46 years later into the most horrendous 30-year war from 1618 to 1648, leaving 20 million Germans dead as a result of Octagon's murderous Swiss mercenaries. A Swiss precision job with the collateral damage of at least 30 million dead Europeans, most of them Germans, and the escaping French Huguenots on German territory, chased by the beast and the Swiss, breathing into their necks of the desperate French Protestants trying to save their children from the Swiss beast, base of Vatica, Helvetica, Suis, the Sisters of Isis, or Sœurs d'Isis, Suis in French. My ancestors were running for their lives and souls back then, until a raging Dutch fleet sank all the Spanish and Portuguese ships of the Conquistadores with a Templar's cross on it and full of Inca and Maya gold to pay the Swiss mercenaries of Helvetica with, and that was the end of the war, when the rest of the Germans got saved by the Dutch and the remarkable Admiral Michiel de Ruyter, for which the satanic House of Orange had the good Admiral terrorized, tortured, and murdered. The Admiral who saved Europe and what was left of the few remaining French Huguenots. This is a fantastic video. Go and see it. So only 4 years after the 30-year war, South Africa could be founded by Jan van Riebeeck in 1652 at the Cape of Good Hope. On Good Hope for those persecuted French Huguenots. By the time having Dutch, Flemish, and German names and speaking Dutch or German, just wanting to go as far as possible from Vatica and Helvetica and Vatica Swiss Guard, or a guard to the temple of Vatica, as in the film The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. And well, you can read the whole thing here yourself. It's quite interesting. And here you can read it here. The French Protestants, on the other hand, who had fled because of religious persecution, mostly belonged to the bourgeoisie, and what's more, a quart of them even had typically aristocratic names, judging from the passengers' lists. This is why the Afrikaner Boers are very different from the Dutch. We don't like homosexuality, we like our guns, and we don't hate the Jews, and do not collaborate with the Nazis. There have been even books written like South Africa was made by the French, as you can read here in French. Huguenots et Français ont fait l'Afrique du Sud. How do I know all this? Because in the family we wrote things down for future generations, as our house has a history and a tradition. So anybody who doesn't write things down doesn't have a history. It's like they never existed at all. So when I saw that picture of Vatica, I suffered an unexplainable shock, getting shell-shocked by the powers opening up the vortex, blasted away by the red and white squares on Vatica's forehead, red and white Templars colours of their hideout in the Alps, referring to Pharaoh's red and white house. The double square concept of 4, doubling up to 8 for octagon. The square base of a pyramid by the holy number 7 of Pharaoh, of square plus compass. Therefore, the triangle concept on a forehead of 3, referring to the compass for the accumulated tradition of the 7, all explained in my Swiss Beast video. And the Ka, or the physical soul and intrinsic life energy of the pharaohs, in the name Veti Ka, or Helveti Ka for Swissyland. And you can see the symbol down below with the arms and the hands stretched out to the sides, just as Freemasons do. I can tell you what that all means, but that will take too long because this video is about something else. So here you can see an old pharaonic depiction of the Ka symbol, and it shows, of course, 2 times the square, for square and compass. Right? And here you can read a part of the Ka statue here in Wikipedia. Just want to pause and have great fun. Okay, there we go. We can see the Ka sign here, like moving the hands up and down like this, as you can see in the pic. And it means, it's a help sign. Please help me. If there's another Freemason around, you have to help me. And otherwise Satan will punish you because I'm one of you. I'm also a pharaoh. So they use this in court, in politics, in business. Giving away their real identity. And it means, oh Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son? So who's the widow? That's Isis, or Vetika, of course, Vetika. And the widow's son is Horus, and the Horus matrix. These are the ones, our masters who rule over us, and their base is Switzerland in the Alps, Helvetica. And if I'd have my demotic books around me, I could translate the rest of the name into Pharaoh's language as well, telling you what her name represents. Alas, incredibly organized, focused Swiss terror hindering my mission. And as you can witness here, they perfectly know it, making fun out of us here with all these sort of things. There are tons of things like this, Helvetica, the initiated, and Swissy. They know perfectly well what it all means and what they did. They're very precise in the denial, but they're not very precise in the admittance of their crimes, you see. And they're just laughing at us here, And it's all over. There are tons of things like this. They portray their country as neutral, never done anything, and clean, nice, snowy mountains. It's not at all like that. It's the Swiss beast, home of the devil. You see, there are even companies here, like here, called Vetica, with the Templars V at the end. Can you see it? Hey? They're doing design, apparently. They know it perfectly well. It's the goddess of the underworld. It's hell, Vetica. Do you want me to tell you where this company is from? Hey? I'll have a guess. Oh, here, look, they're from Lucerne. Lucerne is in Switzerland. It's also one of the low-tax cantons. And what did they do? It says here, Strategieentwicklung, strategic design, like Tavistock. It's the same words in it. It's Tavistock, Tavi, Vetica, right? Same letters in it. Amongst historians, it's common knowledge that the Roman Empire was founded by the Etruscans and the pharaonic pantheon of the gods, mostly with other names like Vetica here for Isis. Now here you can see, the Romulus was the first of 7 Etruscan kings, just as Switzerland had 7 heads of state. And here you can see the beast, the Swiss beast. And to rule in those days, very superstitious and pagan peoples and various tribes under the Roman Empire, the pharaonic Vetica gang decided to found a Roman state religion through the invisible belief system, always overhead to watch you under all circumstances, as they knew the Roman Empire couldn't be there all the time to police the people, as today in the all-seeing eye total control system. And this is from the 4th century. It's from Germany. It's Germanic. And you see the angel looking at the left, above left, always looking, it sees everything. It sees the Germanic warrior here, trying to kill the lion, which is a symbol of the aristocracy, as the snake is. They're both symbols of the aristocracy, and of Pharaoh, as the Pharaoh is having a snake on his head, and the Sphinx, which is what their descendants, the aristocracy, took over in their coat of arms, where there's always a lion. So the person who made this drawing from the 4th century, that's a hell of a long time, a Helvetic long time ago, knew perfectly well, who that this Germanic warrior, actually just before, if it's from the 4th century, in the 5th century, so just a little bit after, the Vandals and the Germanic tribes, they ransacked Rome. Rome is the lion and the snake. What came after Pharaoh, and which became the aristocracy. So this is an initiated person who made this. And look at the hand, coming out of the sky, like, well, we see it all. You better watch out, homie. And don't kill our snakes, don't kill our lions, because we see everything. It's the all-seeing eye in the sky. You cannot do anything without us knowing it. Therefore, today, not needing the invisible hand in the sky over us anymore, as we have seen the state church disappearing into oblivion, merely merging into the relics of the pantheon of gods of Egypt, raping our children on the altar of the goddess, Vetica for Isis, also helping our women to dominate the man in their alliance with Pharaoh through the aristocratic practice of the Jus Prime Noctis, as the police can't be present all day, so letting the man believe since childhood, well, be careful, or God will punish you. He sees it all with his all-seeing eye on every church, and now the women doing the work for him to come to police us all. We had 2 world wars with millions of men dead, trying to defend their women, as they thought to do, for getting this here. And now women even portray themselves as victims, but they never died by the millions. The men tried to save them and protect them. Well, they didn't know very much about the enemy within. So it's all divide and rule. Pharaoh's putting everyone up against each other. And it says roses are red, violets are blue. I love smashing the patriarchy with you. Oh, it's already smashed. All the men are dead. There's only soy boys left, eh? What do you think the red rose means? Eh? It's a symbol for the red house of Pharaoh, Bertassa, the old world's order. As I told you, it's the Jus Prime Noctis behind it, where the women made an alliance, like Adam and Eve. They made an alliance with the lord of the castle. They got raped in the castle on the first night of their marriage, and well, the women who didn't want to, who didn't like that, they got burned at the stakes. That's the reason. And the women the other ones, as a woman is pragmatic, a little bird needs a nest with warmth and enough to eat, all provided by the system we have today, where our liberties are being traded by all the comfort we have. They bought our liberty, our freedom, with comfort. So she said, well, it wasn't bad after all. In the beginning, it was a bit hard, maybe, but it was a prince after all. And afterwards, it went smoothly, eh? And I had a good meal, a bit of wine, take a bath.
Bye, Tanya. I love you. Take care.
These two made an alliance. It's like all these priests killing the children, making an alliance. The demons that get inside, as Bob Larson says, and he's perfectly right about it. I can rant on about this forever and ever. Okay, this film is not about that. Well, isn't it? Or is it? Vatican, Helvetica, the sisters of Isis, Swiss Services. So the Vatican is in fact a pharaonic state religion adoring Isis or Pharaoh, or Vetica, Helvetica, the sisters of Isis. So this is really the essence of Adam and Eve, and the Pharaoh had a snake on his head. It's a snake, and a lion, which we just saw, and our women betraying us, helping the snake. Right? Therefore, the original pharaonic obelisk in the Vatican's backyard, symbolizing a male sexual organ, or the penis of Osiris, in a child's backyard. He seems to be saying, and he is saying, like, "Hail Egypt, hail Pharaoh, hail our Swiss god of Helvetica." Well, you go explain that to all the 9-year-olds raped by the Church of Wickedness and its invisible pharaonic powers in the sky, eyeballing us, or as they say, all-seeing eyeballing us, and their invisible pharaonic obelisk taking our children in their backyards at an equally invisible moment. Therefore, Vatica's obelisk standing in the Vatican's backyard. Hail Pharaoh, hail Egypt, and hail Vetica, the Swiss god. Hail to the goddess Vetica, hail to the Swiss god of Helvetica. Hail Pharaoh, hail Egypt, you dumb slaves. The second picture in that anthropologist's film that sparked a strong reaction out of the deep was the symbol of the Carthaginian goddess Tanit, which triggered the following intel. Well, we can see here the Freemason. Get your hands up. This is the FBI. For the pharaonic car, for the soul. Stick them up. The pyramid underneath, the sun overhead, and the octagon. And the two pillars, Yachin and Boaz, of the Freemasons, right? Or the Temple of Solomon. And all this you can find projected on the St. Peter's Square of Vetica, or Vatican, which I'll show you in a minute. So, from top down, it says the sun, the soul, car, pyramid, meaning the soul comes from the sun and arrives in the pyramid, like the Templars' Baphomet, Ba-Fe-Me, already translated that for you like 10 years ago, meaning Ba, the soul, Fa, arrive, and Me, pyramid, the soul arrives in the pyramid. Hands up is an ancient sign of surrender, as in this case, surrender, like when the sacrifice is going on and all these satanic stuff, Surrender, open your heart and suck it all in. You can also see the hands, it says square and compass. The arms are forming a square 2 times. So we got the concept of 4. The whole thing has a circle around it, but not in the ancient symbols, but the circle is depicted twice. Once in the pyramid and once meaning the sun. So it says square and compass. And all the initiated who sucked it all in this stuff, they see this immediately. Only in this Tanit symbol from Sarepta and Sarafand, which you can read here, it is more like Baphomet and Baphomet, but entirely pharaonic as always, because all the subcultures around come from Pharaoh, as the demotic Sar for King Pharaoh adds to the car and the pyramid and the rest. The whole, it's all pharaonic as always. It goes the whole world now. So here I show you once more the differences between Ka and Ba. The Ba is well, it's a bird, a birdie, right? And so the hands up, like FBI, get your hand up, and Freemasons and this Tanit symbol, well, it's all pharaonic. So the Templars have Baphomet, and this Tanit symbol is Kaphomet. It's all pharaonic. I immediately saw the same keyhole configuration of St. Peter's Square with the octagon cross in the middle. So we've got altogether octagon of the Sodomite Templars and their Swiss guard, Osiris' phallus, the obelisk in the middle, and a keyhole in Vatica's backyard, with the stupid slaves believing in their religious hocus pocus. And you can see in the middle, there was even that other circle, which on the in that stone, which I showed you in the beginning, in the sun, there were 2 circles. So around the obelisk, there is another circle, as you can see that, and the 8 triangles around it for octagon. So you'd say, there's something missing, like the car hands are missing. Where are the car hands? We see the sun, the pyramid, or, where are the whole keyhole thing. So where are the hands going up? So I had a look at some old paintings here by a Flemish master, or Dutch, and it's from 1681, so it's 350 years ago. Are the hands here? Maybe. Well, no. The obelisk is already there. Look at that. So where are the hands? Okay, I've got an idea. Let's have a look at this here. Oh, look, there it is. The old wizard is doing the car himself. He's giving the hands, everything is there. He's looking out on it. The obelisk is there. The keyhole configuration for Tanit is there. The sun is out and the octagon in front of his eyes. Well, let's give it a car, and, all the crowd suck it all in. I even recently filmed the Carthaginian pharaonic symbol on a French motorway next to the original pharaonic pyramid, the Rata Pignata, which I filmed many years ago on my channels G.I.U.R.E.H and Gatse. And from Nice in France, you sail the dip, and voila, before you know it, you're sailing down River Nile. And look at that, it even has the inner circle, just as the carvings in stone, and on the Vatican, it's the same. So there are people around us who are absolutely perfectly initiated in all these things, and they're hiding it. Hey, Swissy, neutral, never done anything, clean, hidden, right? And on the motorway, everyone passes by, giving a good kick to all the initiates and their satanic perversions, seeing the goddess Tanit, her keyhole. Now, don't pull out your obelisks, guys. Hold your horses. So here's the founding symbol of Rome, and it's Pharaonic Etruscans, as I pointed out in my film lately about the Pharaonic extension through Italy, taking the Pharaonic slaves with them, who became the Italians, bringing havoc over Europe. But look carefully at this animal. Is that a wolf, that noble and spiritual animal of the northern woods for which they sell it to us for? Well, actually, this creature here doesn't radiate nobleness at all, and they only want to hide that the animal is not indigenous at all. Here, look at the ears. A wolf doesn't have those sort of ears at all. And look, it doesn't even have that huge brushy wolf's tail, that typical item making it a wolf. It doesn't have that elevated wolf stance of that athlete on 4 legs of the northern woods, but it has a low stance, not even depicting a formidable runner, but an overall terrestrial air around it. Here, look, this is what a real wolf would look like with 2 babies. You know? Just look at it in silence for 3 seconds. The silence of the lies they tell us. Now, I'm from Africa, and I can tell you exactly what kind of animal that is of Remes and Romulus. And look at this animal here. You know, it's always looking at the side or backwards. It always does, just like the statue of Remes and Romulus, which is not a wolf, which was living in ancient Egypt and depicted on many pharaonic hieroglyphs. Even pharaohs taking the hyena on the leech, as you can see here, just as they do today. It's a hyena, and it has the head to the side, as hyenas do. Tail between the legs, these funny round monkey ears, and a low, non-athletic stance. And these Africans who still practice that today, they got the technique to do it from Pharaoh. Now, then why else a hyena in the statue of Remes and Romulus of Rome, the statue of the founding of Rome, except from the pharaonic link? Well, the answer is related to a famous phrase by Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy, who said once, and probably repeating it the whole time to everyone who wants to listen, just around going and saying, a lion is not dangerous, but hyenas are. Now, why the Vatican's hell did he say that? Hey, well, first of all, the lion is one of the symbols of the pharaonic dignity of the old world's order, and the descendants of the worldwide aristocracy. Like always, 2 lions holding an ability's coat of arms or in front of a castle. So Ptolemy, already during Pharaoh's time, knew there were forces around to topple the king Pharaoh and put in place the new world's order of the republic's horizontal rule. Secondly, a lion king of the jungle is an animal surviving in a patriarchal life form, and not like here depicted by female man-haters with their hate speech against anything that's masculine, including male animals like a lion. For FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM and the politicians, this hate speech is perfectly all right. But if I were dare to pronounce the specific name of this group of people, then I'd have my video deleted by FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM, or even worse. So on the other hand, whereas a hyena lives entirely under a matriarchal domination, thus Ptolemy, seeing his wife and sister, Cleopatra was his wife, as in a sort of fuck your mother and your son will be your brother pharaonic system. Right? So he saw his wife and sister Cleopatra, with the help of the Roman Empire and Caesar, destroying the divine rule of the Lion King, the old world's order, through women becoming the sisters of Isis, as in Swissyland's name, conspiring with dark evil forces of the demon goddess Isis and Vetica. As the real essence of the Egyptian biblical story of Eve using the dark Python force to dominate her man and finally getting rid of the horrible dominant essence, as they say so, of a male, as they believe so, through 2 massive world wars, enabling to recreate man, not anymore by the image of God, but the image and will of Vetica, the goddess, and turn them into obedient soy boys in a police uniform, like a pack of hyenas crushing the individual man, like a pack of matriarchal hyenas chasing one individual patriarchal lion. So then this man of Pharaoh's house of David came and said, be brothers and don't kill each other, trying to avoid the coming genocide and war on the masculinity. And here it even says, in this thing here, that these sisters of Isis want men to be at war with each other, so the women have all the freedom to wage their war on the patriarchy. It says here, peace in patriarchy is war against women, by this MM woman, as in my Rammstein film, M in M&M, Marilyn Monroe, Mariah Myers, which is of course a pseudonym for the goddess. Here with the big oval vulva at the background, like, well, step into my Oval Office, it says, and that the women want the men to be at war. Terrible murderous hate speech and organized criminal incitement to violence. Well, no problem for FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM, nor the Freemason judiciary, well, as long as it's not a man inciting and conspiring massive violence. Well, for women, that's fine, says Pharaoh. Therefore, the matriarchal beast, Vetica, and her sisters of Isis, who burned all the good women at the stakes as well, by the Swiss guard and their Swiss book, the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer, and her representation of a hyena with 2 boys, Remes and Romulus, drinking milk by the matriarchy, feeding masculinity, raised without fathers due to the horrors matrix of 2 world wars, sucking in the compulsory teachings of the matriarchy through the spiritual milk of the goddess Vetica. Take a man's children away by the goddess worshippers of the SS social services, kill their fathers in 2 world wars, and have them raised by the matriarchy, by the image of their goddesses, and no more by the image of God. And God is a man who created man in his image. It says in the Bible that God created Adam in his image. So that means God is a man. Eve was created after Adam, of a rib by Adam. So Eve is not, God is not a woman. Right? So that's why the Satanists, they need a lot of goddesses, right? So that's in fact the matriarchy being the war makers, Isis and all that, and not at all the patriarchy as war makers. The men, they even thought in 2 world wars, they were defending their family and the women. You see how perverted it is, and they didn't have a choice. They were sucked into it by lies and by conspiracy, by the Isis worshippers. And the story, that's why we have all this now. They'll turn it around, you know. It's not the patriarchy, the wall makers. Everything is turned around. Everything is upside down. What is up is down, you know. As above, so below. That's why you hear all the time in Hollywood, all the time, motherfucker this, motherfucker that. You know, words we never heard before, right? And it's turned around. It's not a man fucking his mother. I mean, who wants to do that, right? No, it's your mother's fucking you, homie. The Isaac sisters. But the story of the pharaonic snake and Adam and Steve, well, you got again, Adam and Steve, and there are very few good women left, as most of the women make the alliance with Pharaoh's snake and just lie and conspire against man the whole day. This is one of the main reasons for killing the Jewish patriarchy, and soon the Muslim and Chinese patriarchy coming up, or coming after, or maybe coming down. And look how the metaphorical milk of the matriarchy flows out of 8 titties, as in octagon, or the octagonal cross in the Pope's backyard. No, not that backyard, silly. Well, you're probably right. Well, it looks like a mighty V8 under the bonnet here, eh? As in Rome's mighty V8, killing us all, with tits down, bringing havoc, and tits up to the white race of Northern Europe. Biggest genocide the world has ever seen. I'll show you what a wolf looks like, you dummies. A noble animal of the northern woods, exterminated by the goddess and her Eves and Steves, solely because it's a spiritual animal, faithful in their male-female divine bond forever, until death do them part. So it had to go, together with the patriarchy, whom you can see here, with an arrow through the proverbial and physical heart, with everything as it should be, dead, persecuted, and imprisoned, like the V8 tits up of Rome's engine, or the Rome's monster, now the beast of the Alps, and today's Rome and whore of Babylon, with which all nations of the earth traded, through her global network of Swiss Nazi Templar banks, Swissyland. Thirdly, the anthropologist talks about the Nordic goddess of the underworld, with one eye of fire, called Hel, H-E-L, meaning hidden. Hey, Swissy, hidden, neutral. And guess what the name of the goddess of Swissyland is? Helvetia, or Helvetica. The two goddesses of the underworld all together in one name for the underworld, as in CH, Confederatio Helvetica, officially for Switzerland, as the Swiss beast, home of the devil, with the Vatican belonging to Helvetica, and the Swiss police, Swiss guard of the Pope, an equally unique square flag as in the motherland of the Alps, the Etruscan cradle of Rome. And that's why she's giving the same hail of the hand stretched out like the Pope is doing. She's doing Hail Rome, Hail Swissyland, and Hail Isis, Hail Pharaoh, Hail Vetica, or Helvetica. Also bringing the goddess of the north, Hel, and the southern goddess, Vetica, as combining north and south, as we can see today, as the emerged north-south mixture of slaves through a southern invasion, emerging from two into one. Therefore, still today on the Swiss money coins, a Swiss Templar monk from the Crusades, collaborating with the Caliph Saladin, and always killing the Europeans. So we can have them all here now, all peoples and all slaves of both North, Hel, and South, Vetica, merging into one Helvetica. Swissy financing their sleeper agent, Hitler, for Helvetica, who therefore said, one empire, one leader, a pharaoh, and one people, all emerged into one. Ein Reich, ein Führer, ein Volk. All of this made possible through Helvetica in the Alps, who financed the Nazis to make place, and where all the NGOs are and all the money is, through the Swiss Nazi Templar banks. That's why it says Helvetia by night. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody sees anything. Helvetia by night. Here, look at the SS sign here, deliberately taking away the eye, the eye in the sky, yeah, the all-seeing eye. And that's why the Swiss Nazi Templars forced the German people to say Heil Hitler, Hail Hitler, which most Germans didn't like at all. But hey, concentration camps waiting for not doing it. So Heil definitely refers to Hel, the goddess, related to the German word heilen, to heal. Well, heal, hell, you get it? Like I heal you from this life and send you to hell. Or heal the community by sending an evil man straight to hell, as they still did with, like for instance, with pedophiles in the good old days, and the rest of them. Helvetica, the whore of Babylon, with whom all nations traded, a true seed of evil, through very dark practices and clean, neutral innocence, hidden as usual in fine Swissyland, as in the meaning hell for hidden. And look here, you can see all the squares, the whole thing is in a circle, which is a compass. So they all read square and compass, yeah. And you got every time 4 lines, you know, like here 4 lines, here 4 lines, and here 4 lines, 4 times. So here are 4 horizontal lines here as well, for the horizontal rule, yeah, by the Knights Templars, and here are 4 vertical lines, just as here, and these ones also 4. And this is through the concept of 3, the circle. And here it says Helvetica, the goddess of the north and the goddess of the south, Vetica, all emerging, a synergy, all into one. Right? And this is what we see today. Look at the whore of Babylon in the Alps. They even have reptilian money, as I showed you here, my older channel, Hatzefratz. I had a lot more, as in my channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, but it has been taken off. Like there was a 10 Swiss franc note in which I already showed the Nibiru constellation before it was even discovered. Nibiru or something. So I tried to contact the anthropologist, wanting to tell him about the vortex opening up, the visions I saw, sparked by those 3 single historical images, and all linked to the Swiss beast, home of the devil, Helvetica, or here Helvetia, same thing. Alas, very unfortunately, no email to find, and only waving the money box around. Hopefully not going to sell goddess pills like Alex Jones, which I find a pity, really. Myself believing that YouTube is about teaming up and communicating, even answering the dumbest question by the lowest, so to speak. And I promise you, I'll never step on the pedestal or trying to egoistically save my own soul. For I'm just there to serve you and the uncertain future of our children, and crush this evil pile of Middle Eastern pharaonic camel shit once and for all, and bring the wolves back, both for real and metaphorically speaking, and just as real, out of the virtual into the 3D. So stand up, you garden gnomes of Helvetica, and stop serving the whore of Babylon with her gold pyramid of the Alps in the background. by your Swiss Army knife representing the Knights Templars in your belt, and the Vatican key as in their flag also in your belt, with a crown on your head, thinking you're the lion and patriarchy. Therefore, your grandma having loads of garden gnomes in a garden saying, "Oh, they all work for me. They don't know it." Night, night. Sleep tight, y'all. Hello, all you good people. In this video here, I'll have to be extremely careful because of the thoughts police and the FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM censorship Nazis. So I'll even have to find new words as pronouncing the old words. It will bring someone a lot of problems, as the enemy within has forbidden the use of certain words, which only the newspapers and the TV are allowed to use, merely in conjunction with the agenda, of course, which they're massively trying to shove down our throats, if not, or else. And all of this is, as usual, related to Switzerland, of which I will give you all the facts and names of persons and organizations conspiring against humanity. They openly call for murder, and they openly incite for genocide, only to turn it all around afterwards as the aggressors slipping into the victim's role as another attack strategy by having us all believe they're so terribly discriminated, shedding their crocodile tears out, changing laws very much in the disadvantage of our children, because they're everywhere now, on all government positions as police, judiciary, newspapers, state TV, school, SS, social services, because they're masters of the Swiss Knights Templars share the same sexual orientation. By all these guys,
Whoa, double one-eye symbolism. That wasn't even intentional.
And a lot of monks wrote to lift for it quickly on God's altar. Therefore, so many priests doing it with children, turning them over to the other side, which apparently works like drugs. If you've tried it once, you're hooked forever, like in the Freemason hook for the square. Hooked, squared, rounded up, all Freemason words by the Templars, and referring to the square and compass, their holy tools to draw a pyramid. And thus I'm entirely pink-listed in my efforts to protect our children and to warn humanity from their next Nazi genocide on the man and the fathers, sons and brothers, through World War III being in the Templar mold. I call them the pink list killers for the obvious legal and Nazi FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM reasons, as I'm pink listed by this Templar offspring for the goddess in the Alps, all massively ringing the FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM bell, shouting hate speech, whereas in fact it's they themselves inciting for genocide on the man. So honestly, adding it all up into the word pink list killers, because I'm apparently on the very organized pink list, and they want to kill me, which is their agenda, because I'm a man. Therefore, the pink list killers are massively joining ultra-right-wing organizations to genocide the man again, which they call killing the patriarchy, where in fact there is no patriarchy, and there never has been either. Most men just love their wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters, even the so-called patriarchal Arabs, Muslims, and the jaywalkers. Most men are stupid enough willing to die for their women in protection of them, as they got themselves trapped into Pharaoh's war propaganda by Leni Riefenstahl, the queen and the goddess. There never has been any patriarchy, but there definitely is a matriarchy, who openly say, let's go and kill the man, and reshape their sons through the goddess who model of the horror's matrix. So the murderous pink list killers and their hate speech inciting murder and bloodshed massively join right-wing parties and neo-Nazis, paramilitaries, like the second-in-command of the French right-wing Front National, Florian Philippot, openly doing the bloke's back mounting, saying to his fellow conspirators, let's kill all the Muslims, because Islam forbids pink listing. So when Frenchy voted in 2017, Frenchy had the choice between two pink list killers, Philippot of the Front National and Macron, who already started killing the French and giving them all the all-seeing eye with Swiss weapons by Brugger and Tomet and their LBD-40s for the yellow vests. Templar guns from the motherland of the Knights Templars, huge pink list killers themselves. Then in 2002, there was another extreme right-wing pink list killer who wanted to get rid of the Muslims because of Islam not complying with his sexual orientation. His name was Pim Fortuyn. I hope I pronounced it right. Who had his own racistically motivated ultra-right-wing party in the Netherlands, on which another cloggy recognized the Nazi danger and resemblance to the Nazis. So he bought himself a peace and terminated the rise of the new Hitler and imminent danger to his country, as he stated it. Now, the worst of it all is yet to come, and it is deeply related to Swissyland and motherland of the goddess Confederatio Hell Vatican, and it's happening right now. Last year, in 2019, the German extreme right-wing party, AfD, or Alternative for Germany, had a tremendous voting success, and their leader, as in Führer, is a she-male pink lister killer by the name of Alice Weidel, living together with another she-male and two children they probably bought on the internet. Sort of Alice in Wonderland story, according to newspapers. They were living in the very liberal left-wing town of Biel in Switzerland, and recently they moved to the super right-wing canton of Schwyz, also in Swissyland. Because that's what the pink list killers do. First, and for decades, they have themselves protected by the left-wing liberals in order to get accepted by us all. In fact, betraying all the true values of the left-wing liberals. And when that's done, and goal achieved, they move over to the extreme right wing to attack us all, and especially towards the Muslim man at the moment in general, and also against all the men, as in their violence incitements like kill the patriarchy. Alice Weidel gets financed by the Swiss and their Octagon Templar Nazis, just as during the Hitler era. Therefore, living in Switzerland, literally being the motherland of the goddess and getting full protection by Swissy, because in Germany it would be a lot more difficult to be protected from the Antifa. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Can you imagine that when factually already the new Nazi Führer are Nazi pink list killers, then how many pink list killers there are amongst their followers? And I met many pink list killers in Germany and France when many years ago I infiltrated neo-Nazi groups all over Europe, which finally led me into the Octagon of the Nazi Templars of Switzerland, the base of it all. I heard in those days the Nazi pink list killers even say, we're not very brave, but we are many. And this is the true essence of the Templars' evil, against which the King of France tried to save us. And the brave French king perfectly well understood the occult roots of it all, and where you end up when leading it all back, which I show you furthermore in these older videos here on my channel, Hatzefrat. And here, the neutral base of the master race, also in Hatzefrat, showing the occult roots by the images. This is why the origins of the very word of it all comes from the two words Eve and ill. Eve, ill, evil. So it started all with Eve and the snake on Pharaoh's forehead. And this is where we are today. Eve saying, kill the patriarchy. Eve, ill, evil. Thus coming back to the goddesses like Helvetica or Hel Vatican, or River Thames from Themis, called La Timisa in French, a reference to the goddess Themis or Themesis, which is a word combination of Themis and Isis. Isis, Themesis. Therefore, the Thames becoming River Isis. Exactly there, where the ELiTE University of Oxford is, where today's pharaohs do the annual Oxford-Cambridge boat race, feeling themselves back home at River Nile. With this year's 2020 teams like Blondie versus Osiris and Goldie versus Isis. Might as well call it boat race on River Nile on the eye of the Shardana. Yeah, look here, it says Oxford 2020, Cambridge, the race is here, but even have a website. Go check it out, eh? Go visit Osiris and Isis, eh? And you still think, we are not their slaves. I'd like you to look first at the Freemason checkerboard configuration, black and white here, of the squares, like in the square and compass. And the Freemasons, they come out of the Knights Templars. And we all know what they mean with slay, eh? We all know that. It's not a Father Christmas fairy tale here, eh? This is real, and it's very bad. So we've got ourselves a situation now here, where the real organized Nazis and their occult evil and their Templar origins can talk freely and openly say, let's kill the real men and make soy boys out of them. Whereas young, misled, manipulated little skinheads go to prison for repeating the same things the occult Nazi leaders teach them in order to sow anger into their hearts. It's a classic Tavistock setup, folks, to gear up for war. Anyway, I'd say freedom of speech for the misled little neo-Nazis, so we know what they're up to and what's cooking, instead of compulsory hiding in the dark. So the secret organizations can get hold of them, because then they're both in the secret. You get me? So listen up, J people or J tribe. You don't do yourself nor us a favor with this by persecuting them stupid little misled neo-Nazis by raping their freedom to express themselves as if we were living under the Inquisition in the Middle Ages. Now, let me wake you up. This is the 21st century that offers a whole range of intellectual solutions, like what I do, talking to them as a father, because they definitely need help with their problems before they'll become our problems again. With your dumb hate speech Nazi censorship, you think that you're treating the disease, whereas you just lower the fever and its temperature momentarily, while the disease is growing bigger because you don't see it anymore, because the fever is gone. While beneath the surface, the disease is augmenting even more rapidly, as in stirred up through Nazi censorship provocation. Let me explain that to you in other words. Hate speech censorship is just symptom treatment, as lowering the fever, collecting some visual results, that it is dangerously counterproductive, leaving a bad diagnosis for not knowing what's growing underneath. And if we refuse to understand this, then these kids will turn their problems into our problems, and history will repeat itself. I, Sean Ross, have changed thousands of little neo-Nazis by neutralizing them, as in the army neutralizing a bomb. And it is a bomb. Go watch this film here. It's important to understand the mechanics. Let me tell you, J-Tribe, Pharaoh doesn't want us to help these lost souls, because then the ELiTE won't be able to use them anymore for their evil projects, you see? And don't you J-boys
Was
think
that
you'll be
Wizard? Hey,
because you're still on the radar and in Pharaoh's
Wizard.
crosshairs. Gee, I don't know how to call you J-boys anymore either, because as soon as you use the J-word, the censorship machine of FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM will delete the video, even if you make a video in favor of the J-Tribe, as I do. I'm really terribly sorry to use these words, because I have no problems with you J-boys, but the current dictatorship leaves me no choice, and I desperately beg for understanding from your side. I think I'll call you jaywalkers from now on, as in jaywalking and not respecting the traffic laws, in this case for not respecting the communication traffic with free speech traffic laws in the rabbit hole. I learned the word jaywalking here with Bao, getting harassed for nothing by the internal blue Templar army. But I will write it J-WALKER, as a reference to the J people, with whom I have no problems, on the contrary, but who wrongfully believe that the solution is a final one from the Dark Ages concerning the censorship. And honestly, I wish it was different, and I could address you by your real name, which you also deserve. But we all have to protect ourselves these days from this witch hunt censorship inquisition. So I beg you, jaywalkers, for understanding. You don't leave us much choices, do you now? So here we are in the 21st century, and a lot of good people here at my channels who want peace and justice, only finding themselves cut short through a medieval censorship witch hunt. What a fucking progress. Written with PH, of course, for the censorship. Fuck, that is, and not with an F. I'm going to give you some more intel how nasty it's all getting, where Nazi Templar pink list killers like Renaud Camus, and even jaywalkers like the French Alain Finkielkraut, you read the name here, he's a jaywalker, and the other French jaywalker Eric Zemmour are teaming up in a not very kosher alliance with neo-Nazis like Brenton Tarrant, an extremely vicious circle, protected through the hate speech concealment tactics of the FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM Nazis. As it has come out now that the mosque events of New Zealand of 2019 were precedented by the shooter's visit to France in 2017, where he met up with the conspirators behind the scene, who also financed him, in the castle of the very dangerous pink list killer Renaud Camus. who wrote the book G.R. by the title's initials, which apparently I am not allowed to pronounce. Only the newspapers are allowed to pronounce it. Here you can see the initials of that word. In a remote Templar area, where just a few clicks away from Chateau de Plieux, I visited in 2019 the Templars Tower of G.I.U.R.E.H. You can see this, G.I.U.R.E.H. And here's a Tour de Templiers, the Tower of the Templars. And this is the name of the film. You can see that, which is right next to that castle of the Pink List Killer, related to the Christchurch, or I can't even say that, the events in New Zealand. So here you can see the castle of the bloke. That's where the Brenton Tarrant was, without any doubt. It's a Templars area, and here I was in the Tower of G.I.U.R.E.H. It's about 7 clicks away. So here you can see another screenshot, Chateau de Plieux. The other one is like, just right next to it. Here is Agen, Montauban. And here I visited some more Templars castles, commanderies, and it's a Templars area, Nazi Templars, right? So in that same area, and real next to that castle where the guy from New Zealand went to, really near. I filmed this very impressive Templars castle. Here's some commanderies, and this is that castle, real like 7 clicks away. And this film here. Here are the titles underneath. Right? So if you want to see that. So here you can see that again, G.I.U.R.E.H. I did a lot of filming there, a lot of castles, real Templars castle, amazing footage with Templars crosses and all that. Next to where
Yeah, you really do have to stop smoking fags. What's wrong with you, man? Come on now.
With the Nazi Pink List.
It's still organic.
This is Nazi Templars, folks. Watch my film, Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. This is Octagon. Octagon is behind it. There's no, and I made a film about it, which FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM immediately deleted. Again, I'm terribly sorry for not being able to call things by its name, as I already had several videos deleted and striked only for mentioning the events of New Zealand of 2019 by the upholders of the agenda. So I guess it's okay when I show the newspaper articles to reveal certain words I am not allowed to pronounce. So FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM can pass the responsibility on to the various newspapers, instead of harassing the little man and tiny YouTuber with a voice. So here again, we can see how dumb and young neo-Nazis get manipulated by extremely sly and highly intelligent people in order to have the dumb white neo-Nazis do what the
man said FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM. Oh shit.
Therefore, in my eyes, the perpetrator, being also a victim of this occult machinery, just as small little brainwashed German children of the Hitler Youth were. So in my eyes, the only solution to the rapidly growing threat is to accept little dumb misled neo-Nazis as victims and help them, before the other ones in their castles come and help them. And we shouldn't help them because we like them, but rather because we love ourselves and our children. And this is exactly what I warned you for, about the Nazism of the rich and the Nazism of the poor, in my video, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. And remember that it is a fact that the vast majority, a staggering 69% of the world's serial killers were pink listers, who have all obstacles removed through political correctness, defended by hate speech against any possible opposition, and by threatening Google and FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM with massive lawsuits, while they themselves massively spread their incitements for violence in total impunity, where the war makers use hate speech as a tool to silence the peacemakers. If you don't understand the words jaywalkers and pink list killers, then watch part 1 first, in which the words are explained, and it's due to the Nazi censorship. So here you can see it, part 1, here's the title, War Makers Use Hate Speech Tool to Silence the Peacemakers. Now, my channels and my videos are for peace amongst all peoples, all religions, and all races, and for justice in the world. And it's a joy to see that most comments here under my videos show mutual respect and understanding. And because FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM and the enemy within do not like this, FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM Nazis delete my videos in my G.I.U.R.E.H channel, because FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM protects the war makers as these pink list killers who are openly conspiring for racism, genocide, and civil war. With all extreme right-wing leaders being pink list killers and gearing up for war, bloodshed, and misery for our children, and viciously attacking the peacemakers who dare to speak against their vicious plans by striking them with hate speech conceived by the FOXUNEWSNETWORKLIVESTREAM Nazis, where in fact it's called hate speech because it protects the ones doing the hate speech in their marvelous defense mechanism, so intelligently laid out that only the big chief of all evil must have masterminded it. So hate speech is a protective tool for hate speech by the mafia of evil. And again, I cannot express myself to the full extent as needed, and I cannot pass on all the necessary intel due to the pink list killers' organized mafia breathing into my neck. The evil one turns everything around backwards, as above, so below, and reverse speech, as in hate speech, against peace speech. So you need to read in between the lines, please, where it's written what can't be written because of the international PLK mafia raping all our liberties. I'm so terribly sorry. Because right-wing Nazism is in fact an entirely pink list killer thing, with young and dumb neo-Nazis of the poor being led by true masters of deception as their leaders. I forgot this very important Nazi pink list killer of Austria, who almost became Austria's chancellor, Jörg Haider, as in Heil Haider, the Führer of Austria's FPÖ, Freedom Party Austria, and BZÖ, Alliance for Austria's Future. Well, nicely promising names by the PLK masters of concealment, for far more darker objectives by using innocence by name, as in the rape of innocence, in relation to their brotherhood deviances of all kinds. The brotherhood's deviancy of the Cistercian Knights Templars. You see the Templars cross here. Right? And Dr. Jörg Heil Haider was without any doubt a Freemason, as he was in Nazi student Freemason organizations called the Burschenschaft in German. And his Burschenschaft lodge was called Albia. You can see the Freemason handshake, right? Well, what better name to choose for a Nazi-like student Freemason lodge? Because Albia means white in Latin. The Burschenschaften lodges are the Nazism for the rich, who become politicians, industrials, lawyers, engineers, doctors, etc. And they are tightly knitted man clubs that still practice fencing, gatherings in castles, and Templar commanderies. These Burschenschaften Nazis should be treated very different than some misled skinhead Nazism of the poor. Well, they never talk about them in the media, of course, because they occupy the leading positions and tell the editorial office not to talk about them, to get in the same box of untouchable files with Swissyland. You can see the name Burschenschaften. Here, there they are. So here I filmed some former Burschenschaften members goose-stepping in 2012. So here's the title of the film, you just punch it in. And in the old days, and apparently some still do today, these dudes all had some self-inflicted fencing scars on their cheeks to impress each other, as in, you dominate me tonight, or shall I dominate you? Which is the essence of the hierarchy, actually, and which comes out of the Knights Templars. Therefore, the Pink List Killers, whom I will also call PLK now and then, therefore the PLK boys feel so attracted to uniforms and dressing themselves up with badges, insignia, and iron crosses to impress each other for the dominating act coming night, being really into BTK. Bind, torture, kill, dominating stuff. As the prisoners of Auschwitz concentration camp were in fact BTK victims by these monsters, who fabulously conceal their true identities, again by dressing up physically and psychologically. And one of these monsters was Heil Haider, head of the Austrian Nazi party, living together with another Pink List killer called Stefan Petzner, where Petz in his name means the bear in Swiss German. And as the Pink List killers are true masters of disguise and deception, Heil Haider had even gotten himself a wife and family to lure the potential voters into the big lie and devious setup. Just as President Macron did. Watch this interview with a former colleague of Macron. Here's the text. Or Blondie here, who even actually paints his nails. And he's the Führer of the actual Dutch Nazi party, who openly supports the PLKs all the time. And I mean, what kind of guy dyes his hair blonde? Eh? Blondie here also supposedly has a wife. That's very likely female cover-up, just as Heil Haider and his wife Claudia. What lying monsters these all are. I mean, if they already lie about their inner lives, giving us an entirely different picture about what else more do they lie, huh? This guy's name is Geert Wilders. So here you can read his name of Blondie here, Geert Wilders. I don't know if I pronounced it right. Eh? So Geert Wilders. And I have my serious doubts about these ones here too. Look, and here it says EDL, it means English Defence League. Look, and here it's again, English Defence League. They're Pink List killers. I mean, Tommy Robinson, eh? Look at that. It's the same thing all over, folks. And all these Nazi leaders openly support the Pink List killers in their videos and all want a genocide on the Muslims, the latter who are probably the only force left for traditional family values. And forget about the Christians, who are too busy turning the other cheek and accepting everything the devil has to offer, merely spending their time by making a seat reservation in paradise. And here you can see Heil Haider with the other Pink List killers. And here on YouTube, the Christians all seem to know who the next who the Antichrist will be, but they all give a different name. So here we can see Heil Haider here, the Pink List killer, together with the Pope. Now let me emphasize on your false interpretations and evil accusations, which already endured after I said in my Christmas film that Christians historically seen are the biggest killers in history. So listen carefully for all you wannabe Inquisition persecutors. I say the way Christianity gets effectuated and the Christians themselves is the problem. Therefore, the whole of Christianity being a disaster and not the doctrine itself. The original Christianity, that of 2,000 years ago, is dead, and it's about time to admit it. The best thing would be to put all those religions together and make a new one out of it, a one world religion, and finally have some peace in the world. So here you see the correct spelling of the word Antichrist with an E here and not an I, because it's from the word anterior, the one who comes before. So the Antichrist with an E is not necessarily the bad guy. This is what Hollywood made out of it. And it's not anti, but anti with an E from the word anterior, what comes before. The Antichrist means before Christ, and he's not the devil, who comes, in fact, later. Well, I mean, if it's all true altogether, all these prophecies, maybe the prophecy is all based upon lies anyway, just like Heil Haider and the Pink Listers and their perfect lies. So here you can see the title of my film here about these two here doing all the Freemason symbols and hand signs. So and here the other ones also doing Freemason hand signs all over the screens and openly accepting the Pink List killers. I mean, look at Heil Haider, Macron, Hitler. This is what they do to lure us in, showing themselves embedded into true family values while being monstrous Pink List killers, working hard on their next genocide through lies and deception. Just as the Pink List killers were highly involved in this genocide here for the obvious reasons, concerning the conventional standpoint of the Orthodox jaywalkers towards the Pink List killers and their unholy practices. And Hitler was an Austrian, like Heil Haider, hiding behind the Eva Braun front, just as Haider hiding behind the white front of his, or I don't know whose, Claudia Haider, being one of the other reasons for Hitler killing all the leaders of the National Socialists, like Ernst Röhm in the Night of the Long Knives on June 30th, 1934, because they knew of Hitler and his Templar Nazis being Pink List killers, which the Workers' Party members didn't see fit for a pure German race. So Hitler needed a final solution on the original German National Socialists and had them killed, replaced, and story turned around, that in fact Ernst Röhm was a Pink List killer, which is of course a lie, one of the many Pink List killer lies by Hitler. So on October the 11th, 2008, Heil Haider died a violent death, drunken speeding in his fast car, being emotionally upset because of a quarrel with his Pink List killer boyfriend, Stefan Petzner, and having spent the night in a PLK bar in Klagenfurt, together with other Pink List killers, while his boyfriend probably went out dancing, as the PLKs like dancing. Just as their PLK leader, the Graufatz, whom you see waltzing here. And of course, after the violent death of the Austrian governor, rumors and conspiracies arose quickly that the Jaywalkers' secret service was behind the crash. Because for Nazi Templar PLKs, in the end, the Jaywalkers are still responsible for it all and for every mishap. Never talking about Swissyland, of course. Another very dangerous pink list killer and of Swiss origin was Mr. Hoover, 50 years director of the FBI, and of Swiss origin by the real name of Huber, here together with his boyfriend, Clyde Tolson, as always dressing up together as in uniform, as the PLKs like that. They like uniforms. Another man who liked to dress up as in an Oriental fashion show was Colonel Gaddafi of Libya, who also had a dislike for Islamists, just as the pink list killer right-wingers, and therefore, Gaddafi, he spent $45 million on Heil Haidar, plus another $10 million from another fashion show updresser, Saddam Hussein from Iraq, who also had a grudge against Islamists, and all the money, of course, transferred over the Swiss Nazi Templar banks, as the media stated. Heil Haidar's boyfriend's sister, Christiane, said that Heil Haidar's wife, Claudia, was jealous, and Heil Haidar's boyfriend, Stefan Petzner, sobbed at the Heil funeral. He was the man of my life. So very charming. Anyone else wants to join the Nazi party? Well, you better think it over, pal, because now I understand why all these pink list killer Nazis all do the Hitler salute and raise the one arm. So you can't hold your pants properly at the same time, and with only one hand at the same time giving any given opportunity and green light by indicating that the hands can't be simultaneously at the same place. Well, homie Ross catching the Nazis with their pants down, so to speak. Anyone who wants to join the Nazi Templars, want to stick your hands up. But watch my videos first before you do so, unless your wives are not jealous by nature. Anyway, you Nazis, you don't have to stick them up in front of me, because I don't take any Nazi prisoners, you hear? Hey, Swissy?
The international media call this Swiss guy here the beast of Rupperswil, as in my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. The Swiss Beast of Rupperswil, Jack the Rupperswil. I made these videos here about this international Swiss serial killer protected by the Swiss Nazi police. So watch them first, so I won't have to repeat the settings of his miserable Swiss story. The moment in France when I first saw his picture, it rang a bell, that I had seen his face somewhere before, but I couldn't place it at the moment. And years later, my memory and all the historical data caught up with me. Ethnic Swiss Dr. Mengele, the angel of death from Auschwitz. Same smile, same ears, same eyebrows, same skull, same crimes, same cold lack of remorse and absolute absence of conscience, nor pity for his victims. The Rupper Beast, his father, was born in 1953 in the north of Switzerland, where also Mengele was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s in the north of Switzerland, with Mengele's son Rolf in a super rich boarding school in Swissyland for the young pharaohs. See my film here on Mengele, because I'm not going to repeat it all in this video here. And if you don't see these other videos here, you will not understand the whole story. The satanic bloodlines of Pharaoh have this evil in their genetic code memory and get initiated by the Brotherhood and also their Swiss sisters of Isis. Therefore, his lesbian-orientated lawyer, Renate Zen, saying in court that the victims themselves were responsible for their ordeal. As the 13-year-old who got sodomized by the beast of Rupert before he slit his throat in front of his mother, still riding the kid. Only homos can understand what he did and even minimize this evil, of which they themselves are so passionate about, using every opportunity to get us used to it. As this clean Swiss lawyer with a website made by a lesbian software company called Alphabet Exceed. The her-to-her homo connection have their fingerprints all over this crime. What do you say, Mr. Police Investigator or Mrs. Profiler? This terrible case with a 90% profiler possibility hit is leading to the homo mafia. Just throw the data in your police computer and you'll see what it will calculate. Problem though, the police is full of them too, as the Swiss pink cops, seeing to it that theirs get a full protection. Just as this filthy Swiss story shows of a Swiss cop raping a child and never does a day in prison. Switzerland is full of these stories, and most of them won't make it even into the newspapers. And this is because Switzerland was founded by the Templars. In Switzerland, they only put immigrants and foreigners in prison for nothing. Hierarchy in a police uniform is the essence of sodomy for Adam and Steve within the cops' hierarchy. Steve, honey, you're going to dominate me tonight? No, Adam, I want you to dominate me. Oh, yes. And don't forget to bring your pink handcuffs, darling. You know, the ones I gave you for your birthday. Oh, you naughty, dirty little Swiss police rabbit you are. Hey, Swissy. They're everywhere. Just look at it. The authorities, the police, the army, all carrying guns and weapons. Even here in Nick the Swiss Beast gets tousled back up by the club by allied female prison guard, even doing private phone calls for her club member. Seeing the level of satanic solidarity amidst the homo mafia and analyzing the complexity of the execution of this crime, calculating all possibilities of what might have gone wrong, attacking 4 people at once. It must therefore be assumed the Rupper Beast was not alone, and it was not his first murder either. In the 6th state of Switzerland, some homicided lawyer can commit the felony of justifying the horrible crimes of the Swiss Beast, which he did in fact. On the other hand, when in the Swiss Nazi dictatorship, some ice hockey supporters only say thank you or danke in German, they get arrested and sent to jail, which actually happened because of this. Friedrich Leibacher, whose name stands here, when he was a child, the Swiss Nazi authorities threw him in a mental institution for no reason at all other than being blacklisted and pinklisted by the Swiss Horus Matrix to make obedient Swiss slaves, where they abused of him. So he learned to hate the Swiss authorities. for the horrendous crimes they had inflicted on him, still being a child. And he set up a time span, postponing the fulfillment of his plans to a much later date. And he said to himself, when they opened the doors of the boogie house, that he wanted to live first, and therefore had to leave Switzerland to be free. And looked for a place in the world where nobody likes the authorities, Central America. He married and had children in the Dominican Republic. Then in his late 50s, saw to it that his children had their future secured, and went back to settle the old score and do the things that cannot be forgotten. He bought himself some goodies, exactly these ones here, these were the ones, and knocked on the door of the nearest authorities. Knock, knock, I'm back. Guess who's back? And he scored a permanent hit on 14 of his tormentors and 14 tangos less of Pharaoh's internal mafia. Hey, Swissy, tango down. The connection to evil goes even further, as less than 2 days after the crime of the Swiss beast, and still in the realm of winter solstice satanic rituals, the Boleskine house of Aleister Crowley burned down on December 23rd, 2015. Just the next day in Liberty, fleeing the grip of the Swiss evil. In the Boleskine, many people ended up insane or had a miscarriage. Boleskine, probably from Baal, the devil. The kin of Baal's his worship is Baal's kin. And the Baal's kin house looks out on the lake, where the monster of Loch Ness lives, as if it were from out of another realm. Maybe the devil's own personal jacuzzi bathtub, the Lake of Loch Ness. Once a pharaonic princess came to Scotland and became the Queen of Scota, therefore the name Scotland. And she brought with her Pharaoh's wizards, the Erfraaf, also called Druid. The Druids, and that's why we have Karnak, these stones, like in France, and in Egypt, same name, Karnak. And all black magic, African voodoo, Druids, you name it. It all comes from Pharaoh's Egypt. Here, Aleister Crowley, from a long Egyptian tradition of Druids. Therefore, these guys and the pharaonic bloodline, as this evil seed here, all walk around in skirts, as if it were an ancient fashion show on River Nile. We're being lied to, folks, in this pharaonic fairy tale nightmare of 1001 Nights. Crowley was married to the Swiss Leah Hirsig from the canton of Bern, and they got a child they nicknamed Upe, meaning the puppet, that died as a puppet 8 months later in 1920 in the temple of Thelema in Sicily, where many people found their end, as the 23-year-old Brit Raoul Loveday in 1923, with many children disappearing in Sicily at the same time. All this evil always has a connection with Pharaoh's base in the Alps, Swissyland. So if you practice Satanism in order to liberate demons for some terrestrial goal, they do the blood ritual first, as on Solstice 215 by the Swiss beast in Rupperswil. Then a portal will be opened as the Boleskine or Baal's skin house with the fire from hell. And only then, when that's done, you do the ceremony, as the one just a few months after, on June the 1st, the opening of the St. Gotthard tunnel, an openly satanic ritual next to the CERN portal. Dear people of this earth and all religions of this planet, listen carefully. All the holy books are old and need some serious updates, like your computers. They were written in a time without 5G technologies, without airplanes, atomic bombs, transhumanism, and without anti-baby pills. God wants a reset adaptation for the final battle. The sixth commandment, unilateral killing, only by our masters killing us, it doesn't work. So we need to change the rules of engagement and apply section 6B.
A bright commenter on yesterday's Pink List video here noticed that they'd already slain Father Christmas here, as only his head is left, but the man had already been slain. Furthermore, proving the incitement for violence by the Pink List killers on all men, and the definite murder threat nicely and legally camouflaged. It's a weird coincidence that yesterday, February 9th, 2020, when I finished and uploaded my Pink List video, which you can see here, Swissy voted yes in a Swiss referendum accepting a new Pink List killer law, opening up the next witch hunt on humanity, in which Pharaoh can send anyone to prison for a long time who won't accept the Pink List killers and their ways. Thus, of course, giving the Nazi Templars the perfect tool to persecute the Muslims and also the jaywalkers, those of the letter who still follow the old ways, of course. So today, the day after, Pharaoh's propaganda machine couldn't withhold their joy and showing the new Swiss Octagon Nazi leader for Germany, Alice Heidel, all over, discussing her new Swiss Nazi goose steppers of the On brand, as if she was a Hollywood star. Oh, they're really pushing it. And that all the Swiss are in favor of a Pink List killer marriage, like a nest for creating more little Pink List killers and Nazis for the Third World War, being in the Templar mold. Here you can see it, the day after the referendum, February 10th, 2020. There you go. They're pushing it, eh? Therefore, I call the new Swiss Führer Alice Heidel, with a double S at the end of Alice. And the same initials, H for CH18 or C18, a reference to Combat 18. Swissy is celebrating the new Führer all over the Swiss media day one after the referendum, adding up to the proofs how Nazis and Pink List killers are all linked up being one and the same thing, as I've proven you yesterday in my film. So now how come the leader of the German Nazi party is living in Switzerland and not in Germany? So once again, Swissy is launching the next attack on Germany and the rest of humanity from out of Switzerland, the base of the Nazi Templars, as in the Swiss beast, home of the devil. in which I explain how Hitler was in Switzerland, his deputy Rudolf Hess even lived there, how Mussolini lived 2 years in Switzerland, where Swissy Nazi Templar trained him, just like Vladimir Lenin 20 years in Switzerland before turning him loose on the Russian people, releasing the Red Terror on them, all made in Switzerland. Like the Swiss health minister of the Third Reich, the Dr. Leonardo Conti, torturing millions, nicknamed the Swiss sadist, like the head of the SS Einsatzgruppen, the Swiss SS Standartenführer Karl Jäger, butchering millions, like the ethnic Swiss commandant of Auschwitz, Rudolf Höss, speaking Swiss German in Auschwitz, like the ethnic Swiss SS Himmler, Julius Streicher, Dr. Mengele, Christian Werth, SS Obersturmbannführer, commandant of Sobibor camp, Swiss ISIS, Abu Musab al-Swisri, Templars, Teutonic Knight, 30-Year War, etc., and so forth, all coming out of Switzerland, attacking humanity, just as today's Alice Heidel, using Swissyland as an aircraft carrier to launch the next attack on Europe, and most of all, the Germans. History repeating itself. Apparently, they've run out of ideas. So they tried it first for decades with a, well, let's say, soft approach to seduce us into the new pink list killer manhunt laws, which they're going to shove down our throats now the hard way through yesterday's new manhunt laws of Switzerland, in conjunction with the new Swiss Nazi Templar star Alice Heidel and her Templar pink list killers. Well, it's not my cup of tea, really. This is Swissyland of the Knights Templars, folks. I warned you, and it's rapidly folding out again. Of course, Swissy is going to use yesterday's new Swiss referendum laws as a tool against the only opposition left in the true manhunt on the Muslims, just as Swissy launched the assault from out of the motherland against the Jaywalker people during World War II. The new Swiss female Führer for the goddess Helvetica has a nest with another pink list killer female and 2 defenseless growing up humanoids in their nest, whereas I, Sean Ross, hardly ever see my children anymore because of the terror of the Swiss beast, the whore of Babylon with whom all nations traded through her Swiss Nazi Templar banks. Last year, October 2019, the great Dr. Catherine Horton of Stop 007 had sent me proofs that I was under surveillance by tiny drones hidden in insects, which she discovered in this presentation video here on my cocaine import agency channel, explaining how the Swiss pulled the Wall Street crash robbery in America. Now, don't laugh now. These things exist, and you can find footage about that on YouTube and in the internet. And Dr. Horton is an expert on little things, and even smaller than that, as she has a PhD, she's a doctor from Oxford University in particle physics, which is one step further down the rabbit hole after quantum physics. So when Dr. Horton tells me it was a drone, then it was a drone, because Dr. Horton is an expert and an academic who goes by the facts only, just like me, therefore being a great fan of my videos too. She worked as a physicist for CERN Geneva, and she even lectured nuclear physics, being a professor at Oxford University, exactly there where River Isis is part of the Thames for the goddess Themis, or Themis, La Tamise in French. Then her brilliant career came to an abrupt end when MI5 and others of Pharaoh's secret services against mankind started to harass, persecute, and torment her. And now she has even disappeared, completely vanished. She was last seen in Zurich, Switzerland, where thousands of people have disappeared without a trace. There's 10,000 asylum seekers here in my video, and I'm talking 2013, 7 years ago. With Swissy just saying, well, they just disappeared themselves, and same Swissy techniques as back then in 1945 in the camps. So what here in this presentation film in my channel here, where Dr. Horton from Oxford University and Swiss CERN, a woman experienced in tiny details for being a nuclear particle physicist, saw this here, right under our noses all the time, so small and hidden that only the trained eye of this remarkable woman, Dr. Horton, was able to detect. Thank you, Catherine. I hope you're all right.
All right, folks. Well, it was a great stream. Over 50 likes. Still got 16 in the building, but the stream is about to cut off in 10, 9, 8, 7. Power, power and prosperity. You'll see y'all soon.